Nameless Wraith, Undead Low-Tier, Undead Wraith. Level 1. HP 15. MP 10. Strength 0. Dexterity 0. Magic 0. Speed 0. Defense 0. Magic Defense 0. Constitution 1. EXP 0. Title None. Skills Float, Night Vision Detection. Innate talents, Physical attacks, Nullified Wraith resistance to dark magic. In the dim underground, something seemed to be drifting back and forth. Clack clack. Nearby, a few skeleton soldiers wandered aimlessly. The Wraith silently chanted in her heart, detection. LV1 Skeleton Soldier, Undead Low-Tier, Undead Skeleton Warrior. A string of question marks slid past her vision. Target stats too high to inspect. The Wraith had forgotten her own name, yet she still remembered that she had inexplicably crossed over. She had been in class at school, and then her vision went black. When she woke, she was in this damned place. What kind of wild monster have I turned into, like a cloud of black fog? As if I could choke these skeletons to death. Wait, actually. The Wraith quickly drifted past the skeleton soldiers and found a stretch of swamp where small red frogs with horns clustered thickly. LV1 Toxic Swamp, Horned Frog Beast Race, Low-Tier Beast Frog. Let's give it a try. The Wraith picked a horned frog resting on the bank and floated toward it. Croak. The horned frog sensed that something was wrong. The air seemed to change, yet not quite. Croak. The Wraith inched closer and closer until she completely enveloped the frog. Croak. By the time the horned frog finally realized something was truly wrong, it no longer had the strength to escape. EXP 10. Only 10 points. Whatever. No matter how small the mosquito, it's still meat. The Wraith went on to kill quite a number of horned frogs until a cold system notification rang out. Level up. Wraith LV2, Strength 1, Speed 1, and Dexterity 1. Conditions met. Congratulations, you have obtained the title Small Monster Slayer. The Wraith did not think too much of it and continued to bury herself in grinding monsters. EXP 7. EXP 7. In the pitch-black underground, there was no sense of time. No one knew how long it took before the Wraith finally slew the last horned frog. By then her level had reached 5. Current level meets job change requirements. Please choose. A panel with an electronic field popped up before the Wraith, displaying 2 professions. One icon showed a mass of black chi wrapped around a wooden staff, Wraith Mage. The other showed a mass of black chi wrapped around a longsword, Wraith Warrior. Mage and Warrior. The Wraith glanced again at her own status panel. At level 5, all her other stats had increased more or less, yet magic and constitution had not budged at all. System, can I see my stats after each job change? The electronic panel shifted. Wraith Mage. Magic 3, Dexterity 2, Magic Defense 3, new skill, Learn Shadow Bolt. Wraith Warrior. Strength 3, Dexterity 2, Speed 3, new skill, Learn Materialization. Changed to Wraith Warrior. Sticking to the idea of choosing what suited her current stats, the Wraith selected Warrior. Commencing job change. Several beams of light shone down upon the Wraith, and a rusty long sword gradually took form within the black fog. Job change successful. Skill Materialization learned. Name Nameless Wraith, Undead Low-Tier, Undead Wraith Warrior. Level 1. HP 32. MP 16. Strength 13. Dexterity 8. Magic 0. Speed 12. Defense 3. Magic Defense 1. Constitution 1. EXP 0. Title Small Monster Slayer. Skills Float, Night Vision Detection, Materialization. Innate talents, Physical attacks, Nullified Wraith resistance to dark magic. HM. Looks like changing jobs resets the level. Materialization activated. The black fog gradually condensed into a humanoid shadow holding a longsword. Skill Materialization detected. Innate talent, Physical attacks nullified, is temporarily disabled while this skill is active. As the system prompt echoed, a sudden whistling sounded. An arrow shot from the darkness and struck the Wraith squarely in the head. You have been attacked by a skeleton archer. HP 10. If not for the system prompt, the Wraith would have felt nothing at all. The skeleton archer lurking in the dark was now exposed to her gaze. Detection activated. LV3 Skeleton Archer, Undead Low-Tier, Undead Skeleton Archer. HP 8. Strength 13. Dexterity 2. Speed 3. Defense 5. Innate talents, immune to instant death magic, fears holy attacks. Commonly found monsters on the first floor of the Olya Great Labyrinth. They often appear in groups, are of low intelligence, and dislike light. Crack. With a crisp sound, the skeleton archer was cleaved cleanly in half. EXP 16. At the same time, many more skeletons wielding various weapons emerged from the darkness, shrieking as they rushed the Wraith. The Wraith decisively canceled materialization and turned back into a mass of black fog floating in the air. The dim underground suddenly flared with firelight as a fireball flew straight toward her. With nowhere left to retreat, the Wraith guided the longsword within the black mist to slash at the fireball. Clang. The blade trembled as if it would snap in the very next instant. Attacked by a Necromancer. HP 6. Current HP 16. The cold mechanical voice echoed in the Wraith's mind. Oh, a Wraith. And one that even has a class. In all my long life, this is the first time I've seen such a thing. A withered old man stepped out, flanked by 2 enormous skeletal hulks. He gazed up at the Wraith in midair with keen interest. Let me see what peculiar creature you are. As detection activated, the Wraith felt as though she were being laid completely bare. LV1 Nameless Wraith, Undead Low-Tier, Undead Wraith Warrior. HP. Strength 13. Dexterity 8. Speed 12. Magic Defense 1. Defense 3. Innate talents, physical attacks, nullified resistance to dark magic. A weak monster of the Olya Labyrinth, it usually disperses within a month and is therefore exceedingly rare. The Wraith activated detection in turn. LV9 Harrison, human race low tier caster, human necromancer. A string of question marks appeared, and the Wraith immediately chose to run. The black fog retreated swiftly while Harrison made no move to pursue. The Wraith was hard enough to catch as it was, and he had more important matters to attend to. Elsewhere, only after flying several hundred meters did the Wraith finally confirm that Harrison was not following. "You old bastard, don't let me run into you again." The Wraith silently marked a tally in her heart. The labyrinthine underground was filled with all kinds of monsters, and after several days the Wraith had already explored half of it. The first floor of the Olya Labyrinth was mostly dominated by undead. She had also spotted several human adventurers, but always avoided them from afar. After all, she herself was now undead. She had no desire to be purified. After a few more days, the black silhouette once again severed a skeleton soldier with her longsword. Level gap too large. No experience gained. Looks like it's time to change hunting grounds. Turning back into black fog, the Wraith decided to look for a new place. The Wraith needed neither food nor rest. These days of farming skeleton soldiers had already brought her to level 6. The long sword had changed from rusted and pitted to gleaming with cold light. Repeated swings had allowed her to learn the skill swordsmanship LV1 and earn a new title, Bone Slayer. Here we are. A wooden gate appeared before the Wraith. This should be the boss room. Only by passing through here can I reach a new area. The Wraith had come here before, but the instant she touched the door back, then an inexplicable sense of dread had gripped her, so she had fled to grind more monsters instead. This time should be fine. Without the previous heart-palpitating fear, the Wraith prepared to push open the wooden door. Detected current coordinates are the boss chamber. Confirm challenge. Yes. The wooden door swung open, and the torches within the room flared to life on their own. What entered her sight was a chamber built entirely of white bones. Upon the bone throne at its center sat a skeletal monster draped in tattered black robes, green flames burning deeply within its empty eye sockets. LV8 Resentful 1 Haketor Undead Low Tier Undead Skeleton Summoner. HP. Mana 32. Skill 29. Speed 11. Magic Defense 35. Defense 10. Skills Shadow Bolt Fireball, Will of the Dead Corruption Summon. Talents Bone Reassembly Skeleton Command BOSS Sovereign BOSS Immunity to Abnormal Status BOSS Immunity to Instant Death Attacks Weakness to Holy Attacks. He was the boss of the Olya Labyrinth, his strength formidable. Rumor had it that in life he had been a powerful summoner who died a miserable death for unknown reasons and came to loathe humankind. The black-robed monster rose to its feet, a ragged red leather book appearing in its hand. Ethereal Wraith, how did you get in here? Haketor's entire skull went blank with confusion. By rights, those who came to challenge him should have been various adventurers, yet standing before him was a strange incorporeal Wraith. The black mist gradually condensed, taking on a humanoid form, a dark silhouette wielding a sword. Haketor was even more dumbfounded. He could only stare as the shadow's long sword came cleaving down. Crack! With a crisp snap, the black-robed skeleton's entire skull flew off, yet it did not end there. The shadow continued its swing, hacking the robed skeleton into several pieces. "You have angered me, Wraith." The skull on the ground finally reacted, spewing a cloud of green toxic miasma from its jaws. All around, the scattered white bones stirred as if awakened and began to rise to their feet. Forward! The bone soldiers shrieked as they charged the Wraith. The Wraith released its materialized form, turning incorporeal and ignoring the small fry as it rushed straight toward the skull. One stroke, cleaved in two. The black-robed skeleton's HP dropped to 0. The Wraith thought to herself, this boss is utterly pathetic. Just as she relaxed her guard, a massive fireball blossomed behind her. A direct hit. The Wraith's health bar instantly dropped by half. The black-robed skeleton appeared behind her, completely intact. "You're quite capable for a mere Wraith." That strike had consumed nearly all of Haketor's mana. He had not expected the Wraith to tank it heated. Screech. The Wraith let out an enraged shriek and swung her longsword down at Haketor. One had to admit that in speed, skill, and strength the Wraith was almost flawless. Every strike landed precisely on Haketor. In almost an instant his HP was once again reduced to 0. This time the Wraith did not relax. She sensed the flow of energy around her. Sure enough, a wave of scorching heat rose from behind, and she nimbly dodged aside. Achievement triggered: Perfect Evasion. Reward Speed 1. There was no time to bother with the system. The Wraith closed in swiftly, ignoring the minions summoned by the black-robed skeleton, and once more hacked him into fragments. "It's useless, Wraith. Without holy attacks you cannot kill me." Not far away, Haketor reassembled yet again, but his words were answered only by another merciless slash. The Wraith noticed that each time the black-robed skeleton reassembled, the surrounding bones diminished by one set. The white bones around them were almost beyond counting. From a certain perspective, he was indeed unkillable here. Then she would simply kill him until he could no longer reassemble. When it came to grinding monsters, the Wraith brimmed with confidence. She once again slew the reformed black-robed skeleton. Gradually she grasped the rhythm and could even predict where he would reappear. Swing, slay, reassemble. Haketor was utterly depressed. With his endless summons and near-immortal body, he had virtually no weaknesses aside from holy attacks. Relying on these abilities, he had exhausted to death no small number of ill-prepared adventurers. But today he had encountered a deranged wraith, one whose phasing ability ignored his minions and whose undead body required neither food nor rest. More terrifying still was that mule-like stubbornness. Once she fixed upon something, she would never turn back. Had it been several days now, or a few weeks, the wraith cut down the final black-robed skeleton, successfully slain higher-tier class. Experience gained. Level up, level up, level up. Excess experience overflowing. Condition met defeated a higher-tier class with a lower-tier class. Skill acquired Heart of the Brave immunity to fear effects. Condition met slayed the opponent while in a near-death state. Skill acquired Last Stand when HP falls below half immediately unleash a guaranteed hit that ignores defense. This skill is unaffected by any control or buff effects. Skill Swordsmanship proficiency increased to LV6. A string of upgrade chimes rang out, and the wraith let out a long breath. In the end, her skills had triumphed. Successfully defeated Resentful 1 Haketur. Reward obtained Haketur's notes. The black-robed skeleton's tattered red book materialized before the wraith. Haketur's notes equipment. Mana 2, Skill 1, Speed 3. These were the notes Haketur had kept in life, recording his magic and knowledge. They could unlock the Summoner class. Condition met. Summoner class unlocked. Current class level has reached the cap. Class change available. An electronic panel popped up displaying 4 class icons. The wraith closed it without even a glance. She was in no state to joke around. She was far too weakened. Stirring up a class change commotion here would be courting death. Boss of this area detected as a local monster. You may choose whether to inherit this region and become the new boss. What are the benefits? The wraith could not help recalling that pitifully weak black-robed skeleton. By becoming the boss of this region, you may obtain the skills Sovereign Immunity to Abnormal Status Command and 3 to all attributes. And the price? The wraith did not believe in free lunches. You will be unable to leave this region. Refuse. That choice was practically a death sentence. Being unable to leave meant she could no longer level up. The day a party of powerful adventurers arrived, they would send her back to the underworld in minutes. No wonder that black-robed skeleton was so pathetically weak. Since the victor has refused to inherit the region, this area will reset in 3 days. Commencing reward settlement. Just then, human voices drifted in from beyond the door. Teacher, is it here? Yes. Their footsteps halted outside the door. This monster is extremely troublesome. In a moment, you must be careful on your own. I cannot spare the focus to protect you. Understood, teacher. A sense of dread washed over the wraith. She had no intention of letting someone last hit her when she was on the brink. Reward settlement incomplete. Temporary restriction unable to leave this region. You've got to be kidding me. A stampede of 10,000 mythical beasts seemed to roar through the wraith's heart. The wooden door slowly opened, revealing a frail old man and a handsome young man before Zuling. Harrison recognized the old man. Harrison was even more surprised. According to the intelligence, the area leader here should be that troublesome black-robed skeletal creature. How did a Zuling appear? Wait, what is that? His gaze was drawn to a red-covered broken book on the ground. A magic weapon. A rare item that can enhance the user's abilities, some even containing knowledge. It seemed too easy to obtain. Harrison's purpose this time was precisely that. Wake, go and bring me that red-covered book. What about that Zuling master? Harrison's face darkened as he cursed, you fool. Do you want to learn necromancy and still be afraid of the undead? All right, master. Wake slowly walked towards Zuling while an electronic voice echoed in his mind. Warning, you have been targeted by a Zuling warrior. A sharp sword light flashed, and Wake was instantly reduced to fragments. Successfully defeated player. My dad, Isli Gang gained extra experience. Experience overflowed. Ha ha ha. Harrison let out a strange laugh. Indeed, this Zuling was problematic. His obedient disciple didn't die in vain. The sword-wielding Zuling shadow had no features, but she was already rolling her eyes internally. It's really something to see a teacher so happy after a student dies. Additionally, the recent system notification also caught her attention. How about we make a deal? The Zuling had already confirmed that Harrison posed a threat. Fortunately, this Zuling seemed somewhat intelligent. Perhaps they could communicate. The black figure clearly hesitated and then pointed her sword at the red-covered book. Yes, I want that. Harrison pulled out 2 small black stones from his pocket. How about I trade you these? How about? No way. To be fair, the Zuling just wanted to send him away quickly and find a place to recover. But now she couldn't show any weakness that might alert him, so the shadow decisively shook her head. Harrison pulled out 2 more, but the Zuling still shook her head, and Harrison, wincing at the pain in his wallet, pulled out 3 more. Noticing his expression, the Zuling kicked the red-covered book over. Harrison promptly tossed over a small pouch. You're quite interesting, Zuling. Harrison thought for a moment and tossed over a fist-sized purple crystal to the Zuling. If you want to trade further, activate it. The Zuling accepted the crystal, thought for a while, and did not refuse. Ha ha ha. Truly, after living so long, one can see everything. Harrison chuckled as he retreated with the red-covered book. Once he confirmed that Harrison had completely walked away, the Zuling relaxed and examined her spoils. Soulstone, an item that temporarily enhances magical power, can extend the existence time of ordinary Zulings, absorbs to gain experience points. Small teleportation crystal activating allows communication, can complete 1 teleportation location unknown. After waiting a while, she finally received the system notification. Reward settlement completed. Gained experience. Experience overflowed. After waiting for her health to recover sufficiently, the Zuling headed to the next area. Meanwhile, outside the Great Olya maze, a flash of white light erupted in the small town. A young man with the ID "My dad is Li Gang" stepped out. Damn, old man actually using me to scout ahead. The young man was dressed, simply looking like a beggar. If it weren't for the fact that this old man was a hidden class necromancer, he wouldn't even bother to approach this NPC. Now everything was reset after being one-shotted by the BOSS, and he had to start all over again. However, since this was just a beta test, it didn't matter. The young man walked towards the quest board in the town. First ID, better level up before seeking revenge on them. Select a profession. A digital interface displayed 4 options: Summoner, Voidling, Berserker, Voidling, Vanguard, and Elite Voidling Warrior. Su Ling glanced at his magic stat, 0, and recalled the pitiful black-robed skeleton he'd encountered earlier. Without hesitation, he skipped the Summoner. Voidling, Berserker, a hidden profession. Prerequisite 2 Slayer titles. An indomitable frontline warrior who prizes raw strength. His devastating blows can shatter enemies with ease. Attributes: gain strength 15, physique 15. Skills: charge, war, cry, war, stomp, shattering, strike, frenzy. Maximum level 60. A towering shadow wielding a colossal axe materialized on the interface. 5 meters tall, unmistakably the Voidling Berserker. BL, Black Giant. Su Ling sighed in disbelief. Look at that chiseled physique. Truly grotesque. Next. Voidling Vanguard, a hidden profession. Prerequisite: the skill Heart of Valor. A balanced undead warrior resilient against all manner of hostile environments. The ideal guardian for necromancers. Attributes: gain strength 2, speed 2, dexterity 1, defense 3, magic resistance 3, physique 7. Skills: charge, aid, block, eye, swordsmanship, eye. Maximum level 20. This time a humanoid shadow brandishing sword and shield appeared. 1. 9 meters tall, lithe, and far less imposing than the previous Black Giant. This one's not bad, Su Ling murmured, intrigued. Let's see the last. Elite Voidling Warrior, the advanced evolution of the Voidling Warrior. A seasoned frontline combatant masterful with all weapons, versatile, balanced, and capable of excelling in any mission. Attributes: gain strength 3, dexterity 3, speed 3, physique 5. Skills: weapon mastery, eye, undead, will, weakness detection, portable pouch. Maximum level 20. The shadow on the interface grew sharper, more defined, approximately 1.7 meters tall, otherwise indistinguishable from Su Ling himself. Between the Voidling Vanguard and the Elite Voidling Warrior, Su Ling dismissed the Berserker outright. Not only was its immense stature impractical for maneuvering, but its level cap of 60 would delay his next promotion for far too long. And admittedly, it was hideous. After brief deliberation, Su Ling made his choice: promote to Elite Voidling Warrior. Beams of light enveloped him as the humanoid shadow coalesced, growing taller and more substantial. Promotion successful. Name: nameless Voidling, undead, low tier, undead Voidling, Elite Voidling Warrior. Level 1. HP 124. MP 12. Strength 33. Dexterity 34. Magic 0. Speed 37. Defense 5. Magic resistance 3. Physique 6. Experience 0. Titles: Minor Monster Slayer, Skeleton Slayer. Skills: Levitation, Night Vision, Perception, Materialization, Swordsmanship 6, Heart of Valor, Desperate, Counter, Weapon Mastery, Eye, Undead, Will, Weakness Detection, Portable Pouch. Innate traits: Physical Attack, Immunity, Voidling, Dark Magic Resistance. Olya Labyrinth, First Floor, Sector 2. Here monsters are stronger and more diverse than in Sector I. Over the past few days, Su Ling had relied heavily on perception to navigate. Sector 2 was nearly twice as vast as Sector I, and infinitely more labyrinthine. Ding. Clack. With a casual stroke, he beheaded a ghoul. Then instantly sensed the air shift around him. A vast net woven from raw magical energy descended from above. Su Ling rolled aside just in time. You dodged. A voice echoed from the darkness, laced with uncertainty. Perception activated. LV. 1 Rotzkar, Human Lodier, Mage, Human Summoner. Target's stats obscured by the Mage's Mist effect. Perception. Having been discovered, Rotz wasted no time. He unleashed his skill. LV. 1 Nameless Voidling, Undead, Low Tier, Undead Voidling, Elite Voidling Warrior. Rotz felt a chill. When stats couldn't be read, only 2 explanations existed. Either the target possessed a special skill, such as his own Mage's Mist, or their power disparity was so vast that even attempting perception on a monster constituted provocation. That familiar prickle of being watched. Su Ling suppressed his rising fury and locked onto Rotz, but chose not to strike. Instead, she waited motionless. Across the gloom, Rotz studied her in turn, surprised she hadn't attacked recklessly. Could this Voidling possess actual intellect? They remained frozen in stalemate, until Rotz's patience exhausted began retreating slowly, wary of provoking her. With his right hand, he fumbled for a scroll. Su Ling tracked his every movement, weighing whether to strike. Then, distant voices rang out. Rotz. I'm here. Rotz called back, emboldened. Now, seizing his momentary distraction, Su Ling lunged forward like a shadow. Steel flashed. Rotz's right arm severed midair. Su Ling immediately retreated, widening the distance. Pain snapped Rotz back to awareness. He snatched a crimson vial from his pack and poured its contents over the stump. Damn you, you wretched. Rotz roared, cursing wildly as his remaining left hand sketched a pentagram-like sigil onto the floor. What are you doing here? His companions had arrived. 3 men and 1 woman. The leader, clad in black armor, gripped a long spear. The 2 other men bore the rugged build of seasoned warriors. The woman wore leather armor, clearly a rogue. Rot's sigil flared, and from its center emerged a snarling canine-shaped monstrosity. Capture her, he snarled, pointing at Su Ling. Understanding at once, the 4 scattered, encircling her tightly. Su Ling dissolved into black mist and surged upward. Rots hurled a scroll. Midair it detonated, forming a shimmering hemispherical barrier. Thud! Su Ling reformed mid-fall, now a sword-wielding shadow. Fortunate, given she felt no pain. Uffed! The rogue couldn't stifle a snort. In an instant, Su Ling blurred before her, furious, perhaps even humiliated. The armored leader reacted first. A lightning thrust forced Su Ling back. Stay focused. This creature is no ordinary monster. His expression hardened. She targeted their weakest link with uncanny speed. Truly dangerous. Fine, I get it. The rogue shrugged, dismissive. Their formation tightened, attacks grew relentless. Even Su Ling's agility couldn't evade them all. Her HP dwindled steadily. Careful, don't kill her. She's a rare mutated specimen. Rots warned from the periphery. I know. The armored leader replied, voice low and grave. Su Ling's HP sank below half, just as the rogue sensed a sudden, overwhelming peril. Skill desperate counter, activated. A single precise blinding strike. Su Ling's blade pierced the rogue's heart. Rogue adventurer slain. Gained 63 experience. Karina. The blow was swift, lethal. She'd killed the rogue outright. You damned beast. The burly warrior's eyes burned red as he charged forward, berserk with grief. Kamer, stand down. The armored leader barked. Captain. Silence. Rots, seal the gap. Still stunned, Rots snapped to attention, dragging his hound to plug the breach. Veteran adventurers never let emotion cloud judgment, even when kin fell before them. SSSSS. Su Ling shrieked, a sound of pure feral desperation, as she hurled herself toward Rots. She knew she must rip open an escape route, now. But the armored leader anticipated her, stepping between them just in time. Steel met steel in a deafening clash of blade and spear. The leader frowned. Her strength and speed showed no sign of waning, not even after prolonged combat. That was the advantage of undeath. So long as HP remained, power never faltered. Humans could never match that. Cut. Die. Unrelenting, the 2 warriors swung their axes, aiming to cleave Su Ling in 2. Su Ling sheathed her blade and dissolved into mist, evading both axes effortlessly. Gurur. Rot's hound unleashed a jet of obsidian light from its maw. From behind his armored protector, Rots loosed 3 fireballs. Both struck true. Su Ling's HP plummeted to near 0. It ends now. The armored leader signaled Rots, who cast a magical net. It ensnared Su Ling, constricting tightly, paralyzing her utterly. I'd love to gut this beast. The warrior growled, bloodshot eyes blazing. Then, the ground trembled faintly. Distant hoofbeats echoed, growing louder. We're doomed, run. The armored leader's face paled. The others' expressions twisted as if they'd swallowed poison. He hoisted Su Ling onto his back and sprinted, followed closely by the rest. But 2 legs could never outrun 4. Su Ling glimpsed a warhorse wreathed in flame, and atop it a towering humanoid shadow. The shadow bore no features, only 2 burning crimson eyes. Su Ling instinctively activated perception. Wild boss detected. LV. 42 Warhoof, Kaiman, undead mid-tier, undead nightmare night commander. Who dares trespass and dare scan me, you foolish humans? Mid-tier undead possessed sentience and speech. To scan him was sheer suicidal arrogance. Skill Heart of Valor, activated. Fear Scream effect nullified. The 4 humans had no such protection. Rots broke first. His legs buckled. He and his hound were trampled into crimson pulp beneath Kaiman's hooves. Then the 2 warriors froze, paralyzed by terror, pierced clean through by Kaiman's lance. A shimmering protective aura flared around the armored leader. Hearing the warhorse close and rapidly, he gritted his teeth and discarded Su Ling without hesitation. Su Ling hit the ground. Before she could even register relief, Kaiman's flaming warhorse thundered down upon her. One crushing blow shattered the magic net and reduced her HP to 0. Affected by the skill, Will of the Fallen health is restored by 1 point. The dissipated black mist slowly coalesced into a black figure. The skill Will of the Fallen is now on cooldown, remaining time 30 days. The specter quickly dispersed into black mist floating in midair, nearly sent to the underworld. Successfully killed 3 human adventurers, gaining extra experience. Level up, level up, level up. Once health was restored to half, the specter landed and transformed back into a human figure, glancing at the 2 fallen warriors. The specter couldn't help but marvel at the leader's strength, far surpassing that of the weak, black-robed skeleton. The specter transformed into black mist and devoured the 2 battle axes. It also consumed everything on the 2 warriors. All these items were stored in her portable pocket. She then glanced at the ground where the body of Lutz had been trampled into mush. What a pity, the good stuff has been ruined. The specter floated along the hoofprints, eager to see if that person would drop equipment. A few steps later, the specter spotted a black arm guard on the ground, and after a few more steps, she found a second arm guard. Goodness, still running around naked. The specter finally reached the end of the hoofprints, seeing neither a corpse nor the terrifying nightmare. Upon consuming the last black helmet, the system emitted a notification sound. Successfully collected magic armaments, cursed armor. This equipment is suitable for your current class. Would you like to equip it? Yes. Equipped cursed armor, strength 16, defense 16, magic defense 16, curse speed 35. The black armor enveloped the specter, appearing no different from a human. Not a bad disguise. Specific conditions met. Race evolution unlocked. Race evolution. A digital panel popped up displaying a large evolution arrow next to the character name. Current evolution available. Armor-bound spirit. Armor-bound spirit, low-level undead. A spirit bound to armor cannot leave the armor to act. Possesses high defense. Can gain strength 3, a defense 20, skill 16, speed 12, constitution 1. Can gain talent physical attack resistance. The specter rolled her eyes. This was clearly a downgrade. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of the Olya Great Maze, a white teleportation beam lit up and a man tumbled out of the beam in a disheveled state. What bad luck. Even with his experience, he couldn't help but complain. Encountering a mid-level Lord-class monster in Area 2 felt like being struck by a meteor while walking. This time he suffered a loss both in allies and resources. The man took a deep breath, stood up, and limped towards the town. Adventurer Town, a small town at the border of the Olya Empire, gained its name due to the large number of adventurers congregating here adjacent to the Olya Great Maze. A town guard pointed at the man not far away, saying curiously, "Hey, isn't that the famous Falcon?" Another guard took a closer look. It really seems like him, but why is he in such a sorry state? The adventurer Falcon arrived here a year ago and has since been stationed in the town. Experienced and powerful, he had completed many difficult tasks and gained a bit of fame in the town. Is it really you? How did you end up like this? What a misfortune, the guard asked gleefully. Falcon sighed deeply and replied, I ran into a Lord-class monster in Area 2. At this the guards could no longer laugh. That monster didn't come out, did it? The appearance of an intelligent Lord-class monster outside the maze would be a disaster for the town. No, that monster disappeared halfway as if summoned by something. That's good. The guard relaxed. You should hurry inside. There have been many wandering monsters outside the town lately. The town's architecture exuded a strong medieval style. Falcon's limping and disheveled appearance attracted quite a few gazes, including some special individuals. Look at that NPC. Isn't that the NPC from the promotional video? How did he end up like this? He looked pretty cool in the promotional video. Do you think we can get some hidden quest from him? Several players exchanged glances and unconsciously followed behind Falcon. The unfortunate Falcon was completely oblivious, only wanting to drink a strong drink and have a good sleep to dispel his bad luck. A strong drink, the kind that makes you forget everything. Hey, do you even have money looking like that? The boss glanced at him. A strange silence ensued. He had almost discarded everything he could when he fled. I'll treat you to this drink. Seizing the opportunity is a player's forte. Falcon glanced at him and quietly said thank you. Gained Falcon's favor too. The player seizing the moment asked familiarly, Falcon, is there anything we can help you with? Sigh. Falcon sighed softly and then downed the strong drink. All my belongings are in Area 2 of the Olya Great Maze. Can you help me retrieve them? A mechanical voice echoed in every player's mind. Quest triggered. Unlucky Falcon. Quest conditions: successfully retrieve all of Falcon's items. Rewards: Falcon's favor 10, experience 69, gold 8. Failure conditions: time exceeds 7 days. Penalty: Falcon's favor reduced to 0. Don't worry, Falcon, we will definitely get them back for you. 3 days later. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out. The black-armored swordsman retreated, staring intently at the monster in front of him. Elite skeleton swordsman, a rare elite monster, significantly stronger than the others. Crack, crack, crack. The skeleton swordsman emitted an angry sound, seemingly questioning why it was being attacked. Opportunity. The black armor retracted as the figure inside surged forth, slicing through the skeleton swordsman with a single sword strike. Defeated elite skeleton swordsman, level up, obtained weapon rusty longsword. The specter devoured the longsword, dispersing into black mist. After nearly a week in Area 2, she still hadn't found the way to the next area. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The warning hissing of a snake brought the specter back to her senses. Is someone coming in? The items should be just ahead. Is your tracking skill reliable? Did that thing come to life? It's been moving around constantly. It must have been taken by some monster. It's moving again, and it's coming this way. It's that dead snake from before. We've been discovered. It's coming. A black figure appeared before everyone, looking like a living human in the dim light. The investigation was initiated. LV3, nameless specter, undead, low-level undead specter, elite specter warrior. Target level 2, high to view abilities. It's a question mark monster. Oh no, could it be a boss? An outdoor wandering boss. The players began to discuss excitedly. The specter also initiated an investigation. Goodness, a row of densely packed, overpowered IDs nearly blinded her. Yet looking at it this way, these players seemed weak compared to the local residents. My dad is Lee Gang, where's the scout? Your investigation level is high. Oh, what did you find out? Scout. Good news, it's not a boss. Bad news, it's a boss for us. The scout player shared the information he discovered. Most stats were still a question mark, but the 41 points of strength were enough to deter many. What the heck? My warrior class only has 6 points of strength. Not to mention that many players still don't have a class, as this is just the initial closed beta. Quest updated. Unlucky Falcon. Quest conditions: defeat the nameless specter to retrieve Falcon's armor. Rewards: experience 1000 gold, 2000, a limited title fearless. Failure conditions: all participating players are defeated. Failure grants the skill specter's enmity. Many people were left puzzled by the idea of failure resulting in skills. An experienced player analyzed, it should be something like a buff, but the difference is that there is no time limit. Trigger task: a wise choice. Task condition: exit the hatred range of the nameless spirit before it attacks. Reward: nameless spirit, favor 1. Note: completing the task a wise choice will be considered a failure of the task bad luck Falcon. On the other side the spirit stood, still seemingly waiting for them to choose the task. Actually, trigger task: you are seeking your own demise. Task condition: defeat all actively attacking players. Reward: exclusive passive skill spirit mark. Finally the task has arrived. The spirit was eager to try as she looked down on these players. Both sides were momentarily at a standstill, neither moving. The reward was right there. But these players were not fools. Such generous rewards clearly indicated a massive power disparity. However, to just give up felt like missing out on a fortune. Finally, someone broke the deadlock. My dad is Li Gang. I want to disturb him. Leaving now. The player with the ID my dad is Li Gang slowly retreated. The other players cast disdainful glances at him. Lin Shen Shijian Lu asked, is there anyone else who wants to exit? The player with ID Lin Shen Shijian Lu scanned the crowd. The team consisted of 47 players, and only one had withdrawn. The rest did not move. Alright, our team has 5 professionals, including me. 1 warrior will draw aggro, and 2 priests will provide healing. I will deal damage with the swordsman, and the rest will try to distract that wild monster. Is that okay? The spirit silently added in her heart. No problem, just get you out of here first. Nameless spirit favor 2, warning: you have been targeted by the elite spirit warrior. Lin Shen Shijian Lu showed a puzzled expression. Can this wild monster understand human speech? It seems too intelligent. An arrow has to be shot once it is on the string. Prepare, go. The battle was about to erupt. The warrior player charged towards the spirit with a jumping slash. The spirit's body was enveloped in black armor. Ding! After a crisp sound of metal clashing, a large 0 number popped up above the spirit's head. In the astonished expressions of the crowd, the spirit kicked the warrior player away. Trigger skill weakness recognition. This time the damage dealt is doubled. The warrior player crashed heavily against the stone wall, his health bar instantly dropping to 0. How do you play a tank in an RPG game? Start. I'm going all out. A large portion of players participating in the game testing were veterans. The remaining players did not panic. Instead, they fearlessly charged towards the spirit. But in a game without forced damage, the situation of mini ants biting an elephant clearly does not exist. 0, 0, 0. Conversely, the spirit was taking down players with ease. Defeated player XXXX gained extra experience. Defeated player XXXX gained extra experience. A series of white lights lit up in the adventurer's town. Lin Shen Shijian Lu came out with a dark expression. He was the second to be sent away after the warrior player. That wild monster clearly held a grudge against him, even going out of its way to circle around and kill him. Oh, you're out. My dad is Li Gang had been waiting for them here for a long time. On the other side, the warrior player who was sent away first looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Do you know this wild monster? This time it was my dad, is Li Gang looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Otherwise, you know how my level was reset to 0 before, right? LV1 Lin Shen, sure, Jian Lu's face grew even darker. During the testing period, dying would reset the level completely. I don't know if it will change in the official release, otherwise it's a total pit. Soon the second batch of players who were carried away also came out one after another. What the hell? Is this thing meant for carbon-based life forms? The planner must be crazy. Without force damage, you can't possibly defeat that wild monster with sheer numbers. Not happy, I'm going to post and ruin that NT designer. This suggestion garnered agreement from many players. That night a post titled, Planner Can You Sleep Well? It was pushed to the top. The post began with a GIF showing the spirit kicking the warrior away. However, the warrior's ID was edited to show the planner and the spirit's head was edited to appear as a player. Before long, an official response arrived. If you love to play out, if you don't, roll away. They even swapped the names of the player and the planner in the GIF, turning it into the planner kicking the player away. Thus it quickly escalated. The planner and players were cursing at each other. My domineering planner. The game where one kick sends a person flying. Soon similar posts sprang up like mushrooms after the rain, effectively promoting the game. It was at this moment that the official posted high profile announcing the game was named Rebirth. They also informed players that the first test was over and the game would await the opening of the second test. The spirit, clearly unaware of this, was still counting her gains. Completed task, you are seeking your own demise. Gained exclusive passive spirit mark. Spirit mark race exclusive triggers when attacking or being attacked, adds 1 layer of 1 damage increase buff to the target, stacking up to 10 layers. Those players also dropped a lot of random items. The spirit's pocket was full and she could only choose useful items. The remaining items were amusingly thrown to the undead creatures in the underground maze. Current level LV7 has learned the profession skill veteran. Veteran evasion rate 5, experience gained 5. What a bountiful harvest. I hope for another wave of foolish players. The experience gained from defeating players was almost equivalent to defeating an elite monster. Moreover, with so many players being so weak, who wouldn't want more? Name nameless spirit undying race low-level undead spirit elite spirit warrior. Level 7. Life 152. Mana 12. Strength 45. Skill 47. Magic power 0. Speed 53. Defense 6. Magic defense 4. Physique 6. Experience 77. Title Small Monster Slayer Bone Slayer. Skills Float Night Vision Scouting Materialization Swordsmanship LV6. Heart of a Hero Last Stand Weapon Mastery LV1. Will of the Fallen Weakness Detection Personal Pocket Spirit Mark Veteran. Talent Physical Attack Nullification Spirit Dark Magic Resistance. Current evolution Available Armor-Bound Spirit. The spirit folded its panel. Half a month had passed since the last time. And now she had returned to the starting point. Yes, she, a wild monster, had lost her way. Since completing the task of defeating players no matter which way she walked, she would always return to the original place. For half a month she was so bored that she could only stare at her panel. Fortunately, I don't need food, otherwise I might evolve into a starving ghost. After returning to the starting point for the 7,563rd time, the spirit completely gave up. She simply stayed in place watching the dazed monsters. If it weren't for reaching a bottleneck in experience, she wouldn't be staring blankly at them. Uncertain time passed. The ground trembled. The entire underground maze shook as if a powerful force was forcibly altering the structure of the maze. Debris rolled, and the spirit was caught up in it. World update completed. It finally stopped, and the entire underground maze seemed to have been renovated. Several traps appeared along with various sparkling treasure chests. The monsters no longer wandered aimlessly in a manner typical of their kind. They began to gather in an organized way. Now she was truly lost. The spirit looked at the black mist floating in front of her, feeling utterly disheartened. LV3 Nameless Spirit. LV1 Nameless Spirit. LV6 Nameless Spirit. Her kind. What happened? World update. Brain malfunctioning. A familiar feeling of being watched swept over, and the spirit felt uncomfortable. Oh, this is interesting. An old man in gray robes observed her with great interest. The spirit became vigilant. Don't be nervous, child. The old man's body transformed into a mass of black mist, albeit larger and denser than theirs. We are of the same kind. Now it was the spirit's turn to be surprised. Scouting activated. LV38 Sizewee Eternal Undying Race Low-Level Undead Great Spirit Spirit Sage. Target level 2 high to view specific ability values. I look at my memory, you shouldn't be able to speak yet, right? The black mist transformed back into the old man. The old man drew a symbol in the air that the spirit couldn't understand. Try this. Skill detected universal language. Would you like to learn? The spirit floated around the symbol and found no issues. Learn. Analyzing. Skill, learned universal language. A clear female voice emerged from the black mist. The spirit was evidently still not accustomed to the language of this world. Sizewee learning so quickly, what a good seedling. When Sizewee looked at the other spirits, he frowned again. Sizewee, why is there such a disparity among spirits? With this little girl as a gem, the others seemed like useless ones that could only babble. Including Sizewee, there were a total of 8 spirits. 3 of them were flickering and obviously on the verge of dissipating. Sizewee sighed deeply. He then waved his robe to sweep up those 3 spirits. Poor children, may you return to the embrace of the dark god. After the whisper, the 3 spirits dissipated in the air as if liberated. The spirit, who was still learning to speak, didn't react before being swept into Sizewee's gray robe. Children, it's time for us to set off. The spirit felt a dizzying spin. Arrived at Safe Zone Spirit Village. A village shrouded in thick fog, its inhabitants were various oddly shaped shadows. Has the sage returned? How many tribesmen did the sage bring back this time? Facing the villagers' warm welcome, Sizewee smiled and responded to each one. Sage, the high priest is looking for you. I know. Sizewee shook his gray robe, and the spirits rolled out one by one. Follow me, children. The spirit was thus confusedly led by Sizewee into a temple-like building in the village. Current coordinates detected as Chief's Room. Confirm challenge. Wait, Chief's Room. The spirit suddenly regained clarity. No. Moi. Sizewee looked at the spirit with surprise. What is this little girl mumbling about? Is there something wrong with her head? You've returned, Sizewee. The speaker was a woman draped in a white robe, kneeling in front of an idol in prayer. This time I only brought back 4 tribesmen. Sizewee's tone was somewhat melancholic. No matter, the woman replied in a tone that seemed indifferent. After all, our spirits have very short lifespans. Bringing back 4 tribesmen is already quite good. After finishing her prayer, the woman turned around. Her gaze swept over the 4 little spirits. This tribesman actually has a profession. Yes, and a combat power that is not low after changing jobs. The woman nodded in satisfaction. Thanks to the dark god's gift. The spirit was also secretly observing the woman. The woman had long black hair, a veiled face, and amber eyes. After her admiration, the woman said seriously, My name is Lin Eternal, the priest here. Welcome, children. The enormous idol exuded a warm aura. Do you wish to live here? Faction panel opened. Current factions available for joining Spirit Village. Would you like to join? The spirit spoke up. Can we refuse, priest? Lin's expression stiffened. She winked at Sizewee. Lin, you didn't tell me there was a tribesman who could speak. Sizewee's face flushed, raising his eyebrows at Lin. Sizewee, I couldn't resist nurturing such a good seedling a bit early. The spirit found the exchange between the two somewhat amusing. Ahem. Sizewee cleared his throat. Children, by joining us you will gain the Dark God's protection and you'll have a solid backing. We rambled on about a multitude of benefits. Fortunately, the spirit knew something called pyramid schemes, or else he might really have been swayed. The spirit's tone grew firm. So what is the cost? Contribute your strength and fight for the clan. The real world. Due to the previous incident of officials and players arguing, many people began to pay attention to Rebirth. A month later, Rebirth commenced its second test. The world is always filled with disputes. A gentle female voice spoke slowly. Fighting for money, fighting for freedom, fighting for power. The player's gaze focused on the woman in the white robe. Player A, is this a cutscene? The woman sighed deeply and shook her white robe. And we the spirit beings fight for life. Her aura surged higher. A panel of the woman automatically popped up on the CG. LV45 Devout Follower Lin Undead Low-Level Undead Greater Spirit Being Priest Life. Mana. Strength 11 Skills 78 Magic Power 116 Speed 31 Defense 132 Magic Defense 269 Skills. Talent. Lin Eternal, the controller of Spirit Village, a mutated spirit being, a devoted follower of the Dark God. She is gentle and friendly to people, but only if you are her kin. In the CG, the woman in the white robe extended her slender hand. Child of the Dark God, do you wish to join us and fight for the clan? The CG cut off here, and all players received a system prompt. Unlock Race Spirit Being. Rebirth Condition A0. 1 chance to become a spirit being when creating a character. Other rebirth conditions: Lin's favor exceeds 10 or Sephiri, and AI Luos's favor exceeds 20. Special rebirth condition. Favor exceeds 10. If you are unwilling, we will not force you, but Spirit Village will always welcome you. At this point, the spirit being found no reason to refuse. She was someone who preferred gentle persuasion. I am willing. Lin revealed a motherly smile. Successfully joined the faction Spirit Village. Current faction character favor gained. The remaining 3 confused little spirit beings need not be mentioned. They also joined Spirit Village. Afterward, Lin held a blessing ceremony for the 4 newly joined kin. The radiance emanating from the idol shone upon the spirit beings. It felt warm and slightly itchy. May the Dark God bless us. Lin prayed. Conditions met. Race advancement has been unlocked. Can advance higher spirit being. Advancement condition: any higher level profession reaches max level. The ceremony concluded and Sephiri took the 4 spirit beings away. Meanwhile, a hollow voice emerged from the idol. This is quite interesting. Lin continued to pray, oblivious to the voice. Once again, there was a whirlwind. The spirit being was shaken out by Sephiri. Old 2, old 3, old 4, learn to speak with me first. Old 1, wait a moment, someone will come for you. Sephiri hurriedly left, leaving the bewildered old 1 behind. Gained limited title, old 1. The spirit being waited for a while, suddenly feeling a gust of wind, and a disheveled handsome man stood before her. The man glanced at her. New here? Yes. Sephiri told me there were good seedlings. How did you end up as this little thing? Scouting. LV7 Nameless Spirit Being, Undead Low-Level Undead Spirit Being, Elite Spirit Warrior. Warrior profession. Still an elite spirit warrior. Ha boo. The handsome man alternated between laughter and tears like a madman, just as the spirit being hesitated whether to distance herself from this lunatic. The handsome man shook off his disheveled look and instantly transformed into a spirited youth. I am AI Loasi, Eternal the Warrior Mentor here. LV40 AI Loasi, Eternal Undead Low-Level Undead Greater Spirit Being Spirit Warrior. You are my first student. After 36 whole years. Finally I have a student. Ha ha ha. AI Loasi took the spirit being and ran wildly. He boasted to every household in Spirit Village that he finally had a student. The spirit being thus muddled through her first day here. Much later she realized that her kin were originally very few. Moreover, those with combat abilities were almost all magical professions, so one can imagine how excited AI Loasi was when he saw her. Level up. Current level 12 has learned the professional skill double slash. A month passed. Under AI Luos's guidance, the spirit being learned a lot about this world's knowledge. Her level also continuously increased during training. AI Loasi was a qualified teacher, serious and responsible. He even thoughtfully arranged housing for the spirit being, resembling a parent from her past life. To the extent that once when the spirit being accidentally called him dad, it is said AI Loasi sat silently for a day before murmuring, "Am I that old?" A month later, the youngest old 4 among the spirit beings who returned together did not awaken and dissipated. Spirit Village held a simple memorial service. Old 2 and Old 3 were quite lucky to awaken the combat profession Spirit Mage. Every time the 2 little spirit beings finished learning magic, they would follow the spirit being as a tail. They sweetly called the spirit being Big Sister. However, the spirit being had no time to take care of them. After a month, she finally figured out where she was. The place where Spirit Village is located is called Mist Forest. It is quite far from the Alahaha Great Maze, but fortunately there is a teleportation array in the village. But AI Loasi said it was too dangerous and went on about a lot. In the end, he said that to go out he must accompany her, otherwise he would not feel at ease. What is Big Sister thinking? Big Sister is definitely thinking about how to become stronger. A shadow touched her non-existent hair. Fortunately, she was already bald, otherwise these 2 would have made her bald sooner or later. Have you skipped class? The spirit being remembered that Sephiri should still be teaching them magic at this time. No, not at all. Exactly, we didn't. Old 2 Old 3. A furious shout from Sephiri came from a distance. The two little spirit beings suddenly vanished without a trace. Indeed, Sleeping Dragon and Phoenix Chick the Shadow gazed up at the sky. The peaceful and ordinary life in Spirit Village made the spirit being reminisce about the past days. If this could go on forever, that would be quite nice. Unless something unexpected happens, an unexpected event is about to occur. The sharp sound jolted the spirit back to reality. What happened? The spirit scanned the surroundings. All the spirits with combat professions dashed out of the village as if summoned. Follow me. Elrose pulled the spirit to join the others inside. What exactly is going on? Do you remember the shadow beasts I told you about? The spirit fell silent, but of course she remembered. The spirit's natural enemy, the shadow beasts. They fed on energy bodies and often appeared in swarms. And the spirit was their favorite dish on the menu. That sound just now was the shadow beasts. Elrose displayed an unusually serious expression. Don't stray too far from me. Outside the spirit village, the first arriving villagers had already confronted the shadow beasts. The shadow beasts were pitch black with beaks like birds. They resembled wild wolves in shape, lacking eyes, and their bodies were shrouded in a red mist. There were about 40 shadow beasts here, while more than 10 spirits were ready for battle. Sephiri raised an eyebrow upon seeing the spirit. Why did you bring the old one out? She has to face it sooner or later. I can rest easy with her by my side. Elrose glanced at the pack of shadow beasts. Is this just the vanguard? Sephiri nodded. I don't see any higher tier shadow beasts. It should just be the vanguard. This is a bit troublesome with so many in the vanguard. Sephiri also wore a serious expression. Whatever happens, let's deal with them first. On the other side, the group of shadow beasts was restless, their piercing shrieks rising and falling. They're coming. The battle was about to erupt. The shadow beasts eagerly lunged at the spirits. Elrose protected the spirits, swiftly slaying one shadow beast. The shadow beasts are tricky, you be careful. The black figure nodded, understood. The spirit drew her sword and slashed at the nearest shadow beast. Crack! It felt as if she struck a massive rock. Having seen Elrose handle them so easily, she thought these shadow beasts were mere paper tigers. The injured shadow beast jumped back, letting out an angry shriek at the spirit. Scouting. LV4 Shadow Beast Beast Tribe Low-level monster Shadow Beast Life. Strength 19, Skill 4, Speed 21, Defense 10, Magic Defense 7, Skills Pounce, Danger Warning Peck, Howl Red Mist Veil. Talent Energy Body Absorption, Energy Body Attack Resistance, Energy Body Detection, Increased Damage to Energy Body's Blindness. The monsters that feed on energy bodies evolved specific talents targeting energy bodies through years of combat. The spirit cursed under her breath. Damn it, they are specifically targeting us. Hiss. The shadow beast screeched as it lunged at the spirit. The spirit swiftly sidestepped, then swung her sword again. Skill Duel / Activated Weakness Detection activated. Aru. The shadow beast's flank was cut open with 2 gaping wounds. Its painful howl attracted the attention of other shadow beasts, which began to surround the spirit. The spirit did not retreat. She was full of fighting spirit. The black armor enveloped her. Just then a shadow beast lunged at her, and she collided with it, unable to dodge. 0. Mutt. The damage was nothing like she imagined. Instead, the shadow beast let out a continuous wail from the impact. Now the spirit felt as if she had discovered a new world and decided to practice her headbutt technique by directly colliding with the shadow beast. Elrose watched from a distance, his mouth twitching. The posture was rather ungraceful. But the spirit was oblivious to his thoughts, or perhaps she knew but continued to crash forward. With Elrose and Sephiri present, the battle did not last long. The vanguard of shadow beasts was completely wiped out. 3 villagers were severely injured after being drained of a significant portion of their energy, while others were also wounded to varying degrees. Level up, current level 15. Skill Weapon Mastery increased, current level LV2. Elrose quickly greeted the spirit before returning with Sephiri. Before leaving, Sephiri reminded the spirit to look after the second and third ones. Remembering those 2 troublesome kids, a terrifying thought emerged in the spirit's mind. No, it won't be of any use to them. The spirit disappointedly shed her black armor. According to Elrose, more shadow beast troops were on the way. Quest triggered life and death. Quest conditions: resist the attack of the shadow beast soul collectors. Kill the gluttonous Oz. Quest rewards blessing of the dark god. Failure conditions: Lyn Eternal dies, or the statue is destroyed. Failure penalty: unknown. Through the mist, the spirit gazed into the distance. It seems I have to prepare as well. She did not expect the rocket hammer to be effective against high-level shadow beasts. After the shadow beast attack, the spirit village remained quiet for a week. But everyone knew this was the calm before the storm. In her dwelling, the spirit expelled a fist-sized purple crystal, a small teleportation crystal. How do you activate this thing? The spirit kicked the crystal. Virum. A flash of purple light appeared, and Harrison's image materialized before the spirit. You actually remember me, spirit. Cut the nonsense, I need to know how to enter the nearest human town. Harrison's image scrutinized the spirit. Sure, but only if you have something I'm interested in. The spirit thought for a moment and expunged several weapons and monster materials, all collected during her time in the labyrinth. Harrison's eyes widened as he looked at the spirit. You? Never mind. He picked and chose a few monster materials. This will do. Harrison was quite satisfied. He tossed the spirit a black robe with a red gem embedded in the chest area. Activating this teleportation crystal will allow you to enter the nearest human town. The robe will conceal your aura. Successfully collected item Deceptive Robe. Do you wish to equip it? Equip. Equip Deceptive Robe. Strength 6, Speed 10, Skill 4, Magic 1. Acquired equipment skill Mage's Mist. The spirit's face was concealed by the red mask of the robe with the rest of her covered by the robe. On the surface she appeared as a tall black-robed mage. Phew, almost ready. The spirit activated the crystal. A spire-topped church, wooden houses, and a dim damp alley. A flash of purple light appeared as a tall figure cloaked in black materialized in the town. A disoriented spirit intercepted a passerby. Where is this? The passerby glanced at her, noticing the strange red mask and the black cloak enveloping her voice sounding distinctly feminine. This is Misty Town. Are there any strange people here? The passerby silently rolled his eyes. Aren't you one? Seeing his silence, the spirit assumed he was unaware of anything, thanked him, and turned to leave. Watching the figure in black depart, the passerby contemplated before heading toward the dark alley. Misty Town, a small town in the western part of the Alahadi Empire, is named for its proximity to the Misty Forest. It is also a location in the player's beginner village. Over there. Don't let her escape. A group of soldiers chased the cloaked figure as she passed in front of a gathering of players. My. That black-cloaked figure clearly seemed to be someone with a story, a potential quest giver. 1. Several exchanged glances. Should we chase? Yes. The suspicious appearance of the cloaked figure combined with the numerous soldiers pursuing her made it hard not to suspect she was an NPC with a quest. Watching the increasing number of pursuers behind her, the spirit couldn't help but let a smirk play on her non-existent lips. To attract attention, she had engaged in quite a bit of mischief. For instance, she kicked over a beggar's broken bowl or snatched candy from a child. In short, she was up to no good. Her goal was to draw as much attention from players as possible. If there was anyone in this world who held no prejudice against the spirit, it would likely be the players. She led them a short distance outside the town. That's about enough. She turned around and quickly dispatched a group of soldiers with a few swift strikes. Compared to the monsters in the labyrinth, these soldiers were utterly defenseless. This only excited the players more. If they had any doubts before, it was now clear that she was indeed an NPC with a story. Looking at the players, the naive ones, the spirit cleared her throat and began to tell her story as expected. Brave warriors. The voice of the cloaked figure was as gentle as water. A female NPC. Could she be a runaway princess? The players couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. My hometown is about to be invaded by enemies. Ooh, please help us. The spirit's voice trembled, sounding as if she were on the verge of tears. Without a doubt, the spirit had fully embodied the image of a fragile woman through her voice. All players immediately received a system notification. Congratulations, you have triggered the series quest, The Request of the Fragile Spirit. Current quest Stage 1, help the fragile spirit repel the shadow beast forces and protect Spirit Village. Defeat the gluttonous Oz. Exclusive quest rewards 1 favor with the fragile spirit, 1 favor with Lin, 2 favor with Saisivi, 3 favor with Ia, 15 overall favor with Spirit Village. All players rewards. Safe Zone Spirit Village is now open, allowing players reincarnated as spirits to spawn within Spirit Village. Failure conditions: the fragile spirit dies or Lin dies. Failure penalty: none. Note that this quest is part of a series. Only players who complete Stage 1 are eligible to undertake subsequent quests. If Stage 1 fails, the entire series quest is considered failed. Completing all series quests grants the exclusive title Week as a Breeze. There was a lot of quest information, but upon hearing there was a quest, nearly all players clicked to accept. Seeing the expressions of the players, the spirit knew her experiment had succeeded. Indeed, as a local entity, she could send quests to players. What a bunch of good naive players. Just as the spirit sighed, her system issued a notification. Quest triggered Week as a Breeze. Quest conditions: maintain a human-like persona in front of players. The fragile spirits speak, gently show concern for players, and cry out help. When encountering shadow beasts, do not proactively attack players, and do not curse in front of players. Quest rewards overall favor with players 15. Exclusive title Familiar Strangers. Failure conditions: failure to meet the above conditions. Failure penalty: overall favor with players 15. Note that if overall favor with players drops below 0, you will not be able to issue quests to players. Are you all well? Player: we are great. Landing a big quest is simply wonderful. Phew, then that's good. Thank goodness she was quick with her words. Otherwise the quest would have ended before it even began. The spirit maintained her gentle tone. Brave warriors, please follow me. However, the spirit apparently forgot that she had been teleported here and didn't know the way at all. The spirit led the players around the misty forest for quite a while, without finding Spirit Village, and she couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Old man. It was Eluo's voice. In her panic, the spirit easily slipped up. Dad? I'm here. The players felt a gust of wind, and a handsome uncle appeared in front of the cloaked figure. The handsome uncle swiftly gave the cloaked figure a sharp slap, causing her head to be knocked askew physically. Fortunately, the players who had seen the quest information already knew the cloaked figure was not human, but a spirit, so they were not frightened. However, that didn't stop someone from speaking up for the spirit. After all, who doesn't like a fragile female NPC? Player ID Lin Shinshijin Lu was one such player. Lin Shinshijin Lu. Uncle, that was a bit too rough, don't you think? Your daughter has traveled a long way to seek help, and you hit her. Iloar. Fragile. Iloar recalled the spirit practicing Iron Head skill against shadow beasts. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The more he looked at this kid, the more he wanted to smack him. At the same time, Lin Shen Shijian Lu received a system notification. Skill Spirit's hostility triggered. Iloar initial favor 15. Current favor has reached the level of hatred. Iloar glared at him, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. The tense atmosphere made the spirit even more anxious. If Iloar were to attack this player, her quest would likely be ruined. The spirit, now with her head back on straight, hurriedly grabbed Iloar. Dad there, guess I invited for help. You? So I just come back with me. Iloar, did this old man get switched out after going out? Where did his former strong personality go? Fearing that shadow beasts might be lurking nearby, Iloar hurriedly took the spirit and the players back to Spirit Village. Phantoms are largely formed by the lingering thoughts of intelligent beings after their death. Among them, humans make up the majority, resulting in a generally lower level of hatred that phantom-like creatures harbor towards humans. At least this is what the player's monster compendium states. Triggered skill Phantoms hostility. Reckless Phantoms start with a favorability of 11. Triggered skill Phantoms hostility. Patient Phantoms start with a favorability of 7. Triggered skill Phantoms hostility. As Lin Shen passed by each Phantom villager, the system prompted him once. He decided to mute the system. After arriving at the Phantom village, Ilos simply dropped them off. Lin said to arrange these people as you wish. The Phantoms nodded obediently. Ilos gave her a puzzled glance. Are you all right? I'm fine, master. Ilos thought, could it be that I was too harsh just now and damaged her head? But that doesn't make sense as she has no brain. The soft and sticky tone made Ilos shiver all over. Ilos thought, it seems her head really is damaged. Without looking back, Ilos left. The Phantom removed her black robe, revealing a dark figure before the players. Lin Shen felt as if he had seen a Phantom before. The Phantom village welcomes you again, brave warriors. The introduction of Phantoms automatically popped up on all players' panels. LV-15 Delicate Phantom. A female Phantom residing in the Phantom village, appearing weak, skilled in close combat. Note, this is a key character for the quest. Players are advised to ensure her safety. Big Sister. X22 small Phantoms quickly floated over, namely the second and third. The rare child Phantoms of the Phantom village, mischievous and adorable, enjoy clinging to the delicate Phantoms and excel in long-range magic. The rare child Phantoms of the Phantom village, lacking opinions, are fond of the aura of the delicate Phantoms and are skilled in long-range magic. You two come back to me. A giant hand formed from magical energy grabbed the two small Phantoms. Teacher Sasivi, we are already off class. LV-38 Sasivi Eternal. The magic tutor of the Phantom village, knowledgeable about many secrets, takes a liking to promising members of her race. She is a serious and responsible teacher skilled in long-range magic. Sasivi stated, then let's have an extra class. Not allowing the two small ones to refuse, the magical hand whisked them away quickly. The little interlude came and went swiftly. Forgive me for the awkwardness. The Phantom broke the tension and spoke seriously. We are about to be attacked by our natural enemies and require your assistance, brave warriors. Are you willing to help us through this crisis? We are willing. Of course. Those unwilling wouldn't have come anyway. Fortunately, the Phantom currently has no facial features, though otherwise the players would have noticed her triumphant smile. Then we will trouble you during this time. The Phantom village will provide you with what you need. Trade partner unlocked. Phantom village. Also, please promote us more. We need more warriors, the more the better. No problem. The Phantom village belongs to the monster faction, and the items sold within are of course different from those in human towns. A week passed and the small groups of players gradually arrived, including several very famous gaming guilds. Today is also the day of the decisive battle against the Shadow Beast army. Shadow Beast Spirit Chasers. The Phantom village was already surrounded by the dark, menacing Shadow Beast, a sight that would terrify anyone. The players and the Phantoms were already on high alert. The Phantoms clustered around Lin, who was praying softly. Dark God, please grant us strength. A faint light illuminated every player and Phantom. Status acquired: fearless, powerful, unyielding. Victory shall belong to the children of the Dark God. A dark gray energy suddenly exploded within the mass of shadow beasts, causing the eyeless monstrosities to become chaotic. Roar! An angry roar resounded from the shadow beasts. Lin Eternal. You dare conspire with humans? A strange creature flew out from the group of shadow beasts. It had a wolf-like body, crow-like wings, a beak, and blood-red eyes. Lin, shedding her usual gentle demeanor, began to curse furiously. OTZ. Stop talking nonsense. Today I will pluck every single hair from you. Mission target appeared. Please note, players. LV-33 Gluttonous OTZ Beast Clan Low-Tier Monster Great Shadow Beast Shaman. Target level too high to obtain specific abilities. The Phantom withdrew her gaze, secretly calculating how to maximize her gains. At this moment, OTZ and Lin had already exchanged several rounds, with OTZ slightly gaining the upper hand. The players and the Phantom villagers were also embroiled in combat with the Shadow Beast army. Sasivi remained behind to provide support and did not participate in the battle. Ilos was entangled by 3 higher-tier shadow beasts and unable to assist Lin. In the chaotic battlefield, the Phantom chose to wait for an opportunity to strike. After all, her current persona is that of a delicate Phantom. However, this behavior made the players quite displeased, but they could only endure as this NPC was a crucial character for the mission. The shadow beasts had fewer concerns. Suddenly, a wolf claw shot out from the shadows, narrowly missing the phantom. Gore. The shadow beast lowly growled as it revealed its form. It was twice the size of a normal shadow beast with wings on its back. LV-16 higher shadow beast. The oppressive feeling struck hard. Skill hero's heart activated. Fear nullified. Black armor enveloped the phantom, a sharp, long sword unsheathed. The phantom took a deep breath and shouted, "Help!" Several players rushed towards the phantom as they had specifically assigned personnel to protect important NPCs before the battle began. A series of painful metallic clashing sounds echoed. The phantom was already grappling with the shadow beast. The arriving players were dumbfounded. The speed of both parties was too fast, and they were clearly on different levels. What is the point of this protection? All they could see was the health bars. The good news was that the phantom's health bar was still full while the shadow beast's health was slowly declining. Two words popped into the players' minds. Scraping. Roar. The furious roar resounded. A red light flashed, and the phantom's health bar instantly dropped by a third. What the hell? Big sister, don't you dare die. The players guarding outside became anxious, but fortunately the phantom managed to deal with the shadow beast without further danger. Tisk. A third of the phantom's body vanished. Fortunately, she currently felt no pain. However, what bothered her more was that her armor, cursed armor, showed as damaged and could not be equipped. Level up. Now at level 17. The players immediately protected the phantom. On the other side, Lin and Otz's battle was also nearing its end. Lin, eternal. Do not resist futilely. Otz's shrill voice pierced through the battlefield. You are destined to become our food. Skillcrow's whisper activated. Otz's voice imbued with magic weakened the fighting spirit of the phantoms and players. Foolish creature. Skill battle stance activated. Defense 132, strength 132. Lin erupted, kicking Otz's beak. Askew physical attack. Act. OTZ covered his beak, but did not forget to swipe back at Lin with a claw. Lin's health instantly dropped to 1. The prolonged battle had evidently drained Otz's stamina, leaving him with only 6 of his health. Lin, however, faced no such limitation. Until her health reached 0, the undead would remain in their prime state. With only 1 of her health left, Otz's strike nearly sent her back to the dark god. Lin, eternal death awaits you. Oz concentrated his magic and struck fiercely at Lin. The deafening sound of the explosion drowned out everything on the battlefield. The battered arrows intercepted Ounce's attack, risking his life to escape from the 3 superior shadow beasts. Get away. Oz pushed Eros back and began to gather magic again. Protect the NPCs. Go. The players quickly formed a human wall to block. Unfortunately, their levels were too low, and facing such a boss-level attack, they were nearly wiped out in an instant. Just as the attack was about to hit Lin, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of her. Direct hit. The phantom's barrier was clearly unable to withstand this attack. After the explosion, smoke filled the air. It's over. The smoke did not obstruct the players from observing the health bars. The fragile phantom's health bar dropped to 0, its name grayed out. Strangely, Ounce's health bar also dropped to 0 for some unknown reason. Lin's health bar still had a sliver left. Damn, that was all for nothing. The players felt a mix of emotions. The remaining shadow beasts scattered in fear after their leader was defeated, and the surviving phantom villagers had no intention of pursuing. There were no victorious cheers. They silently began to clean up the battlefield. The players, however, waited reluctantly for the system to calculate the results. Quest completed. And cough cough. As the smoke cleared, the phantom dissipated into a cloud of black mist. Skill Will of the Fallen enters cooldown. Level up. Current level 20 career skill charge learned. Current level cap reached experience overflow. Phew. Thankfully, the damage was sufficient. The desperate counterattack succeeded in killing Oz. You really scared me there, kid. Lin gently caressed the phantom. With the protection of the dark god, I will not perish easily. Vivitia. After all that, you have a second phase? The phantom felt speechless, but was relieved that she had secured a kill. It wasn't a total loss. Transforming back into a shadow, the phantom's system began to calculate. Quest completed. Obtained title acquainted at first sight. I think it's time. Lin murmured. It seems you are one of the chosen. Vivitia. I don't count as a person right now. Lin gathered the phantom and flew back to the village. The phantom village was the second battlefield, but fortunately, there were not many shadow beasts attacking here. With Seathwee's presence and the players' forces, they successfully held the line. Returning to the temple, Lin directly inserted the phantom into the statue, and yes, she really did insert it. The phantom felt as though she had entered a hazy void, an ancient and powerful aura enveloping her. It felt comfortable, like returning to a mother's embrace. Someone was watching her. Welcome, my child. The gentle voice made the phantom feel deeply at ease. Where is this? Who are you? This is the birthplace of all phantoms as well as their resting place. The mysterious voice answered the phantom's questions leisurely. And I am their mother, Kawina Eternal. A woman's figure materialized in the void, her appearance indistinct. Without needing to investigate, the phantom could sense that she and the mysterious woman were beings from completely different realms. My child. The woman gently patted the phantom's small head. Your name is Vivitia Eternal. The woman's voice echoed in the void, and the phantom felt an overwhelming sense of relief. As if recognized by the world, the strange sensation of traversing disappeared. In its place was a solid sense of strength. Vivitia Eternal. The phantom, or rather Vivitia, murmured her name and lost consciousness. When she awoke again, Vivitia was floating in front of the statue in her black mist form. The lifeless statue seemed to have been watching her all along. Skill acquired protection of the Dark God. Congratulations, acquired name Vivitia Eternal. Weapons will automatically advance in tier. Steel Longsword Vivitia Longsword. Steel Battle Axe 2 Vivitia's Axe 2. Damaged Cursed Armor Damaged Vivitia's Armor. Deceitful Robe Vivitia Robe. Vivitia's lips twitched. This meant she had become a monster that could drop equipment. Conditions met. Race can advance. Vivitia floated quietly for a while. Although Kawina had intentionally restrained her aura, the impact on her was still significant. That feeling of facing an elephant as an ant was truly unpleasant. Race advancement. An electronic panel appeared. Superior Phantom. Phantoms that have surpassed their standard lifespan are rare, generally adept in magic, and possess compatibilities far beyond typical superior beings. Basic ability values increase. Leveling up grants additional ability points and new talents. The image on the panel was no longer a mass of black mist. It was clear to see that it was the shape of a woman. With silver eyes and no other facial features, the most important thing was that she had hair. For the sake of the hair, no, for the sake of becoming stronger. Advancement. The black mist gradually thickened and expanded, beams of light piercing through the mist. The woman's figure slowly solidified, with a slender form, silver eyes, and silhouette-like long hair flowing behind her. Advancement complete. Basic attributes increased. Gain new talent Magic Vision, broadening your sight. Vision. The phantom had previously been able to see things. However, it was nothing compared to true vision. She relied more on sound and breath to identify people. Current profession has reached level cap. Can change class. The electronic panel switched, displaying new professions. Phantom Hunter, a special profession, a bounty hunter among phantoms skilled in tracking reconnaissance traps and ambushes, possessing considerable combat abilities. Level cap 20. Phantom Warrior, an advanced profession of phantom warriors capable of command and leadership, adept in team combat. Level cap 20. Phantom Rogue, conditions for class change: speed greater than 80, stealthy as a shadow, possessing an exceptionally high evasion rate, skilled in assassination attacks. Level cap 15. Phantom Nun, a special profession, a phantom that believes in the Dark God, capable of gaining immense power through prayer or sacrifice, a loyal follower of the Dark God. Level cap 30. After careful consideration, Vivitia first ruled out the Phantom Nun. She did not wish to be a loyal follower. Next, she also dismissed the Phantom Warrior. Teamwork was not her strong suit. Of the remaining two professions, Vivitia chose the Phantom Hunter with the strongest combat capability. The glow of class change enveloped Vivitia. Class transition complete. Ethereal Hunter. A compact short bow materialized in Vivitia's hands, the signature weapon of the Ethereal Hunter. Arcane weapon Vivitia's short bow. Anything she held acquired the prefix Vivitia's, enhancing its base stats. New skills acquired: Prey Scent, Ambush Hunter's Craft, Hunting Instinct, Trap Mastery. End skill upgraded: Perception, Hunter's Eye. Attribute panel. Name Vivitia Eternity, Undead Loadier Spectre here. Ethereal Hunter in level 1 in HP, 365 in MP, 12 in Strength, 68 in Dexterity, 72 in Magic, 0 in Speed, 93 in Defense, 7 in Magic Resistance, 5 in Constitution, 6 in Experience, 0 in Titles. Slayer of Minor Beasts, Bone Reaper, the first one, Instant Kinship. Skills: Levitation, Night Vision, Hunter's Eye, Materialization, Swordsmanship, LV6, Heart of the Valiant, Desperate, Counter Weapon Proficiency, LV2, Will of the Fallen, Weakness, Insight, Portable Pouch, Ethereal Mark, Veterans, Resolve, Common, Tongue, Two-Phase, Strike, Charge, Guardian of the Shadow God, Prey, Scent, Ambush Hunters, Craft, Hunting Instinct, Trap Mastery. Innate traits: immunity to physical attacks, ethereal resistance to shadow magic, arcane vision, panoramic sight. A ceaseless surge of power welled up within her. Vivitia felt utterly at ease. This softness, having hair, truly makes all the difference. Vivitia ran her fingers through her locks, savoring the sensation. In a wake, Lynn had entered silently. It seems the Shadow God has acknowledged you, child. Or should I now call you Vivitia Eternity? Vivitia instantly straightened her posture. Each encounter with Lynn stirred an inexplicable tension within her. Lynn chuckled softly and gently raised Vivitia to her feet. Lynn, come with me. Within the Ethereal Village, players and Ethereal villagers alike were resting and tending to wounds. Having completed the quest, most fallen players chose to revive here. 1/3 of the Ethereal villagers perished in battle, and player casualties were likewise heavy. Yet their fearless aid swiftly earned the villagers' trust and acceptance. Player A, we've reaped quite a haul. This safe zone sells gear that's both affordable and exceptionally effective. Player B, indeed, we've profited greatly. Our guild's decision was sound. Those shadow beasts granted abundant experience, enough to level us to 7. Survivors of the mission had all surged dramatically in level. Many were now among the highest ranked players in the world. Player C, look, there's a new NPC. Player D, she even has a name. Vivitia, we've never seen her before. Players knew only 3 named NPCs resided in the Ethereal Village. How had a 4th appeared? In special reincarnation condition unlocked Vivitia's favor 10. Instinctively many players opened their favor interface. Vivitia's entry displayed a mere 1. In player, A, that frail ethereal girl. Player C, whoa, has she evolved? In Lin and Vivitia exchanged quiet words. Lin smiled and gave Vivitia a gentle nudge forward. All eyes turned toward Vivitia. In Vivitia, thank you brave warriors for your aid. In she drew forth 2 iron gray battle axes. In Vivitia, these are yours by right. Every gaze locked onto the twin axes. In arcane weapon detected Vivitia's axes. In an arcane weapon. Players' eyes burned with fervent desire. In arcane weapons, enchanted arms bearing stat bonuses, some even granting unique abilities, dwarf their current rusted blades and chipped staves. Vivitia placed the axes upon the ground. She would not bestow them directly upon any single player. In better inequality than injustice. In she delivered the gift, how it was divided remained the player's own affair. At Vivitia's subtle nod players gathered close. In Vivitia's axes 8 strength, 5 dexterity 6 speed, 4 defense, 3 magic resistance. Unique passive Vivitia's might. Vivitia's axes 3 strength, 2 dexterity 9 speed. Unique passive Vivitia's swiftness. In exquisite artifacts. Yet not all players coveted weapons. A player named, I don't know how to play, stepped forward and halted Vivitia. And I don't know how to play, Mistress Ethereal. Do you require our aid further? He had not forgotten this was a multi-stage quest. Stage 1 alone bore extraordinary arcane weapon rewards. What might later stages yield? Vivitia paused and thought. Not for now, and I don't know how to play very well. Should you need us, please do not hesitate to summon us. The player bid Vivitia farewell, then murmured to himself, there must be a cooldown on quest progression. And by then the players had already settled the distribution of the axes. The 2 axes went to members of 2 renowned gaming guilds. In return, they generously compensated all present players with gold. Increasing numbers of players approached Vivitia, eagerly inquiring about follow-up quests. Vivitia answered each question patiently without irritation. In Vivitia, not for now. And this earnest humility deepened the players' goodwill toward her. Lin stepped forward gracefully to intervene. In Lin, brave humans, we shall host a grand celebration in honor of our ethereal friends. You are all warmly invited. The ethereal village had suffered little damage. That very evening, a victory feast commenced after minimal cleanup. Ethereal villagers lit their distinctive bonfires, flames of radiant, cerulean blue. More ethereals manifested their powers, shifting into myriad forms to spar and playfully compete with players. The 2 youngest ethereals, newly born, rejoiced most. Such a gathering was beyond anything they had ever witnessed. Mist veiled the ethereal village, but it could not obscure Vivitia's sight. The hunter's eye revealed vistas once invisible to her. Vivitia stood atop the watchtower gazing into the distance. Amidst the festive clamor, she preferred solitude. In why not join the humans in sparring? Alos stood behind her, stretching languidly. A flicker of melancholy passed across Vivitia's silvery eyes. In Vivitia, they remind me of my home, long ago. Your former home. And Alos fell silent, lost in contemplation. Into an ethereal former, meant before death. Alos did not know Vivitia's life before death, but the shadow god's recognition alone bespoke extraordinary origins, either noble genius or royal princess. Her cause of death required no guesswork. Alos himself had endured the sordid intrigues of great houses in his own lifetime. And Vivitia, unaware of his musings, merely reflected quietly on her new existence here. Alos gently patted Vivitia's slender shoulder. And Alos, grieve not. But should you choose vengeance, we shall stand with you always. And with that he departed, leaving Vivitia standing there bewildered. Vivitia, vengeance, and character profile updated. A cold synthetic voice echoed in her mind. And Vivitia stared blankly, brows furrowed. She opened her interface. Nothing appeared amiss. Shrugging inwardly, she let it be. Lin Eternal, Seisui Eternal, AI Lossy Eternal, and now there is another Vivitia Eternal. The player ID Wulong is the commander of the well-known gaming guild Apocalypse. As a seasoned player, he keenly sensed the uniqueness of Vivitia. Character information. An electronic panel popped up displaying Vivitia's avatar. Vivitia Eternal, a frail phantom brought back by Seisui from the Olya Great Maze. Vivitia is one of the few phantoms skilled in close combat. It is rumored that she was once of noble or royal descent, striving for revenge through her cultivation. Wulong, noble or royal descent. Training for revenge. Wulong instantly envisioned a dramatic tale of 30 years of fortune changing hands. That can't be wrong. He highlighted the key points next to Vivitia's avatar. Opposing nobility or royalty, she must have a wealth of experience. The night quickly passed, and the morning sunlight pierced through the mist, illuminating Vivitia's face. Unknowingly, she had stood there all night, and Vivitia stretched her stiff old back if she had won. Turning around, she found a group of players gathered behind her without her noticing. One must wonder what it feels like to be stared at by a crowd early in the morning. In any case, Vivitia felt they wanted her to drop some gold coins. Vivitia immediately drew her sword and entered combat mode. Warning, you have been locked on by Vivitia. Warning, you have been locked on by Vivitia. Warning. A series of warnings flashed across, and the players immediately distanced themselves from Vivitia. Many of them had witnessed Vivitia's scraping sword technique, but against them it might just mean a bone scraping. Wulong, calm down, Miss Phantom. Shaking his head, Wulong stepped forward. We mean no harm, we just came to bid you farewell. Wulong rubbed his hands, looking like a fly. But how will we contact you in the future? Taking a gamble to get a head start when the official public test begins. Vivitia sheathed her sword and gave him a disdainful glance. How would I know? I can't even add you as friends. Just as the words fell, Wulong's system immediately received a notification. Received a friend request from Vivitia Eternal. Successfully added player Wulong. Can it really be like this? Vivitia thought for a moment and noted Wulong as fly. Wulong appeared much calmer. If these NPCs have a favor system, then it's no surprise they also have a friend system. After some thought, he noted Vivitia as experience pack. Mission accomplished. Wulong bid farewell to the players and Vivitia. Vivitia watched his departing figure and immediately reacted. Wulong. There wouldn't be a Fengchu, would there? Vivitia guessed correctly, there was indeed a Fengchu, but she hadn't participated in this mission at all. Vivitia's life returned to normal, training with AI Luosi and learning knowledge from Seisui, listening to Lin tell stories about the Dark God. A week passed. One day Vivitia was practicing with AI Luosi as usual. At that moment she felt an inexplicable power surge through her. AI Luosi, here it comes, the power of the gods. AI Luosi frowned. Vivitia, the power of the gods. AI Luosi, you should be able to sense it. Every time this power arrives, we are fixed in the current area and cannot move out. And this power does not know when it will dissipate. After it fades, new regions or landscapes will appear and old areas will disappear. Vivitia immediately understood that the reason she was trapped in the maze back then must have been due to this so-called power of the gods. It was just that she had been too low in level to sense it at that time. Seeing Vivitia deep in thought, AI Luosi smiled. AI Luosi, don't worry too much, after all worrying won't help. Vivitia admired this laid-back attitude. In the real world, dear players, the second testing of Rebirth has ended. Based on player feedback, we will revise and refine unreasonable designs in the game. We look forward to seeing you at the official public launch. The number of players in the second test was significantly higher than in the first, with many crying out for mercy. For the upcoming third public test, Rebirth has modified the rules. After players die, their levels will no longer reset to 0, but will drop by a fixed 10 levels. Force damage has been increased, making crowd tactics viable, and other races have been opened up. The game named Rebirth means that players' races, appearances, and even initial abilities are not chosen by the players, but left to fate. The official version of the game has also added a growth stage, meaning players will start from the toddler stage rather than being adults from the beginning. The game announced vague probabilities. Humanoid creatures account for 60, while the remaining 40 are non-humanoid creatures. They did not disclose the specific probabilities. Additionally, they have incorporated various mazes and factions into the game. The basic data of all internal testers has been deleted. As a reward for pioneers, they can choose one skill or item from their original character to bring to their new character in the public test. For months later in the Phantom Village, Lin was praying before the statue as usual. The power of the gods has disappeared. She opened her eyes and looked outside. The power of the gods had confined the phantoms to the Phantom Village. Fortunately, they were undead. Had it been an ordinary human village, they would have starved to death long ago. Lin. Seisui rushed in a panic. Lin was a bit surprised. It was rare for anything to make Seisui this flustered. Lin asked slowly, what's wrong? Seisui, there are new clansmen. Lin, oh, it is indeed time to find new clansmen. Every time after the power of the gods passes, many new clansmen can be found in the maze, but Seisui had never reacted this strongly before. Seisui, no. Our village has birthed new clansmen. Lin was momentarily taken aback. Phantoms are mostly formed from the obsessions of intelligent beings after their death, and there are no living intelligent beings here. Lin, say that again. Seisui shouted, new clansmen have been born, and there are quite a few of them. Lin looked at Seisui in confusion. Are you serious? Seisui replied, of course. With a confirmed answer, Lin, without caring for a prayer, directly went with Seisui to see the newly emerged tribespeople. Reincarnation complete. Current race Void Spirit. Reincarnation location Void Spirit Village. The public test of reincarnation was an instant sensation. In the presence of a vast number of players, even with low odds, a few lucky ones were chosen as void spirits. Vivitia gazed at the swirling black mist before her, feeling as though she had returned to her childhood days. There were a total of 56 void spirits in the village. This time, 23 players reincarnated at once, comprising half of the village's population. Player, a void spirit village. Looks like this is the novice village, seemingly part of the monster faction. Many players were looking around, while some gathered in small groups to share information. Player B, what the hell? Why are the initial stats so low? I thought this was a hidden super strong race. Player C, why do I have a life countdown on my panel? Player D, damn, I have one too, but why is it only 29 days left? The once quiet void spirit village now resembled a bustling market. Vivitia felt somewhat irritated. Vivitia, silence. A voice filled with authority rang out. The players finally noticed an NPC standing before them, seemingly a novice guide. The silhouette of the woman was tall, her silhouette like long hair, casually draped over her shoulders, her silver eyes filled with impatience. Vivitia, now you have two choices, either lay down and wait for death, or strive to become a villager here. With the crisp sound of the woman's voice, the players' systems finally received prompts. Task triggered, awakening of the void spirit. Task conditions successfully awaken any profession. Reward life countdown extended. Failure none. Note when the life countdown reaches 0, the character data of Void Spirit players will be permanently deleted. Vivitia, do you understand? The crowd replied understood. Not far away, Lin and Wei observed all this, feeling quite surprised. On one hand, the intelligence of the new tribespeople was evidently high, unlike the naive Void Spirits just born. On the other hand, they were astonished by Vitia's commanding ability. It seemed that what Ila said might indeed be true. Vivitia was likely of noble or royal descent, and her status was not low. After all, the aura of those in power cannot be cultivated in just a day. Vivitia was unaware of their thoughts. At this moment, Lin frowned slightly. Something feels off. She felt that the more she looked at these tribespeople, the less they seemed like true Void Spirits. Wei indeed. Wei also calmed down and upon reflection realized that these new tribespeople clearly had issues. Wei, so do we still need to go to the maze? Lin, of course, every child of the Dark God is precious. Lin elegantly turned to leave, leaving Wei to watch the players not far away. A small Void Spirit exclaimed, "Big sister, are these all new little friends?" 2 little Void Spirits appeared from nowhere. Their lessons had basically ended. Wei now allowed them to cultivate independently. What made her even happier was that there were finally tribespeople younger than them. Vivitia looked at the 2 little Void Spirits and had a bold idea. Vivitia, do you like them? Then I will leave these tribespeople to you. Vivitia turned and left without a trace of reluctance. Currently, these players had yet to develop, and she truly did not want to waste too much time on them. In the misty forest, Vivitia found the trap she had previously set. With the eye of the hunter, Vivitia could see many invisible things. For instance, the trap she had set specifically to capture spiritual entities. With a bountiful harvest, the trap had captured 3 ghosts. Speaking of which, ghosts were somewhat related to her. Both were intelligent beings formed after death. However, Void Spirits were much rarer than ghosts. Faced with these still unintelligent ghosts, Vivitia did not hold back. She quickly dealt with the 3 ghosts and her experience bar rose significantly. These spiritual-type prey could provide her with considerable experience. However, the purpose of Vitia's trip was not merely these few ghosts. Her target was the bounty head deeper in the misty forest, a serpent-like monster known as Furious Fong. After changing her class to Void Spirit Hunter, Vitia's panel had a new item bounty list filled with boss targets. The benefit was that it displayed the nearest bounty head to her. Her current goal was to attempt to kill the bounty heads listed to see what differences existed compared to ordinary bosses. Skill hunters sent activated prey in this area as follows: Mushroom Spirit LV3, Forest Mouse LV5, Giant Falcon LV7, Ancient Tree Elder LV9, Young Adventurer LV10, Young Adventurer LV11, Elite Adventurer LV15, Furious Fong LV23. Vivitia found you. Following the scent of Furious Fong, Vivitia walked deeper. In the depths of the misty forest, 3 adventurers were battling a massive serpent-like monster. A black-armored hawk swung a spear to block the tail whip of the serpent monster. The gigantic serpent monster emitted an enraged hiss. Hiss, hiss. The hawk felt his hands tremble slightly as he gripped the spear. The difference in strength between him and the monster was too great. Hawk, no wonder it's a famous bounty monster. It's truly a tough opponent. The 2 adventurers behind him were frantically drinking healing potions. They were quite unlucky. In the vast misty forest, there were only a few famous bounty monsters. One was the roaming Furious Fong Serpentine Sin. Another was the flying Wind Chaser Rock Eagle. One was the stationary Ancient Tree Elder Go. And there was a stealthy Devotee Lin. They just happened to encounter a roaming one. Hiss. The thick snake tail constantly struck the ground, and the serpent monster raised its enormous head high. The bright golden snake eyes coldly stared at the 3 as the black scales of Serpentine Sin gradually turned crimson. Here it comes. The serpent's signature move, and the reason it was called Furious Fong. Skill Wrath of the Serpent King activated. Serpentine Sin's body ignited, and the surrounding air felt as if it had been set ablaze. The hawk suddenly felt more than half of the moisture in his body evaporate. Looking at the 2 newcomers, they had directly turned into mummies. Serpentine Sin die humans. Serpentine Sin lunged at the hawk with an absurd speed. Crack! A sudden shattering sound echoed through the forest. Serpentine Sin swallowed the hawk whole, revealing a disgusted expression. Serpentine Sin, this human tastes just like stone. As the burning flames extinguished, Serpentine Sin seemingly casually glanced at the distant hillside. On the distant hillside, with the help of the eye of the hunter, Vivitia witnessed everything that transpired. Vivitia, I didn't expect these bounty heads to be so powerful. They are much stronger than ordinary bosses. Thinking of the burning giant serpent from earlier, Vivitia felt that even if it stood still and let her strike, she would be the first to die. At that moment, Vivitia sensed a magical fluctuation above her. Sun had always been a person who prepared an escape route for himself. Years of adventurer experience had taught him, if you don't run, the grass on your grave will be 2 meters high. After a surge of magical energy, Sun fell from the sky. Sun, I hope this won't hurt too much. He felt no pain, as if something had caught him. As he opened his eyes, he was met with a pair of silver eyes seemingly belonging to a woman. Sun forced a polite smile. Before he could see the person clearly, he felt the world spinning around him. He was kicked off the cliff. Vivitia could only feel unlucky as a black head fell from the sky. That black head inexplicably squeezed out a smile. It was a bit scary, no, it was frightfully spooky. Luckily, she reacted quickly and kicked the black head down. Wei Taya, it seems this bounty target is beyond my ability to handle. She decided to return home and plan further. However, before she could walk far, a giant snake blocked her path. Hiss. The giant snake flicked its tongue, clearly displaying an expression of having waited for a long time. Wei Taya silently stepped back while placing her hand on the sword hilt. Shashin, don't be scared, little one. Shashin felt a bit of a headache, not expecting it to be a spirit. He could easily kill anything else. The problem was that spirits were notoriously protective of their own. To make matters worse, there happened to be a spirit village in the Misty Forest. There were a few tough characters in there. He needed to confirm whether this was a wandering spirit or one from the village. If it was a wandering one, he wouldn't be polite. Wei Taya sensed Shexin's killing intent. It seemed that a fierce battle was inevitable. Skill Hunters I activated. LV-23 Ferocious Fang Shashin Beast Clan Low-level Magical Beast Flame Python's Titan Giant Python Life. Strength 1, 86 Magic 135 Skill 33 Speed 57 Defense 63 Magic Defense 79 Wei Taya took a deep breath and slowly drew her longsword. Skill Hunting Instinct activated. Damage to bounty target increased. Hiss. Shashin instantly spewed a torrent of flames. Wei Taya's body quickly dispersed into a cloud of black mist to evade. Under the vision of her innate magical power, she could see all the magical traces. Wei Taya solidified in midair, drawing her short bow to shoot 3 arrows at Shashin. Shashin didn't take her attack seriously at all, swinging its gigantic tail to knock down the incoming arrows. 3 arrows were knocked down and stuck into the ground. Shashin hiss. Is that all you can do, little one? Shashin mocked while also secretly cutting off Wei Taya's retreat. Wei Taya was unfazed. She continued to shoot 5 more arrows. As expected, they were still knocked down by Shashin. Hiss. Shashin lost patience. Skill Wrath of the Snake King activated. Surrounded by flames, Shashin charged fiercely towards Wei Taya in the air. The overwhelming heat hit her. Since becoming an undead, it was the first time Wei Taya felt hot and cold. She sidestepped narrowly, avoiding the attack. Yet at such a close distance, she couldn't avoid being burned by the flames. Gained abnormal status, burning 5 HP per minute. Wei Taya retaliated with her sword. Skill Spirit Mark activated. Skill Weakness Identification activated. Skill Duel / activated. After a series of jarring metallic clashes. Hiss. Shashin in pain pulled back. Its tongue flicked as its right side bore a long cut inflicted by Wei Taya. Hiss hiss hiss. The golden snake pupils coldly stared at Wei Taya, who had returned to the ground. Shashin's spirit, you have successfully enraged me. A massive snake tail suddenly slammed down, causing fissures in the earth to spread from Shashin. Wei Taya nimbly jumped up her entire form, transforming back into black mist enveloping her longsword. The longsword pointed straight at Shexin's vitals, and with a bang it shot forth. Shashin, you spirit. Shashin was both shocked and angry, the flames on its body instantly doubling. The raging flames burned on Shexin's body, and scalding magma bubbled up from the cracks in the ground. Shashin, you foolish creature. Shashin did not retreat, but charged directly toward the longsword. The longsword, wrapped in black mist, skillfully turned around and avoided Shashin, embedding itself in the ground behind him. Wei Taya, transformed back into her human form, sheathed her longsword. Shashin, due to inertia, nearly fell off the cliff. Shashin hiss. Cunning spirit, but your little tricks won't work anymore. Shashin believed it had seen through Wei Taya's tactics, proudly raising its serpent head. Wei Taya nodded. Indeed, this is where it ends, you big dumb snake. Wei Taya snapped her fingers, and 8 light points appeared around Shashin. These were the 8 arrows that had previously been knocked down by Shashin. Trap activated. The 8 light points connected into a large net, firmly trapping Shashin. Shashin hiss. Cunning creature. Furious, Shashin struggled to break free. Unfortunately, this net seemed specially prepared for it, tightening the more it struggled. Wei Taya replied indifferently, oh. Then under Shexin's furious gaze, she greased her feet and ran away. Her condition was poor now. A half of her HP had been burned away. If she forced another attack, she would surely be the first to return to the underworld. By the time Wei Taya returned to the spirit village, it was already dusk. 2 little spirits were still enthusiastically teaching players. Alos scrutinized Wei Taya. Did you encounter that snake? Wei Taya nodded. Alos' expression darkened immediately. It seems that foolish snake is tired of living. Wei Taya held Alos' arm. I'm fine, teacher. Leave that snake to me. Alos looked at Wei Taya. In just a few months, the little spirit had grown to this level. Sometimes he even suspected that Wei Taya might be the embodiment of the dark god. Alos, I really don't know why you're working so hard. Alos sighed. Prepare yourself, come with me to the Olya Great Maze. We are going to fetch new clan members. Wei Taya contemplated for a moment and agreed to Alos. Dusk, there was little difference between day and night for spirits. Wei Taya put on a robe, simply tied her long hair into a ponytail, and stood on the teleportation array with Alos. After a dizzying spin, Wei Taya and Alos appeared in the Olya Great Maze. Returning to the long-lost hometown, Vivitia looked around. This was not the place where she was taken away by Sai Wei. The dim underground maze was filled with the low growls of monsters, clearly unwelcome. Alos, follow me. Alos charged ahead with Vivitia closely behind. Fortunately, the monsters in the maze only issued warning sounds and did not come out to obstruct the two phantoms. After winding through, the two phantoms finally reached their destination. Alos, this is the place. An empty room. Alos stepped forward and sat cross-legged in the center, immediately falling silent, as if in deep meditation. Vivitia found it a bit strange, but did not ask much. She first patrolled the area, setting up simple defensive traps before sitting beside Alos. After waiting for a short while the ground began to shake violently, Vivitia transformed into a black mist and floated in midair. After a burst of bright light, 5 small clouds of black mist appeared before them. Vivitia scanned with her hunter's eye. Her gaze focused on a cloud of black mist. LV3 Phoenix Chick Player Life 7 Strength 0 3 Magic 3 Skill 0 2 Speed 2 9 Defense 0 Magic Defense 2. Warning: you have been targeted by the Phantom Hunter Vivitia. The Phoenix Chick immediately became alert. She didn't know how she was suddenly teleported here and locked on. It wouldn't be a forced boss battle, would it? The small black mist pulled out a gray iron battle axe from somewhere. Weapon skill Vivitia speed activated. In the blink of an eye, the small black mist now attached to the battle axe flew out. However, it didn't fly far before the axe was caught by a large net that sprang up from the ground. Vivitia transformed back into human form and picked up the battle axe. Vivitia, where did you get this? Phoenix Chick, where did you get it? I bought it for a hefty price during the internal testing in the guild, not stolen from you. Though this weapon is indeed valuable with decent attributes and the accompanying skill, Vivitia speed. Wait, Vivitia speed. The weapon is named Vivitia's Axe. Phantom Hunter, Vivitia. Seeing her not respond, Vivitia was not angry. After all, she had already given this item away, and there was no need to care about it. Vivitia wiped the battle axe and returned it to the Phoenix Chick. The Phoenix Chick caught the battle axe and immediately received a system notification. Weapon level increased. New skill acquired. Vivitia's breath. Phoenix Chick. Whoa, Vivitia. As a fellow phantom, Vivitia could sense the Phoenix Chick's fiery gaze. Vivitia, what are you looking at? I'm not into girls. Vivitia adjusted her robe, returning to a cool demeanor. Alos raised an eyebrow, but did not speak. Then, disregarding the small phantom's resistance, he waved his robe, enveloping them. Alos, be safe and come back early. Vivitia shook her head. I want to cultivate here, master. Alos, unusually calm this time, did not oppose and merely nodded at Vivitia. Alos, take care and return soon. After a wave of spatial fluctuation, Alos disappeared into the maze. Vivitia transformed into mist and flew through the air to scout. Skill Predator's breath activated. The prey in this area is as follows. LV1 Poisonous Swamp, Horned Frog, LV3 Skeleton Soldier, LV3 Skeleton Archer, LV4 Young Adventurer, LV5 Young Adventurer, LV7 Older Adventurer, LV8 Regretful One. It can now be confirmed this is Area 1 of the Olya Maze. Vivitia was no longer confused and flew straight towards the boss at the deepest part of the area. A young man looked worriedly at the middle-aged man, clearing the path ahead. Dad, can we really defeat that skeleton with just the 3 of us? The middle-aged man replied, take care of your sister, less talk and more action. He furrowed his brows as he looked at the path ahead. Sigh. The young man sighed deeply, holding the little girl tightly. The girl remained silent, her eyes flickering with different thoughts. The middle-aged man suddenly stopped. Something is coming, lay down. Hearing this, the young man immediately complied, and the 3 of them remained motionless on the ground. After a while, a cloud of black mist floated above their heads. The black mist circled above their heads, as if pondering something, then drifted deeper into the maze. After a while, confirming that the black mist had left, the middle-aged man, drenched in sweat, stood up first. Young man, what? What was that, Dad? His voice trembled. How could such a strong, oppressive monster appear in Area 1? The girl answered the young man's question. It's a phantom. The middle-aged man glanced at the girl, then slowly said, a higher-level phantom. The middle-aged man, such monsters are rare. I didn't expect to see one on the first level. He pulled up the young man, who was still lying on the ground. Middle-aged man, let's go pray to the goddess of fortune, hoping we don't encounter that thing again. Vivitia arrived at the area boss. The interior of the Olya maze had changed significantly, whether it be the terrain traps or the boss area. It was no longer a closed room, but a special terrain. Piles of white bones were stacked on both sides, and in the middle sat a black-robed skeleton on a throne of bones. LV8 Regretful One Hector. Crack crack. Upon sensing something entering his territory, the black-robed skeleton stood up. Unsurprisingly, he held a tattered red book in his hand. Landing on the ground, Vivitia transformed into a robed figure. Hector, crack. Have we met before? Hector was puzzled. The aura from the opposing figure felt somewhat familiar. Vivitia did not come to reminisce. She swiftly drew her sword. The flash of the sword cleaved Hector in half vertically. Then with unmatched skill, Vivitia swung her sword again, striking Hector, who had just revived and was crawling up. Hector, crack. You. With a flick of her sword, Hector's head soared into the air, sliced into 8 pieces by Vivitia. She executed various difficult maneuvers, as if performing acrobatics to eliminate the resurrected Hector. Skill level increased, swordsmanship LV6, swordsmanship LV7. The accumulated bones were visibly consumed at an astonishing rate. Vivitia's speed reached its peak like a gust of black wind weaving through the bones. As the last resurrected skeleton was shattered into pieces, a system notification rang out. Successfully defeated, regretful, 1 Hector level increased. Acquired magical weapon, Hector's notes, tattered Hector's robe. Conditions met, weapon advanced. The long sword in Vivitia's hand was enveloped in light, and as the glow faded, the white blade turned crimson with the hilt wrapped in beast skin. In the center was embedded a gem that resembled the eye of some creature. Vivitia somewhat disdainfully stowed the long sword. Although it looked a bit ugly, it was at least stronger than before. Vivitia ignored Hector's dropped items and directly entered Area 2. After Vivitia left, 3 figures appeared not far away. The first level of the Alahada Maze, Area 2. Compared to Area 1, the changes here are more pronounced. From this point onward, monsters gather in groups and patrol back and forth at fixed locations. The terrain has become even more complex. There are also many treasure chests and traps, or rather treasure chest traps. Vivitia opened the treasure chest in front of her with great delight. The treasure chest opened its single eye and transformed into a monster with sharp teeth. Treasure chest monster, cough cough. Foolish. Why is it a wisp? The once excited treasure chest monster immediately wilted. Wisps of energy are not on its menu. Treasure chest monster, what bad luck this is. The treasure chest monster reluctantly extended its short legs to change its position and continue its disguise. Vivitia found it somewhat amusing. She silently noted the direction the treasure chest monster had left and continued deeper into the maze. The giant stone trap fell from above, passing through Vivitia, and the sharp spikes she accidentally stepped on could not harm her in the slightest. One must say the wisp's body saved Vivitia time in avoiding traps. The path was clear without any wild monsters blocking her way. In high spirits, Vivitia couldn't help but hum a little tune. At that moment, the sounds of battle came from a distance. Vivitia tightened her long robe, her face obscured by a red mask. Weapon skill, Vivitia's disguise activated. The ruby on her chest flickered with unusual light. Vivitia quickly moved toward the source of the sound. A giant skeleton entirely black was entangled with a group of adventurers. The skeleton stood 7 meters tall, lacking a lower body, wielding a bone club. Its skull was exceptionally large with hollow eye sockets glowing with eerie blue ghost fire. There were 9 adventurers engaging the giant skeleton in a back-and-forth struggle. Vivitia hid in the shadows and pondered. Skill Hunter's Eye activated. LV-15 Giant Skeleton Undead Loadier Undead Giant Skeleton Life 1366 Strength 89 Skill 12 Speed 15 Defense 39 Magic Defense 23 Skills. A man's voice interrupted Vivitia's reconnaissance. Who's there? Upon hearing someone behind, the remaining adventurers ceased their attack on the giant skeleton. They looked warily in Vivitia's direction, not wanting to be the ones to lose out. However, the mindless giant skeleton clearly wouldn't consider such things. It swung its club fiercely at the man who had spoken first. At a critical moment, a sharp arrow shot out from the shadows. Skill Ambush activated. Skill Hunting Instinct activated. Skill Weak Point Perception activated. A violent explosion erupted, and the giant skeleton let out a piercing shriek. Its weapon was unexpectedly destroyed by a mere arrow. A figure cloaked in black wearing a red mask appeared from the shadows. Before anyone could react, the figure dashed toward the giant skeleton. A flash of sharp sword light passed by, and the giant skeleton's right arm was severed in response. The giant skeleton's counterattack couldn't even graze the black-cloaked person's clothing. So fast. Without a doubt, the black-cloaked person had already secured an unbeatable position simply by virtue of speed. It wasn't long before the giant skeleton fell with a wail. The black-cloaked person sheathed their crimson long sword as if in contemplation. Successfully killed the bounty target giant skeleton and gained the talent Dark Element Affinity level up. Gained talent Dark Element Affinity derived skills Elemental Condensation, Elemental Eruption, Elemental Perception. Conditions met. Race evolution added Dark Element. While the black-cloaked person was deep in thought, a man wearing monocles activated his skill. Weapon skill Stealth Detection activated. LV. Vivitia, Human Loadier Warrior Human Monster Hunter targets attributes are too high to view. The man showed an excited expression. The 3 knights beside him immediately shielded him. The other 5 scattered, keeping an eye on Vivitia. The bald man broke the silence. Aren't you being a bit excessive? Vivitia shrugged and said disdainfully and confidently, you can't kill it anyway. Bald man, that doesn't give you the right to take advantage. The bald man, not wanting to argue, picked up a nearby hammer. Don't think I won't hit a woman. The hammer whistled as it swung toward Vivitia. Vivitia skillfully dodged the previously expressionless red mask, turning into an angry face. The white sword light swept across, and the bald man was instantly severed. Successfully killed. A seasoned adventurer gained experience. Vivitia shook off the steaming blood from her sword, her red angry face mask surveying everyone present. Is there anyone else with objections? A few exchanged glances, each revealing their own fear. They hadn't expected this person to be so unreasonable, resorting to violence over a mere disagreement. Vivitia ignored them and turned to the man wearing monocles. The man had red hair and was dressed better than the other adventurers, clearly a wealthy individual. Their gazes locked together. The man smiled and stepped out from behind the knight's protection. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, powerful adventurer lady. He elegantly performed a noble's greeting. Then his gaze heated as he looked at Vivitia. May I invite you to explore this area with us? You can set the price. Vivitia sighed inwardly, a rich patron. However, money was of no use to her, so she was about to refuse. Triggered series quest Mystery of Heritage. Current quest Stage 1A escort Joseph to the deepest part of Area 2. Quest reward current race advancement conditions. Failure condition Joseph dies in battle. Vivitia. Alright. The red angry mask returned to its expressionless state. Vivitia unhesitatingly activated Hunter's Eye on the man. LV2 Joseph Human Loadier, Mage Human Mage Apprentice Life, 23 Magic 7 Skill 2 Speed, 3 Defense 8 Magic Defense 13. Vivitia suddenly felt some regret. With these stats a simple fall could lead to his death. A voice filled with disillusionment emerged from beneath the red mask Vivitia. The man adjusted his clothes and replied with a smile Joseph. Vivitia joined Joseph's party thankfully accompanied by 3 knight-like individuals. At least their attributes were sufficient. Vivitia led the way, a knight and Joseph in the middle and 2 knights bringing up the rear. The 5 of them advanced in this formation toward the depths of Area 2. The journey was safe without any unexpected dangers. Joseph hadn't anticipated that Vivitia was not only strong in combat, but also highly skilled in identifying traps. Thanks to her warnings, they avoided quite a bit of trouble along the way. Indeed, such matters should still be entrusted to professionals. The knights and his family could only raise shields and knew nothing else. However, this hunter lady had incredible stamina. It seemed like she never tired, as she hadn't suggested taking a break even after walking for so long. Joseph, Miss Hunter, can we take a break? After walking for so long, he could barely feel his feet. Vivitia turned back to glance at them. The 3 knights seemed fine, but Joseph looked utterly exhausted. Vivitia, sure. She almost forgot that she was an undead completely devoid of physical limitations. They quickly set up a campfire. Joseph and the knights took out prepared food and began to eat without any decorum. Vivitia sat nearby seemingly on guard against the surrounding monsters, but in truth she was. Current evolution available: Dark Element belonging to the elemental species low-tier element. Can gain Strength 45, Skill 43, Speed 85, Magic Power 55, Constitution 5. Can acquire talent Withering Wound. Withering Wound, all damage inflicted on the target, is not subject to self-healing effects nor the influence of healing magic except for Light Element. A rare element usually found alongside light elements possessing strong destructive power. Vivitia rolled her eyes silently, then closed the panel. Joseph handed Vivitia a piece of bread. Miss Hunter, you should eat some too. We still have a long way to go. Vivitia shook her head. I'm not hungry. Once we rest, we need to hit the road. She was eager to be rid of this porcelain doll. Joseph felt a bit embarrassed and couldn't help but exclaim, do all monster hunters possess strength comparable to that of the undead like you? Vivitia choked a bit, her right hand instinctively pressing against the sword at her waist. Fortunately, Joseph was merely expressing admiration and did not notice Vivitia's unease. After swallowing the bread in a few bites, she turned to call the 3 knights. It's time to go. Vivitia halted them. Wait. She realized that she hadn't heard any other monsters around for some time. Accompanied by a foul stench, a highly decayed humanoid monster crawled out of the shadows. Fire. Warm fire. Its crimson single eye, a gaping hole in its belly dragging its intestines, was covered in maggots. Joseph took one look and immediately vomited everything he had just eaten. The humanoid monster, having fire and meat, is just fantastic. Its rotting hands tightly grasped the nearest knight. With a pop, that knight's head was crushed like a balloon. Blood splattered everywhere, and the remaining 2 knights, clearly never having encountered something so thrilling, stood frozen in place. The monster bit off the upper half of the knight's body, its crimson single eye greedily eyeing the others. Vivitia, what are you standing there for? Want to die? She shouted angrily, then drew her short bow and shot an arrow at the one-eyed monster. The 2 knights also snapped back to reality, drawing their long swords to slash at the monster. Yet the monster remained motionless, enduring all 3 attacks. Delicious. The monster opened its mouth wide and swallowed the remaining corpse whole, its wounds visibly healing at a rapid pace. Its decayed body became stronger and even more fresh. Humanoid monster, meat, meat. The monster screeched, instantly crushing the heads of the 2 knights. Seeing this, Vivitia directly picked up the still-dazed Joseph and turned to run. The monster was gnawing on a corpse, watching Vivitia's fleeing figure with a cold grin. Vivitia ran at full speed, carrying Joseph. Joseph, stop. Too fast, Miss Hunter. I feel like I'm going to die. After putting down Joseph, who was foaming at the mouth, she noticed that the monster was not behind them. You? Vivitia looked at Joseph, about to say something. Just then a massive figure fell from the sky. Meat. It was the previous monster, its body swollen to nearly 3 times its size, fully muscular and unrecognizable from its previous decayed form. It grabbed Vivitia with ease, crushing her head mercilessly. Huff huff. Joseph was frozen in place, terrified. The monster grinned, taking a bite of Vivitia's corpse. The smile froze, replaced by a look of disgust. Humanoid monster, ugh, so disgusting. The monster tossed Vivitia aside, spitting out its tongue and cursing. It felt like finding a piece of meat in the cafeteria food. With eager anticipation, taking a bite only to discover it was a piece of ginger. Vivitia's remains transformed into black mist, gathering together. Enveloping the dumbfounded Joseph, it quickly fled into the distance. Vivitia reformed into her humanoid shape, carrying Joseph as she ran towards the route from her memory. However, the red mask had just been crushed by the monster, completely exposing her face. Joseph, Miss Hunter. You turned into a wraith. Joseph was moved to tears. To him, it seemed that Vivitia's obsession after death had transformed into a wraith to continue protecting him. What a strong obsession to turn into a wraith so quickly. If he could survive this time, he would surely hold a grand funeral for this Miss Hunter. Her silver eyes emitted a mysterious glow. Activating talent magic vision. Vivitia found it. She quickened her pace. Roar. A monster's roar came from behind. Finally, she spotted a treasure chest not far away. Hearing the commotion, the treasure chest monster opened its single eye. The treasure chest monster, why is it you again, Wraith? Wait, why do you have a human with you? Vivitia had no time to explain. She punched the treasure chest monster unconscious. Then she transformed into black mist wrapping around Joseph and diving inside. Meanwhile, the sounds of the monster running wildly came from behind. Meet. The sounds of the frantic chase gradually faded. Vivitia waited a bit longer until Joseph was about to suffocate before she popped out. Joseph, still shaken, asked, "Did that monster go far?" The black mist transformed back into her human form. Vivitia silently nodded. She grabbed Joseph, preparing to flee. However, the treasure chest monster happened to wake up just then. It extended its slimy tongue directly wrapping around the defenseless Joseph, preparing to swallow him whole. Vivitia, let go. Vivitia glared coldly at it, her long sword already drawn. Treasure chest monster, you don't go too far, Wraith. The sharp sword light sliced through the air, causing the treasure chest monster to release Joseph and retract its tongue quickly. Joseph, how much longer until we arrive, Miss Hunter? 2 weeks had passed unknowingly. Vivitia trudged forward, carrying the nearly famished Joseph in silence. The treasure chest monster behind her struggled to follow with its short little legs. Ever since it had eaten Vivitia's food, it had been trailing behind. Unfortunately, the strange monster from before had not given up on pursuing Vivitia's group. Vivitia allowed the treasure chest monster to follow occasionally, giving it something to eat. However, the prolonged evasion had slowed their pace. Joseph's food had run out 3 days ago. If they did not find something to eat today, Vivitia felt that the unfortunate child was close to death. Clear footsteps sounded behind them. Is there movement? Vivitia wrapped around Joseph and adeptly dove into the treasure chest monster. The treasure chest monster immediately closed its eyes and retracted its little legs, pretending to be an ordinary treasure chest. My lord, Little Jean says it should be just ahead. The footsteps grew closer and came to a stop not far from the treasure chest monster. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A golden little mouse stopped in front of the treasure chest and cried out furiously. The leading man in silver armor's expression turned cold as he drew his sword and slashed at the chest. Clang. The sound of metal colliding echoed in the maze. Inside the chest, Vivitia held her long sword and resisted him. Get lost. Vivitia shouted angrily, pushing the man back. She then jumped out carrying Joseph. The treasure chest monster trembled behind her with its innocent big eyes. The silver-armored man said, "Let him go, Wraith." His sword pointed directly at Vivitia while knights around him closed in, forming a surrounding formation. Joseph flailed his arms and legs in the air, seemingly trying to break free from Vivitia's grasp. Joseph, brother. This is all a misunderstanding. The two regarded Joseph with suspicion and in unison asked, "Do you know him or?" Vivitia released Joseph. "Joseph, that's my brother." Joseph stepped forward to explain to the silver-armored man. The silver-armored man's scrutinizing gaze fell upon Vivitia. He then waved his hand to disperse the surrounding knights, stepping forward to meet Vivitia's eyes alone. The silver-armored man asked, "What is your purpose, Wraith?" He did not believe his foolish brother's words. Could a human transform into a wraith in an instant and still protect him along the way? This wraith clearly had been plotting something from the start. Vivitia replied, "Is this how you speak to a benefactor?" Vivitia sat on the treasure chest monster's head with her legs crossed, her arms folded across her chest, looking unapproachable. "Vivitia, whether you admit it or not, without me your brother would have been in the belly of a monster long ago, and this is how you speak to me." The silver-armored man's expression stiffened, and he coldly uttered, "Thank you." "Vivitia, that's more like it." She deliberately elongated her tone to irritate him. If it weren't for having Joseph this deadweight, she wouldn't need to be so cautious these past few days. The silver-armored man said, "Since that's the case, I won't concern myself with your motives, Wraith. I hope we never meet again." "Vivitia, that won't do. That kid agreed to let me set the price." The corner of the silver-armored man's mouth twitched. "Is money useful to you?" Vivitia patted the treasure chest monster beneath her. "Let my friend eat. Do you have any say in this?" "Gold coins. Delicious." The treasure chest monster looked at Vivitia with its single eye expectantly. She clearly had not followed the wrong person. The silver-armored man was evidently taken aback by how troublesome this wraith was, and he couldn't find a reason to refuse. A middle-aged man with a golden mouse perched on his shoulder interrupted their conversation. "My lord," the young master said, "he won't return until he sees the deepest part." The silver-armored man's face grew even darker. He angrily returned and gave Joseph a resounding slap. "Are you out of your mind?" Joseph clutched his face and defiantly replied, "It's been so long. Not only did you not help my cousin take revenge, you didn't even dare to come collect the body. What's wrong with me going to take a look?" The silver-armored man said, "Stop messing around. The matter has already been settled. Hurry up and come back with me." "Umph." Joseph scoffed. "Brother, do you believe that yourself?" The silver-armored man silently clenched his fists, his eyes flickering with resentment. "This isn't something we should concern ourselves with, Joseph, so I just want to see my cousin." The two brothers remained silent, glaring at each other for a long while. In the end, it was unclear whether it was due to Joseph's insistence or the guilt in the silver-armored man's heart. He led the group, continuing deeper into the labyrinth with Joseph. Vivitia and the treasure chest monster exchanged glances and silently followed behind. 5 days later. My lord, that wraith is still following us. Should I take care of it? The silver-armored man replied, don't mind her. How far is it to the deepest part? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Little Jean says we're almost there. Just then heavy footsteps resonated from the ground. Roar. A terrifying low growl came from afar. The silver-armored man frowned. Form ranks. Hold your ground. The knights responded and formed a defensive formation. Vivitia, recognizing the familiar sound, immediately dove into the treasure chest monster. Roar. Meet. A massive humanoid monster burst through the wall. After days without seeing it, its size had doubled again, its skin pale, and its greedy crimson single eye scanned each person hungrily. Flesh-eater. The middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise, then burst into laughter. Ha ha, after so many years I never expected to encounter you here again. With that, the middle-aged man sprang forth, delivering a powerful punch to the humanoid monster's forehead. With a crack, the monster's head exploded on the spot. In an instant, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The golden mouse on the man's shoulder echoed its master's triumphant cries. But it wasn't over yet. Vivitia, peering out with only her eyes visible, understood clearly that the battle had only just begun. Creak, creak, creak. After a strange sound, the humanoid monster's severed neck grew flesh buds at a visible rate. In just a moment, a bloodied and mangled head appeared before everyone. Roar. The flesh-red head let out an enraged roar. 2 pale hands swung down like swatting flies, striking fiercely at the middle-aged man. Next, the monster spewed forth a cloud of green poisonous mist. Oomph. As the man raised his eyes, the golden mouse on his shoulder emitted a brilliant glow. A golden protective shield appeared beside him. How many years has it been? Is this all the skill you have? The shield easily deflected all of the humanoid monster's attacks. This is your tragic flaw. Even the most powerful mindless creature will eventually be caught by us. The golden light gathered in the air, forming a fist-shaped illusion. The man brought his fist down. Boom. The knights raised their shields to block the flying rubble. The treasure chest monster scurried in along with Vivitia inside. The silver-armored man glanced at her. Were you a turtle in your past life? Vivitia. The rarely argumentative Su Ling found no reason to refute, leaving the silver-armored man in high spirits. After days of bickering with Su Ling, he had finally won this round. Scared Miss Turtle. The middle-aged man stood proudly in the center as the toxic mist of shattered stones dispersed. Around him lay heaps of rubble and bits of flesh. The knights beat their shields, ringing with the sound of victory. The silver-armored man looked at Vivitia and laughed heartily, while Joseph beside him noticed Su Ling rolling her eyes. The huntress had no facial features apart from her eyes, so her expression typically consisted of rolling her eyes. Joseph, who had taken refuge with her for so long, knew that whenever she rolled her eyes, it was never a good sign. Vivitia decisively covered the treasure chest monster, completely retreating into turtle mode. The silver-armored man thought that Su Ling had finally learned to be shy. Just as he was about to mock her, Joseph immediately tackled him to the ground. You? The bewildered silver-armored man was about to scold him. Boom. After a violent explosion, a powerful gust of air mixed with bits of flesh swept over their heads. Ugh. The middle-aged man let out a muffled groan. Most of the knights were caught off guard and knocked to the ground. A few unlucky souls who were splattered with flesh immediately underwent a transformation. Their bodies rapidly rotted, their eyes turned crimson from bloodshot. They foamed at the mouth and mumbled incoherently. The middle-aged man closest to the explosion experienced the most severe transformation. The golden mouse on his shoulder also could not escape the calamity. Cough, cough, cough. The pale-skinned middle-aged man emitted a monstrous whimper. He now resembled a shrunken version of a humanoid monster. Vivitia leaned forward and glanced at the middle-aged man. She warned the still prone silver-armored man. If I were you, I would put him out of his misery before he turns into a monster. Seeing he remained motionless, Vivitia decided to say no more. The black mist coalesced into the figure of a tall woman. Vivitia unsheathed her longsword, striking swiftly like a bolt of black lightning. The sword light flashed by, precise and lethal. Kill the mutated human to gain experience. Kill the mutated human to gain experience. Kill the mutated human to gain experience. Finally, the sword imbued with dark elements slashed toward the middle-aged man. Roar. The middle-aged man howled as he blocked the longsword. Vivitia wondered him, still conscious, or merely driven by primal combat instinct. The man countered with a punch, but he was now at the end of his strength. His power and speed diminished significantly. Vivitia skillfully dodged, ready to end the battle with a single strike. The silver-armored man shouted at her to stop. Enough. Su Ling, our knights should die honorably in battle, not pitifully at your hands. Taking advantage of Vitia's distraction, the disfigured middle-aged man made his escape. Vivitia shrugged at the man's retreating figure, having no intention of pursuing. Sitting atop the treasure chest monster, Vivitia watched the silver-armored man and his crew in disarray. A strange sense of satisfaction washed over her. This might be what they call schadenfreude. The silver-armored man grimly counted the numbers, his face darkening. This battle had inexplicably claimed the lives of 5 knights along with the loss of a high-tier combatant. He glanced back at Vivitia. Though she had no facial features, the silver-armored man clearly sensed that Su Ling was grinning. At this point, the silver-armored man suppressed his anger and organized the team. The group fell silent as they continued deeper. As they approached the innermost part, the ground gradually revealed headless corpses clad in dark golden armor preserved intact. The number of corpses increased, and the silver-armored man's expression grew darker. However, Joseph meticulously examined the armor patterns and forms of each corpse. None at all, he murmured, eager to venture deeper. The silver-armored man halted him, saying, "Enough, these are the elite royal knights. If they have fallen here, we cannot go further." Joseph looked at the silver-armored man with a serious expression and said, "Big brother, I know it's dangerous to proceed, so let me go alone." The silver-armored man felt torn. Reason told him they could not advance. Vivitia floated over and patted Joseph's shoulder, saying, "I'll go with you, Miss Huntress." Joseph was so moved, he was close to tears. Vivitia looked deeper, sensing something calling to her. In the end, the silver-armored man chose to stay behind, while Vivitia, along with the treasure chest monster and Joseph, continued onward. As the group vanished from the silver-armored man's sight, he sighed heavily, wishing he could be as reckless. Just then, Joseph's excited voice broke through Vivitia's thoughts. Found it. What did you find?" Following Joseph's gaze, Vivitia saw a headless corpse still gripping a gun before its death. The corpse was well preserved, and from its form it appeared to have been female in life. Clad in the same dark golden armor, blood-red patterns on the chest outlined a red dragon. Joseph rushed forward. Vivitia, however, felt a sense of familiarity with this corpse. "Cousin, I came to see you." Vivitia hesitated to ruin the atmosphere, but thought it inappropriate to speak such words to a headless corpse. Vivitia drifted closer with the treasure chest monster scuttling behind her on short legs. Detected current location as boss area, confirmed challenge. Vivitia paused, glancing at the distraught Joseph, feeling conflicted. At that moment, a cold, hard female voice called out from a distance, "He. What are you crying about?" Before Joseph's terrified eyes, a creature with the head of a human female appeared before him. "Cousin." Vivitia pulled Joseph away from the creature. The female head let out a chilling laugh, blood tears flowing from her eyes. When Vivitia finally recognized the appearance of the head, she was momentarily speechless. Setting aside the creature's bizarre body, just the female head alone was undeniably that of a spirited beauty in life. Of course, if this face were not an exact replica of Vivia's past life, she might have admired it a bit longer. Skill Hunters I activated. LV18 Collector Tokay Undead Loadier Undead Senior Headhunter Corrupted Corpse Life. Power 54 Skill 67 Speed 89 Defense 18 Magic Defense 10 Skill. Talent. Boss of the second region of the first layer of the Olya, Maze enjoys collecting the heads of prey, can acquire parts of the memories, abilities, and even talents of the head's original owner by exchanging heads. Vivitia pushed Joseph away coldly, drawing her longsword. "Stay back, I can't protect you when the fight breaks out." Tok licked its blood-red claws and looked back at Joseph. "Where did this illusion come from? Don't get in my way." Vivitia drew her longsword and charged at Tok like a streak of black lightning. Hiss. Tok was not slow either, it leaped high to evade the strike. Then in midair it spat out a glob of slime toward Vivitia and immediately stomped down at her. Whoosh! After a sound of slicing air, the slime was pierced by a short arrow. Vivitia dispersed into mist to evade Tok's follow-up attack. As Tok landed, a series of cracking bone sounds erupted. Its form swiftly shrank, and its body became like that of a human. Hee. Let me show you my prowess. With the transformation complete, Tok's body had fully taken on the appearance of a human female. Coupled with the female head, there were no flaws to be found. If one had to point out a difference, it was that she was not wearing any clothes. Tok expelled slime, wrapping her entire body like armor, and conjured a long sword in her hand. Then she leaped high and swung her sword at Vivitia. Her speed had increased. This strike was unavoidable for Vivitia. Clang! Sparks flew, and the sound of metal clashing echoed all around. The dark elements attached to Vivitia's longsword continually corroded Tok's slime sword. Seeing this, Tok let out a cold laugh. In the next moment, her slime sword shone with a light as bright as day. The dark elements immediately shrank back as if encountering their nemesis. TSK. Vivitia also felt a strange discomfort from the intense light. Gathering her strength, she struck Tok back and shot 3 short arrows with a flick of her wrist. The short arrows wove into a large net in midair, descending upon Tok. Tok swung her sword, slicing the net into pieces with a cross-shaped sword aura. Looking again at Vivitia, she realized that she had vanished from her sight. "Come out, illusion. Stop hiding." The long sword emitted a dazzling light, making everything around it lose its concealment in an instant. Just then, Tok felt a chill at her neck and instinctively dodged Vivitia's decapitating strike. Black mist coalesced into the shape of a woman, and Vivitia did not expect that such a strike could be evaded. Tok, however, warily touched her neck and then looked at the illusion with a strange expression. "Do you also enjoy collecting heads?" The intense light irritated Vivitia's mind. As if provoked, her silver eyes were veiled in a layer of crimson, and her robe-wrapped body became ethereal. She, or rather the entire illusion, was in an unstable state. The light had problems. Vivitia maintained a sliver of rationality, trying to evade the light. Joseph from a distance was in a state of anxiety. He knew that the light released by the longsword was the bane of most undead creatures, holy light. Taco, it seems you dislike this. How coincidental I also dislike it. The light intensified and Tak grinned savagely as she swung her sword at Vivitia. A high-pitched chant echoed, and a fireball flew forth, knocking Tak's longsword away. Joseph waved a rudimentary staff he had picked up from Waknoshir, sketching a simple magic array in the air. Vivitia briefly regained her rationality and cast a praising glance at Joseph. The interrupted Tak let out an angry roar. Vivithia's expression hardened, and she dispersed into black mist enveloping Tak entirely. Tak, what do you want, illusion? In Tak's terrified voice, the elemental energies around surged toward the illusion until they broke through a certain threshold. Skill Elemental Burst activated. The ground trembled, and a massive explosion swept everything away. Cough, cough, cough. Joseph emerged from the smoke, having blown it away from within the treasure chest monster. Skill Will of the Undead is cooling down. The dissipated black mist reformed into a humanoid shape. Vivitia spat out a female head and casually stabbed the longsword into the ground. She held the female head up to compare with her own face, and then, as if possessed, asked, "Do we look alike?" Joseph, treasure chest monster. They looked alike, a bloodied head and a faceless monster resembling a joke. An ear-piercing sound came from behind as the flesh on the ground gathered into a bloodied, grotesque body. The illusion didn't expect you had this up your sleeve. As long as the life points are not at zero, the undead will always be in their optimal state. Gaga. After a screech, Tak grew a head resembling that of an orc male. Its body became strong and massive with green skin. I'm still not wearing any clothes. Roar. Tak let out a furious roar and lifted a nearby rock to smash at Vivitia. Vivitia swallowed the head in her hand and then dispersed into mist to dodge the attack. She floated in the air, watching the rampaging Tak below. Compared to Tak's earlier human form, her current form seemed much slower. Moreover, she only employed some simple physical attacks. It was much simpler. She had already secured an invincible position. Seeing that Tak's attacks were ineffective, Tak shifted her gaze to Joseph. It was this human who had spoiled her plans. She roared and charged at Joseph like a bulldozer. Faced with the oppressive aura of a boss-level enemy, Joseph was rooted to the spot. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. At the critical moment, the longsword embedded in the ground generated a barrier. Like a trampoline, Tak was bounced back after crashing into it. Vivitia in the air was waiting for this moment. The delicate short bow shot out a fatal arrow. Accompanied by the sound of slicing air, the arrow accurately struck the unsuspecting Tak. With a wail, Tak's orc head exploded on the spot. But it wasn't over yet. The headless body on the ground began to struggle, large amounts of slime flowing out from the neck stump. Joseph watched in disgust. The slime enveloping Tak's remains transformed into a cocoon. In just a few seconds, Tak burst out of the cocoon. The frantic sound of insects echoed through the maze as a massive four-winged moth appeared before Vivitia. Its long proboscis lunged at the illusion. Vivitia narrowly evaded by sidestepping, then quickly distanced herself and shot 2 arrows at the moth. The airborne Tak neither dodged nor evaded, ignoring the arrows as she chased after Vivitia. The illusion was incredibly fast, but she maintained a delicate distance from Tak, occasionally finding the opportunity to shoot 2 arrows. Frustrated, Tak's 4 wings ignited in fierce flames, increasing her speed to another level. However, this state could not be maintained indefinitely. Tak's life points were visibly decreasing. Just as she was about to catch up, the illusion let out a sly laugh, and in a blink widened the gap between them. The monster had lost its reason. It disregarded Vivithia's attacks, burning its life to chase after the illusion. Several long appendages gathered the surrounding wind elements. Tak slashed at Vivitia with several blades of wind. The howling wind blades forced Vivitia to pause momentarily to evade. That short moment was enough. Tak finally caught up with the illusion. Amidst the cheerful sounds of insects, she struck fiercely at Vivitia. Tak, game over, it's the end for you, illusion. Vivitia sneered, remaining unyielding. The appendages imbued with wind elements stopped in front of Vivitia. She gently blew at them, and Tak instantly turned into a pile of ashes. Vivitia, a moth flying into the flame. Successfully defeated Collector Tak. Experience gained, level up. Remaining rewards are being calculated. Finally, it was over. Joseph silently walked towards the headless female corpse. Joseph, you can rest now, cousin. Vivitia floated over, contemplating, before finally retrieving the female head. Joseph performed a noble bow towards her, waving the shabby staff he had and drawing a simple magic rune. The rune collected the female corpse and head. Joseph, thank you once again, Miss Hunter. Joseph, a silver-armored man's voice came from afar as stimulated by the sounds of battle. He had arrived. Brother, it's all over, we can go back now. He looked at Joseph, who was still relatively well-dressed, and at Vivitia, who was covered in dirt. The silver-armored man sighed deeply and bowed deeply to the illusion. Thank you, brave illusion. The female figure shrugged, indicating she understood. The silver-armored man bit back the impulse to argue with her. Finally, he took a deep look at Vivitia before hurriedly leaving with Joseph. As he left, the silver-armored man did not forget to toss a bag to Vivitia. Vivitia caught it perplexedly and opened it to find it filled with gold coins. Congratulations on completing the stage task, The Mystery of Origins 1. Current task reward is being calculated. Task settlement complete. current race advancement conditions have been unlocked. Vivitia sat on the treasure chest monster glancing at the electronic panel. Her race advancement condition was to possess the skill guardian of the dark god, and for her current profession to reach max level. Fortunately, it wasn't too ominous. Below the treasure chest monster was savoring the gold coins occasionally glancing around. After a while the electronic voice rang out. Remaining rewards settlement complete. Acquired the active skill decapitation and the passive skill collector. Received materials tox slime, gained additional experience level up. Refused to become the boss of this area. The area is resetting. She pointed to the road that appeared behind her on leaving. The treasure chest monster quickly finished the remaining coins and cheerfully carried Vivitia. Zuling chuckled lightly, and the two walked toward the next level. Olahadi Empire. A few days ago the young count finally found his brother who had run away from home. However, the price paid was considerable. They lost several elite knights, one of whom was said to be a high-end combat force. To honor these knights the count held a simple funeral. Joseph gazed at the sleeping face lost in memories. After the family mortician's work the woman looked peaceful. 7 parts heroism, 3 parts allure. She was a true beauty. His cousin, the youngest paladin of the empire, died in a mission that should have been extremely simple, unable to find peace even in death. He punched the wall in frustration, unable to give her a proper burial. A helpless sigh echoed in the room as he retracted his bloodied fist, taking one last look at the woman's face. Joseph placed the knight's helmet, her favorite, upon her. The young count stood to the side, having changed from his armor into black mourning attire. It's time. He glanced at the sleeping woman. What about the name on the tombstone? It was impossible to engrave the woman's true name now. The two brothers exchanged glances, simultaneously recalling that faceless visage. Vivitia stood on a tree, gazing into the distance. Yes, it was a tree, as she did not expect the second level to be a primeval forest. Days ago she and the treasure chest monster arrived here, and now the two were exploring nearby. Congratulations on achieving the achievement. Rest in peace reward, maximum health 35. Sudden electronic sounds startled Vivitia, causing her to fall directly down. The treasure chest monster, still reminiscing about the deliciousness of coins, was suddenly overshadowed by a dark figure. Vivitia fell directly into a large pitcher plant. The plant seemed to have consciousness, immediately spitting her out. The entire plant trembled, indicating that Vivitia's taste was not to its liking. Vivitia shook off the saliva on her body and called the treasure chest monster to move deeper. Compared to the first level, the second level was much livelier and full of vitality. The chirping of birds and the howling of unknown beasts made Vivitia feel refreshed. Unlike the dim first level, this place had a clear distinction between day and night. As for what separated day and night, Vivitia had no idea. However, for her, there was no difference between day and night. Based on Vivitia's experiences over the past few days, it should currently be noon, the time when light was most abundant. It was also the time when beasts were least active. The treasure chest monster followed behind with its short legs occasionally sticking out its tongue to lick at nearby edible-looking things. During this time her level continued to rise. The treasure chest monster's method of leveling up mainly involved eating treasures or flesh. Anything edible would suffice. Of course, it could also benefit from the experience Vivitia gained from defeating monsters. A sharp pain shot through its tongue. The treasure chest monster yelped in pain, and Vivitia looked at it in confusion. A small lizard was firmly biting the treasure chest monster's tongue, and since the treasure chest monster had no hands, it couldn't shake it off for a while. Vivitia found it amusing as she pulled off the small lizard. The treasure chest monster retracted its tongue and affectionately rubbed against Vivitia. Vivitia smiled and patted the treasure chest monster. After the little incident, the two continued forward, but this time the treasure chest monster no longer licked around. By dusk, the sounds of wild beasts around grew increasingly active. The two who were walking solely by instinct finally saw a different scene. A stone path appeared on the ground. This indicated that there was likely a village of intelligent creatures nearby. Vivitia and the treasure chest monster exchanged glances, uncertain if these intelligent beings would welcome them. After some thought, Vivitia decided to follow the stone path to take a look. The stone path was very clean, clearly maintained by someone. Following this path, the beast roars in the forest gradually faded. With silver eyes radiating a mysterious glow, Vivitia observed her surroundings and was ready to flee with the treasure chest monster at any moment. After a long walk, the trees around became increasingly sparse. It was now night, but this did not affect Vivitia. The scenery changed. Wooden fences and 2 watchtowers appeared not far away. Around the watchtower, humanoid creatures patrolled in 2s and 3s. With white skin and pointed ears, most were equipped with bows and arrows, all strikingly handsome. No females in sight. Elves. With such obvious features, Vivitia could guess even without the hunter's eye. Whoa! A dull horn sounded from the watchtower. The patrolling elves immediately sprang into action, quickly approaching Zuling. Sensing something amiss, Zuling couldn't afford to admire the handsome men any longer. She grabbed the treasure chest monster, ready to flee. At that moment, a sword aura swiftly slashed toward her. With no choice, Zuling had to pause briefly to dodge. That little moment was enough. The patrolling elves immediately surrounded the two. The leading elf wielded a long sword, clearly the one responsible for the sword aura moments ago. Zuling and the treasure chest monster. The elf's tone carried a hint of confusion. Logically, these two types of monsters shouldn't appear here. The elf with the sword was half a head taller than the others. With white short hair and iron-gray eyes, he exuded a sense of calm. A scar from some beast marked his right eye. Vivitia looked at him and muttered softly, "Pretty handsome." The sword-wielding elf's ears twitched, and a complicated expression crossed his face. Many elves around immediately burst into laughter. Ahem. The sword-wielding elf signaled for silence. It seemed that the Zuling before him was quite intelligent, at least capable of communication. If possible, he would prefer not to clash with this odd Zuling. Combat meant injury or death, and their numbers were few. The sword-wielding elf said, "Leave here, Zuling. We do not welcome the dead and monsters." The elf's longsword pointed at Vivitia, seemingly ready to strike if she uttered a no. Hearing this, Vivitia hesitated briefly before slinging the treasure chest monster over her shoulder and running away without looking back. "Captain, are we just letting that Zuling go?" The elf sheathed his long sword and glanced indifferently at the questioning team member. "Recently, the beasts in the forest have been increasingly restless. I don't want any unexpected losses at this time." Just now, Zuling's hand had been resting on the long sword at her waist. That peculiar Zuling's aura was not weaker than his. If a fight broke out, they could only ensure that Zuling was driven away. Fall back, stay alert, and pay special attention to that Zuling. Report immediately if she approaches the village. Yes. Huh. Vivithia's long sword gathered a chilling aura of slaughter. Skill decapitation activated. With a mighty swing, she severed the head of a six-legged tiger. The other lieutenant's skills were formidable, but activating this active ability consumed her mana. Her mere 15 points of mana allowed only a single use. Experience bar filled. Level up. Huff huff. Impressive, truly impressive. A treasure chest monster crouched nearby cheered for its companion. "Vivitia, no more banter. Eat quickly and resume our journey." Undead required no sustenance, but the treasure chest monster was not undead. Skill Hunter's Instinct activated. Like a seasoned tracker, Vivitia deftly flayed the tiger's pelt in 2 swift motions. She then wiped her bloodied blade clean and sat down beside it. Watching the treasure chest monster devour its meal with ravenous haste, Vivitia recalled the nearby elven village. Built around a colossal ancient tree, its defenses exceptionally stringent. Each time she approached, a sword-wielding elf instantly barred her path. Yet she harbored only curiosity, not aggression, and never forced her way in. The elf likewise never launched an attack. Instead, they exchanged idle chatter, or simply glared in mutual silence. Through these repeated encounters, she learned the elf's name. Scar, captain of the Elven Village Guard. Beyond the elven settlement lay villages of other races, boarfolk and gnolls alike. Compared to the elves, their defenses were lax and their settlements squalid. Vivitia infiltrated both boarfolk and gnoll villages with ease. Inside, however, there was nothing but filth, stagnant stench, rotting dung, and murky water, not even a proper dwelling to be seen. The treasure chest monster finished devouring the tiger meat in moments. A cascade of radiant light enveloped the treasure chest monster. Moi. Vivitia recognized it at once, the glow of class advancement. As the luminescence faded, the creature's form had transformed. Its carapace now gleamed gold, its stature enlarged considerably, large enough to hold 4 grown adults. Its stubby legs had lengthened into slender alabaster limbs. Those dazzling statuesque legs nearly blinded Vivitia. LV. 1 nameless treasure chest monster, demon race Lodir, demon beast treasure chest monster, traveling treasure chest monster. A rare variant among treasure chest monsters adapted for arduous travel, its hardened carapace withstands most attacks. Sister Zuling, I've grown stronger. Vivitia nodded then, despite herself, glanced again at those long, luminous legs. Indeed, she had grown stronger. At the very least, she'd no longer lag behind when fleeing. Scar, has that Zuling not appeared today? A watchful elven sentinel scanned the surroundings from atop the watchtower. Not yet sighted, Captain Scar. Scar exhaled deeply. Truly, she was worthy of the title Zuling Relentless. Each day she strode boldly toward the village, yet bore no malice. Only sheer, unrelenting annoyance. For once a rare respite, Scar leaned against the watchtower, entering quiet meditation. Moments later, he asked the sentinel again whether Zuling had been spotted nearby. The sentinel gave Scar a peculiar look, then shook his head. Scar frowned. Could it be? Has Zuling encountered trouble? He remembered a wandering pack of shadow beasts deep within the forest. The treasure chest monster sprinted through the woods on her newly elongated legs, Vivitia, seated upon her back, glancing over her shoulder repeatedly. What rotten luck. Shadow beasts still roamed this forest, and in considerable numbers. 5 elite shadow beasts flapped their leathery wings in furious pursuit just behind them. Common shadow beasts followed further back. Vivitia drew her shortbow and aimed steadily at the lead elite shadow beast. Chase, chase, chase. Let me show you what chasing me costs. An arrow flew true. The elite shadow beast failed to evade, pierced clean through. GAA. The remaining 4 elites froze in stunned disbelief. This Zuling dared strike back. That brief hesitation granted Zuling the precious seconds needed to widen the gap. By the time they regained composure, she had vanished without a trace. Gaga gaga. A chorus of enraged shrieks echoed through the forest. It was now the forest's night, a hushed, restless hour. Exhausted, the treasure chest monster curled tightly into repose while Vivitia, not far away, laid intricate defensive traps. She weighed options. How best to eradicate this shadow beast pack? Her Zuling instincts stirred only revulsion toward them. Likewise, the shadow beasts refused to abandon their pursuit. The four elites gathered screeching wildly before dispersing, each leading a small cohort of common shadow beasts. Vivitia completed her trap array, then dissolved into mist and slipped silently into the treasure chest monster's interior. The treasure chest monster retracted her legs and closed her eyes, feigning an ordinary, inert chest. Nightfall made the forest louder than day. Overlapping howl snarls and guttural curses of humanoid denizens filled the air. Soon Vivitia heard chaotic footsteps approaching. Woo! Some hapless soul had triggered one of her traps, but the cry confirmed it wasn't a shadow beast. A flurry of panicked scrambling followed by a heavy thud. Vivitia sensed someone drawing near. She tapped lightly on the chest's interior, signaling stillness. Dozens of traps dotted the area, yet so too did the intruders. They moved with urgent haste, tripping over multiple snares before finally prying open the chest. A massive egg, its shell etched with arcane swirling patterns, was hastily shoved inside. Footsteps receded swiftly, then from afar erupted a roar of pure fury. Heavy thunderous steps approached. In the distance loomed a monstrous beast, a horn-spined horror resembling a colossal black-scaled lizard, its crimson eyes scanning the ground, nostrils flaring as it traced the scent. Then it charged forward like a runaway siege engine. As its footsteps faded, Vivitia glanced at the enormous egg now crammed inside, nearly the height of a full-grown human. Vivitia peeked out. The clearing was ravaged, splintered trees, blood-stained traps, and immense clawed footprints scarred the earth. She withdrew, and moments later another group arrived. The mark is here. A grim-faced elf pointed to a carved sigil on a broken trunk. Is the artifact inside? A blindfolded elf tapped the treasure chest with his cane. The treasure chest monster remained utterly motionless. An elf bearing a prominent bandage on his brow nodded. Yes, Elder Glan, it's here. Our team placed it moments ago. Very well, remove it. Four elves stepped forward, lifting the chest in unison. Under the guidance of the blindfolded Elder Glan, the procession turned toward the elven village. Inside the chest, Vivitia endured violent jostling. So severe, she nearly vomited the lunch she'd eaten in a prior life. How long they traveled, she could not tell. A familiar voice sounded outside. Elder Glan. The blindfolded elf inclined his head toward Scar. Well done, Captain Scar. The bearers entered first, carrying the chest. Scar, sensing something uncannily familiar about it, asked, "What is that, Elder Glan?" Elder Glan smiled faintly and raised a finger to his lips. Some truths, Captain Scar, are safest left unknown. Entering the neutral area of the forest elves' village. After the bumpy ride ended, Vivitia quietly opened the treasure chest to take a glance outside. The enormous ancient tree. Indeed, it was the very one in the elven village. In the center of the tree stood an altar engraved with various symbols that she could not comprehend. Many strange objects were placed upon it, including a crystal skull. There were also the eyes of a humanoid creature and a vial of unknown liquid. Surrounding it were two elven guards, though their gazes seemed hesitant to focus on the altar and the ancient tree. A hidden quest has been triggered. The sorrow of the forest elves. Quest condition: prevent the ritual of Elder Glan. Quest reward: unlock the evolution race forest elf. Failure condition: the ritual is successfully completed. Taking advantage of the cover of night, Vivitia floated out. Observing her surroundings, she noted that the defenses here were much looser compared to outside the village. The only two guards did not dare to fix their eyes on the ancient tree and altar. Upon closer inspection, they were slightly trembling. Maintaining her mist-like form, Vivitia flew into the air to observe the massive ancient tree. Old yet brimming with immense vitality. She couldn't shake the feeling that this ancient tree might suddenly uproot itself and transform into a terrifying monster. One after another, elves carried back strange items, and like the guards, they too did not dare to look at the ancient tree. Out of curiosity, Vivitia formed an arm and attempted to touch the tree. Instantly, her arm ignited in green flames. The flames rapidly consumed her ethereal body, and in a mere moment the arm she had just formed was reduced to ashes. Fortunately, the flames extinguished and Vivitia reformed a new arm. The vitality was a lethal poison to her undead kind, and the vitality of this ancient tree was rather peculiar. At that moment, a calm voice resonated from behind her. Where does this spirit come from? Elder Glan, blindfolded, was staring at her with a smile that seemed both real and illusory. Vivitia landed beside the treasure chest monster, transforming into human form, her long sword already drawn halfway. The treasure chest monster ceased its pretense, opening its single eye and extending its long legs to appear more intimidating. If Vivitia remembered correctly, this voice should belong to Elder Glan. Thus, directly killing him should count as stopping the ritual rite. Not quite, Glen replied with a faint smile, addressing the spirit's unspoken question. Vivitia looked at him in confusion. What are you talking about? Glen continued. What I mean is, killing me now will only accelerate the ritual, not terminate it. After a moment of eerie silence, Vivitia decisively drew her sword and slashed at Glen. Glen dodged effortlessly as if he had anticipated her move. Vivitia's speed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye she struck 3 more times, all of which Glen evaded. His staff coalesced with green vitality, which he then directed towards Vivitia. To her, Glen's movements seemed as slow as a turtle. Wei Taya immediately dodged, but curiously no matter how she evaded the staff ultimately struck her accurately. The staff hit her head, producing a sound akin to a wooden fish. Glenn's strength wasn't great, what made it troublesome was the vitality imbued upon his staff. The green flames ignited, transforming Wei Taya into Captain Flamehead. Moments later the flames extinguished, turning Wei Taya's head to ashes as well. Glenn remarked, "Don't be so irritable, little spirit." Glenn retracted his staff and smiled at Wei Taya. Fortunately, she was still an undead and a spirit. The black mist quickly reformed a new head, though it felt lacking in something. The treasure chest monster said, "Sister Spirit, where did your hair go?" Wei Taya, alarmed, reached up to touch the top of her head. It felt smooth and likely reflective. The spirit had no facial features, but at that moment anyone could sense her fury. Elemental powers surged wildly towards the spirit. Glenn continued to smile as he struck his staff heavily against the ground. The ancient tree responded by unleashing vines to sever the raging elemental energy. Glenn said, "What a fiery little creature, you still have some use, but I can only restrict you for now." He began to chant a spell that Wei Taya could not comprehend. The surrounding vines wrapped around her, and a six-pointed star formation lit up beneath her. Then a strong light flashed, and Wei Taya lost consciousness. Her body ached all over, and the wooden ceiling was filled with the unique scent of the forest. Wei Taya felt a bit hungry. Wait, how could she feel hunger? A familiar male voice sounded, "You're awake." Scar looked at the unfamiliar elven girl before him, feeling a bit of a headache. There weren't many people in the forest elves village, and as the captain of the guard, Scar knew everyone in the village. Looking at the elven girl's face, he found it strange. The only somewhat familiar feature was her pair of silver eyes. 7 parts heroism and 3 parts allure. Her silver gaze appeared somewhat cold. However, why is she bald? She glanced at Scar, frowning in confusion. "What are you doing here?" Wei Taya instinctively reached for the longsword at her waist, but found nothing. "Me?" Scar pointed at himself. "Do you know me?" After a moment, he thought it was normal for this elven girl to recognize him since she was brought by Elder Glenn. Elder Glenn had only hastily instructed him to keep an eye on her before leaving. Something felt off, sniffing the scent of the trees. Wei Taya finally sensed the changes in her body. She could feel pain, smell scents, and was accompanied by an intense feeling of hunger. Wei Taya asked, "Is there a mirror?" Scar thought for a moment, then drew out his shiny longsword and handed it to her. The sword reflected the image of a pointed-eared, elven girl. Wei Taya was not unfamiliar with this face. It was nearly identical to her previous life's appearance. Except for the lack of hair, she was completely bald. Wei Taya. Her face turned so dark it could drip water. She silently muttered her status. LV14 Wei Taya, Eternal. Status transformation, remaining duration unknown. Transformation transforms the specified target into a specific race, nullifying all special abilities of the previous race and transforming into the special abilities of the current race. Meaning Wei Taya's spirit abilities and special skills were temporarily nullified. She had transformed into the forest elf's special ability, Tree Affinity. Glenn appeared before her at some point. "Oh, the little one is awake." After the earlier battle, Wei Taya understood he possessed skills akin to foresight and mind reading. Thus, she silently cursed Glenn's ancestors through 18 generations in her mind. Glenn looked at her in mild surprise. "Little one, you know quite a few curse words." Like coaxing a child, he patted Wei Taya's little bald head. Wei Taya disgustedly swatted his hand away, but Glenn was not annoyed. He smiled faintly and called Scar away. Wei Taya now felt worried about the treasure chest monster's safety. She wasn't sure if that old man would go all out. It seemed this was all part of the plan. That old man must have seen through her disguise from the very beginning. The thought made her a bit angry. Not only was her intelligence crushed, but she also lost her hair. Before long, Scar returned. Glenn had given him an important task, taking care of the child. Wei Taya sat on the bed, her longsword gracefully weaving a beautiful pattern in the air. Her basic skills had not failed, only her overall abilities had diminished significantly. However, her speed was sufficient even with the reduction to make her escape. Wei Taya said, "I'm hungry." She returned the longsword to Scar and got out of bed, stretching lazily. She wore a long robe that was stained with quite a bit of blood upon closer inspection. Having been out of the Su Ling village for some time, the battles along the way had made her robe tattered and worn. Wei Taya pulled the hood of the robe over her head. The bald head felt a bit cool with the wind. Scar, feeling helpless, could only lead her in search of food. From a distance, he looked like an old father taking his daughter out to eat. The village of the forest elves was small, and Wei Taya looked around at the exquisite wooden houses, thinking to herself, this place was much better than the wild boar village. Not far away was the altar, and Wei Taya felt relieved to see the treasure chest monster right beside it. The treasure chest monster was bound, and seemed to be grumbling. Having accompanied Wei Taya, it had naturally learned quite a few words. Scar led Wei Taya out of the village. The forest elves did not have a habit of storing food. Moreover, in the past 2 days, most of their manpower had been focused on collecting various strange items. The elven guards they encountered on the way greeted Scar, and he nodded in response to each. However, their gazes were mostly focused on the Wei Taya behind him. Guard A asked, "Who is that?" "I've never seen her before." Guard B replied, "I haven't seen her either." Another guard shook his head and stopped thinking about it. With so many recent events, they had little time for gossip. Once out of the village, Scar took Weiwei Taya toward the distant red fruit tree. This type of red fruit tree was highly aggressive, extending its vines to strike any nearby creatures. However, its fruits were quite tasty. Thanks to the forest elves' affinity with trees, the red fruit tree did not attack the two. Scar climbed the tree and picked 2 red fruits about the size of wash basins. Weiwei Taya quietly waited beneath the tree. Scar jumped down and handed her a fruit. I thought you would run away and was prepared to spend some time catching you again. Weiwei Taya did not respond. She leaned against the tree and took a bite of the red fruit. Her gaze drifted upward. Following her line of sight, a high-level shadow beast had appeared in the sky at some point. Gah! The high-level shadow beast in the air let out a piercing cry. Immediately 3 more high-level shadow beasts rushed over. The 4 high-level shadow beasts surrounded the two, and it seemed that there were groups of ordinary shadow beasts following behind. Scar frowned as he drew his longsword. It was the group of shadow beasts that had been roaming nearby. But why was one missing? He was aware of the number of high-level magical beasts nearby, yet these shadow beasts seemed a bit unusual. Shadow beasts fed on energy bodies and generally would not attack non-energy entities. Goth. One of the high-level shadow beasts, unable to contain itself, lunged at Weiwei Taya. Slap. The red fruit tree extended its vines and struck the high-level shadow beast heavily. Weiwei Taya glanced at the high-level shadow beast that had been knocked away. It convulsed on the ground, seemingly affected by the paralyzing effect of the fruit tree's vines. Weiwei Taya raised an eyebrow. Scar was entangled with the other 3 high-level shadow beasts. Scar's sword skills were commendable, and even against 3 opponents he showed no signs of falling behind. Of course, it could also be that the shadow beast skills were mostly designed to target energy bodies. Scar seized upon an opening and delivered a horizontal slash, directly cleaving 1 high-level shadow beast in half. The remaining high-level shadow beasts showed no intention of retreating, as hordes of ordinary shadow beasts had already arrived. The pack of shadow beasts emitted a piercing cry. Without hesitation, Scar hoisted Weiwei Taya and swiftly climbed up the tree. Ordinary shadow beasts could not fly, making this seemingly the best course of action. The remaining high-level shadow beasts dared not approach recklessly. At this moment, the red fruit tree's vines were wildly striking the ordinary shadow beasts that came near. Goth. The high-level shadow beasts dispersed the ordinary shadow beasts still attempting to climb. The two sides were locked in a stalemate, with ordinary shadow beasts surrounding the ground and high-level shadow beasts glaring from the air. Weiwei Taya had just finished eating the red fruit. The fruit was delicious, tangy, and appetizing, and the seeds were quite small. Holding the remaining seed in her mouth, Weiwei Taya spat it out towards the high-level shadow beast in the air. The damage was minimal, but it was highly insulting. The high-level shadow beast that was hit glared fiercely at her. Weiwei Taya remained unfazed, even giving it an international friendly gesture. The expression was as infuriating as it could get. After all, these were low-tier magical beasts possessing some intelligence, but not much. Weiwei Taya's provocation successfully angered the high-level shadow beast. They roared and charged recklessly at her. The red fruit tree was quite effective. 2 strikes of its vines knocked the high-level shadow beasts awake. The high-level shadow beasts fell to the ground convulsing. Scar stood by stunned. Weiwei Taya would not let such a good opportunity slip. She seized Scar's longsword without hesitation and jumped down. Taking advantage of your illness to take your life. She always adhered to the good habit of rooting out the problem completely. The sword fell, blood splattered, and the defenseless high-level shadow beasts were cut down one by one. Level up, learn passive skill hunting. With the high-level shadow beasts gone, the surrounding ordinary shadow beasts immediately charged in. Scar jumped down just in time to shield Weiwei Taya. You were too impulsive. Weiwei Taya raised an eyebrow and jokingly replied, Aren't you here? Scar was momentarily at a loss for words and no longer blamed her. In the blink of an eye, the two were entangled with ordinary shadow beasts. However, without the command of the high-level shadow beasts, the ordinary shadow beasts were fighting on their own, wildly attacking. Some ordinary shadow beasts were even tearing at each other. Weiwei Taya swung her longsword to slay the shadow beasts while Scar was forced to fight barehanded. Fortunately, these ordinary shadow beasts were of average ability, so he could still divert some attention to Weiwei Taya's side. Weiwei Taya's swordsmanship was characterized by speed and precision, and it was quite exquisite, leaving Scar amazed. In contrast, Scar primarily relied on strength, which meant his sword was considerably heavier. Scar was unaware that due to this sword, Weiwei Taya had already cursed him several times in her heart. Having physical advantages also had its drawbacks, such as limited stamina. Ultimately, panting and exhausted, Weiwei Taya barely managed to slay the last shadow beast. The forest had entered the night phase, and Scar wasn't in great shape either. The number of ordinary shadow beasts was overwhelming, and he had inevitably sustained injuries. In comparison, Weiwei Taya was significantly better off. Mainly, she was not fighting barehanded, and Scar sometimes deliberately helped block some of the attacks for her. Aside from feeling like her whole body was falling apart and her robe nearly torn to shreds, everything was great, because all the shadow beasts had finally been exterminated. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. But for Su Ling, even a second is too long. Weiwei Taya couldn't help but show a triumphant smile. As the evening breeze blew by, she felt a coolness on her head, but her expression darkened immediately. Weiwei Taya exclaimed, Damn it, I'm exhausted. After venting her frustration, she collapsed to the ground. This startled Scar, who walked over to check on her. Fortunately, she had merely fallen asleep temporarily. Carrying the unconscious Vivitia, Scar retraced his steps. They had been trapped for quite some time, and logically the elven guards should have come out to search for them by now. Now he was a bit worried about the village. Scar swiftly maneuvered through the forest and soon spotted the elven village from afar. Unfortunately, his fears were confirmed. Outside the village, Glenn was leading the elven guards in a stand against 5 enormous magical beasts. The magical beasts had a single horn spiked black skin on their backs and overall resembled large lizards. Scar recognized this type of magical beast. Spiked armored lizard, a subdragon species. They were one of the few mid-tier races in the forest with low reproductive capability. These 5 were the entirety of their population in the forest. Class determines potential limits and basic abilities. There are 5 racial classes: low tier, mid tier, high tier, epic, and legendary. In addition, there is a special class, hero. Within classes, there are also specific strength divisions: ordinary, elite, chief, and lord. For example, Vivitia belonged to the chief level among low-tier undead. The combat power of the spiked armored lizard was formidable. One could contend with 10 elven guards. High-tier races naturally suppress low-tier races. Scar hesitated for a moment, carefully laid down Vivitia, and quickly hurried towards the village. He did not notice that Vivitia's eyelids twitched when she touched the ground. After waiting patiently for a while, Vivitia opened her eyes. In the direction of the village, the forest elves were locked in a fierce struggle with the spiked armored lizards. Unfortunately, she had no time to appreciate it. Vivitia got up and deliberately avoided them to enter the village. The village was eerily quiet, as all the elven guards had gone to fight. Vivitia hurriedly ran to the altar and woke up the treasure chest monster. "Who are you?" The groggy treasure chest monster did not recognize her. Vivitia rolled her eyes, untied the treasure chest monster's bindings, and without further ado sat directly on it, patting it. "Vivitia, what are you dawdling for? Run!" The familiar voice and the eye-rolling gesture jolted the treasure chest monster into action. It immediately started running. The treasure chest monster sprinted wildly, yet for some reason it always ended up back in front of the altar, unable to escape the village. Vivitia frowned and looked up at the giant ancient tree. She had noticed it as soon as she entered the village. There were no female elves or young elves here, and considering the ancient tree's strange vitality and the altar in front of it, even as an undead, she couldn't help but shiver. "Vivitia, damn it, it seems all the stories and fairy tales are lies. This old thing's heart is truly dark and ruthless." Realizing she couldn't escape either, Vivitia decided to close her eyes and lie down. With the sounds of battle outside the village coming to an end, the elven guards began to return one after another. "Glenn, don't let her run away, Captain Scar." "Scar, but..." "Elder Glenn." "Glenn, no, but your primary task is to keep an eye on her." The spiked armored lizards were repelled, but the price paid by the forest elves was considerable. Nearly half of the guards were lost, and Glenn's expression was noticeably grim. It seemed the ritual needed to be conducted soon. Sigh. A long sigh echoed in his ears as Vivitia was carried away. Scar couldn't understand why this unfamiliar elven girl was so highly regarded by the elder. He even began to suspect if she was the elder's illegitimate child. The treasure chest monster silently followed behind Scar, and no one paid attention to it. Returning to the small wooden house, Scar set Vivitia down, but nearly tripped over the treasure chest monster behind him. He looked at the treasure chest monster and felt an increasing sense of familiarity. He was sure he had seen it somewhere. "Scar, what are you doing here?" He finally remembered. This was the treasure chest monster that had followed that wraith. The treasure chest monster did not respond. Scar shook his head, initially wanting to inquire about the wraith situation. He ignored the treasure chest monster and sat down lost in thought. The elder had changed. Ever since the last divine power incident, Glenn had become increasingly eccentric. The female elves in the village and the few young elves had also been taken somewhere. If it weren't for Glenn assuring them they would see them soon, the remaining elven guards would have likely rebelled. As the captain of the guards, he already knew his subordinates had grievances. Wasn't he also feeling the same? But for now, he could only choose to trust Glenn. A week passed. Vivitia had tried various escape methods, but had failed every time. However, there were some results. For instance, Glenn was visibly aging at an alarming rate, which seemed to be a side effect of those skills. Now he looked like an old man, completely devoid of his previous handsome appearance. If Vivitia were given more time, she could exhaust Glenn to death. Of course, that was just if. That morning, Vivitia was brought to the altar, and the treasure chest monster was also brought along. Glenn knelt in the center of the altar with Scar standing beside him and the remaining elven guards on alert around them. For the past week, the spiked armored lizards had not given up their assault on the elven village. The ancient tree's vitality was so abundant, it was almost palpable. "Elven guard, Elder Glenn the person has arrived." Glenn nodded and was helped up by Scar. "Glenn, it is time. All sacrifices are made for this moment." He held a finely crafted dagger in his hand, chanting obscure words as the runes carved on the altar resonated with him. The offerings collected around him were consumed one by one alongside the chant. Glenn, the last and most important offering. The dagger plunged into Vivitia's chest, and at that moment the transformation spell on her was undone by Glenn. The blood of the wraith. The bloodstained dagger was pulled out, and Vivitia transformed back into her original wraith form. The sky turned dark, and the bloody dagger was swallowed by the void. The once vibrant ancient tree withered instantly, and the next moment a torrent of blood gushed forth, enveloping the entire ancient tree. Glenn laughed maniacally, then jumped into the reverse-flowing blood waterfall. Scar, is this the god you spoke of? At this point, Scar could no longer deny he had been deceived. In a fit of rage, he chased after Glenn and jumped in as well. The remaining elven guards were already in disarray. Amidst the chaos, the treasure chest monster hid with the weakened Vivitia. Vivitia quietly opened the treasure chest, looking at the ancient tree, now shrouded in blood. The reverse-flowing blood waterfall did not last long, and the blood receded, revealing a tree with distorted human faces. The trunk was formed by a mixture of bones and blood vessels, while the leaves were composed of eyeballs, exuding a strong aura of death. It worked! It worked! The twisted human face shouted crazily. Mission failed. Vivitia had no time to care about any failed missions. She decisively closed the treasure chest, inwardly muttering, "I was just passing by." Several vine-like blood vessels extended from the treetop. The vines rapidly ensnared the already dumbfounded elven guards. In less than a second, they turned into mummified corpses. Not enough, not enough. The ground trembled violently as the ancient tree rose from the earth, transforming into a treant form. With each step it took, the ground shook. After the sounds faded away for a long time, Vivitia slowly opened the treasure chest. The scene was a wreck. There was no doubt that the elven village had disappeared from existence. The misty form of Vivitia floated in the air. Due to the immense size of the tree, its shadow could still be seen from afar. The treasure chest monster searched below for something to eat. The child had been starved these past few days. Finally, through perseverance, she found a few small gold coins. Following the trail of coins, she discovered a bloodied figure barely clinging to life. Sister Zuling. Hearing the treasure chest monster's call, Vivitia turned away from the daunting figure. She drifted over slowly, asking, "What is it?" Vivitia also spotted the bloodied figure. Its chest rose and fell, appearing still alive as it wiped the blood from its face. It turned out to be Scar, who was now unconscious. After some thought, Vivitia instructed the treasure chest monster to take him. Scar had not mistreated her during this time, so she considered it a repayment of kindness. A cold electronic voice sounded. All players in Vivitia received the message. The first world boss, Tree of Life Glen, has appeared in the second area of the Ayalaha Grand Maze. Players are encouraged to work together to defeat it as soon as possible. Additionally, as most players are in their juvenile phase, the system will automatically teleport them to the battle location. After a wave of spatial fluctuation, players began to appear in the second area. The players were of various races, with humans being the majority, but mostly they were just young children. As soon as they entered, they immediately noticed the massive figure in the distance. Player A, wow, that's huge. Player B, is that the world boss? Are we just going to be delivering food? The players gathered together to discuss tactics. The spatial fluctuations had not yet ceased, and in the distance the neighing of warhorses and the roars of beasts could be heard. Heresy has appeared here. A large number of local creatures were teleported behind the players. There were almost all kinds of races represented, with humans being the majority. Unlike the players, they quickly divided into two factions upon landing. One faction was almost entirely humanoid beings, while the other was primarily made up of monsters. An elderly human stroked his beard and greeted a knight riding a black warhorse. "Kaiman, how long has it been since we last met?" "Kaiman, humph, you're still alive, Ludo." "Ludo, I've gotten old and useless, but I can still make you die again." The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, but fortunately the two were relatively restrained, engaging only in a battle of words. Soon the human side consolidated their team, first led by Ludo. Other humanoid beings also had their own leaders, such as orcs and dwarves. Their leaders were a tall, red-skinned orc warrior and a dwarf king wearing a crown and carrying a hammer. The players were similarly organized into their respective racial teams. However, the monster-type players did not have it as easy, and most of the monsters had low intelligence. Of course, excluding those higher-level monsters. They also imitated humans by having a powerful monster lead the weaker ones. Monsters had an advantage as this area was originally their habitat. In contrast, the human adventurers were pitifully few. Many higher-level monsters began calling for their kind in the area. Kaiman did the same. Although this was not the main habitat of the undead, it was better than nothing. "Kin, come here to fight." A fragmented voice echoed in Vivietia's mind. Detecting a call from a regional, lord-level entity, Vivitia sat on the treasure chest monster, contemplated for a while, and ultimately decided to take a look. Many higher-level monsters gathered their kin, and a few human adventurers joined as well. For Kaiman it was rather awkward, although he knew that undead were rare here. Having none at all was excessive. He glanced at his nemesis Ludo, whose old face was grinning widely. Wait, is there a response? Just then the treasure chest monster carrying Vivitia arrived. To avoid trouble, Vivitia hid Scar inside the treasure chest monster. Kaiman and Vivitia exchanged glances. Vivitia thought, damn, isn't that the old guy who stepped on me to death back then? She made a face of disdain. Though she had no facial features, Kaiman did not remember Vivitia at all. All he felt was confusion and surprise, not expecting the response to come from a powerful spirit. It felt like pulling a limited edition from a gacha pool. He cast a triumphant glance at Ludo, and then threw a flirtatious look at Vivitia. Vivitia thought, what a fierce gaze. She immediately scattered into mist, preparing to flee. Kaiman nodded at her, not saying much, but anyone could tell he was in a good mood. In the end, Taya dragged the treasure chest monster and quietly blended into the monster crowd. She cast her gaze towards the human team, curious about the guy who seemed increasingly irritating. Skill activated Spirit's Hostility. Taya's Favorability 3. The player with the ID Lin Shun Shijian Lu instantly became alert. This cursed skill had been retained even after the public beta. Moreover, every time there was a commotion, he inevitably received a beating. With most players gathered, both sides immediately moved toward the gigantic figure. The cooperation between humans and monsters was indeed peculiar. LV-47 Tree of Life. Glen fallen creature. The vines woven from blood vessels frantically consumed all life around it, turning a large area centered around it into a forbidden zone of life. The leaves formed from eyeballs observed the distance, ultimately locking onto their target, delicious food that had come to them voluntarily. A twisted human face let out a cold laugh as Glen charged towards the approaching reinforcements. A great battle was imminent as the strongest among the reinforcements, Ludo and Kaiman, broke away from the team to block Glen's path. Kaiman, Ludo, rest assured, if you die, I will definitely turn you into an undead. Ludo, of course I'm reassured. Even if you die again, old man, I'll still be fine. The two continued their banter while their movements were swift. Kaiman rode his warhorse, bathed in flames, charging at Glen like a meteor streaking close to the ground. After a loud crash, the trunk, made of bones and blood vessels, was pierced through. Seizing the opportunity, Ludo's previously withered body suddenly bulged with muscles. He charged into the large hole made by Kaiman, using brute force to tear an even larger opening. The opening gradually widened, causing Glen to lose balance and crash to the ground, triggering a minor earthquake. The remaining reinforcements swarmed in, resembling a mass of ants from above. A large amount of blood gushed forth and Glen's wound rapidly healed. Countless vines shot out, entangling the unfortunate souls who were completely unprepared. Most of those affected were players and low-intelligence monsters. As for Taya, the vines chose to bypass her completely. Taya felt insulted. Players caught in the entanglement vanished in a flash of white light, while local creatures met far more gruesome fates. They were drained of their blood, dying in horrific ways. Amid the chaos, Taya still found time to punch Lin Shin Shijian Lu, sending him directly to the afterlife. In this special battle, players who were defeated would respawn at nearby resurrection points. The bewildered Lin Shin Shijian Lu revived, confused as to how he had avoided all those vines. Why was he still dead? Since this was the first world BOSS and players were relatively weak, the system provided 3 nearby resurrection opportunities. After 3 times they would be teleported away and there would be a death penalty. The wound healed and the tree roots woven from blood vessels plunged into the ground. Glen rooted himself in place and shook before standing up. Kaiman and Ludo exchanged glances, opting to fight separately. The iron hose came crashing down, instantly crushing the exposed roots of Glen. Meanwhile, Ludo repeatedly pounded on Glen's trunk with his fists. The native creatures and players were not idle, attacking Glen as best they could. Vivitia blended in among them, accompanied by the chest monster. A noise emanated from the chest monster, waking Scar. Ignoring his frail state, Scar drew his sword and joined the assault without a word. A twisted human face let out a furious roar. Glen shook his canopy and eyeballs fell to the ground, extending tentacles that floated in the air. The eyeball monsters ignored the players and engaged with the native creatures. The number of eyeball monsters kept increasing. Vivitia dispersed into mist and floated up to the canopy. Half of the small eyeballs were gone, revealing a giant eyeball that had been hidden. This eyeball was as thick as the trunk, an unsettling sight. Vivitia thrust her sword towards the gigantic eyeball. To her surprise, the eyeball was quite fragile. The sword pierced in without resistance. This gigantic eyeball possessed independent consciousness. In pain, it flung Vivitia away. Struggling, it flew up from the canopy. Its upper and lower eyelids sprouted sharp teeth, transforming the giant eyeball into a massive mouth that lunged towards the ground. The native creatures on the ground were engaged in battle with the eyeball monsters, having no time to notice anything else. The giant eyeball swallowed countless native creatures, including many eyeball monsters. The large mouth made chewing sounds as Vivitia quickly followed up with an attack. After chewing, a layer of bloody shell appeared on the surface of the gigantic eyeball. The longsword left only a white mark when it struck the surface. Ludo and Kaiman were engaged in combat with Glen on the front lines, neglecting this area. With no hope of assistance from the native creatures or players, Vivitia had to face the giant eyeball alone. The longsword was coated with dark elements, and Vivitia struck first. Skill weakness detection activated. Skill dual / activated. The sharp sword light cut through, shattering the bloody shell and revealing the eyeball's true form. The giant eyeball roared, opening its large mouth to bite at Vivitia. The bloody shell reformed around it. Vivitia was undeterred and charged forward. She preferred foes that only attacked physically. Dispersing into mist to evade the collision, Vivitia slashed at its rear, or so it seemed. The bloody shell was as fragile as paper against the dark elements. The giant eyeball let out a roar and adjusted its position to lunge forward again. Repeating her tactics, Vivitia eventually made the giant eyeball realize something was amiss. This creature had some intelligence. After realizing its attacks couldn't harm her, it shifted its target towards the players and native creatures. Vivitia was not confident in stopping its charge. She could only harass it from the side. Fortunately, the native creatures and players, having learned from the recent lesson, were already on guard. As soon as they spotted the giant eyeball charging, they quickly dispersed. This way they wouldn't suffer heavy losses. The giant eyeball's speed was no match for Vivitia, and it was already battered after several rounds. Exclusive skill spirit mark layers are full unlocking effect. Bitter Revenge. Next skill damage doubled. Skill activated. Bitter Revenge. Decapitation. The long sword slashed down with an unstoppable momentum. The giant eyeball was cleaved in two. Roar. At the same time, Glenn unleashed an astonishing aura not far away. With a single strike, he repelled Kaimin and Ludo, who had just been evenly matched with him. The twisted human face fixed its gaze on Vivitia. The entire tree trembled as a massive energy gathered. The space froze at that moment, and a dazzling beam of light burst forth. You have been locked on and cannot evade. Vivitia exclaimed, damn. The beam struck Vivitia directly. This blow came quickly and went just as fast. Glenn's entire tree turned gray, and his human face bore a sheen of sweat. Having charged too far, he entered cooldown. Skill counterattack activated. Vivitia's figure appeared before Glenn like a specter. Black mist enveloped the longsword, piercing through the human face like lightning. Glenn never understood how this spirit survived. That strike would have been fatal even for an average high-level boss. The Tree of Life. Glenn has been defeated. Only a few small eyeball monsters remained. The battle was over and the reinforcements were nearly all wiped out. Reward settlement in progress. All participating players gain 5,000 experience. Exclusive title Pioneer. Participants who survived receive additional experience and a fine weapon. Vivitia sat atop the chest monster watching the jubilant players. Skill Dark God's Protection is on cooldown, remaining time 7 days. These rewards were quite generous for the players. The surviving native creatures also benefited as Vivitia could clearly sense their vitality had strengthened. The system notification sounded. Settlement complete. Level up. Current level has overflowed with experience points. Acquired item Vitality of the Ancient Tree. Current race can advance. Scar walked over slowly, saying, "Thank you, spirit of my kin can now rest in peace." He leaned against a wall, panting heavily. This battle had drained his remaining strength. He had jumped into the blood waterfall with Glenn becoming drenched in blood. It was precisely because of this blood that he had not suffered too much damage. Now, having avenged his great enmity, he could rest as well. Scar closed his eyes. What was happening? He felt warmth and an influx of power throughout his body. Opening his eyes, he saw Vivitia standing beside him, pouring something over his head. It was filled with vitality. This substance was lethal to the undead, but the best healing remedy for the living. Scar opened his mouth about to say something. Vivitia, however, did not give him the chance and directly shoved the bottle into his mouth. Kaimin laughed heartily, patting Vivitia on the back. You did great, spirit. Ludo also came over, saying, I hope you realize your true worth and do not stand against humanity's spirit. Hearing this, Kaimin immediately became displeased. The two began to argue again, nearly coming to blows. Mission settlement complete. Teleportation activated. Players began to vanish one by one, and the surviving native creatures scattered. Kaimin and Ludo left together, reportedly seeking a prime location for a duel. Finally, quieting down, Vivitia lazily dispersed into mist and opened the panel. Only she, the chest monster, and Scar remained. The chest monster rummaged through the debris while Scar leaned against the wall, clutching the bottle, lost in thought. Current race can advance. The electronic panel unfolded. The next stage of the advanced spirit appeared, Great Spirit. The Great Void Spirit, favored by the Dark God, is a powerful existence. It is also the most dreaded creature for adventurers. Its appearance seems no different from an ordinary human. Advance. The black mist expanded and solidified into the form of a tall woman. Vivithia's features gradually became clear, reflecting her past life. 7 parts heroism and 3 parts allure. What pleased Vivithia the most was that her hair had finally returned. Touching her soft hair, Vivithia stretched lazily. Her senses of smell, hearing, and touch had returned, no longer muddled. Advancement complete. Basic abilities: enhanced talent, improved dark magic attack resistance, dark attribute attack nullified. Scarl noticed Vivithia's change. He had seen her as a forest elf before, but back then she was just a little girl. Now Vivithia was tall and quite beautiful. Current job level is full. You may change class. The electronic panel switched. Trap Master class change condition: set traps more than 100 times. An elite proficient in various traps, skilled in defense and counterattack, capable of creating traps that enemies despise, with a level cap of 30. Void Spirit War King special class change. The pinnacle of the Void Spirit clan's combat power, capable of commanding other Void Spirits and also formidable in individual combat, with a level cap of 40. Void Spirit Hunter job advancement. The superior profession of Void Spirit Chaser, appearing and disappearing without a trace. This type of Void Spirit is born for individual combat, and no one wants to be targeted by a Void Spirit Hunter with a level cap of 45. Vivithia ultimately chose the strongest Void Spirit Hunter for individual combat. Class change successful. Gain passive skills: Hunter's Intuition, Hunter's Resilience. Current ability values and reputation meet the standards. Since you do not have a fixed area, the system classifies you as a wild boss, currently codename Wandering Evil Spirit. Is this a congratulation? Gained boss skills: Commander Boss, King Boss, Status Nullification Boss. Gained exclusive boss skill: Vivithia's Majesty Boss. Character name Vivitia Eternum Undead Low level Undead Great Void Spirit Hunter level 1 health 1635 mana 30 strength 257 skills 285 magic 0 speed 354 defense 15 magic defense 13 physique 6 title small monster slayer bone slayer old 1 familiar face terminator of the tree of life. Passive skills, swordsmanship LV10, weapon mastery LV6, a will of the dead heart of the brave weakness detection void spirit mark, veteran universal language guardian of the dark god ambush hunters techniques, hunting instinct trap techniques collection, habit hunters intuition hunters resilience. Active skills levitation night vision hunters, materialization counterattack, portable pocket double, strike, charge prey, scent, elemental condensation, elemental eruption, elemental perception decapitation hunting. Boss skills Vivithia's majesty commander king, status nullification. Talent physical attack, nullification void spirit dark attribute attack, nullification mana vision, wide vision dark element affinity. Congratulations, you have gained notoriety among humans, and you have been classified as a bounty target. Vivithia opened her bounty list. The nearest bounty target was wandering evil spirit. 3 months passed. Second layer of the Olija Great Maze Area 2. Yellow sand blazing sun and occasional sandstorms. Area 2 is a desert only during the day. When the sun above disappears, it only indicates that a more deadly sandstorm is coming. Vivithia floated in the air wrapped in her tattered robe. She felt incredibly fortunate to be a void spirit now. 5 days ago they broke through Area 1. With Skarl leading the way, Vivithia and her group quickly found the boss of Area 1. There was nothing more to say. Vivithia felt that this boss was even weaker than Hector. A treasure chest monster could kick it twice. Not to mention having Skarl's help after a righteous beating the boss met its end in resentment. During this time the treasure chest monster advanced and became a superior treasure chest monster. And it learned a new skill mimicry, transforming into a specified target's appearance for a limited time. Skarl joined their journey. Translating his words roughly means a security guard without a job wants to search for poetry in a distant place, referring to a new job. The treasure chest monster and Skarl trudged along below. Skarl wore a red fruit peel hat. It looked a bit ugly, but provided some coolness. The forest elf disliked this desert terrain and picked many red fruits before leaving. These fruits would be enough for him and the treasure chest monster to last for a while. Having picked a bit too many, he was slapped by the red fruit tree. As for the one floating in the sky, she didn't need to eat anything at all. The sky gradually darkened, a sign of an approaching sandstorm. The treasure chest monster retracted its legs, serving as a makeshift shield. Vivithia floated into the treasure chest monster. She did not want to be blown away again. Skarl hid behind the treasure chest monster, curling his body as much as possible. Soon the sandstorm arrived. The howling wind mixed with yellow sand screamed past his ears, and Skarl held tightly to the treasure chest monster. At least he wouldn't be blown away like the weightless Vivithia. The sandstorm didn't last long. After the wild winds, the sun reappeared in the sky. Skarl shook off the sand from his body. Unfortunately, his fruit peel hat was gone. Vivithia floated out to survey her surroundings. After each sandstorm, they had to reconfirm their route. Moi. Vivithia in the air rubbed her eyes. She couldn't have been mistaken, could she? Ahead, a patch of oasis appeared. Vivithia, there's an oasis ahead. Skarl, are you sure you're not mistaken? Vivithia nodded. The three discussed and decided to head towards the oasis. After some time, Skarl finally saw the oasis ahead. Wait. Vivithia called out to them. Being in the air, she had the best view and could see the entire oasis. Lush trees, grassy ground, and a medium-sized lake. But there were no signs of other monsters. This oasis is suspicious. Vivithia briefly stated her conclusion. As soon as she finished speaking, the oasis began to tremble rapidly. A large mouth closed and the oasis vanished. In its place was a giant monster shaped like a shark. LV-17 sand shark, a common monster inhabiting this desert, often disguising itself as an oasis to wait for prey. The sand shark glanced warily at the floating Vivithia. Then it submerged into the sea of sand and fled. Well, that was a wasted effort. The bounty list is established by humans. The monsters on it are all at least leaders possessing either formidable abilities or troublesome skills. The ranking indicates the destruction or danger level the monsters pose to humans. It cannot be denied that every bounty monster holds significant value. Killing them often grants special skills along with generous rewards. Sun strides through the yellow sand, followed by 12 adventurers, 3 of whom appear to be youths. The target this time is the latest bounty monster, the Wandering Evil Spirit. This monster was personally posted by the commander of the Temple Knights, Ludo, and they were specially commissioned to exterminate it. Although ranked lower, one must not be careless. The previous failure against the violent Fong taught Sun a lesson. Do not underestimate any bounty monster. With their full team, they should be able to take down that Wandering Evil Spirit. The last known sighting of the Wandering Evil Spirit was here. Looking at the sparse information in hand, Sun felt a headache coming on. Currently, it is known that this bounty monster is a high-level phantom and has no fixed activity area. Finding a phantom in the vast desert is quite challenging. This is also why he brought 3 youths in his adventurer team. One of the youths is particularly adept at scouting and tracking under the condition of bringing along the other 2 companions. To Sun's surprise, the other 2 youths are not dead weight. They're combat strength rivals that of seasoned adventurers. If it weren't for the recent surge of young geniuses, Sun might genuinely suspect they were nobles experiencing life. Have you found it? This is a special BOSS likely to drop magical equipment. Scout, hey, why are you so impatient? Warrior, can the three of us and those NPCs handle it? Shouldn't we call a couple more people? The mage-dressed youth tapped the warrior youth on the head. Should we call 2 more to grab the equipment? This boss isn't ranked high, the 3 of us should be enough. Fine, the warrior youth did not say more. Because he possesses a piece of magical equipment, he can achieve level-skipping kills with it. Scout, I have news. A youth in leather armor had a white falcon perched on his shoulder. After feeding the falcon some scraps, the leather armor youth pointed towards the northwest. Scout, Captain Sun, northwest direction. Meanwhile, Vivitia had just pulled the treasure chest monster and Scar out of the quicksand area. She was pulling one floating in the air while the quicksand below was deadly once someone sank in. Fortunately, she had already died once. Treasure chest monster. The treasure chest monster had eaten a mouthful of sand due to its height, while Scar was fine, at least he stood around 9 meters tall. What annoyed Scar was that Vivitia was pulling his hair. It felt like she was settling a personal score. Scar, Vivitia. Vivitia, what? Do you want to go back in? Scar fell silent. Yes, Vivitia was doing it on purpose. He heard her mischievous chuckle, though it was faint, it was crystal clear. Vivitia brought the 2 of them to a safe spot. Scar intended to rest for a moment, while the treasure chest monster continued to spit out sand, leaving one to wonder how much it had consumed. Treasure chest monster, what is that? Sister Phantom. Finally done spitting out sand, the treasure chest monster noticed a white falcon in the air. Vivitia frowned as she looked at the falcon. The exclusive boss skill Vivitia's Majesty automatically drives away weaker monsters. Without saying much, she drew her short bow and shot an arrow through the falcon. Skill Prey Scent activated. The following prey appears in this area. Sand Shark LV-17, Desert Scorpion LV-18, Seasoned Adventurer LV-19, Player My Dad, Isli Gang LV-21, Player I, and the Warrior LV-21, Player Scout LV-22, Elite Adventurer LV-31, Desert Giant Scorpion LV-33. Unexpectedly, 3 players were mixed in here, as she knew that players who participated in the last battle had gained quite a bit of experience. It seems that the players' gains are more than she had anticipated, making her somewhat regretful for previously fixating on just 1 player to kill. But it's okay, it's not too late now. Scout, we've been discovered, my eagle is gone. The scout wasn't surprised. If the opponent lacked this much ability, it wouldn't be a special boss. He was just paying for his pet eagle, which was quite expensive. The mage-dressed player with the ID My Dad, Isli Gang, glanced at him. Can we find it? We can find it, and it's not far from us. The 2 focused their gaze on the player with the ID, I am the warrior. My Dad, Isli Gang, you'll be the main tank this time, don't get kicked away like last time. The player, I am the warrior, smiled, but said nothing, taking out his magical battle axe and carefully polishing it. The item was something he exchanged for by grinding bricks in the guild, a raid artifact with an exclusive skill. The last incident was purely accidental. Now that he was fully equipped, he couldn't possibly get one shot again right. The 3 youths chatting and laughing felt out of place among the surrounding silent adventurers. The adventurers could not understand them. This battle was not simple. They were sent out to test the strength of the new bounty monster. These 3 unfortunate kids actually still had the mood to chat. Of course, the players could not understand the adventurers. To them, adventurers were just NPCs, mere data acting according to fixed logic. Sun was at the front scouting the path and paid no attention to the players' chatter. Sun was merely a nickname. No one knew his real name yet. Before long, the adventurers and players arrived at the location where Vivitia and her group had just stopped. Scout, Captain Sun, my eagle is over there. The falcon, which had been shot through, was long gone. The player scout stepped forward to retrieve his pet. Even the falcon's corpse could sell for a few gold coins. Before he could get close, Sun pulled him back. There's an ambush. Just as the words left his mouth, Scar, who had been waiting under the yellow sand, jumped out. The silver-white broadsword slashed down. Sun was already on guard and immediately swung his spear to block it. Scar used 70% of his strength for this strike. After a harsh metallic clash, Sun was pushed back several meters. Sun, forest elf. How could there be forest elves here? Sun was somewhat confused. He knew that forest elves existed in Area 1, but how could they also appear in the desert terrain of Area 2? Scar swung his broadsword, striking a cool pose, but due to having been hidden in the sand and the long journey, he now looked somewhat like a beggar. Scar, I do as I please. What does it matter to you? After traveling with Vivitia, Scar's instinct for banter and retorts had rapidly improved. Everyone's attention was drawn to Scar, and no one noticed the changes happening behind them in the yellow sand. A treasure chest monster with long legs emerged behind one adventurer. Adventurer A, where did that drool come from? The slimy tongue wrapped around that adventurer. The sharp teeth clamped down, crunching and bursting. The adventurer was bitten in half, but did not die immediately. His painful cries finally attracted the attention of his teammates. Adventurer B, what is that thing? Adventurer C, it looks like a treasure chest monster. Adventurer D, which treasure chest monster has such long legs? Listening to their strange arguments, a woman in tattered robes said playfully, my treasure chest monster looks just like this. A tattered black robe, silver eyes, and long black hair, cascading loosely over her shoulders. When did she slip in? The aura of majesty of Vivitia was unleashed. A suffocating sense of oppression emanated from the woman. Vivitia made her move. A flash of red sword light passed by, and the surrounding trembling adventurers were instantly decapitated. A greater phantom spirit. The hawk stepped back 2 paces, realizing that if it were a higher-level phantom spirit, he might have had a chance to struggle. But facing a greater phantom spirit, what could they do? Upon seeing the destructive Vivitia, the players felt no fear. Unlike local creatures, they did not sense any oppression. Majesty of Vivitia only weakened their stats. The warrior player rushed in, drawing his battle axe. Weapon skill Vivitia's power activate. Feeling empowered, the warrior player charged towards Vivitia with a roar. Vivitia glanced at him. Triggered skill hostility of the phantom spirit activated. Vivitia's favor 9. Vivitia thought, why does this person seem so punchable? She kicked towards his face. The impact was tremendous, and the warrior player's avatar was instantly smashed like a watermelon. The headless corpse was kicked away and vanished in an instant. Scout, my dad is Li Gang. The remaining 2 players exchanged glances and instinctively ran away. Whether they could escape was another matter. The battle ended quickly as Vivitia's group dealt with the adventurers effortlessly. Scarl 1 less Vivitia. While counting the numbers, Scarl noticed something was off. Excluding the adventurers kicked away by Vivitia and eaten by the treasure monster, 1 was still missing. Probably took the chance to escape, managing to evade both him and Vivitia. It seems that person must have some magical gear suitable for fleeing. Vivitia shrugged, showing indifference as she was already on the bounty list. Encountering more adventurers in the future would be inevitable. With more lice, 1 wouldn't be afraid of itching, and losing 1 or 2 wouldn't matter much. With the little episode behind them, Vivitia's group began to clean up the battlefield. Her bag was filled with miscellaneous items due to the volume. Vivitia also discarded some useless junk, like 2 broken pieces of armor and a mask. The hawk looked back, cautiously relieved that the phantom spirit did not pursue them. The greater phantom spirit was universally recognized as the hardest low-level undead to deal with, but its scarcity had not drawn human attention. It was Scarl's first time encountering a greater phantom spirit after so long as an adventurer, and it was a bounty monster at that. After a brief rest, Scarl crushed a purple crystal, and after a slight delay, he vanished into the desert. Meanwhile, in the nearest town to the Olya Great Maze, 3 players were resurrected at the nearest respawn point. I am a warrior. I told you the 3 of us can't win at all. My dad is Li Gang, who knew that special boss would be so overpowered, leaving no way to survive, and just behead us. She has other helpers who our plan to keep the loot is probably ruined. I am a warrior. The good news is that I know what that boss drops. What? 2 weeks passed, and Vivitia's group finally found a true oasis. They had eaten all the fruits from the surrounding area and endured several days of harsh desert weather. The appearance of her group made them look even more destitute than beggars. Unfortunately, this oasis was occupied by a boss monster, a level 33 desert giant scorpion. Vivitia had seen this kind of monster before. Their coloration was similar to sand. Generally, they were about half a person tall, but getting too close would scare them away. This one was clearly different. With a red shell, it was easily 4 or 5 times the size of a human. This giant scorpion had no tail, what seemed to have been bitten off by some other monster. Unaware of the danger, the giant scorpion leaped at Vivitia, whom it perceived as the greatest threat. Then it received a brutal beating from her. Vivitia did not hold back. After wandering in the desert for so long, without finding the right direction, she desperately needed a guide. The boss giant scorpion had a bit of intelligence, although it couldn't speak. It understood Vivitia's intent. After driving away some ill-intentioned monsters, Scarl ran toward a small lake and drank deeply. The treasure monster beside him was also drinking wildly. As for Vivitia, her figure had long since disappeared. She was probably off scavenging for junk again. Having quenched his thirst, Scarl decided to look for something to eat nearby. He had no idea how far the next oasis was. He certainly didn't want to starve to death. The oasis contained a small forest. Without calling the treasure monster, still drinking water, Scarl ventured in alone. After a long time away from trees, he swiftly navigated through the forest and soon gathered various wild fruits. To his surprise, he spotted a familiar red fruit tree in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he was horrified to see Vivitia entangled and hanging from it by vines. From a distance, it looked like a hanged ghost. Scarl rushed over and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Vivitia calmly cutting the vines. At that moment, Scarl realized that a phantom spirit like her could never be hanged. Vivitia broke free from the vines and cut a few down. She turned around just in time to see Scarl. Vivitia, catch. Vivitia threw the severed vines over, and Scarl instinctively reached out to catch them. A wave of tingling sensation surged through his body. Scarl, what the hell, Vivitia? Scarl twitched and collapsed while Vivitia stood there in shock for a moment before recalling something. It truly wasn't her intention to trap Scarl. She had forgotten that this item had a paralysis effect. She merely wanted him to take it since her pocket was full. Carrying the still twitching Scarl, Vivitia exited the forest. The small lake was no longer visible, and upon seeing Vivitia, the treasure monster scampered over eagerly. Patting the treasure monster, Vivitia hoisted Scarl onto the back of the giant scorpion. The treasure monster was also pulled up. Following Vivitia's instructions, the giant scorpion crawled in the direction it was familiar with. What was its familiar place? For instance, the territory of the monster that bit off its tail would be a good choice. On the way, Scarl finally returned to normal. This phantom spirit had a bit of conscience and helped him shield the sun. The speed of the desert giant scorpion was much faster than their walking pace. Before long, it brought the 3 of them to a different place. The sand here was unexpectedly red. As soon as they arrived, the sound of a snake's hiss came from beneath the ground. Immediately after, a gigantic snake had appeared before them. However, it was smarter than the giant scorpion. After taking one look at Vivitia, it hurriedly fled. The giant scorpion was taken aback. Part of the reason it wanted to be a mount was to use Vivitia to deal with this nemesis. Yet upon merely glancing at her, it ran away without even putting up a fight. It gathered its strength and immediately gave chase. On the red sandy surface, the giant snake was faster, and just as it seemed about to shake off the giant scorpion, Vivitia drew her short bow and shot out a deadly arrow. Vivitia did not care about the story between them. She only felt that the giant claw scorpion chasing the giant snake ahead was a waste of time. The arrow pierced the giant snake with precision, accompanied by a thundering crash as it fell. The giant snake ceased to breathe. Vivitia gently stroked the giant claw scorpion and softly said, "If you want to live, stop being so slippery." In the previous battle, Vivitia had held back, only causing the giant claw scorpion some superficial injuries. Now the not-so-intelligent giant claw scorpion understood that this ethereal spirit was fully capable of killing it. Putting aside its little schemes, the giant claw scorpion obediently led the three of them onward. Having a local as a guide made a difference as they passed through the red desert area. The giant claw scorpion quickly brought Vivitia and her companions to the desert border. It was called the desert border because on the other side there was an unending sandstorm. It was as if a barrier separated the two places. When the giant claw scorpion arrived here, it refused to go any further. After releasing the giant claw scorpion, Vivitia attempted to cross the barrier. There was no obstruction, or rather there was no barrier at all. Current location detected as boss area. Would you like to? Before the system prompt could finish, Vivitia was blown out. Inside, the intensity of the sandstorm was considerably higher than a normal sandstorm. Vivitia struggled to pull her head out of the sand and glanced at Scar, who was stifling a laugh. Scar managed his expression well, but upon noticing Vivitia's gaze, he immediately suppressed his amusement and asked seriously, "Are you hurt?" Vivitia rolled her eyes and kicked him back into the sand. After about 5 minutes, Scar emerged with a footprint on his backside. He looked even more like a beggar now. Scar said, "Vivitia, I somewhat regret traveling with you guys." Vivitia replied, "Cough, cough. How was it inside?" Scar brushed the sand off his body, saying, "I couldn't see anything. Am not you? It's impossible to open my eyes in such strong winds and sand." The two cast their gazes toward the treasure chest monster. The treasure chest monster said, She had been ejected longer than Scar, as she was thrown out by something. Vivitia quickly reacted and caught her. The treasure chest monster said, "There's a fierce sand shark inside, sister, ethereal spirit." If Vivitia guessed correctly, that should be the boss. However, she found it a bit challenging to fight the boss in a sandstorm. Vivitia's advantage was speed, but the sandstorm would hinder her movements, and the boss was still a sand shark. It would be great if they also had a sand shark. Right? Vivitia smacked her forehead. They actually had a sand shark. Little treasure chest, can't you mimic? Can you turn into a sand shark? The treasure chest monster replied, "I should be able to." Following Vivitia's instructions, the treasure chest monster activated its mimicry and transformed into a small sand shark. Vivitia pulled Scar and jumped into the mouth of the small sand shark. The duration of the mimicry was limited, and Vivitia didn't want to waste too much time. The small sand shark took the two of them into the sandy sea, swimming towards the sandstorm area on the other side. Current location detected as boss area. Would you like to challenge it? Boss sand shark, which blind fool dares to come to my territory? The victim had come to confront them. LV21 Death Sand Sea Goo Gear Beast Clan Intermediate Magical Beast Great Sand Shark Health. Power 153 Magic Power 2, 25 Skill 38 Speed 57 Defense 2, 34 Magic Defense 367 Skill. Talent. In the sandy sea, Goo Gear accelerated toward them. Fortunately, the treasure chest monster skillfully dodged it. Then, following instructions, it charged upwards toward the surface of the sand. Goo Gear would not let her escape easily. The treasure chest monster burst out of the sandy sea, leaping high with Goo Gear closely following behind. The treasure chest monster opened its mouth, revealing the two hidden inside. At this moment, Vivitia saw what Goo Gear looked like. It had black skin, a single horn, and its size was 3 times larger than an ordinary sand shark, resembling a whale more. Goo Gear opened its wide mouth and bit toward the treasure chest monster, which had no chance of dodging midair. Vivitia timely gave her a slap, and the treasure chest monster understood to deactivate its mimicry. With her left hand pulling Scar and her right hand holding the treasure chest monster, Vivitia jumped straight into Goo Gear's mouth. After swallowing Vivitia and her companions, Goo Gear sank back into the sandy sea. To Goo Gear, the size of Vivitia and her companions was no different from a few small insects. The group slid along, eventually reaching Goo Gear's stomach. It was damp and hot with a strange odor and some undigested meat chunks. After setting Scar and the treasure chest monster down, Vivitia drew her longsword and struck at the soft stomach wall. Scar sighed deeply, quickly cleaning the saliva off his body, and drew his broad sword to hack at the stomach wall. The treasure chest monster was not idle either, but without a weapon she could only kick a few times. A sharp pain shot through its belly, and Goo Gear suddenly recalled the words of a human it had devoured long ago. Illness enters through the mouth. Goo Gear's internal defenses were not that high, as biological organs were generally quite fragile. And inside, Vivitia would not hold back. The treasure chest monster even felt it wasn't enough and started to bite. Scar's condition was not so good. He was still flesh and blood. Seeing his consciousness fading, Vivitia took out a vial of slime and poured it over his head. The slime immediately transformed into a shell-like armor upon contact with Scar. Scar regained consciousness. The slime also had the effect of filtering gas, though it was a bit disgusting. Scar asked, "What is this, Vivitia?" He was now curious about what other strange things Vivitia had. Vivitia replied, "The saliva of some unfortunate soul." Vivitia also poured some for the treasure chest monster. "By the way, do you think we will be pulled out?" Ignoring Vivitia's morbid curiosity, Scar tightened his grip on the broadsword and struck the stomach wall again. In a human town within an ordinary tavern, Ludo, whose right arm was bandaged, listened to the report from Hummingbird. "Great ethereal spirit. Are you saying that the monster is now a great ethereal spirit?" The priestly-looking man beside him frowned. Was it in human form or beast form? The appearance of a great ethereal spirit usually resembled their appearance in life. Hummingbird recalled the woman resembling the leader of a beggar gang in human form. The priestly-looking man asked, "Do you remember what the ethereal spirit looked like?" To have the ability to become a great ethereal spirit, this person must not have been a nobody in life. Hummingbird shook his head. At that time, he was thinking about escaping and had no time to observe closely. He only remembered that the other party had rare silver eyes. "A woman with silver eyes, that's all I know." The priestly-looking man's frown deepened. Silver eyes were not common in the Empire. Only members of the pure-blood royal family had them. And royal members generally had secrets that should not be seen, so investigating them would undoubtedly be courting death. However, as a priest with firm beliefs, he would certainly uncover who that ethereal spirit was in life and what obsessions it had. But first he needed to confirm the appearance of the ethereal spirit. The priestly-looking man said, "Lord Ludo, please assign this task to me." The battered walls of the stomach wriggled, and Scar sensed something amiss. Scar, oh no, could it be that Vivitia's ominous words have come true? The movement of the stomach intensified. It seemed that it was about to expel a few uninvited guests. Vivitia pulled the two of them as they floated in the air, dodging. Half-jokingly, she said, "Do you think this boss will gulp down sand and wash us away?" Just as Vivitia finished her sentence, yellow sand poured down like a waterfall. Scar. Treasure chest monster. The sand gradually filled the stomach, and now they faced two choices: to be buried alive or to continue down. Vivitia favored being buried alive, but considering she was the only undead here, the group ultimately decided to continue down. The winding intestines had only one path from beginning to end, or else it would have been a maze. The three of them wreaked havoc inside. Before long, a group of worm-like monsters appeared in the depths. They had no eyes, were the size of ordinary humans, and were pale and fleshy. There were quite a few worms, and Vivitia speculated they might be some kind of parasites. They did not attack Vivitia's group, but stood idly by as if waiting for something. At that moment, a gurgling sound came from above in the stomach. "Vivitia, I feel like we're really about to be pulled out." "Scar, Vivitia, can you please shut up?" The yellow sand mixed with various remnants rushed down, leaving the group with nowhere to hide as they were swept down with the worms. The sandstorm outside had weakened considerably, showing signs of abating, and Gugur collapsed onto the sandy surface. It had no strength left, and the excruciating pain inside it never ceased. With a thunderous crash that shook the heavens and cried out to the spirits, the mixture of yellow sand and worms was expelled from its body. There were still three unidentified creatures. The misty Vivitia transformed back into her human form. The sandstorm had now ceased, leaving only the barely breathing Gugur. As for Scar and the treasure chest monster, they should be buried inside. Both of them had the protective slime from Tokay, so Vivitia was not worried. Whether they would be pickled for flavor was not within her consideration. Looking at Gugur's massive body, Vivitia felt a bit troubled. Gugur's body was riddled with holes, and it was barely hanging on. However, to kill it immediately, some cost would need to be paid. Vivitia kicked Gugur twice, confirming it had no strength to resist. She planned to dig out her two partners first. But it looked like this boss was a bit indigested. Before Vivitia could act, a despondent Scar crawled out by himself. Fortunately, there was a layer of protective slime outside, otherwise he might have truly committed suicide. Quickly shedding the already flavored slime armor, Scar noticed Vivitia not far away. "Scar." Vivitia attempted to greet him, but Scar looked alarmed and quickly covered her mouth at sprinting speed. "Scar, Vivitia, you should really not speak anymore." Vivitia rolled her eyes, swatted Scar's hand away, and stuck her tongue out at him. Now was not the time to argue with Scar. Her little treasure chest was still buried inside. The treasure chest monster was not buried too deeply, and Vivitia easily dug her out. However, those worms were a bit of a hassle. They probably saw her as food and attempted to attack her. She tore off the slime armor, confirming that the treasure chest monster was uninjured. Scar pulled out his broadsword and attempted to deliver a final blow to Gugur. The sword left only a white mark on its surface. Gugur's defense was still very high. "Scar, what do you plan to do about this, Vivitia?" Among the three of them, only Vivitia could break through Gugur's defenses. Vivitia made a gesture across her throat. Time was of the essence. She did not want to give this boss a chance to breathe. Elements swirled around Vivitia, and after a violent explosion, a large portion of her health bar disappeared. Skill Desperate Counterattack activated. The crimson sword glowed eerily as Vivitia leaped high and slashed down at Gugur's massive head. Gugur, barely hanging on, could not withstand this strike. Like cutting tofu, its large head was cleaved in two by Vivitia. The blood that sprayed out turned into a long-awaited rain in the desert. Successfully killed the boss, rewards are being calculated. Vivitia struggled to plunge her long sword into Gugur's corpse. Vivitia planned to strip off some of its skin. This material had surprising hardness and flexibility. If given the chance, she would find a blacksmith to forge a set of armor, which could be useful for the treasure chest monster or Scar, even if she could not use it herself. Throwing away some useless junk from her pockets with Scar's help, they finally peeled off a large piece of Gugur's outer skin. Reward calculation completed. Successfully defeated the Death Sands. Conditions met for an overlevel kill, earning extra experience and leveling up. Conditions met. Weapon Vivitia's sword upgraded. Acquired item Gugur's sharp fawn. The experience from the overlevel kill was very generous, and Vivitia leveled up 7 times in a row. Scar and the treasure chest monster also gained quite a bit of experience. Vivitia could feel their auras growing stronger. Current speed ability value has reached the racial limit of 400. Excess ability values will be automatically retained for 3 months. Please upgrade your racial class as soon as possible. Vivitia was a bit dazed as she did not expect there was a racial limit to ability values. What level had her 2 partners reached now? Skill Hunters I activated. Level 28, Unknown Treasure Chest Monster Demon Race Low-Level Demon Advanced Treasure Chest Monster Traveling Treasure Chest Monster Life 845 Mana 200 Strength 67 Skill 45 Magic 34 Speed 78 Defense 112 Magic Defense 143 Physique 12 Level 24 Scar The Great Wood Elf Race Low-Level Elf High Tier Forest Elf Swordsman Life 1256 Mana 400 Strength 178 Skill 143 Magic 57 Speed 156 Defense 98 Magic Defense 104 Physique 9 Reading others' ability values that will be considered. Provocation. However, after spending some time together, Scar already knew Vivitia's nature and did not care much. The treasure chest monster wouldn't say anything either, affectionately nuzzling Vivitia. Scar thought for a moment, wondering if he could also check Vivitia's ability values. He acted, immediately activating his detection skill on Vivitia's pondering figure. Vivitia raised an eyebrow and looked around, discovering that it was Scar who had activated the detection on her. She continued to stand there in a daze, pondering how to break through the racial class. Now that Vivitia was his teammate, her ability values were no longer a series of question marks in Scar's eyes. Even her skills were visible. However, after seeing them, Scar fell into contemplation. What kind of monster was this? Setting aside Vivitia's abnormal ability values, she had way too many skills. In Scar's understanding, ordinary monsters generally had 1 to 3 skills, elite monsters had 4 to 9, and bosses had 10 to 15. Shouldn't Vivitia be considered a boss-level monster? Why does she have so many skills? In the 3rd layer of the Olya Great Maze Area 1, Vivitia need not worry about losing her way. It is a vast canyon with a single path from beginning to end. There is no day, only night. The lurking monsters primarily consist of various energy entities. It has been 3 days since the boss was defeated. Vivitia and her companions traversed the silent canyon. Scar lacked the ability for night vision and could only proceed cautiously with a torch. The treasure chest monster had it somewhat easier. She had lived in dim conditions before and naturally possessed night vision. Most comfortable of all was Vivitia, as the environment here suited energy entities very well. Even if she did nothing, simply staying here allowed her to continuously level up. However, her upgrade speed was akin to that of a tortoise. Vivitia's primary goal for this journey was not to defeat the boss. A day ago, after much contemplation, the system finally responded. Quest triggered. Intermediate Undead. Quest condition: successfully obtained the item Dark God's Gift in Area 1 of the 3rd layer of the Olya Great Maze. For this treasure hunting quest, the system kindly added an item radar. When the quest item appears nearby, the radar on the electronic panel will give a prompt. This quest seems surprisingly simple, making Vivitia somewhat suspicious of potential traps, as if an invisible hand were enticing her. But there was no choice. Wanting to elevate her racial tier was a necessary path. She did not want to be outdone by players in acquiring gold coins one day. Just as Vivitia envisioned various possible scenarios, a cold electronic voice echoed in her mind. Current faction leader Lynn Eternal has perished. The new leader is Cecivi Eternal. Did she miss here? Opening the electronic panel, the faction section clearly stated she had not misheard. Lynn was dead. Vivitia halted, feeling a wave of disbelief. It was not over. Within a minute, the electronic voice rang out again. Current faction leader Cecivi Eternal has perished. The new leader is Eros Eternal. Cecivi was dead too. Scar noticed Vivitia's unusual demeanor. The cheeky smile she often wore vanished, replaced by a face filled with shock and confusion. Scar asked with concern, "What's wrong, Vivitia?" The treasure chest monster nudged Vivitia, casting a worried glance. Vivitia remained silent, her expression growing darker. Current faction leader Eros Eternal has perished. The new leader is Vivitia Eternal. A pressure enveloped the area, and it was the first time Scar felt Vivitia's terrifying aura. Previously, her pressure would intentionally bypass him and the treasure chest monster. Clearly, something had occurred that made Vivitia disregard those things. Breathing became somewhat difficult, but fortunately the pressure lasted only a brief moment. Vivitia forced a smile that looked worse than crying. "Sorry, our journey might have to come to an abrupt end for now." She activated her skills with full force, dispersing the obstructing energy entities. Vivitia dissipated into mist like a bolt of black lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Trouble was brewing as Scar and the treasure chest monster exchanged glances and hurried after her. Their speed could not hope to match Vivitia, who was exerting herself to the fullest. Following the route they had taken, Vivitia quickly reached the junction between the second and third layers. Current area quest incomplete, cannot leave target area. Vivitia cursed, damn it. She had been in the spirit village for about half a year. The spirit clan was scarce in number, thus they were quite united. Everyone there treated her well, like an elder to a younger member of a large family. Now, as the new leader of the spirit village, the electronic panels faction section had a new addition, faction population. However, it was of little use, as soon she would be left as the sole commander. Reluctant, she tried again. The result was still useless, completely ineffective. Vivitia gradually calmed down, and at that moment panting Scar and the treasure chest monster finally caught up. Scar asked, "What on earth happened, Vivitia? Can't you explain it clearly?" The treasure chest monster added, "Yeah, we can help too, spirit sister." Vivitia sighed deeply and briefly recounted the events. Scar fell silent. This felt familiar to him, but he had always thought Vivitia was a wandering spirit. Current faction population is 1. If no one else joins within 7 days, this faction will be deemed extinguished. I need to go back. After much consideration, Vivitia decided to complete the quest before returning to sea. At the very least, she needed to root out the mastermind behind it. Scar asked, "Isn't there a lack of security at your place, Vivitia?" The treasure chest monster chimed in, "There must be a need for a treasure chest monster over their spirit sister." She paused slightly, looking at the two who had volunteered, and a mischievous smile returned. Vivitia assured, "Rest assured, even if you don't come back with me, I'll still take you with me." The group continued on their way, with Vivitia pulling Scar and the treasure chest monster along rapidly. Energy entities along the way hurriedly retreated, as the aura emanating from Vivitia was quite unfriendly. After flying half the distance, the item radar reacted. It was right ahead, almost there. Vivitia accelerated her flight, and the response from the item radar intensified. After a while, a hemispherical black protective shield came into view. The item was inside, or just as she pulled the two and they were bounced back. A voice, aged and frail, emanated from within the shield. "Guests other than spirits are not welcome here. Come in yourself, little one." Scar nodded at her and set the two down. Vivitia entered alone. Inside the protective shield was darkness, and in this place Vivitia could not discern anything. After she entered, the darkness began to gather toward one direction, solidifying into a black pearl. Finally, she could see her surroundings. The darkness faded, revealing a hollow white. Sitting beside the black pearl was a weathered old man, his white beard almost dragging on the ground. The old man glanced at her before closing his eyes, remaining silent. Vivitia felt a bit perplexed as she sat across from the old man, staring at him. Soon she could not sit still. The hollow whiteness around her made her feel both uncomfortable and insecure. Spitting out the materials she had collected, Vivitia quickly set up traps around her. The commotion caused the old man to frown repeatedly. The old man's beard curled around Vivitia, who was busy setting traps. "Can't you sit quietly, child?" Vivitia forced a chuckle. The old man did not reprimand her further. Instead, he handed the black pearl to Vivitia. "You may leave now." The beard curled around the bewildered Vivitia, releasing her from the shield. The black protective shield vanished alongside it, as if it had never existed, leaving no trace behind. Quest completed. Was it really that simple? She could hardly believe it. Looking at the black pearl in her hand, Vivitia felt it was almost too easy. She had thought she would have to fight that old man, so she preemptively set up traps. Although the old man appeared to pose no threat, her instincts told her it was all a facade. Vivitia failed to notice that the black pearl in her hand was gradually shrinking. Meanwhile, her aura was steadily rising. Conditions met can advance to intermediate undead. Conditions met evolution branch unlocked dark elf. Ignoring the option of evolution, Vivitia chose to advance to an intermediate undead. The black orb vanished and her aura surged to its peak. Successfully advanced to intermediate undead, ability limit increased and base abilities enhanced. LV18 Vivitia eternal undead, intermediate undead. Who? Vivitia exhaled deeply, her aura stabilizing. A group of energy beings had gathered around her, worshipping and expressing their submission to Vivitia. However, she had no time to deal with these creatures. Hastily grabbing Scar and the treasure chest monster, Vivitia swiftly flew towards the junction of the second and third floors. Hawk was searching the desert for the wandering evil spirit with a man dressed as a priest. The man's name was Uer, a low-level priest from the Imperial Church. Since taking on this task in Latona, he had been racing to search for the wandering evil spirit. His efforts bore fruit after several days of hardship, leading him to some clues. A discarded suit of armor and a shattered mask. Uer recognized the aura emanating from them belonged to the undead. Uer, this was left by the wandering evil spirit. The lingering aura was strong, and the only presence in this area with such an aura was the wandering evil spirit. Hawk looked at the broken armor, feeling a sense of familiarity as he reached out to touch it. This texture, isn't this the armor he lost when he fled? Wait, he also encountered a phantom back then. Could it be? Uer, seeing Hawk's hesitant expression, deduced that he had thought of something. Uer, Mr. Hawk, do you know something? Hawk, it's nothing. The first rule of the Adventurer's Code is that the more you say, the more mistakes you make. Uer cast a suspicious glance at him, noting his reluctance to speak. It didn't matter. To find that phantom, he had prepared a tracking scroll. The scroll unfolded and expanded, enveloping the armor and mask, then shrinking back to its original size. A hand appeared before Wisp, pointing directly to the target's location. And the finger was pointing to the sky. Wisp looked up in confusion just in time to meet the gaze of a black-haired woman in the air, her expression unfriendly. The woman was gripping a male elf with her left hand while holding a large treasure chest with the right. With her distinctive silver eyes, she was the wandering evil spirit. Warning, you have been locked on. Vivitia alertly scanned her surroundings, meeting the gaze of the priestly man below, who seemed guilty. Scar, are we going to engage Vivitia? She shook her head. We need to hurry. After giving the man a fierce glare, Vivitia continued on. She quickly flew toward the exit. A terrifying pressure loomed. Wisp was sweating profusely, not knowing where Mr. Hawk had gone. The survival rate against this phantom was only 0. Swallowing hard, Wisp truly had no idea if he was lucky or unfortunate. Fortunately, the phantom merely glared at him and chose not to attack. But wait, wasn't that direction the path they took when they arrived? Was the phantom trying to exit the labyrinth? He envisioned the phantom wreaking havoc in the human town. This is bad. He needed to quickly inform the nearby towns. Taking out a small teleportation crystal, Wisp hesitated for a moment. He called out for Hawk nearby, but received no response. It seemed that the man had already fled. He no longer hesitated, shattering the crystal and vanishing from his spot. The destination of the teleportation was a small tavern, which was not far from the Olya Great Labyrinth. Hawk had been waiting nearby for a long time, and upon seeing the phantom for the first time, he had already shattered the teleportation crystal. He wasn't sure if the phantom remembered him, and he hoped it didn't. Wisp, the wandering evil spirit, is about to emerge. Hawk, what did you say? Wisp repeated loudly. She's looking for the exit of the labyrinth. Downing the strong liquor in his hand, Hawk tossed down a gold coin. Then he vanished from sight, once more not wanting to be seen by the phantom. Wisp notified the town to strengthen their defenses, and now he needed to head to the next town to warn them. Who could that terrifying phantom have been in life? Unfortunately, the phantom had flown a bit too high for Wisp to see her exact appearance. He only remembered that the phantom was quite beautiful. What was he thinking? Shaking off the strange thoughts, Wisp mounted a horse-shaped magical beast and set off for the next town. Meanwhile, Vivitia swiftly reached the exit of the first floor. This was her first time exiting the labyrinth through the exit. Near the labyrinth's exit, the Empire's guard forces were stationed, as the Olya Great Labyrinth often had monsters attacking the nearby towns. Usually they dealt with first-floor monsters whose strength was generally low, but if they gathered in numbers they could be quite troublesome. Therefore they regularly cleared out the monsters. The guard forces had a watchtower where mages used long-distance reconnaissance magic to monitor the monsters' levels. Something is about to come out, Captain Biggie. Biggie, oh. What is it? Biggie was a battle fanatic and the leader of the guard forces. The mage responsible for monitoring today was a young woman named Natasha, a fallen noble. Natasha, it's a phantom. Wait, there's also an elf and a treasure chest monster. What kind of combination is this? Utilizing the observation tower, Natasha initiated the reconnaissance. LV-18 Wandering Evil Spirit Vivitia Undead Intermediate Undead Great Phantom Hunter. The target's ability value is too high to identify. Natasha, it's a bounty monster, Captain Biggie. Her trembling voice carried a hint of inexplicable excitement, and her breath quickened. My. Biggie became intrigued. Let's go take a look. He ran off eagerly, and Natasha hurriedly followed. No one would blame her for being a minor character if the captain was running. As Vivitia and her group just exited the labyrinth, they were surrounded by the patrolling guard team. The squad leader wiped the sweat from his forehead, realizing he had encountered a group of bounty monsters that were all question marks. He needed to maintain his authority, so he mustered his courage and shouted, "Step back, monsters. This is not a place for you." Scar drew his broadsword ready for battle, while the treasure chest monster prepared to strike. Only Vivitia appeared distracted. She remembered that she had no idea how to get back to the misty forest. Forget it, as she might as well grab someone to ask. Skill Vivitia's majesty activated. After advancing to intermediate undead, these small minions didn't even need to lift a finger. The oppressive aura spread throughout the area, causing a large number of soldiers to lose their will to fight. This was ridiculous. It was like delivering food to someone. Some born brutes charged straight at Vivitia, only to be cleaved in half by her. Biggie arrived quickly, and his warrior instincts made him cautious. What the hell? Why had no one mentioned it was a great phantom? Wait, why was it still an intermediate undead? Shouldn't the phantom race be comprised of low-level undead? Biggie felt that if he could survive this encounter, he would definitely write about the experience in his memoirs for future generations to admire. Vivitia, are you the boss here? Biggie's aura was significantly stronger than that of the soldiers, making him easy to detect. Biggie responded with a stiff face, yes. He was a battle fanatic, not a fool. The disparity in strength between the two sides was too obvious, and blindly attacking would only provoke the opponent. Humanoid phantoms have the lowest hostility towards humans among monsters, and some may even assist humans. Vivitia, is there anyone here who knows the way to the Misty Forest? The Misty Forest. Wasn't it just besieged by the Imperial Chuch's army a few days ago? It is said that the commander of the Temple Knights, Ludo, led the team. What is this spirit doing there? Big Gus shook his head. The Misty Forest is very far from here, and even if someone knows, he has no intention of telling the spirit. Vivitia, then you are of no use. No one saw how Vivitia made her move. Big Gu stood frozen, his eyes vacant. Captain, seeing something was wrong, a soldier gently nudged him. Big Gu fell to the ground, his head severed, a pool of blood flowing from the neck. Vivitia, expressionless, stepped on the severed head, asking, "Who else here doesn't know the way to the misty forest? What's going on? This spirit is completely unpredictable. Wasn't it said that it has the least hostility towards humans?" No one spoke. No one wanted to stick their neck out. Vivitia quickly lost her patience and stomped down, crushing the head. She was ready to make these people spill gold coins. I know. A woman dressed as a mage pushed through the crowd and ran quickly to Vivitia. Her face was flushed, her breath quickened, and her gaze towards Vivitia was somewhat strange. "Vivitia, who are you?" The woman dressed as a mage, Natasha, the observation mage here. "I used to be an adventurer for a while and have been to the misty forest." Vivitia pondered Natasha's credibility. "You're not lying to me, are you?" Skill Vivitia's authority activated. The pressure all directed towards Natasha as Vivitia tried to discern her flaws. Sweat beads the size of peas dripped continuously from Natasha's forehead. She answered decisively no. As a fallen noble, she indeed worked as an adventurer for a living and had gone to the misty forest. She had heard that the rarest undead creatures lurked there, and she had been excited enough to stay awake all night. Although she ultimately did not see them, her wish was fulfilled today. A spirit, the rarest of undead creatures, and a hard-to-encounter bounty monster, the Great Spirit. Looking at the indifferent eyes and this beautiful face, she felt herself falling in love at that moment. Vivitia frowned. How could this woman be drooling? Doesn't she have any sense? Or can even the dim-witted become mages? Aside from her apparent lack of intelligence, Vivitia saw nothing unusual. She grabbed Natasha and tossed her into the treasure chest monster. Vivitia, watch her closely, little treasure chest, she can't be eaten. Vivitia smiled at the treasure chest monster, then exchanged a glance with Scar and made a throat-cutting gesture. Scar moved, wielding his massive broadsword with fierce might. Like a wolf among sheep, he slaughtered indiscriminately, and with Vivitia's involvement, the situation was overwhelmingly one-sided. Because the treasure chest monster had to keep an eye on Natasha, it did not join the battle. "Treasure chest monster, can you wipe your drool? It's about to spill out." Natasha came to her senses, wondering if the spirit had just smiled at her. "Wait a minute, can this treasure chest monster talk?" "Natasha, you can talk." The treasure chest monster rolled its eyes, saying this trick was learned from its spirit sister. Surprisingly, it was quite effective. Treasure chest monster, otherwise. Oh, Natasha sighed, realizing she had even encountered a talking treasure chest monster. She was indeed lucky and noted it down. Taking out a small notebook from her pocket, Natasha started recording something. Her hobby was to document these peculiar magical creatures. Seeing that Natasha was no longer paying attention to it, the treasure chest monster felt bored. It mischievously closed the lid completely, trapping Natasha inside. Initially thinking that Natasha would cry and beg it to open, it turned out that until Vivitia and Scar finished off all the soldiers, Natasha did not make a sound. "Where is that person?" After dealing with the soldiers, Vivitia had time to question Natasha. "Right here, spirit sister." The treasure chest monster opened the lid, revealing Natasha fervently writing something. Vivitia had keen eyesight as she caught a glimpse of the writing. However, she did not recognize it. The script here was vastly different from her past life, resembling gibberish. Scar also glanced, then furrowed his brows. Vivitia thought he had discovered something and quietly asked, "What does it say?" Scar answered seriously, "I don't know either." He had only lived in Tier 2 Area 1, knowing only the script of the Forest Elves. The earlier frown was merely due to an itch in his eyebrow. Vivitia kicked him, saying, "You illiterate." She interrupted Natasha, who was engrossed in her writing. "Now you should guide us." For safety's sake, Vivitia decided to let Natasha lead the way. This way, even if something unexpected happened, she could handle Natasha immediately. "Natasha, no problem." Natasha suggested going to the nearest small town, as there was a teleportation array that could greatly shorten the distance. It was simple to blend in. Vivietia's appearance was no different from an ordinary human. As long as she concealed her aura and added a layer of mage's mist, she would surely succeed. Scar, on the other hand, needed no disguise. Elven adventurers were not uncommon in human towns. The only tricky part was the treasure chest monster, and Natasha truly had no good ideas. After Natasha voiced her thoughts, Vivitia said it was easy. Spitting Natasha out, the treasure chest monster initiated its mimicry, transforming into Vivietia's appearance. Mimicry could only replicate things it had seen. Among the images that could blend into human towns, it chose its favorite spirit sister. The treasure chest monster and Vivitia both concealed their auras, while Natasha cooperatively cast mage's mist on the two. "Natasha, let's go." Under Natasha's guidance, the group set off towards the nearest town. An imperial border town, this was the closest town to the Olya Great Labyrinth, thus exceptionally populated with adventurers. Due to the warning of a potential bounty monster attack, the town was on high alert at this time. Natasha was a familiar face here, as she would come to the town to shop whenever she wasn't on duty at the observation tower. The guards of the town recognized her. Who wouldn't like a young and beautiful female mage? However, this was a critical time and routine questioning was still necessary. "Guard A, Natasha, have you observed anything over there? I heard bounty monsters are about to emerge." Natasha smiled sweetly. "Nothing, guard uncle. Today I'm off and specially brought friends to have a look around." shifting their gaze to the three travel-worn individuals behind Natasha. Where did these beggars come from? Their clothes were too tattered and covered in blood, some of which was still fresh, probably just from a fight. The guards had seen adventurers in worse shape than them. Since these people were brought by Natasha, they did not question them further and let them in. It was the first time for both the treasure chest monster and Scar to arrive at a human town. Although it was just a border town, it was small, but complete. Everything that should be there was present. Natasha suggested taking them to change clothes first. The trio's appearance was too eye-catching. Plus, there was a pair of beautiful twin sisters among them. They had already attracted quite a few curious gazes along the way. Wei Taya wanted to refuse, but she caught a glimpse of Scar. To be honest, Scar had transformed from the originally handsome elven man into a weathered beggar uncle. Looking again at the treasure chest monster, which now resembled herself, the black-haired woman was only draped in a piece of tattered cloth, looking rather sensual. It seemed she would have to accept Natasha's suggestion. Wei Taya agreed, and she even gave Scar a day off, allowing him to wash up and tidy his appearance. Natasha excitedly pulled Wei Taya towards a clothing store in the small town. After some selection, Wei Taya chose a set of clothes that allowed for easy movement, a leather corset, shorts, and long boots suitable for various terrains. Adding a brand new robe on top made it simply perfect. The treasure chest monster and Wei Taya's choice were in agreement. Both items were paid for by Natasha, and all the gold Wei Taya could find was consumed by the treasure chest monster. With the saying that one is indebted to their benefactor, Wei Taya's attitude was no longer so harsh. Upon exiting the store, Scar had already been waiting for a while. He had just sold the materials collected in the maze for a good amount of gold coins. After a comfortable bath and changing into a new outfit, he felt rejuvenated. However, Scar did not expect Wei Taya and the others to take so long. Under Wei Taya's suggestive gaze, Scar transformed back into a handsome man and tossed a bag of gold coins to Wei Taya. Scar did not mind this. After all, it was this pesky spirit that saved his life, so what could he do? Wei Taya intended to return it to Natasha, but she refused to accept it. In the end, half of the gold coins were given to the treasure chest monster, and she tossed the remainder to Scar. Natasha said, "Let's go, the teleportation array isn't far from here." They continued forward, and under Natasha's lead they found the teleportation array in the town. There were familiar faces beside the array. Trigger skill spirits hostility Wei Taya's favorability 3. Trigger skill spirits hostility Wei Taya's favorability 5. Scout, I am a warrior. My dad is Li Gang. Why do you both look like you've eaten something unpleasant? Ignoring the players they encountered, Natasha set the destination, and Scar paid the gold coins. The group entered the teleportation array, and after a flash of white light, they vanished from the spot. My dad is Li Gang. What are you two looking around for? Scout, looking for the boss. My dad is Li Gang. In a small town not far from the misty forest, the teleportation light shone, and the group landed safely. Spirit. Wei Taya immediately spotted her kind. Skill hunters I activated. It was a joyful surprise. This spirit was a player. What surprised her further was that there were quite a few spirit players here, and the local residents on the street were already accustomed to it. The spirit players sensed someone reading his ability values and looked around in confusion, coincidentally locking eyes with Wei Taya. Wei Taya quickly approached him and asked with a harsh tone, "What are you doing here?" The spirit player was a bit bewildered. Oh, where else would he be if not here? Seeing he did not respond, Wei Taya repeated the question, "Spirit village. If you're not there, why are you in a human town?" Spirit village. The ruined novice village. Given that this NPC looked somewhat intimidating, he could only answer honestly. The spirit village was destroyed, and this human town took us, and so I came here. Wei Taya's expression turned cold. She called over the wandering Scar and the treasure chest monster and left without looking back. She did not care about Natasha's whereabouts. Wei Taya had been to this town before, as she had recruited players to work for her right here. Now looking back, it had clearly become a large novice village. Various players gathered here, and she could even see some monster races. Watching Wei Taya's departing figure, Natasha hurriedly chased after. How could she let her dream spirit leave her sight? Wei Taya intended to observe the town. The group's pace was not very fast, and Natasha caught up with them. Wei Taya frowned. "Why are you still following us?" Natasha's face turned slightly red, and she stammered for a long time without saying much. Could she really not speak at all? Was she genuinely a bit slow-witted? Wei Taya looked at her with pity in her eyes. "Forget it. If you want to follow, then follow." With Wei Taya's permission, Natasha excitedly hugged her. Spirits have no special scent, only the unique chill of the undead. Yet Natasha was more than willing. She now understood why her family had declined upon reaching her. All the luck had been absorbed by her alone. Wei Taya brushed her hand away. "If I have time, I will take you to see a doctor." Natasha, huh? The group left the town and entered the misty forest. Stepping on the ground beneath her feet, a familiar feeling surged up. Wei Taya casually inserted several arrows at the entrance. Scar was somewhat curious, but did not ask much. The treasure chest monster asked, "Is this the home of the spirit sister?" Wei Taya replied, "Not yet." She remembered that back then calling out dad was all it took. Eros would come to pick her up immediately, but unfortunately that was not the case now. Wei Taya clenched her fists, wishing that those people would not fall into her hands. Following the route in her memory, Wei Taya led them through the misty forest. Visibility was low, and only Wei Taya was unaffected. She soon spotted the ruins of the spirit village from afar. The traces of the great battle had yet to dissipate, and nearby were scattered human soldiers who looked like they were searching for something. The leader was a spirit. Vivitia did not missee the leader of this group of soldiers was indeed a spirit, but just a player. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Vivitia's mind, and she then stopped concealing her aura. Speeding up to her utmost, Vivitia vanished before the three in the blink of an eye. Warning: you have been targeted by the wandering evil spirit Vivitia. Like a black lightning bolt descending from the sky, Vivitia effortlessly captured the player's spirit. Who are you? The player was terrified. After finally regaining some composure, he was outdone in less than 3 seconds. Vivitia did not utter a word. With a flash of red light, the soldiers who had yet to react lost their heads. The remaining soldiers gasped in shock. Bounty monster. Didn't they say there were only 4 bounty monsters here? One of them had already been eliminated by them. Where did this one come from? What was happening? Suddenly his head felt heavy. The soldiers' heads rolled to the ground as Vivitia coldly observed everything. The player's spirit curled up in terror. It was too damn scary. She wiped out this group of NPCs without breaking a sweat. It seemed she was a powerful boss. The three arrived late. Scar, seeing that the battle had already ended, was somewhat surprised. Vivitia was serious this time. He knew that Vivitia usually held back in her fights. This spirit would always leave a few for Scar to handle, but this time not a single one was left. Vivitia's expression did not relax. Come out. Skill Vivitia's majesty activated. A suffocating pressure descended, and a shifty-eyed man rolled out from the shadows. He was holding a specially made magical cage. Vivitia recognized that this could trap spirits. Without hesitation, she snatched the cage and shoved the player's spirit inside. The action could only be described as brutal. Immediately after, a flash of red light, and the man's right ear fell to the ground. He attempted to pick up the bloody ear. Vivitia stepped forward and stomped on his hand. Vivitia asked, "Tell me, what are you looking for?" Seeing that the man did not respond, Vivitia drew her sword and severed his other ear. "Vivitia, let's play a game. They'll count to 3, and if you still don't speak, you'll chop off one of your hands. How about that?" The red long sword patted his head, and Vivitia revealed an evil smile. "Vivitia, don't be too nervous. Shall I begin now?" Blood flowed from the wounds, and the man with thieving eyebrows and rat-like eyes was drenched in cold sweat. 3. With a flash of red light, the man's left hand was severed. "You?" The man glared at Vivitia through gritted teeth. "Vivitia, shall we continue?" The long sword was pointed at his right hand on the ground. "Vivitia, this time I'll count to 5. Are you ready?" I will speak. Vivitia raised an eyebrow and let him go. "We are looking for the escaped young spirits." Young spirits. Vivitia recalled those 2 little guys who always gathered around her, calling her big sister. "Vivitia, where are they?" "Hiding right here." The man spilled all the information he knew like a spilled bean, and Vivitia nodded. "Vivitia, you can go now." The man felt as if he had been pardoned and ran away without looking back. "Scar, you really let him go, Vivitia." Scar couldn't believe it. Could this Blackheart spirit really leave a survivor? "Vivitia, what else could I do?" Vivitia glanced at the player's spirit and casually tossed the cage to Natasha. "Do whatever you want, just don't kill him." Among them, only Natasha was skilled in magic, so torturing the player should be left to her. Vivitia still needed to find those 2 little guys. Natasha was taken aback, but after confirming with Vivitia several times, she happily began her experiment. Vivitia went to search the ruins with the treasure chest monster. Meanwhile, Scar was tracking that man with thieving eyebrows and rat-like eyes. Even if Vivitia had let him go, Scar could not let him escape. If that man returned to the town to notify the guards, the consequences would be unimaginable. The man's wounds were not bandaged, and the trail of blood was easy to follow. Soon at the forest exit, Scar discovered the man. As he approached, he found the man had already taken his last breath. His body was pinned to a tree by several arrows, apparently having bled to death. These arrows looked somewhat familiar, or weren't they just the ones Vivitia had shot nearby? He had thought that this Blackheart spirit had changed her ways, but it seemed she had only grown darker. With a somewhat amused shake of his head, Scar returned along the original path. Vivitia slowly pushed open the doors of the temple. This was the place where Lynn often prayed. She had searched everywhere else in the village, leaving only this place. The temple was relatively well preserved, at least better than the other structures that had crumbled into ruins. The statue gazed at Vivitia. Vivitia. She did not like this feeling, which was why she had searched this place last. Vivitia, second, third. Vivitia called out the names of the little ones. Big sister. Big sister. Her appearance had changed, but her voice and aura remained the same. The 2 little ones rushed to her side. "Vivitia, what happened while I was away?" Upon hearing this, the second became furious while the third cried. After listening to the 2 little ones' accounts, Vivitia grasped the general situation. It turned out that Lynn did not acknowledge the player's spirits as her kin. She considered them a blasphemy against the dark god and heretics. Besides basic resting places, Lynn did not provide any services for the player's spirits. There were no shops, skills, or professions available. Over time, most players' spirits harbored resentment. A week ago, for some unknown reason, the Imperial Church organized an army to exterminate the Spirit Village. Originally, the location of the Spirit Village in the Misty Forest was quite hidden. However, with the guidance of the player's spirits, the Church's army quickly found it. The player spirits made a deal with them, allowing the army to enter human towns after the task was completed. The original inhabitants of the spirit village resisted fiercely. In the end, they could not withstand the numerous church soldiers. Except for the two of them, all the original inhabitants of the spirit village perished. It was Lin who at the last moment teleported them into the temple. Second, those outsiders are too much. The second's greatest wish now was to kill those player spirits. Wei Taya shook her head. From the perspective of the players, this was not entirely wrong. If she were a player encountering such a novice village, she would also harbor resentment. However, she was not a player. If she did not avenge this, she would not be Wei Taya. After calming the second and third, Wei Taya pondered feasible plans in her heart. At this moment, an inexplicable force swept through. Her thoughts broke off, divine power. Why now? In the real world, Dear Players Reincarnation will welcome its first major version update. This update will open a limited-time team dungeon. Please refer to the official website for detailed information and stay tuned. Stepping out of the temple, Wei Taya looked around. Scar was leaning against a tree, resting his eyes. The treasure chest monster was licking various things she had never seen before. Natasha was staring blankly at an empty cage. An empty cage? Where was that player? Seeing Wei Taya cast a puzzled glance at her, Natasha explained with a bitter face, that strange spirit suddenly disappeared. I'm sorry, Wei Taya. Wei Taya pondered. When did he disappear? Natasha. Right, when the divine power began. The player disappeared. Divine power. Could it be a disconnection update? Wei Taya shrugged, indicating it was no big deal. She estimated that when the divine power ended, that spirit player would reappear. She entrusted the two little ones to Scar. Wei Taya exited the ruins of the village. The divine power restricted the entire misty forest, preventing all creatures from entering or leaving. Wei Taya was going to meet an old friend. Skill hunt activated. The weather was warm, and the snake Xin was lazily basking in the sun. After a hearty meal, a nice nap was simply delightful. The annoying spirits had been wiped out by humans. Now, besides the old tree that stood motionless and the foolish bird in the sky, there was no one left to challenge it. Its neck felt a bit itchy. Where did that smell of blood come from? Xin wanted to lift its head, but found its head unusually heavy. Wei Taya appeared before it, and the unique aura of the spirit made Xin's mind hazy. A spirit? Where did it come from? Shouldn't they all be dead? It would never know where this spirit had emerged from. Successfully killed the bounty monster Violent Fong, gained extra experience, learned the active skill Snake Eye. Wei Taya carried the corpse of Xin. These were good materials that should not go to waste. After all, there were still people at home who needed to eat. She even took back the enormous snake head she had just severed. She glanced at the bounty board on the electronic panel. Besides this foolish snake, there were also a bird and a tree listed as bounty monsters in the misty forest. Currently, she did not plan to kill the other two. As for Xin, it was purely a matter of Wei Taya holding a grudge. Scar looked at the two little ones with a headache, wondering why it was always him who had to take care of the children. Uncle, where did big sister go? When will she come back? Scar, uncle. You call that black heart thing sister, and call me uncle. Scar cleared his throat, wanting to correct the titles of the two little ones. Coincidentally, Wei Taya returned, and the two little ones immediately ran over, leaving him alone in the wind, feeling disheveled. Seeing Wei Taya return, Natasha and the treasure chest monster also came over. Wei Taya placed Xin's corpse down, indicating that this would be their food supply from now on. As for the huge snake head, Wei Taya hung it at the entrance of the village ruins as a decoration. Natasha clicked her tongue in amazement at the remnants of a fierce aura. It was a bounty monster. Serpentine, it lurked in the misty forest, surrounded by a potent concentration of fire elements. If she remembered correctly, it was the Violent Fong Shishin. A brutal and cunning creature, though loadier, it had a certain notoriety among adventurers. Is it appropriate to use this as food? Vivitia thought it was quite suitable. She sat atop the treasure chest monster, signaling Scar with her gaze. Scar said nothing and cleanly sliced off a large piece of snake meat. He then suggested, it looks perfect for barbecuing. Seeing Vivitia not objecting, Natasha took the initiative to conjure flames with her magic. Natasha was afraid Vivitia would think her useless. Scar cast an admiring glance at her. After Scar's careful roasting, the snake meat appeared completely uncooked. Vivitia expressed doubt about Scar's culinary skills. What kind of XX did you make? Scar retorted defiantly, what do you know about XX? As a man who had earned the title of forest chef, he despised having his cooking skills questioned. He had to prove himself. Scar took a big bite of the snake meat, followed by a strong metallic taste flooding his mouth. Scar thought to himself, damn, it really isn't cooked. To maintain his chef title, he hastily chewed a few times and forced the snake meat down. Scar's face displayed an expression of profound suffering, yet he said, it's delicious. Vivitia shot him a glance. You should clean the snake blood off the corner of your mouth first. Scar replied, you don't understand the hardships of life. Seeing Scar still putting on a brave front, Vivitia took a bite herself. She didn't need food, but she could try the flavor. Confirmed it was raw and quite unpalatable. Glancing at Scar, who looked distraught, Vivitia explained to him, all right, chef, this thing has an absurd fire resistance. Ordinary flames can't cook it. She had seen Shishin surrounded by flames, looking completely at ease. Upon hearing this, Scar perked up immediately. I knew it. It's definitely not a problem with my forced chef skills. Vivitia rolled her eyes. The two little spirits also wanted to try. To this, Vivitia smiled and pointed at her mouth. Wait until you reach the Great Void Spirit before talking about it. The snake meat was eaten by the treasure chest monster, which found it quite tasty. Without a suitable cooking method, Natasha and Scar had to make do with gnawing on wild fruits. What Vivitia didn't know was that Scar would spend a long time afterward contemplating how to handle this snake meat. Time quickly passed, and the divine power lasted for a month. Feeling the end of the divine power, Vivitia stretched lazily. It's time to act. During the month, Vivitia and her group swept through the various forces in the Misty Forest. Those who obeyed were left unharmed, while those who did not were all killed. They simply and brutally gathered a large number of beast minions. Vivitia did not care whether they were loyal to her. These beasts were merely disposable tools. She intended to unleash a tide of beasts to assault nearby towns. The other two bounty monsters were also tamed by Vivitia. Leading the charge in this beast tide was one of the bounty monsters, Rock Eagle. As for the other bounty monster, it was a tree that could not move at all. Vivitia only instructed it to keep watch over Scar and the others. It is worth mentioning that Scar and the treasure chest monster voluntarily joined Vivitia's forces. The two little spirits were not to be mentioned further. What puzzled Vivitia was Natasha. This human actually took the initiative to join as well. Now she was no longer a lone commander. The number of her subordinates had increased to 5. This didn't even count those beasts she had forcibly recruited. A vast horde of beasts charged out of the Misty Forest. Under Vivitia's pressure, they rushed towards the nearest town. The human town had just undergone a baptism of divine power. Their food supplies were running low. The guards were preparing to organize a search for food. The ground trembled, and the watchtower sounded an alarm. Monster attack. Monster attack. A massive avian monster responded to the call. Its claws easily crushed the watchtower. Guard A exclaimed, "The bounty monster from the Misty Forest. How did it appear here?" Bounty monsters generally had fixed activity areas and rarely ventured far. The Rock Eagle landed and emitted a piercing shriek. This sound was akin to a charge's horn. A large number of beasts surged in behind it. All of this was the doing of Vivitia. Utilizing her skills to drive the beasts to assault the town, she herself was not idle. Among the humans, anyone who looked like a leader was killed by her in a single strike. The spirit players received her special treatment. Vivitia's favorite 99. You have become enemies with Vivitia. Vivitia's favor 99. Any spirit player discovered by Vivitia in the town received this prompt. This town had no powerful figures. The strongest guard captain was swallowed whole by the Rock Eagle. The battle was a complete one-sided massacre. Vivitia blocked the resurrection point. Players would die instantly upon revival. After several attempts, some players chose to quit the game right there. There were also stubborn players who, angered by being killed by Vivitia, kept reviving in an attempt to wear her out. More players opted to take screenshots as mementos. That night in the real world, a post appeared on a social media platform. XX designer is inhumane. The wild monster's strength is too outrageous. Players are being slaughtered at the door. The original poster complained that he had been killed by that wild monster over 100 times. Below were videos recorded by his friends. It showed a black-haired woman wielding a long sword casually swinging it, causing dozens of players to be instantly decapitated. Due to the gruesome scene, the footage was pixelated. The woman continually blocked the resurrection point. As soon as players revived, they would be killed immediately. In the end, only one stubborn player kept reviving. That was the original poster. His post attracted many onlookers. Most discussed whether the strength of the wild monster was excessive, while a few expressed astonishment at the original poster's perseverance. A very small number discussed whether the wild monster could be tamed. Humanoid, and quite good-looking too. There had always been no shortage of daring players. In the end, they received an official response. That is not an ordinary wild monster. Upon discovering it was official, someone immediately asked the strange question. Is there a favor system? Can it be tamed? The official response, yes, it might be. This stirred even more excitement. A wild monster with favor, doesn't that mean it's an NPC? Since it was an NPC, there must be important quests or hidden powerful classes. The officials wouldn't be so bored as to create a meaningless NPC to annoy players at the door, right? Without further ado, many players rolled up their sleeves, eager to go and have a look. Vivitia drove the horde of beasts and launched attacks on 3 towns in succession. The last town was a bit far away, and it had a mid-tier knight. Vivitia personally dealt with him. After continuous battles, the number of her beast minions had been significantly reduced. Vivitia rode the Rock Eagle back to the Misty Forest. Meanwhile, the long silence system had new messages. Congratulations, you have increased your notoriety among humans and gained extra experience. Triggered quest My Territory. Quest condition successfully fend off human retaliation and protect the Misty Forest. Failure condition Vivitia's death. Quest reward complete control of the Misty Forest. Triggered timed quest I Vivitia. Quest condition kill 100 players within the Eternal Mansion. Failure condition the number of players killed does not exceed 100 or Vivitia is defeated. An inexplicable force swept through the Misty Forest familiar to Vivitia. Divine power. Why is it here again? She furrowed her brow. The divine power had been appearing rather frequently lately. Could it be that the server crashed and the programmers were working overtime to fix it? This time the divine power came swiftly and left just as quickly, ending in less than 5 minutes. Meanwhile, the ground of the Misty Forest began to tremble violently. New monsters were continuously spawning and the terrain was changing. Vivitia was swept back to the spirit village by a powerful force. The spirit village was no longer a wasteland. It had been transformed into a gigantic castle by the divine power. Upon seeing Wei Taya, two little creatures rushed over. Wei Taya exchanged a glance with Scar, who, looking bewildered, asked, "What happened?" "How would I know?" Natasha was scribbling in her little notebook. "Is this the miracle of divine power? I need to write it down quickly." The treasure chest monster was licking a leg bone that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. The castle's exterior looked quite eerie. The statue of a deity stood at the entrance, its eyes watching the group. Suddenly, the statue emitted a blinding light, and the group's momentum surged as their abilities were unexpectedly enhanced. After the light faded, the statue appeared somewhat dim, yet its eyes still fixed upon them. Wei Taya heard a gentle voice of the dark god echo in her mind. "My child, I can help you only this much. I hope you can survive." The others also heard the dark god's voice, each receiving a different message. The treasure chest monster received a new name, Shower, meaning lick in the spirit language. Scar was promoted to a leader, gaining a title. Natasha received a general upgrade, acquiring more knowledge from the dark god. The two little creatures advanced to higher spirits and gained names. The second was called Luo, and the third was Xia, both now with youthful forms. Sensing Scar's promotion, Wei Taya curiously asked, "What is your title?" "It's a secret." "What kind of secret? You can't possibly be a chef, right?" Scar blushed, slightly annoyed, and patted Wei Taya's head. "Big sister, we are even stronger now. Big sister, can we help you?" Wei Taya patted the two little creatures. "Let's talk when you become great spirits." "Sister spirit. I have a name now. Call me Shower from now on." As a spirit, Wei Taya understood what this meant. "Lick. That actually suits you." Natasha brought her little notebook closer. "Wei Taya, I have so many ideas. You must take a look and see if they are good. I can't understand any of the words on it, but that doesn't stop me from pretending to understand." All right, that sounds good. Then he'll go ahead and do it." Natasha joyfully hugged Wei Taya, admiring her beautiful spirit and fully believing in her ideas. The group entered the castle, chatting and laughing. The interior was lavishly decorated, and there were even ethereal servants. A butler-like servant bowed to Wei Taya, saying, "Aaron, at your service, miss." Guided by the servant, they quickly found their own rooms. Wei Taya's room was the largest, opening into an alternate space, a massive floating island in the sky, open and free of obstacles, clearly suitable for swift movement. Scar had a familiar forest. The treasure chest monster, or Chower, had her room, filled with gold coins and treasures. Natasha's room was a gigantic library filled with various books. Luo and Xia shared a room, surrounded by a dense magical aura where they could continuously unleash magic. Wei Taya's electronic panel added an option for residence. Clicking it revealed the eerie castle named Eternal Mansion. She could check on any room and reality world. The reincarnation released a significant version update. A massive horde of monsters and a gigantic eagle soaring in the sky. A black-haired woman casually sat on the eagle's back. "It's that wild monster blocking the door." The woman vanished. The eagle landed, crushing a watchtower in the process. The camera followed the woman as she wove through the crowd, slaying anyone she targeted with a single strike. Amid cries and screams, the small town was stained with blood, ultimately destroyed by the beast tide. The scene shifted to a gloomy castle standing amidst a fog-covered forest. The update ended here. The first major update of Reincarnation Misty Spectre is now live. The limited-time dungeon Eternal Mansion is now open. This dungeon has a player limit of 48 due to its high difficulty. Players may choose to receive NPC assistance for the challenge. Conversely, the rewards for clearing will be reduced. Players who enjoy challenges may decline NPC assistance for maximum rewards. The final boss of this dungeon is Wandering Evil Spirit Wei Taya. The image of the black-haired woman appeared on the electronic screen. All loot from this boss will be exclusive magical equipment. Additionally, this is a limited-time dungeon and won't be permanent. For more detailed information, please follow the Reincarnation official website. Finally, the first dungeon is here, with all loot being exclusive magical equipment. Major guilds are hurriedly formulating plans for the first kill. Players are also rallying their friends online, preparing to test the boss abilities. Some players receive system notifications upon logging in, triggering series quest, the request of the weakened spirit. Current quest stage 2. Trading a limited time dungeon for a bit of favor. Who would do that? ID Lin Shin Shijian Lu. He was already terrified. You will be pursued by her until eternity. Too damn scary. Aside from him, some others also plan to take on this task. Wulong, do you have any ideas this time? I do, but I won't participate in this dungeon. Have you lost your mind? Not at all. Inform everyone in the guild that those who receive the series task are not allowed to participate in this dungeon. Those who disobey can leave the guild themselves. Are you sure? The wise have their own plans, just wait and see. Looking at the friend label marked Experience Package for Wei Taya, Wulong revealed a look of confidence. The Misty Forest is located at the border of the Empire. It has been a month since the news of the beast tide reached the capital. The Empire's response plan is to mobilize troops from nearby towns led by a high-ranking Old Knight to eliminate the monsters in the Misty Forest. The Old Knight is named Mbappe, dispatched by the Emperor himself, one of the few high-ranking knights in the Empire. He is experienced, having taught the princes and trained the youngest paladin in the Empire. Commander ahead is the nearest town to the Misty Forest. Let's rest here for a few days and recruit some outsiders to scout the path. Understood. The local creatures refer to players with the ability to resurrect as outsiders. Many of them do not even acknowledge the player's race, seeing them merely for their resurrection ability, treating them as cannon fodder or cheap labor. Mbappe gazed into the distance. Though called the nearest town, it is still some distance from the misty forest. The beast tide struck suddenly, and even the towns closest to the misty forest have been destroyed. Strangely, no one managed to escape. Mbappe has reason to suspect that this beast tide was orchestrated by a highly intelligent monster. He is already quite old, having seen many strange things. He is not worried about this expedition, rather he fears the Emperor's treachery. Since the first divine power incident, the Emperor's temperament has changed drastically. The benevolence of the past has vanished, replaced by brutality and greed. To his knowledge, the death of the Grand Princess is also related to the Emperor. Sigh. Mbappe let out a long sigh. Remembering the Grand Princess, he feels only regret. That child was a born knight. With superb marksmanship and the character of a knight, kind, just, and selfless, she was the youngest paladin of the Empire and his most esteemed disciple. Compared to the Grand Princess, the Crown Prince is just a waste of space. The Team Instance Eternal Mansion is now open for challenge. Players can head to the town and speak with the Radiant Knight Mbappe to begin. A large beam of teleportation light illuminated the town. The first arrivals were a group of professional players from major guilds. They had made considerable preparations to secure the first kill. Shall we choose to act with the NPC to scout the route? That's the safest option. Let's familiarize ourselves with the instance's process first, then try to tackle it solo for all the rewards. It's settled then. Most people's choice aligns with this. 5 days passed, and after recruiting many outsiders in the town, the Imperial army continued towards the Misty Forest. The player's choice was not wrong. Given their current strength, if they entered the Misty Forest, they would likely be wiped out before reaching the Eternal Mansion. Moving with the NPCs felt comfortable. As the group entered the Misty Forest, the terrain had changed drastically. The monsters inside were also stronger, with many species that did not exist before. Mbappe commanded the main force as human visibility in the Misty Forest was significantly reduced. The monsters here were unaffected, but fortunately Mbappe was experienced. Under his command, the human forces suffered no major losses. They hunted 2 large monsters for food, and that night Mbappe decided to set up camp on the spot. He was not anxious about this expedition at all. Steady and methodical was Mbappe's strong suit. Unlike him, the players were all eager as kings. Commander, there are outsiders who wish to see you. Mbappe, do not meet them. Tell them if they want to act alone, I will not stop them. With Mbappe's permission, a player was eager to try. The outline of the castle could be vaguely seen from here. According to the expansion pack, that should be the Eternal Mansion. After a discussion, the players decided to go take a look. The soldiers were very efficient and soon set up the tents. The accompanying cooks started a fire to prepare food. Mbappe sat quietly to one side, uninterested in the actions of the outsiders. After all, they were just there to scout the path. They could die and still resurrect. Please dine, Commander. A short cook brought Mbappe's food. Mbappe, thank you. The cook scratched his head awkwardly. Unexpectedly, the knight from the capital was so down to earth. Mbappe suddenly frowned and the cook's heart tightened. Surely what he made did not meet the knight's taste. There was nothing to be done. There was only so much edible food available. It was hard for a clever woman to make a meal without rice. Just as he hesitated to offer to change the knight's meal, Mbappe drew his long sword and swung it at him. The cook's soul nearly left his body. The sound of metal clashing rang out as the sword severed an arrow which hovered above the cook's head. Mbappe, hurry and leave, something is coming. Yeist. The cook ran off with strange steps, seemingly terrified. The severed arrow was embedded on both sides of Mbappe. Come out, you sneaky thing. In response, 3 arrows were shot at him. Mbappe sliced through them one by one. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence, and Mbappe did not notice that the arrows he had severed were absorbing the surrounding elements. A woman's mischievous laugh echoed, and the severed arrows exploded violently. Thick smoke rose, and the soldiers hurriedly gathered. They had just received word from the cook. Clearing the smoke, it was fortunate that Mbappe looked disheveled, but was unharmed. With a layer of armor protecting him, he sustained no injuries. Mbappe cunning. The faint aura disappeared, and the owner of the arrows had already fled. It was a probing attack to intimidate him. That last laugh sounded like a woman. There was an inexplicable sense of familiarity in that laughter, and Mbappe felt he had heard it somewhere. Mbappe reinforced the defenses. Don't forget what you are here for. The enemy has approached so close without us knowing. Understood. Meanwhile, the players had already arrived at the castle entrance. There were no other monsters around the castle, and a huge beast skull hung at the entrance resembling a snake's head. The statue at the entrance was watching them. The atmosphere was eerie, but the advanced party of players was seasoned. They had seen their fair share of storms. They were not frightened. Instead, they excitedly pushed open the castle's grand door. The system issued a prompt. Team Instance Eternal Mansion has officially opened. Upon entering, the first enemies encountered were the ethereal servants within the castle. The servants were of average strength, but one dressed as a butler was slightly stronger. After 2 players fell, the servants were defeated. The dissipating bodies of the servants coalesced into a large door. The door slowly opened, revealing darkness behind it. Upon entering, the players heard a girl's furious voice. Damn humans! A massive fireball formed in the air, illuminated by the flames. The players saw the boss here, a petite spectre. The fireball hurtled towards the players. A few unfortunate souls who reacted slowly turned into fiery beings. Player A, it's on fire. It's on fire. Physical, the quicker players immediately retaliated. The spectre's ability to ignore physical attacks was truly a nightmare for warriors. The players could only rely on the few mages in their party for damage output. Just as the players focused their attention on the first spectre, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air echoed. A black magical spear instantly pierced through a mage player. The spear blended perfectly with the darkness. If the mage hadn't been decapitated, no one would have noticed. There's another one. The players finally noticed that there was another petite spectre lurking in the darkness. Defeat was inevitable. Under the stealthy assault of another phantasm, the only remaining mage player perished. The two phantasms attacked without restraint, and soon they annihilated the player's vanguard. The players who had fallen in the dungeon were transported outside. The vanguard decided to wait for the NPCs to join them for the challenge. Their efforts were not in vain, as they had at least learned part of the boss's mechanics. That night, a fresh dungeon strategy guide was released. The section of the Eternal Mansion's sister strategy was ready. After a night of rest, Mbappe organized the team and officially entered the Eternal Mansion. Last night, the outsiders had already scouted ahead, confirming that there were no ambushes ahead. Although their strength was limited and they did not venture far, they proved somewhat useful. After dealing with the reborn shadow servants, the familiar door appeared before them. Advance. As soon as they entered, a massive fireball came hurtling towards them. Mbappe was already on guard and severed the fireball with a single strike. The suppression of a high tier against a low tier was not to be underestimated. Even though he was quite old, he could still handle these two little things. The players were well prepared this time. The intelligence brought back by the previous vanguard equipped the team with full mage players. With the NPCs providing firepower suppression, they could finally take out some grievances. After sacrificing dozens of soldiers, the sisters were overwhelmed by the forehands of their opponents. Mbappe prepared to deliver the final blow, but was blocked by an unknown barrier. Congratulations on passing the first level. The twin phantasms quickly recovered their health behind the barrier. Then the barrier enveloping the twins disappeared, revealing a new grand door. Oh, we reached boss 2. After attending to the injured, they continued forward. Pushing open the door, they were greeted by a small mountain made of gold coins and jewels. We struck gold. A player, their eyes gleaming at the sight of money, rushed forward. Suddenly, a massive maw erupted from the mountain, and the player was bitten in half before they could react. Are you the intruders that the phantasm sister spoke of? Chower licked the corpse of the player and hurriedly stuffed it into her mouth. What is this? A long-legged treasure chest monster. Chower replied him. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed a rain of coins upon the crowd. Like a machine gun, players struck by the coins lost their ability to move. Compared to the players, the local soldiers had slightly higher stats. Most of them managed to dodge the onslaught. Mbappe raised his sword to block the attack, and then a wave of sword energy swiftly slashed towards Chower. Seeing this, Chower recoiled back into the mountain of gold. The entire room began to shake as gems fell from above. Surprisingly, these small gems weighed as much as a mountain. Players and soldiers struck by the falling gems perished on the spot. Mbappe swiftly dodged and punched towards the mountain of gold. A dazzling light gathered around his fist as he struck hard at Xiao. He swiftly executed a sword strike. As before, a familiar barrier blocked his attack, and Chower vanished from sight. A new door appeared. After this battle, half of the players had fallen, and the soldiers suffered over a quarter of their numbers. Mbappe frowned, contemplating whether to retreat now. The losses exceeded his expectations. Noticing Mbappe's hesitation, a player with the ID green water blue mountains advised against retreating. Commander, we've come this far, we can't abandon our efforts now. Mbappe glanced at him and replied flatly, then let's move forward, you take the lead. How could I forget that I still have this group of cannon fodder to use? Green water blue mountains bit his tongue. The players had no choice but to step forward first. Slowly pushing open the grand door, they encountered no attacks as they had imagined. Gigantic bookshelves formed a circle with a scholar-like woman seated in the center. She was disheveled, appearing as if she hadn't slept for several days. At that moment, she was jotting something down in a small notebook. Natasha, what are you doing here? Mbappe recognized her. Her father had been a close friend of Mbappe, and after the emperor's temperament changed drastically, her father was the first to be eliminated. At that time, due to the emperor's tyranny, he could only turn a blind eye to the matter. By the time the storm passed, Natasha's family had long since fallen into decline, and she herself was nowhere to be found. Hearing someone call her name, Natasha looked up in confusion. Is there a guest? She pushed up the dusty glasses. Mbappe. Natasha's tone was unfriendly. She naturally remembered this friend of her father. What are you doing here? Hurry up and come back with me. Natasha slowly wiped her glasses, then snapped her fingers. The surrounding bookshelves moved in response, quickly surrounding her and forming a makeshift mobile maze. She snorted coldly. Hypocrite, you old fossil. It seems that the intruders mentioned by Vivitia are indeed you, and I can just use you to test the waters. She flipped through the small notebook in her hand, reciting incantations that no one could understand. As Mbappe called out the name of this BOSS, the players thought this might be a special event that didn't require fighting. In the end, the outcome was the same. This boss seemed even angrier. Books flew out from the bookshelves, responding to Natasha's mysterious incantation. They were rapidly flipped in the air by an invisible hand. Mbappe realized that this attack was no simple matter. Years of combat experience told him that he couldn't allow Natasha to finish her incantation. Golden light erupted. Mbappe unleashed a full-force strike that instantly obliterated all the books. The residual force surged towards Natasha. Dong! A dull thud echoed. The barrier reappeared, protecting Natasha. Humph! You really are a hypocrite. Inside the barrier, Natasha looked at Mbappe with disdain. She then vanished from sight. The door reappeared. Mbappe gasped for air like a fish that had just come ashore. This strike had nearly drained his strength. This time the losses were minimal. Neither soldiers nor players perished. However, it was their greatest loss, as their main combat force had been incapacitated. Where's the accompanying priest? Standing there waiting to die? Coming. The accompanying priest was Joel, eager to see the true form of the wandering evil spirit. After Joel's healing, Mbappe regained a bit of strength. Commander, should we continue? Press on. I need to bring that child back. Mbappe had just hesitated about retreating when he saw Natasha and dispelled the thought. To give his deceased friend closure, he needed to bring Natasha back. Once again, the players took the lead. The door was pushed open. They found themselves in a forest, only to hear a whoosh from above. A broadsword descended from the sky. As it landed with a slash, the player in the center was cut in half. The shockwave sent the other players reeling. Scar raised an eyebrow, swinging the broadsword and slicing through several players. Mbappe, forest elf. Scar, you know quite a bit, old man. Different species of elves have little variation in appearance, making it rare for anyone to distinguish between their races by looks alone. Scar, brimming with fighting spirit, charged at Mbappe. This old fellow was clearly the commander. To capture the leader kill, Mbappe drew his sword to fight. The shockwave from their battle repelled the soldiers who attempted to assist. Mbappe had little strength left while Scar was in peak condition. Taking a deep breath, Scar suddenly increased his strength. The old man looked exhausted. Oh, let's see how you handle this. Scar exerted all his strength, and Mbappe, knowing he was outmatched, distanced himself after a brief exchange. If he were in his prime, overpowering a forest spirit with high-level strength against a lower-level opponent would be no problem. But now, it seems he would have to use that thing. Scar noticed a dark pill appearing in Mbappe's hand. It was not a good sign. Without hesitation, Scar charged towards Mbappe once again. He wouldn't wait like a fool for Mbappe to take the drug. With a mighty swing of his broadsword, he cleaved the ground, leaving a crack. Quick, protect the officer. The soldiers formed a human wall to block Scar's attack. Only Mbappe could fight this boss. Realizing this, the players also intervened to obstruct Scar. His attack was slowed momentarily. That was enough time. Mbappe swallowed the pill. From the player's perspective, his health bar and mana bar were rapidly increasing. With veins bulging on his forehead, Mbappe felt 50 years younger. The effect of the pill was truly overwhelming. Those strange beings had some skills. Mbappe slashed out a streak of golden sword energy. Scar also unleashed his sword energy to counter it. The golden sword energy surged forward, cleaving everything in its path. When the two energies collided, the golden sword energy paused briefly, while Scar's was instantly shattered. The golden sword energy swept over his head, and Scar narrowly avoided the strike. He touched his scalp with lingering fear. As expected, a large patch of hair was missing. Now his hairstyle resembled that of a middle-aged man. Buffy. Ha ha ha. Hearing a familiar voice, Scar's face turned green. Vivitia, how dare you still laugh? Facing the drugged Mbappe, Scar had no chance to escape. The woman's laughter subsided a bit. All right, come back, middle-aged man. The barrier enveloping Scar vanished. A new door appeared, and this one was particularly ornate. It clearly indicated that the final boss lay beyond. That laughter. Mbappe frowned, now more certain than ever that he had heard this woman's voice before. The truth was right before him. Seizing the moment before the pill's effect wore off, Mbappe charged through the door. The soldiers and players hurried to follow. Is this the area of the final boss? On the other side of the door was a vast floating island. Mbappe was locking eyes with a woman who seemed to be the final boss. The woman floated in the air with black hair and silver eyes draped in a long robe. Mbappe understood why her voice sounded familiar. The Grand Princess. This day was full of surprises. First, an old friend's heir, now the Grand Princess resurrected. What Grand Princess? In his past life, people called her the Princess of Zwan. The players were confused. Another special plot. Joel recognized Vivithia's face. He was fortunate to have treated the Grand Princess once, and at that time, she wore silver armor, her face radiating the determination of a knight. The face from his memories gradually matched Vivithia's. This spirit was the Grand Princess. Seeing Vivitia remain silent, Mbappe grew anxious. Grand Princess, do you not remember me? I am Mbappe. That is not the Grand Princess, officer. Joel took a deep breath. That is the Grand Princess spirit, her obsession. Mbappe realized he had been too excited. The aura surrounding the woman indeed belonged to a spirit. Meanwhile, Vivitia looked at them as if they were fools. Were they going to keep stalling or fight? Skill Vivithia's majesty activated. A powerful pressure pulled everyone back to reality. There was no mistake, this was indeed the final boss. Vivitia snapped her fingers. Previously defeated bosses appeared behind her. The twins, the treasure chest monster, a scholar-like woman, and that middle-aged spirit uncle. They heard the humans' conversation as well. Skull teased while Vivitia, so you were a princess in life. Vivitia shot him a glare. Vivitia, actually, I would have preferred to be your father in life. Skull. This Blackheart creature has a sharp tongue. Vivitia drew her sword, provocatively pointing it at Mbappe. Mbappe recognized the reality and retaliated with a streak of golden sword energy. Soldiers versus soldiers, generals against generals, a great battle was about to erupt. Vivitia had not been idly waiting here. This seemingly peaceful floating island was rigged with many traps. The reason she hadn't charged in immediately was for this very reason. There were so many traps that even she could not remember them all. What would it feel like to fight here? One player described it like this. It was like being on a field filled with surprises. Every step taken revealed something unexpected. Vivitia and Mbappe became entangled in battle. The spirit was incredibly swift, and her agile form could easily evade Mbappe's attacks. At the same time, her strength was not to be underestimated. Against her red longsword, Mbappe's armor felt no different from paper. Resolute, Mbappe swallowed another dark pill. Now he could barely match Vivitia in strength. However, his soldiers and players lacked such power. The floating island appeared calm, but every step concealed danger. Even Skull unfortunately triggered a couple of traps. Silently cursing, Vivitia in his heart, Skull fought more cautiously alongside his soldiers. As he witnessed his soldiers retreating one by one, Mbappe unleashed all his strength to momentarily repel Vivitia. This spirit was a problem. He had lived this long without encountering a mid-level great spirit. Truly worthy of being known as a troublesome great spirit, he had to take 2 pills just to barely keep up. Vivitia's expression was also grim. Enduring mid-level strength against high-level opponents was somewhat taxing for her. Fortunately, this old thing relied on taking drugs to maintain her power. If a young and strong opponent came, she would have to consider fleeing the misty forest. Mbappe consumed his last pill. His face turned crimson, and the veins on his forehead nearly burst. His whole body felt like it was on fire. Mbappe cast aside his longsword and threw a punch at Vivitia's face. This strike was both swift and fierce, and Vivitia was headshot on the spot. Seeing this, the soldiers and players' morale surged. There was a faint trend of turning the tide. However, Mbappe sensed something was amiss. He was being locked onto by something. Skill last stand activated. The crimson sword light flashed. Transforming into the headless horseman, Vivitia severed Mbappe's arms with a single stroke of her sword. Her attack was not over. Skill spirit mark layers are full, unlocking effect. Drink of hatred. Drink of hatred, decapitation. The crimson longsword struck down, and how could Mbappe, having lost both arms, withstand this blow? In a critical moment, the necklace around his neck shattered, forming a golden protective shield. The shield blocked Vivitia's fatal strike. Golden light erupted, and the shield exploded momentarily, blinding everyone. Team Instance Eternal Mansion challenge failed. The light faded, and Mbappe disappeared along with the soldiers and players. Skull exclaimed in disbelief what happened. Natasha, however, remained unconcerned. An Imperial high-level knight always has something to save their life. Vivitia landed, her head still not restored. Skull heard a faint click sound. He had heard this noise when he triggered the trap earlier. Suddenly, Vivitia was propelled out by her own trap. Sculpted. As the golden light dissipated, the remaining soldiers and players were teleported back to their previous campsite. Cough, cough. This battle had incurred significant losses, and nearly all of Mbappe's soldiers were wiped out. Now only the players remained, as they could respawn even after dying. Mbappe spat out a mouthful of black blood, a side effect of the pill. Once the effects wore off, he would enter a prolonged state of exhaustion. Joel was beside him, bandaging his wounds. I'm sorry, Commander, my abilities are limited. Your arms cannot be restored at the moment. It's fine. Cough, cough. The expedition had failed, and Mbappe closed his eyes in contemplation. However, he had gathered a lot of information. The Wraith turned out to be the Crown Princess. Mbappe found it incomprehensible. Why had the kind Crown Princess transformed into such a malevolent Wraith? Thinking back, the Beast Tide from some time ago must also be related to her. The Wraith had enough power to command other monsters. Mbappe speculated that the Beast Tide was orchestrated by the Wraith. But why? What advantage would an attack on towns bring to a Wraith? Treasures. Food. Such things were no different from garbage to a Wraith. All right. Mbappe thought of something. Some time ago, the Imperial Church had organized troops to clear the monsters from the misty forest. At that time, he had wondered why the Church would bother targeting such an inconspicuous place at the border. The Church must know some secrets, and the Wraith's purpose in unleashing the Beast Tide was likely to retaliate against the Church's cleansing. Joel, you are from the Church. You should know about the Church's purge of the misty forest a while back, right? I know a bit, Commander. We destroyed numerous monster strongholds and even killed a bounty monster. What was that bounty monster? It was a large Wraith said to be quite formidable, though we lost quite a few people. It seemed his guess was correct. The Wraith had unleashed the Beast Tide in retaliation. After a brief rest, he ordered, retreat to the nearest town for regrouping. What about those outsiders, Commander? Those willing to leave can follow those who don't want to stay behind. Although this raid had failed, the players still gained quite a bit of experience. Whoa, this experience is enough for me to level up 10 times. Exactly. Even the failure rewards are this generous. If we could succeed, we would soar to great heights. This failure had instead encouraged the players, and no one chose to retreat with Mbappe's troops. It was easy to get out, but hard to get back in. They wouldn't leave without leveling up fully here. Based on their experiences battling NPCs, some players compiled a guide for the raid: Eternal Mansion, the Sisters Edition. Eternal Mansion, the Long Legs Edition. Eternal Mansion, the Homebody Edition. Eternal Mansion, the Mediterranean Edition. Eternal Mansion, the Crown Princess Edition. These guides recorded detailed mechanics of the BOSS, providing considerable convenience for future players. The titles for the boss were also adopted by later players. After a brief rest, they decided to test out new skills. The players challenged the Eternal Mansion once more. Vivitia was yawning out of boredom. A month had already passed. Without the aid of NPCs, the players could only challenge the previous boss on their own. Concurrently, the guides were continuously being refined. Over the course of this month, more and more players gathered in front of the Eternal Mansion. There were also many players from monster races inside who were slightly stronger than human players. With the continuously improving guides and the accumulation of player experience, the sisters and long legs could now be defeated with ease. At this moment, Vivitia was observing the players' duel with the homebody. How many times have they been wiped out by Natasha? This is the 42nd time, Sister Wraith. This scene has been witnessed by Vivitia for the 42nd time. Natasha reciting her incantation leading to the player's annihilation, a repeating cycle. One could see how bored she was. There's a change this time. 5 wolf-like players were carrying a warrior player as they navigated through the maze. Unlike before, the wolf players moved with no confusion, as if they had a map in their minds. They quickly approached Natasha, who was still chanting. Vivitia sighed inwardly. Impressive. The player's rate of improvement was astonishing. As the warrior player's weapon was about to strike Natasha, Vivitia snapped her fingers. In the scene, Natasha vanished. Vivitia, did I lose? Vivitia shrugged. Now let's watch the performance of our Mediterranean chef. Meanwhile, Skarl sneezed. Leaning against a large tree, he was polishing his broadsword. Mediterranean. Finally, I get to see the Mediterranean. What Mediterranean? Only Vivitia had called him that. Vivitia had told him that Mediterranean symbolized a mature and stable man. Skarl didn't believe Vivitia's nonsense at all. He didn't expect these outsiders to know this term either. He might as well grab a couple and ask what it meant. Skarl leaped down, his broadsword slashing at the player below. That player was a warrior who drew his weapon and managed to withstand Skarl's blow. My. Skarl was surprised a month ago a casual strike from him would leave these outsiders either dead or severely injured. In such a short time, they had grown strong enough to withstand his attacks. With their ability to respawn, encountering these outsiders would eventually make Skarl a top-tier combatant. But not at this moment. Skarl suddenly exerted more force. His broadsword swiftly severed the warrior player's weapon, and the player was caught off guard and killed. Compared to Natasha's instant wipe, Skarl's method of annihilation was one cut after another, emphasizing torture. What does Mediterranean mean? Why would this boss even ask questions? The guide hadn't mentioned this. Is it a symbol of a mature and stable man? The player instinctively nodded. Did that Blackheart thing really not deceive me? Skarl felt something was amiss. While feeling puzzled, he didn't stop his actions, but rather exerted even more effort. Swinging his broadsword, Skarl wiped out the players. Afterward, players added a note to the Mediterranean section of the guide. The boss has a chance to ask you questions that answer incorrectly, and it will go berserk. This boss level took players a whole month to pass. Unlike Natasha's challenge, Skarl's test was purely about brute strength, overwhelming, might-conquering skill. Once the main forces levels caught up, the players finally passed Skarl's trial. After about 2 months, the Grand Gates appeared before everyone again. At this point, the strategies for the earlier bosses were already well developed. However, the only information on the Crown Princess was the initial intel, nothing else useful. Vivitia, what does Mediterranean really mean? It is. The gates swung open, and a large group of players surged in. Vivitia put away her smile and floated in the air. Skill Vivitia's Majesty activated. Here it comes, the final BOSS, the Crown Princess. Finally reaching the final boss after so long is no easy feat. Some players joked. Crown Princess, can I take a commemorative photo with you? Weiwei raised an eyebrow. Sure. The player was merely joking and never expected Weiwei to agree. Really? The player tentatively took a step forward. Click. He accidentally triggered a spring trap and was launched straight toward Weiwei. Weiwei caught him in one swift motion. What are you standing there for? Take a picture. Oh. Weiwei made a peace sign and then tossed him into Xiao Air's mouth. The player found himself resurrected outside the Eternal Mansion in a daze. Weiwei drew her sword and vanished from the player's sight in the blink of an eye. Skarl and his companions also sprang into action. In the group quest at the Eternal Mansion titled Princess of Eternity, the area is filled with traps. It is recommended that the team include classes capable of identifying and disabling traps. A little Easter egg: when the princess is not in combat mode, players can ask her questions. The princess will likely respond, and she might even banter and throw shade. The cover of the strategy guide and the photo with the princess came about in this manner. When the battle begins, the princess will summon other bosses. The mechanics from previous bosses will reappear here, so be cautious about interrupting the homebody chant. Otherwise, refer to the consequences in the homebody section. The princess is a spectral being, so the team needs sufficient magical damage output. She is an agile boss with incredible speed, requiring items or skills to slow her down. Magical classes should avoid being in the princess line of sight. The frontline tank must always monitor aggro levels. The princess aggro mechanics differ from those of other bosses. She will ignore the tank's provocations and prioritize eliminating the fragile magical classes. Clear the princess arrows promptly, or it could lead to a wipe. When the prince's health drops to half, she will randomly select a lucky one to be sent away. Currently, this move is unavoidable. A one can only hope not to be targeted by the princess. Do not cluster too closely. The princess will self-destruct when her health is low. The princess will also play dead. Do not let your guard down until you hear the system notification. That was the closest we ever got to clearing the dungeon. Unfortunately, we were wiped by the playing dead princess. For months past, the limited time group event has ended. Unfortunately, no players managed to clear this event completely. No players complained. They gained enough experience from this group quest. It was a pity they never managed to defeat the princess. Quest completed. Reward: complete control of the Misty Forest. Congratulations, you have obtained your first territory and successfully advanced to Lord level, boosting your base stats. Quest completed. Current faction reputation 10, faction territory unlocked. Quest settlement complete. Experience from kills received. With the power of the Lord level combined with the experience gained from defeating players, this sense of becoming stronger is truly exhilarating. The players are progressing quickly while Vivitia was stagnating at that time, almost leading to a mishap. Current level is maxed out. You can change classes. Current race can be advanced. Vivitia stretched lazily. Skull and the others also gained experience from defeating players. She could feel that several of them had noticeably grown stronger. Change class. An electronic panel appeared revealing only one class, Spectral Queen. The class description was followed by a string of question marks indicating it was an unknown class. Vivitia hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to change classes. If she did not progress, it was only a matter of time before she would be overtaken, she did not want to lose her gear. At this moment, the statue at the entrance stirred, and a mass of dark mist coalesced into a woman whose features were indistinguishable. The woman effortlessly entered the Eternal Mansion and approached Vivitia. A black crown appeared in her hands. The woman gently placed the crown on Vivitia's head before vanishing. The black crown also disappeared as if it had merely been an illusion. Is it a dark god? Did the dark god personally come to facilitate this class change? Class change successful. Level cap increased. Congratulations, you have acquired the active skill Queen's Divine Might. Congratulations, you have acquired the passive skill Queen's Aura. Vivitia took a deep breath. Race advancement. Darkness enveloped her, and her aura surged steadily. Advanced to high tier undead, Phantom Spectre. Phantom Spectre special race. Only one will be born within the Spectral clan, excelling in speed and possessing the ability to create illusions. Acquired the active skill Illusion. Character name Vivitia, Eternal Undead Higher Undead Phantom Spectre Spectral Queen, Level 1 Health, 12,000 Mana, 50 Strength, 567 Agility, 689 Magic, 0 Speed, 754 Defense, 30 Magic Defense, 26 Constitution, 7 Title Small Monster Slayer Bone Slayer, Old 1 Familiar Face, Ender of the Tree of Life, Lord of the Misty Forest. Passive skills: Swordsmanship LV10, Weapon Mastery LV10, Will of the Undead Heart of the Brave, Weakness Detection, Spectral Mark, Veteran Common Language Guardian of the Dark God, Ambush Hunters, Skill, Hunting Instinct, Trap Mastery, Collecting Habit Hunters, Intuition Hunters, Resilience, Queen's Aura. Active skills: Levitation, Night Vision Hunters, Materialization, Counterattack, Pocket Dimension, Double, Charge, Prey, Scent, Elemental Convergence, Elemental Burst, Elemental Perception, Decapitation, Pursuit, Serpent's Gaze, Queen's Divine Might, Illusion. Boss skills: Vivitia's Majesty, Leadership, Sovereign Immunity to abnormal states. Talent: Physical Attack, Nullification, Spectral Immunity to dark attribute attacks, Magic Vision, Wide Vision, Dark Element Affinity. As the darkness receded, there was little change in Vivitia's appearance. The change lay in her aura. Vivitia, what is this? Natasha's eyes sparkled. This aura does not belong to a greater specter. To be precise, Vivitia's aura does not belong to any known monster. It is a completely new and unknown spectral type monster. Natasha approached with her little notebook. Natasha, wipe your drool. You're getting it all over my clothes. The two little ones noticed Skull and Xiao Air's unusual behavior. Big sister, look at the elf uncle and the little treasure chest. Yeah, big sister, take a look. Influenced by Vivitia's advancement, Xiao Air and Skull also underwent changes, both successfully advancing to mid-tier. Skull was astonished. For their forest elves to advance to mid-tier, they had to undergo ancient trials. Yet he had advanced simply by being influenced by Vivitia. This was truly incredible. Vivitia, what exactly are you? Vivitia replied, I am your father. Meanwhile, in a mage tower of the Empire. Not good, a new Lord-level monster has been born. Where is the location? What is the strength? At the border, strength is. High tier Lord. Hurry up and inform the teacher. The mist spread. The first thing Vivitia did was expand the Misty Forest territory. The original area of the Misty Forest was comparable to a large human city. After Vivitia's expansion, the Misty Forest absorbed the human towns destroyed by the Beast Tide, doubling its size. Vivitia prepared to cultivate more monsters within the Misty Forest. Draped in a long robe and adorned like a mage, Vivitia squatted atop a large tree, gazing out over the horizon. If not necessary, the Empress would not need to lead her troops personally, but Vivitia was a restless spirit. She entrusted the affairs of the manor to Scar and the others, and found an excuse to slip out. Hiss. The expansion is a bit too rapid. I can vaguely see the human town in the distance already. After the last replenishment, the number of magical creatures in the Misty Forest has only increased. It is enough for Wei Taya to expand the misty forest once more. The trouble is that deep within the Empire the number and strength of guards in the towns would greatly increase. At the same time, it could easily alert the Empire's regular army. Thus, for the time being, Wei Taya does not plan to further expand the area of the Misty Forest. Once she fully controls the Misty Forest, all the magical creatures here will obey her commands. According to her expectations, she could form an army of magical creatures to fight rather than simply unleashing a wave of beasts. She entrusted these matters to Scar. After all, he was once a security captain and knew how to train soldiers. Big sister. What are you doing here? It's Uncle Elf. He sent us to find you. Scar. What does he want with me? Aside from Wei Taya, Scar is the strongest force here in the Misty Forest. Surely it can't be that Scar cannot handle another magical creature and needs her support. Luo shook her head, indicating she had forgotten. The steady Xia remembered. It's Sister Natasha who detected that human troops have entered the Misty Forest. Uncle Elf asked us to find you. Human troops. Wei Taya displayed a puzzled expression. Recently, aside from expanding the Misty Forest a bit, she hadn't done anything earth-shattering or malicious. She hadn't even bothered the human adventurers passing by. How could she attract human troops? She hurried back to the Eternal Manor with the two little ones. In front and behind the Eternal Manor, a large area had been cleared. Scar was practicing a group of various magical creatures in the open space. Shower stood by guarding a flag. Wei Taya glanced at it, and the pattern on the flag resembled her, making a peace sign, quite unorthodox. Why are you staring at me, Wei Taya? This flag was designed by Natasha. Scar's eye roll successfully silenced Wei Taya. Natasha is waiting for you in the back. Behind the Eternal Manor was the newly constructed observation tower where Natasha was waving at Wei Taya. Wei Taya, come quickly. Upon ascending the observation tower, Wei Taya became even quieter. The entire tower was adorned with flags, most of which were still unfinished. There are human troops. They are almost here. How many? What is their strength? 12 people average strength. Then why did you call me back? Surely it's not just to see these flags. Natasha was momentarily taken aback, her face flushed. Ahem. Because there is someone of special identity among them. Who? What is so special about their identity? Could they be my relative? Natasha's expression turned strange. Strictly speaking, Wei Taya, that person is indeed your relative. Priest, the spirit you mentioned was truly the Empress. Absolutely, Your Highness, the Crown Prince. That spirit looks just like the Grand Princess. You'll know when you see her. A man clad in dark golden armor appeared, deep in thought. The Grand Princess, his sister Yuguodora, her gentle smiling face resurfaced in his memory. He never expected to see her smile again. Truly annoying. The Grand Princess Yuguodora, the Emperor's first daughter. Crown Prince Geru, the Emperor's first son. Since childhood they had been compared. The more excellent Yuguodora was, the more useless Geru seemed. Unfortunately, his sister was rather dim-witted. She believed every command from the old man without question and doted excessively on her younger brother. A smile crept across his lips. His foolish sister probably had some obsession that turned her into a spirit. Surely she didn't wish to see him one last time, did she? That would be best. He hoped she would soon dispel her obsession and find peace. He was truly a good brother. Under yours lead, the group traversed the Misty Forest. Before long they arrived at the front of the Eternal Manor. They saw a large treasure chest with a flag planted beside it. The group had no time to observe closely. Geru muttered, "It's so eerie here, no wonder it's a place for the dead." No sooner had he spoken than a massive broadsword was thrust in front of him. Try saying that again. A large number of magical creatures had appeared around them, surrounding them. No wonder they hadn't encountered any monster attacks along the way. They were all gathered here. Scar unceremoniously stepped forward and gave Geru a resounding slap. Had it not been for Wei Taya emphasizing to spare his life, that slap could have burst his head. Geru had never suffered such humiliation and immediately wanted to explode. Geru quickly stopped him. Calm down, Crown Prince. Do not forget our objective. Geru took a deep breath, glaring fiercely at Scar. I want to see the Empress. The Empress? Where is your Empress here? Yuguodora, your leader is my Empress. Scar fiddled with his ears. I don't know, I don't recognize her. Time to send you off. You? The surrounding magical creatures emitted low growls. As soon as Scar gave the order, they could tear these intruders apart. Yer wiped the sweat from his forehead. We came to meet the kind and powerful spirit lady. Powerful is indeed correct, but kind. Scar suddenly felt a chill at his neck. The kind and powerful Empress allows your audience. Yer breathed a sigh of relief. Just as the group was about to enter, Scar stopped them again. Geru angrily asked, what are you doing? Weapons are not permitted when meeting the Empress. Furthermore, only the two of you are allowed to enter. Scar did not waste more words. After stripping the two of their gear, he led them into the Eternal Manor. Unlike the eerie outside, the decorations inside the manor were lavish, and the ethereal servants bowed to Scar in turn. Upon entering the largest parlor, Wei Taya sat upon the throne, a black crown appearing above her head. The ethereal twins stood respectfully to her left and right. Scar tossed the two onto the ground. Your Majesty, I have brought them. Wei Taya glanced over her presence as the superior unmistakable. This dark-hearted thing was quite adept at pretending. Scar silently stood to the side. Upon seeing Wei Taya, Geru immediately burst into tears. Empress, I finally see you. Putting aside other matters, the man's silver eyes did indeed resemble Wei Taya's. This unreasonable elf slapped me. Empress, you must stand up for me. Garu cried, snot and tears flowing. Seeing Weiwei Taya frown, he cried even harder. Weiwei Taya then asked with a concerned tone, Scar, are your hands not dirty? Garu was momentarily stunned, staring at Weiwei Taya in disbelief. Empress, throw him out, he's too noisy. Scar, stifling a laugh, immediately put on a serious expression. As you wish, your majesty. After dismissing Garu, her silver eyes turned to Ur. Now tell me what troubles you have so I may find some amusement. He was thrown out. Struggling to his feet, he dusted himself off. He did not care about the attitude of the phantom. Merely surviving was a blessing from the gods. It was also his greed that led him to ask what he should not have. The crown prince was angrily scolding his attendants when he saw Ye and his group come out. So did the phantom agree. Ye nodded and shook his head, casting a wary glance at the eerie castle. Garu understood. Under the gaze of the monsters, the group hurriedly left the area. Inside the eternal mansion, Vivitia sat on the throne, lost in deep thought. If that human priest was not lying, war could break out at any moment. The emperor's ambition was swelling, and the empire was actively preparing for battle. The empire's target for war was the Barunya alliance in the east. Barunya was half the size of the empire, with vast plains that produced grain and cavalry. The empire wanted to mobilize against Barunya, but feared Vivitia would take advantage of the chaos. The emperor had not anticipated the sudden emergence of a high-tier, lord-level monster. Upon learning of the new lord monster's identity, the emperor was even less inclined to squabble with Vivitia and waste military strength. He decided to cede the Misty Forest to Vivitia in the name of commemorating his deceased daughter. Acknowledging the independence of the Misty Forest, his purpose in this journey was to negotiate on behalf of the empire with Vivitia. The prerequisite for all these demands was that the independent Misty Forest would ally with the empire and send troops to assist when necessary. In simple terms, it meant, although you are independent, I am still your father. Vivitia sat silently on the throne, her brow furrowed. If she agreed, the Misty Forest could gain time for development. If she did not agree, there would be no significant loss, just a bit more trouble. Regardless of what that old man acknowledged, the Misty Forest now belonged to Vivitia. If necessary, she could really take the Misty Forest and run away. Vivitia's response was ambiguous, leaving it to Ye to interpret. After all, the final interpretation rested with her. Vivitia, with her brow relaxing, her expression gradually calmed. In a standard slouched posture, Vivitia returned to her laid-back way of sitting. Tisk, I still prefer to be free and unrestrained. Hearing her speak, the second and third brothers leaned in. Big sister, why didn't you just kill that human? Yeah, big sister, that human was too unreasonable. If you ask why the twins were so angry, it was because Ye had just asked Vivitia what her obsession was. This was the one thing phantoms were most wary of. Vivitia waved her hand dismissively, standing up to stretch. The black crown disappeared, replaced by a mischievous smile. Next time he asks, just toss him to Chiao. Scar was momentarily taken aback. He too was curious about what Vivitia's obsession was. Seeing his hesitation, Vivitia asked, what do you want to say, Scar? Scar briefly weighed the possibility of Vivitia taking action. I also want to know what your obsession is. Vivitia showed a serious expression, pondering for a moment. She stood on tiptoe, placing her hands on Scar's shoulders, her silver eyes meeting his. Then she seriously and solemnly said, to be your father. Scar was also thrown out, and didn't know if Vivitia was doing it on purpose. He happened to land next to Chiao. Elder Elf, how come you were thrown out too? Is this the latest way of going out? Scar rubbed his shoulders. The grip of that black heart thing was getting stronger, nearly crushing his shoulders. What do you understand? The Empress herself massaged my shoulders and personally sent me out. This is all the Empress grace. The degree to which his shoulders were nearly crushed certainly counted as a shoulder massage. Under Chiao's envious gaze, Scar left behind a figure that concealed his prowess. 3 short months passed. The Empire officially declared war on the Barunya alliance. The flames of war rapidly spread like a merciless meat grinder, reaping the fragile lives. The Empire came prepared and aggressive, while the Barunya army fought fiercely, but continued to retreat. 3 more months passed, and the Empire's army charged into the capital of Barunya, slaying the king of the alliance. The crimson imperial red dragon flag began to flutter over the capital of Barunya from today onward. Logically, Barunya should not have fallen so quickly. Rumors suggested that fallen beings were seen among the Empire's forces. In response, the Empire firmly denied it. Once fallen beings appear, they become targets for all life to hunt down. 1 month had passed since the end of the war. Southern border of the Empire. Your Highness, ahead. There is a forest up ahead. Quickly enter and shake off the Empire's pursuers as soon as possible. Yes. The mounted youth was followed by 2 knights. The 3 were in a sorry state, especially the 2 knights whose bodies were covered with various wounds. Although the forest was shrouded in mist, the 3 could not afford to care about that. They charged into the forest while the Empire's cavalry behind urgently halted their war horses. Humph, the dogs of Barunya dare to enter the misty forest. General, should we continue the pursuit? Set up camp here to guard the exit and wait for a while. There are high-tier lord-level monsters in the misty forest. We are not capable of dealing with them. That was a high-tier lord-level monster which would cause headaches wherever it appeared. He also knew some insider information. The origins of this lord-level monster were quite special. Your Highness, the Empire's troops did not enter this forest. Thank you for your hard work, Dis. Another knight took out a bandage he carried with him to tend to the youth's wounds. Prince Leon. The youth shook his head. No need, Haka, my injury is not serious. You should tend to yours first. Under the youth's insistence, the two knights simply treated their wounds. The visibility in the misty forest was extremely low, so the three could only dismount and walk. The scenery along the way seemed the same. After fleeing for a long time and feeling parched, the three hurriedly released their horses and ran over. They then bent down for a hearty drink. Thank the gods for their grace, this water is truly delicious. A teasing female voice responded, is it really that good? The youth immediately realized, drawing his sword and shouting. Who's there? The two knights also drew their swords, guarding around the youth. The surroundings were quiet, with only the gentle sound of flowing water. Are you blind? I'm right in front of you. As the thick fog dispersed, a robed woman sat leisurely on the opposite bank, soaking her feet. It was obvious that they had drunk the water she used to wash her feet. Were there humans living in this forest? The mist obscured the woman's face, making it hard to see clearly, but from her voice, one could tell she was young. Are you from the Empire? No, this place is not considered the Empire's territory. The woman's voice was soft, her tone relaxed. Having been pursued by the Empire's soldiers, Leon was feeling a bit paranoid. Now that he had shaken off the Empire's pursuit, the tension within him eased somewhat. He let out a long breath. Leon looked towards the position of the woman on the opposite bank. Is there a village nearby? The woman was silent for a moment. There used to be, but it was destroyed by the Empire. When the Empire was mentioned, the woman's tone was laced with hatred, which relieved Leon. It seemed that the person before him held no fondness for the Empire either. Retrieving his longsword, Leon intended to fill his water flask upstream. However, the woman seemed to be staring at him, her eyes filled with curiosity. She couldn't have lived in this forest all her life. She must have never seen outsiders, right? That naive gaze was clearly pure and kind. Leon cleared his throat, his expression somewhat unnatural. The two knights beside him remained tense. Leon frowned. Haka, put down your weapons. You are frightening an innocent civilian. The two knights ignored Leon's words. Their expressions, as if facing a great enemy, made Leon sense something was amiss. Your Highness, she is not human. Dis was certain of the woman's identity. She was a humanoid monster. What he was uncertain about was her specific race. He had never encountered a monster with such an aura. Haka also saw through the woman's identity. After all, she had not concealed her aura at all. The tension in his mind tightened again. Leon stared at the woman intently, while silently gripping the hilt of his sword. The woman casually swung her legs, ignoring the three, who appeared flustered. Your Highness, please back away slowly. Don't make any sudden movements. Leon nodded silently. In any case, this mysterious monster currently posed no threat, so it was wise not to provoke her. The three slowly retreated while the woman smiled at their cautious demeanor. When the woman's figure was once again shrouded in mist, the three immediately turned and fled, abandoning their mounts. Vivitia rose to watch the three escape. The mist did not hinder her vision. To her surprise, she encountered a big shot just by casually going out to fish. Task triggered, heroic pose. Task conditions: assist Prince Leon of Barunia in launching a counterattack against the Empire. Recapture the capital city of Barunia. Failure condition: Leon dies in battle. Task rewards: current racial specialization. Undead hero, current faction reputation 30, a Empire faction, affection 99. Failure penalty: current faction reputation 30. Vivitia whistled as she leisurely followed the path the three had taken. Not knowing how long they had run, Leon leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. Did that monster catch up to us? It shouldn't have, Your Highness. Leon sighed deeply. At this moment they recalled that in their haste, they had even left their mounts behind. What should we do next, Your Highness? The young man paced back and forth, pondering a solution. As a result, he accidentally stepped on a tripwire and was hoisted upside down. The two knights hurried forward, anxious to rescue Leon. They never expected there to be more than one of these rope traps. The two were also hoisted upside down, staring wide-eyed at the young man. The ropes were red, and a tingling sensation spread from their legs throughout their bodies. The three quickly lost the ability to resist. Not long after, a whistling sound came from afar. The woman's figure reappeared before the three. As the woman approached, her features gradually became clearer. Her silver eyes reminded Leon of unpleasant memories. That eye color was unique to the Imperial family. However, the woman had not taken a few steps before she also stepped into a rope trap and was hoisted upside down. They exchanged glances, and the situation became somewhat awkward. Vivitia dispersed into mist to free herself from the ropes. Leon, hanging upside down, vaguely heard her mutter an unknown term, which seemed to be some sort of vile curse. Vivitia kicked down a nearby tree. The three fell down, and Vivitia grabbed the rope and floated in midair. Leon was filled with dread. What are you doing? The woman did not respond, instead carrying the three towards a sinister castle. After some time for rest, a large area had been cleared around the Eternal Mansion. Are those monsters? Various kinds of monsters were training under the lead of a sprite. Leon could not comprehend, when did these monsters get trained like soldiers? A massive eagle-shaped monster was circling above below, which stood an ancient tree with the face of an old man. It was clear that Vivitia had returned. The ancient tree extended its vines to create an aerial staircase. Your Majesty, did you kick down another tree? Greg's tone was certain. He could accurately sense the condition of every tree in the misty forest. Many trees had already fallen victim to the young queen's mischief. Vivitia stepped down the stairs slowly. To Greg's question, she replied without a hint of embarrassment. No, Vivitia, where have you gone to slack off again? Scar approached Vivitia to vent his grievances. Training this group of monsters who had little intelligence was extremely difficult. His gaze shifted to find she was still holding 3 humans. Why did you bring back 3 humans? This heartless creature didn't eat people, or what was the point of bringing them back? I keep them for fun. Vivitia released the ropes and the 3 struggled to stand up. The 2 knights guarded Leon, maintaining a safe distance from Vivitia. Who exactly are you? What is your connection to the Imperial family? To Leon's question, Vivitia rolled her eyes. I don't know, unclear, and I don't want to say. Indicating Scar to take care of them, Vivitia turned and returned to the Eternal Mansion. She needed to plan how to accomplish the task properly. Inside the Eternal Mansion, Vivitia sat on the throne. A black crown appeared above her head. Supporting her chin with her right hand, she crossed her legs. Vivitia opened the electronic panel. Currently, the total number of monsters in the Misty Forest exceeded 10,000, removing those that couldn't be trained left around 5,000 for an army. This number was sufficient for launching a beast tide against 1 or 2 small towns, but it was utterly unfeasible to go to war with the Empire. Wars are determined by core forces, not individual strength. Her left hand rhythmically tapped the armrest. Vivitia closed her eyes in contemplation. Right, there are players too. There should be a way to release a lucrative task for them to come. The problem is the number of players needed now is considerable. If each one had to be sought out personally, it would be better to work oneself to death. Oh right, I am already dead. Based on her experience from her past life of playing games, there should be some quick method to issue tasks. Vivitia looked at the electronic panel again, and indeed found a task option in the faction panel. A prompt sounded for all player systems. Faction board officially activated. Here it comes, the faction gameplay mentioned in the version update announcement. The 3 initial factions available to join in the current version are: the electronic panel displayed the Empire's red dragon flag for the Alahadian Empire. The Barunia Alliance features a white lion on its flag. Compared to the previous one, the flag of the Misty Forest looks quite unserious. On the flag, a woman with black hair and silver eyes expressionlessly posed with a peace sign. Players who had experienced a group dungeon were very familiar with that face. No way, isn't that the princess? What? The princess faction can join too. The princess is a spirit. Only players of the monster race should be able to join, right? Players were already in an uproar. For them, the Misty Forest was naturally the faction with the deepest connection. However, according to the faction introduction, the weakest among them was also the Misty Forest. Meanwhile, the system prompt sounded again. Task triggered: the Empress draft order. Trigger task: the Empress recruitment order. Task condition: successfully joined the Misty Forest faction. Task reward: experience 500. Many players fell into contemplation. It seems the Misty Forest is quite extraordinary. Even the initial task rewards are so generous. Meanwhile, a small group of players received another system notification. Trigger phase task: the request of the Frail Spirit. Current task phase 3, successfully joined the Misty Forest. Task reward: favorability with Weiwei Taya 1. Here it comes, phase task 3. Wulong, which faction should our guild choose? Do you even need to ask? Of course it's the Misty Forest. 2 days later, Weiwei Taya remained in the same position on the throne, the dust on her clothes proving she hadn't moved at all. Because the nearby towns to the Misty Forest had been destroyed by Weiwei Taya, players wanting to join had to temporarily teleport to distant towns and then walk to the Misty Forest. This journey took quite some time. XXX. Weiwei Taya occasionally uttered words that her shadow servants couldn't comprehend. Butler Aaron stood by her side accompanying his master. If memory serves, this is the longest the Empress has ever stayed on the throne. The experience from the recruitment task had to be paid by Weiwei Taya herself. She only realized this troublesome detail after issuing the task. If she had known earlier, she would have given less experience. If more players come, wouldn't it drain her dry? Fortunately, she triggered this simple task. But why are the players so slow? Isn't there a teleportation array in the nearby town? Frustratedly tapping the armrest, Weiwei Taya suddenly recalled that the nearby towns seemed to have been destroyed by her. Sigh. Weiwei Taya let out a long sigh. What are you sighing about, Weiwei Taya? Natasha appeared before her without her noticing. Weiwei Taya glanced at her, disheveled with dark circles under her eyes, probably from staying up late again. It's nothing, just a spontaneous feeling. Self-inflicted misfortune cannot live. What's the matter, Natasha? Natasha spent her days holed up in the observation tower, making those embarrassing banners. Weiwei Taya didn't believe she was just here for a chat. Seizing the moment while Weiwei Taya was lost in thought, Natasha boldly brushed her cheek. The cold, deathly temperature was truly captivating. Weiwei Taya cast a puzzled glance. Is my face dirty? While having sat still for 2 days, it would be strange if it wasn't dirty. Natasha rubbed her fingers and cleared her throat. A large group of human refugees has entered the Misty Forest. Should we drive them away? Human refugees. Weiwei Taya narrowed her eyes, thinking quickly. Have Scar bring them here. Xianoya is a rare high-level blacksmith. Young, resilient, and brave, she is a true genius, primarily skilled in weapon forging. Though she is high-level, her profession as a producer leaves her with little combat ability. Additionally, she lives in a remote place, and the Empire's upper echelons had no idea of her existence. Xianoya originally lived in a small village on the eastern border of the Empire. If nothing unexpected happened, she would have married the most promising man in the village and lived a plain, yet happy life. But life is full of surprises. War broke out between the Empire and Vivitia. That day she witnessed her parents being devoured by a flesh-and-blood creature from the Imperial army. The village was burned to ashes amidst the soldiers' shouts. Only she survived. After a long and turbulent journey, she along with a group of similarly unfortunate refugees arrived at a forest shrouded in mist. The misty forest, Xionoia muttered to herself. The newly emerged Lord-level bounty monster. Coupled with the recent destruction of nearby towns, it forced the Empire to acknowledge its independence. Various factors made the name of this forest nearly known by all within the Empire. Now she could only choose to take the risk and enter the misty forest. The refugees faced a similar choice. Fear stemmed from the unknown. Visibility in the misty forest was extremely low. Rustling sounds echoed around. Countless eyes were upon this group of humans. Suddenly a figure emerged in front. A tall male elf appeared before the crowd. This aura, could it be the legendary Lord-level monster? It's you, right? The male elf asked enigmatically, and then whistled. Dozens of monsters charged out of the mist. Ignoring the crowd's reactions, the monsters seized the refugees and ran deep into the misty forest. Xionoia was swiftly whisked away by the male elf through the misty forest. Unlike the other refugees, she did not struggle desperately. Rationality told her that resistance was futile. Since she was here, she may as well accept it. Not being killed on the spot indicated that she still had value. Soon a dark, eerie castle appeared before Xionoia. The male elf glanced at her and nodded in satisfaction. He then led her into the castle. Your Majesty, I have brought the person. The Empress. Xionoia cautiously raised her head. On the throne sat a woman wearing a black crown. As she looked up, the woman also cast her gaze upon Xionoia, locking eyes with her. Such an overwhelming sense of pressure. Xionoia felt a bit of difficulty in breathing. It seemed she was mistaken. The woman before her was the true Lord-level monster. Congratulations, task completed. Vivitia raised an eyebrow. It seemed she was right. The vassals in the task did not specifically refer to players. Skill hunters I activated. LV-27 Xionoia, human high-level blacksmith, human weapon master. Wow, what a jackpot. Extracted an SSR high-level blacksmith from the card pool. Vivitia's gaze turned fiery. The detection wave swept across. Welcome to the misty forest. The woman's voice was cold, yet it could not hide the joy within. Xionoia responded with insight. Our homeland was destroyed by the Empire. We ask your Majesty the Empress to take us in. The woman on the throne nodded in satisfaction. Scar, you go arrange it. Yes, your Majesty. Vivitia, wearing the crown, always had a special aura that made one unconsciously submit. Finally, everyone had left, and the black crown vanished. Vivitia dispersed into mist and relaxed. Now only the unfortunate players were left. Another week passed. Under Scar's arrangements, the refugees built simple houses around the Eternal Mansion. By the way, Leon and the others consciously mixed in with the refugees to help build houses. Initially, the refugees were very afraid of the surrounding monsters' attacks. However, under Vivitia's orders, the monsters in the misty forest were surprisingly obedient. Some monsters were even dispatched specifically to assist with the construction work for the refugees. Unlike others, Vivitia permitted Xionoia to freely enter and exit the Eternal Mansion. At that moment, she was in the forging room of the Eternal Mansion carving a giant tooth. This was a task assigned to her by Vivitia. She had to forge this tooth into a heavy sword. Is this the misty forest? After walking for so long, we finally arrived. 2 weeks passed, and the first batch of players finally reached the misty forest. What should we do next? The system hasn't given any hints. Just as the words fell, the phantom twins who had been waiting here materialized. Following them was the bounty monster, the Rock Eagle. Sisters, A player recognized it as the mini-boss from the team dungeon. The phantom twins glanced at him, but did not respond. They lightly tapped the Rock Eagle, which understood, and grabbed the players flying towards the Eternal Mansion. Surrounding the Eternal Mansion were various makeshift houses. Not far away, other humans and monsters were practicing. From above, it looked like a small village. At a height not too far from the ground, the Rock Eagle dropped off the players and returned. Welcome to the misty forest. Scar had been waiting here for quite some time. Behind him, Shower was licking a large piece of gold. Natasha, standing beside her, looked drowsy. The players rubbed their sore backs as they stood up. Tall legs, a homebody, and a Mediterranean look. So the next must be the Long Princess, right? Scar wasted no time and officially announced their entry into the misty forest. At this moment, the system also made a sound. Congratulations on completing the task, the Empress Draft Notice. Task reward, 500 experience points. This experience gain feels great. The subsequent tasks were simple as Scar took the group of players to chop down trees and build houses. Of course, this was all ordered by Vivitia. She wouldn't spend experience points to support a group of idle players. More players were thrown into this place by the Rock Eagle. As night fell, Scar announced the end of work. After a day of chopping trees, Wulong was a bit anxious. Why hasn't the Long Princess appeared? Where will they find the faction tasks later? He called out to Scar. That elf uncle. Scar's expression darkened. Calling him uncle every day. He was only in his 50s, still quite young. Scar's favorability 3. I want to ask where to receive faction tasks. Scar pointed to Natasha, who was leaning against Shower and fast asleep. New information appeared over Natasha's head in the player's view. Faction tasks. Wulong, as if he had discovered a new continent, asked various questions. Scar patiently answered. Finally, when he asked where Vivitia was, Scar pointed to the Eternal Mansion. Once you complete your tasks, the Empress will summon you. Actually, he didn't know where Vivitia had gone, but he guessed she was slacking off somewhere again. The Empress. Wulong caught the key phrase. The NPCs of the Misty Forest displayed information above their heads in the player's eyes. Faction tasks: Mage job change, Scholar job change, Skill exchange. Item recycling, Gold exchange. Shower. Misty Forest reputation, Warrior job change, Swordsman job change, Skill exchange. Scar. Quick movement. Rock Eagle. Is there anything else? No thank you, Elf Uncle. Scar's favorability too. However, Scar was mistaken. Vivitia wasn't slacking off this time. She was in the Eternal Mansion's forge helping Shenyoya process the fangs of the ancient beast. The teeth had been roughly carved into the shape of a sword, but the core part was too hard. With Shenyoya's strength, it was impossible to carve. Be gentle, Your Majesty, you might break the material. Alright. Vivitia responded, but her strength didn't lessen at all. This thing was much harder than it looked. Be gentle. Vivitia almost wanted to bite it with her mouth. I told you to be gentle. After a chaotic carving period, a mold for a heavy sword appeared before Vivitia. Next is quenching to enhance. I don't just throw it in. A loud explosion echoed from the Eternal Mansion. Scar looked over puzzled. It was rare the Blackheart thing was still inside. The forge was filled with thick smoke, but fortunately the special barrier here was undamaged. Vivitia dispersed the smoke. Cough cough. Shenyoya felt somewhat uncomfortable. At the moment of the explosion, Vivitia tightly hugged Shenyoya. A black crown appeared above Vivitia's head. Skill Empress Divine might activated. A strange aura was released, absorbing all damage. Were you scared? Your heartbeat is a bit fast. The undead are always sensitive to the heartbeat of the living. Indeed, Shenyoya's heart was racing, but it was due to high blood pressure. Vivitia. She even omitted the honorific. Seeing the situation was bad, Vivitia dispersed into mist and disappeared from the forge. That incredibly skilled motion showed it wasn't her first time doing this. Shenyoya stomped her foot in anger. Really? Wait, what's going on? Originally, Shenyoya thought the Fong's sword should have shattered into pieces. But turning her gaze, a silver heavy sword radiating cold light was quietly embedded in the ground. Shenyoya had never seen such a situation. The moment she grasped the sword's hilt, she felt a chill. The sword does it not acknowledge her. What went wrong? This sword actually exhibited some sentience. Shenyoya carefully recalled the sword-making process. Could it be because of Vivitia? Vivitia returned to her throne looking quite flustered. Thankfully, she escaped quickly, otherwise her parents might be in danger. No sooner had she warmed her seat when the butler Aaron hurried over. Master, Miss Shenyoya is looking for you. Off. Oh no, does she want to drag me back and scold me again? Vivitia opened the castle's monitor. At this moment, Shenyoya was circling around a large sword, as if performing some mysterious ritual. This sword actually succeeded in being forged. Once again dispersing into mist, Vivitia returned to the forge. The silver heavy sword was stuck in the ground, and Shenyoya stood beside it wide-eyed. Quick, try to see if you can pull it out. Shenyoya's tone was a bit anxious. Vivitia lightly grasped the sword hilt and effortlessly pulled out the heavy sword. Obtain magic weapon. Vivitia's heavy sword. Everything related to her would have the prefix Vivitia. Not bad. Vivitia praised. She could feel that this heavy sword was extraordinary, almost comparable to her own companion's sword. No, it looked better than her companion's sword. Vivitia drew her long sword, its red blade, rugged beast tooth decorations, and a gem resembling a red pupil. It could be said to be entirely outside her aesthetic. Let me see it. This was Shenyoya's first time forging such a weapon, and she wanted to continue refining it. After 3 days of labor, Wulong finally met the long princess he had been longing for. Perhaps it should now be called the Empress. Inside the Eternal Mansion, Scar knelt on one knee before Vivitia. Vivitia, wearing a black crown and holding the heavy sword, pointed it at him. Scar Jumu. Viivitia's expression was serious, her usual teasing tone gone. The knight's coronation. Scar respectfully received the heavy sword, and with it came a surge of power. From the player's perspective, Scar's profession changed from an elf swordsman to the Empress Royal Knight. Information also appeared above Viivitia's head. Special job change, high difficulty task, reputation exchange. Vivitia. The influx of refugees and players has accelerated the development of the Misty Forest. The wisdom of humanity combined with the power of monsters has transformed the area around the Eternal Mansion into a small town. Vivitia strolled through her small town with humans and monsters around her bowing in respect. The item shop, weapon shop, inn, and tavern are all here as they should be. Vivitia nodded in satisfaction. The only issue is a lack of people, a serious one. The item shop is temporarily managed by Chao Air, while the weapon shop is looked after by Shinoya. As for the other facilities, they are still just shells. Speaking of Shinoya, that little girl has become familiar with me and has been pestering me daily for raw materials. There are indeed mines within the Misty Forest. Vivitia decided to send Pascal and the twins to mine. Princess, is there a task? Wulong felt that today was his lucky day. He encountered the princess on the street, something that rarely happened. Vivitia glanced at him. He looked familiar and quite pleasant. Vivitia's favorability has reached the standard quest, acquired Vivitia's commission. The residents of the town need food. If you have time, please go hunting. However, you are not allowed to harm the intelligent monsters in the forest. Quest Vivitia's commission has been activated. Current remaining time 7 days. Quest rewards special job transfer. No problem. He merely asked casually, not expecting that the princess actually had a task. It seems that this favorability is quite important. After sending Wulong away, Vivitia decided to check on Leon and the others. It was about time to see the results after leaving them for so long. However, she hadn't taken a few steps when she heard someone calling her. "Oh, departed, please awaken. I am willing to offer my blood. Please respond to the call. Fulfill my wish." The voice became clearer. Quest triggered the Empress Descent. Quest condition: fulfill the wish of the caller. Quest reward passive boss skill Vivitia's swiftness. What wish to fulfill? Am I still a lamp god? Vivitia hesitated on whether to dye herself blue. After all, it would look more authoritative. While she was lost in thought, she didn't notice a spatial rift appearing beneath her feet. Eastern border town of the Empire. Harrison looked at the battle axe and the formation, his expression tense. He could sense that the summoned spirit was very powerful. Without that battle axe as a medium, he couldn't possibly summon this spirit. If he wasn't surrounded by the Imperial army, he wouldn't resort to such a desperate measure. The one equally tense was Huan. "Old man, are you confident? The Imperial army has high-ranking members. Relying on those previous cannon fodder won't work." Harrison knew he was talking about his skeletal guards. He snorted coldly. "Why don't you try fighting them?" Two massive skeletons stirred their hollow eye sockets, glowing with green fire as they stared at him. At that moment, a spatial rift opened above the battle axe. A woman in a black robe fell down in a head-first manner. The sound of her landing drew everyone's attention. The woman covered her head and said, "Beguila, what does that mean?" A special language of the undead. Huan looked at Harrison, who appeared even more confused. "Harrison." "Huan." "The woman in black." "Ahem." Harrison broke the silence as the summoner. He had already grasped the general information when the woman in black appeared. A high-ranking Lord-level monster, the Phantom Queen Vivitia. He never expected to summon such a strong monster in his lifetime. Whether it was an illusion or not, this aura felt somewhat familiar. Vivitia floated her black robe, billowing without wind. Upon seeing the appearance of the two, she immediately frowned. "Why are you two here, Hung and Ha?" Harrison was filled with deep questions. "Hung and Ha? What does that mean? Does this phantom recognize me?" Vivitia looked around, seeing a typical human town with women holding babies. "Wait, why do I feel like I've seen that baby somewhere?" As Vivitia was about to ask something, a long sword suddenly flew through the air and severed her head. The sword traced a beautiful arc and returned to the hand of a villager. Vivitia's body reacted quickly, catching her fallen head steadily. She turned to face that villager. "Didn't anyone tell you that interrupting others while they speak is very rude?" The black mist solidified and Vivitia instantly teleported in front of him. With one punch, she crushed the man's skull. Like a signal, several other villagers suddenly erupted and began attacking the surrounding people. The massive skeletons guarded Harrison. His expression was grim. "There are spies. The Imperial army has infiltrated." Skill Vivitia's majesty activated. Under the immense pressure, the few troublemakers twisted and contorted until they were crushed into meat paste. At this moment, a deafening roar of battle erupted from afar. The army has charged in. Vivitia realized Harrison's wish when she was summoned here, killing the high-ranking generals of the Empire. It's time to fulfill the quest. Vivitia dissipated into mist and vanished before everyone. A man in dark golden armor looked up at the sky. His warhorse seemed to sense something and grew restless. The deputy curiously asked him, "What are you looking at, General?" "Something is coming." "What?" A shadow fell from the sky. The harsh sound of metal clashing echoed around. "This woman is incredibly strong." Vivitia exerted more force. The man's long sword suddenly shattered, and he awkwardly dodged the blow. Unfortunately, his warhorse was not as agile, and the poor creature was cleaved in two. Skill Serpent's Eye activated. The silver eyes transformed into serpentine slits. The man being stared at clearly felt his movements slow. The airborne man was caught off guard. In his view, the woman in black flickered. Did she disappear? No, she was moving at such incredible speed that the naked eye couldn't discern her. The man didn't notice. Vivitia's figure appeared behind him. Skill Ambush triggered. Skill Duel / activated. The cross-shaped slash landed on the man as if it were cutting through tofu without any resistance. Vivitia's sword swiftly sliced through, delivering several more strikes. Then her figure vanished once more. Vivitia's speed was so fast that the man felt no pain. He rolled on the ground after landing. In terror, he looked around. There was no longer any sign of the woman in black. The brief skirmish made the man realize he couldn't win. Though they were both high-ranking, they were not even in the same league. The man panicked and fled at the fastest speed of his life, leaving behind the deputy, who still didn't understand what had just happened. Watching the man retreat, Vivitia smiled faintly in the air and ignored him. The man ran frantically, not knowing how long he had been running. He spotted 3 adventurers from a distance. The man rushed over immediately. Did she come after me?" The adventurers did not answer, instead stepping back cautiously. "Damn it, why are there skeleton soldiers here? This skeleton soldier can speak. Has it mutated? Be careful, he might attack soon." "Skeleton soldier? Are they referring to us?" The man slowly looked down. All that remained below was a pile of white bones. Quest completed skill acquired Vivitia's swiftness. It snowed, marking the first snowfall of the Empire's winter this year. In the eastern border, Vivitia hovered in the air, gazing down at the ruins before her. Pure white snowflakes fell upon the still wet blood. The aftermath of a great battle unfolded before her eyes. She had just witnessed the massacre perpetrated by the Imperial army here. Even without high-level cultivators, the Imperial army could still crush this place. In the chaos of battle, Harrison and the Falcon were nowhere to be found. Vivitia did not participate in the fight. This was the Imperial border where the Imperial army attacked the villages of the Empire. Watching them tear each other apart, Vivitia was more than delighted. However, there were actually fallen beings within the Imperial army. These creatures required a vast amount of fresh blood to consume, growing stronger the more they fed. It seemed that in order to nurture these grotesque beings, the Empire had chosen to prey upon ordinary civilians. Vivitia stepped over the rubble, staring ahead. Wah! A faint sound of a baby crying came from an unknown source. Is there a child still alive? Vivitia frowned. After such a heartless sweep, it was unexpected to find a surviving infant. Following the sound, Vivitia effortlessly lifted a collapsed wall. The baby in the swaddling cloth was still crying. This child had extraordinary luck. The infant was nestled in the safest triangular area. If it had been positioned even slightly off, it would have likely been crushed. Vivitia picked up the baby. Hiss! The moment she made contact with the infant, a pang of heartache struck her. An inexplicable anger surged within Vivitia. The demon within her screamed, "This child cannot be kept. Throw her back to let her fend for herself." The angel in her heart persuaded, "Throw her. What if this child survives? Just strangle her. Strangle her." Vivitia looked at the baby in her arms. At this moment, the infant had also stopped crying, blinking her little eyes and making eye contact with Vivitia. My, why does this child's gaze seem so complex? Those small eyes contain surprise, longing, and regret. Such a gaze should not be present in an infant. Activate the skill Hunter's Eye. LV1 Unknown Infant Human Race Human Hero Human Time Hero A Human Hero. A hero. Such a tiny child. Vivitia began to doubt whether her skill was malfunctioning. What is happening? Hadn't I died? Edong opened her eyes, being cradled by a woman in a black robe. There was no warmth of humanity about her, yet Edong felt immense happiness. The woman's beautiful silver eyes were filled with questions. She looked somewhat different, but Edong could still recognize her. She was Edong's adoptive mother, the legendary Demon King, Vivitia Eternal. Edong preferred to call her mom. But wasn't Vivitia supposed to be dead? Edong was certain, because Vivitia had died right before her eyes. Little one, you seem to know me, huh? Vivitia narrowed her eyes at her tone gentle. Edong's skin prickled with goosebumps. She recalled that Vivitia had used this tone and expression before. At that time, her adoptive mother had called her full name with the same tone and gaze while holding the body of an uncle. That was the closest she had ever been to death. In a fit of rage, Vivitia had sliced through the sky and earth with a sword. From then on, that place became a forbidden zone for the living. It had never recovered until Edong's demise. Edong let out a sound unique to infants. Why can't I speak now? Looking at her little chubby hands, she finally understood her current situation. Had she been reborn? The rumors about the time gem were true. She had truly returned. Now at this point in time, it was the initial meeting of her mother. Great. At this point, her mother should not have become the Demon King yet. This means she still had a chance to change the future. The sound of the baby in her arms softened Viivitia's heart. This child appeared quite pleasant. Why not keep her for fun? With a gentle sigh, Viivitia looked at the infant in her arms. From now on, I'll call you Edong. Another baby had joined her. Viivitia also felt it was time to leave. Cradling Edong, she quickly flew towards the misty forest. 5 days later, Viivitia finally saw that familiar forest. In her arms, Edong was holding a milk bottle. If she hadn't been crying, Viivitia might have forgotten that infants needed to eat. The misty forest was all too familiar to Edong. Since she could remember, she had lived in the misty forest acquiring knowledge and skills. Viivitia, you actually know how to come back. A male elf glared at Viivitia with resentment. He had been toiling away digging coal while this heartless creature was out having fun. Uncle Scar, the leader of the 4 heavenly kings. His power was second only to the Demon King, and he was slain by the heroes. The first among the 4 heavenly kings to fall. In her past life, Scar had taught Edong martial skills and had spoiled her. Edong bore half the responsibility for Scar's death. Why did you bring back a child this time? She's quite cute. Scar tried to tease Edong. Viivitia simply handed Edong over to him. The baby had been crying all the way, driving her insane, and she looked at the nearly empty milk bottle in Edong's hands. Viivitia rubbed her forehead and dissipated into mist, disappearing before Scar. The elf race had a low birth rate, and very few infants were born. The smile of the baby in Scar's arms melted his heart. Although she smiled a bit like that heartless creature. Little one, let your brother take you around to see the world. Brother. Edong's smile froze. Uncle Scar remained as persistent as ever with his titles. Holding Edong, he first entered the observation tower. The outside of the tower looked normal, but the inside concealed mysteries. Flags bearing Viivitia's likeness adorned the walls. At the top level, in the midst of a pile of books, Natasha, with disheveled hair and dark circles under her eyes, was writing something in a gray notebook. She also had many half-finished flags beside her. Natasha, can you please pay attention to your appearance? Ah. Natasha yawned and looked up at Scar. Natasha, the second strongest among the 4 heavenly kings. She had taught Yidong magic. In the great battle, she died shielding the demon king Wei Taya from a lethal blow. Scar pointed at Yidong's little chubby hand. This is Aunt Natasha. Where did this child come from? Wei Taya brought her back. Really? Natasha became interested and leaned closer to examine Yidong. Although she appeared to be an ordinary baby, Natasha couldn't see her actual panel. Something was off. Intuition told Natasha that this child had an extraordinary background. Wait a minute, didn't this child have the time gem hanging around her neck, which belongs to their family? Natasha frowned. This dull color, is it real? Has it been activated once already? Yet again, Natasha became lost in her own world. Scar shook his head and jumped out the window. Not far below the observation tower, Xiaoer was chatting with the twins. Scar pointed at the 3 individuals while holding Yidong. Aunt Xiaoer, Aunt Luo, Aunt Xia. Xiaoer ranked 3rd among the 4 heavenly kings. She always had an endless supply of food. In the great battle, she was slain by the combined forces of the Ice Sword hero and the Black Axe hero. It was hard to imagine that the sexy and mature beauty in the future was the big treasure chest not far away. Luo and Xia, the dual spirits, ranked last among the 4 heavenly kings. However, if the 2 teamed up, even Scar would have to be wary. They were separated during the great battle. Xia was slain by the Serpent Bow hero, and upon sensing Xia's death, Luo self-destructed, perishing alongside the Wing Spear hero. If you know us, no one in the Misty Forest will dare to provoke you anymore. Lastly, that black. Scar felt a chill at his neck and immediately swallowed the rest of his words. Lastly, our great queen, Wei Taya. Didn't you just call me something black? Wei Taya appeared behind Scar without him noticing, holding a full milk bottle. Black queen. Wei Taya gave him a strange look. What black queen? I'm a black magic fairy too. She tossed the milk bottle to Scar and vanished once again. Scar looked around to confirm that Wei Taya had truly left before leaning close to Yidong's ear and whispering, "That's a heartless creature, don't learn bad things from her." The demon king Wei Taya, the most powerful demon in her past life. It was rumored that she had been the kind and gentle imperial princess, Yugadora, during her lifetime. No one knew what obsession made the princess' spirit become so different. She was violent, greedy, untrustworthy, and cold-hearted. Wei Taya perished in the great battle. She was slain by the combined efforts of the 3 strongest heroes. The hero of reason, the hero of darkness, and the hero of light. And Yidong in her past life was the hero of darkness. The hero of darkness, who adored the hero of light, like a jester. Vivitia, where did you bring that child from? Picked her up off the street. I'm asking seriously. So, am I answering seriously? Natasha tossed Vivitia a crimson gem. What is this? Natasha slapped her forehead. She'd forgotten Vivitia knew absolutely nothing about magic. As Natasha channeled her magical energy into the crimson gem, Vivitia sensed a strange, otherworldly power. A time gem. Every member of my family possesses one. Legend says it holds the power to return to the past. Watching Vivithia's eyes grow increasingly bright, Natasha smiled faintly. Of course, the one in your hand is a fake, designed solely to deceive. TCH. All that excitement for nothing. I thought it was real. Naturally, it's fake. The genuine one is hanging around that child's neck. Ignoring Vivithia's constipated expression, Natasha spoke slowly. Activating a time gem demands an immense reservoir of magical energy, and each use dims its hue. She paused, then continued. The gem around that child's neck has clearly been activated once already. Yet I cannot fathom it. The energy required would drain 10 true dragons dry. Who would go to such extraordinary lengths just to send a child back? Vivithia tapped the armrest of her throne. A black crown materialized above her head. There remained another possibility, not sent back, but transformed back. In Vivithia's previous life, the term would be reincarnation. That explained why she was hailed as the hero, and why her gaze held such profound complexity. Only one question lingered: what script had she drawn? A peerless master returning to the beginner's realm, reincarnated as humanity's hero from the very first moment. Vivithia imagined a melodramatic saga, and laughed aloud at her own fantasy. Natasha sometimes truly couldn't fathom Vivithia's thoughts. Shouldn't such matters be treated with solemn gravity? And yet she was laughing. Shoo. Vivithia pressed a finger to Natasha's lips, gesturing for silence. Vivithia. Scar strode in boldly, cradling Yiden in his arms. Vivithia and Natasha stood close, her face still half obscured by Natasha's form. From Scar's perspective, the two appeared locked in an intimate embrace. I seem to have arrived at an inopportune moment. Vivithia peered out, then almost involuntarily replied. No, you've arrived precisely when needed. As if caught in flagranti, Natasha covered her burning face and fled in mortified haste. Vivithia noticed Yiden's expression, utterly unruffled, as though this were perfectly ordinary. Vivithia grew even more certain the child was reincarnated. Her calm familiarity with them confirmed it. Ahem. Vivithia returned to her throne. State your business, or withdraw. That scheming wretch was uttering yet another bizarre phrase. This child insisted on seeing you. Yaya. Yiden feared her mother might vanish from sight for too long. She'd instantly descend into darkness, becoming a demon lord on the spot. After all, her mother never played by the rules. Taking Yaiden into her arms, Vivitia deliberately examined the gem at her neck. It resembled the one Natasha had just tossed her, though its color was noticeably duller. Innate magic vision, activate. Her silver eyes shimmered with arcane radiance. Nothing revealed itself, absolutely nothing. Vivitia frowned. This artifact was far too profound for a voidling whose magical energy registered precisely 0. A plump little hand, seemingly by accident, closed around the time gem. Mother, could she have sensed something? Yaiden hesitated, then released the gem. In her past life, Vivitia had never mastered magic. Prolonged contact would only arouse suspicion. Gazing upon that face, both hauntingly familiar and strangely alien, Yaiden slipped into reverie. Her mother was peculiar, a voidling who wielded not a single spell. By nature, voidlings possessed innate sensitivity to magical energy, an exceptional affinity for it. Even rare voidling warriors typically commanded at least rudimentary spells. But her mother, utterly incapable. Yet this singular enigmatic voidling had crushed every sovereign force across the continent. Even the slumbering, primordial dragons bowed before her might. In single combat, her mother remained undefeated. Noticing Yaiden lost in thought, Vivitia snatched the baby bottle and waved it before her eyes. What's on your mind, little one? Yeah. Scar sighed, deeply silently praying Yaiden wouldn't inherit Vivithia's mischief, then withdrew quietly. He had other matters to attend to. That devious schemer made an effortlessly comfortable absentee ruler. Another day of regretting having boarded this ship. Vivitia played with Yaiden for a while, and was astonished to discover how uncannily alike they were. The child was quite literally her miniature self. Oh no, could it be that in her past life this child had also been found and raised by her? Vivitia imagined cold sweat breaking out. If only she possessed sweat glands. Heart pounding, she reached for a bottle of ex-boy milk to steady her nerves. Twisting open the cap, she drank it down in 3 swift, thirsty gulps. Yaiden. Meanwhile, not far from the Eternal Manor, a small expedition returned, dragging behind them a colossal magical beast. We've arrived. The unmistakable skull of a serpent marked the entrance. Wulong yearned to present his quest to Vivitia without delay, and was intensely curious about the nature of this special profession. Leon accompanied the group. He joined upon hearing the outsider was to complete the Queen's commission. Having waited nearly a month here, he resolved to seek an audience with the Queen himself. If successful, this would become the first step toward reclaiming his kingdom. In the grand hall of the Eternal Manor, Vivitia gazed helplessly at Yaiden crawling across the floor. The child felt like a scorching, unwieldy burden. Vivitia finally understood the plight of parents in her former life. Your Majesty. Wulong and Leon bowed deeply. What an odd NPC, seeking no reward, only an audience with the Queen. My. Vivitia lifted her gaze when overwhelming aura pressed down upon them both. Crowned and regal, Vivitia bore no resemblance to her usual self. Her sovereign presence instinctively compelled submission. What is it? Mother is so magnificent. Eyes sparkling, Yaiden scrambled up the throne steps and nestled into Vivithia's arms. Aaron, a spectral steward, materialized and whisked Yaiden away. The oppressive aura intensified. Clearly the Queen was displeased. Both men hastily lowered their heads, too terrified to meet Vivithia's gaze. In truth, Vivitia had nearly broken composure and burst into laughter. Only her rigorous facial discipline honed under Scar's tutelage saved her. Composing herself, she softened her aura. Your Majesty, the quest is complete. Wulong reported concisely. Vivitia nodded. Well done. Quest completed. Vivithia's commission. Reward special profession, Voidling Hunter. Exclusive to Voidlings. With no time to examine its details, Wulong hurriedly withdrew. Vivithia's aura was simply too terrifying. He wished not to endure its weight for even a second longer. Vivitia turned her attention to the sole remaining figure, Leon. And you, how obliging. The young man had come to her without needing to be summoned. Leon swallowed hard. Most exalted Queen, I come to propose an alliance. Oh. With her legs crossed, Taya elongated her tone as she scrutinized Leon. An alliance? What do you have to offer for this alliance? It was time to lay all cards on the table. I am the Prince of the Barunia Alliance, representing Barunia. Taya raised an eyebrow. She had long known that Leon was the Prince of the Barunia Alliance, otherwise she wouldn't have brought him back. I asked what you have to offer for this alliance, Prince. While it was nice to call him a prince, the harsh truth was that he was nothing more than a stray dog. Now that Barunia's capital had fallen, only a small number of resistance forces remained. The Barunia Alliance was now a mere shadow of its former self. Leon exhaled a deep breath. I concede 1/3 of my territory to you as long as you help me restore my kingdom. Taya looked at him as if he were a fool. Are you joking with me? Almost the entire territory of Barunia is under the control of the Empire now. If I had the ability to help you restore your kingdom, why would I be here talking nonsense with you? Wouldn't it be better to just take it all back directly? Leon replied leisurely. Your Majesty, your eye color is quite unique. If I'm not mistaken, you should be from the Imperial Royal Family, right? If you take action, the Empire won't dare to say anything. Taya frowned and impatiently interrupted him. Am I human? Leon was left speechless. He had forgotten that the black-robed woman before him was not a human, but a humanoid demon. Leon stubbornly asked, is your Majesty really unrelated to the Imperial Royal Family? Taya rolled her eyes. You can dig up my grave and ask the emperor yourself. Was his plan to restore the kingdom already over before it even began? Wei Taya tapped her armrest, watching Leon's face reveal his undeniable disappointment. How about this? I have a proposal. Your Majesty, please speak. Restoring the kingdom is beyond my capabilities, but I can help you retake Vivitia City. Upon hearing this, Leon looked a bit confused. Vivitia City? Isn't that the capital? How is this different from helping him restore his kingdom? He did not rush to agree, but instead asked back, what's the price? Wei Taya narrowed her eyes. The horses and food from Vivitia City, along with the humans I have my eye on, plus the third of the territory you mentioned earlier. Leon was even more confused. What was she calculating? Was it just to get more horses and food? And what about the humans she had her eye on? A male pet. She should have told him earlier that such a small price to help restore his kingdom was quite a deal. After a moment of thought, Leon nodded. All right. Wei Taya smiled. A very wise choice, Aaron. The shadowy butler holding onto Yidong appeared and handed a contract to Leon. Leon examined it carefully and found no issues. Just as he was about to sign the contract, the previously docile Yidong suddenly began to struggle. Ignoring Yidong's unusual behavior, Wei Taya waved her hand. You may leave now, Aaron. Yes, Your Majesty. The shadowy butler took Yidong away. Leon hesitated, carefully reviewing the contract again. Oh, it clearly outlined the terms discussed and contained no traps as he had imagined. He signed the contract. Wei Taya nodded with satisfaction. Very well, prepare yourself. We will take action in the coming days. Leon withdrew. Wei Taya looked at the contract, recalling Yidong's earlier odd behavior. Did the little one know something? However, the contract indeed had no traps. It was clearly written in black and white. Swallowing the contract, Wei Taya dispersed into mist, vanishing from the throne. She needed to prepare as well. Yidong quickly crawled toward the throne hall, moving with a speed that was hardly characteristic of an infant. By the time she arrived, there was no trace of Wei Taya on the throne. Damn it, she had failed. This was a precursor event to her mother transforming into a demon king. The infant's body was just too inconvenient. Little Master. The shadowy butler finally found Yidong. It's time to eat, Little Master. Yidong took the milk bottle and angrily bit down. There was no hint of an infant's demeanor left. Prepare yourself. That demon has agreed to help me restore my kingdom. Really, Your Highness. It was hard to imagine that one day they could return to Vivitia. Meanwhile, Wulong immediately checked the mission rewards after stepping out. Special occupation Spirit Hunter attributes stronger than regular occupations by more than 1.5 stars, but the downside is it is exclusive to spirits. Wulong pondered. He now had two choices. One was to prepare to use it himself, and to reincarnate as a spirit required Wei Taya's favor to reach 10, which was not too difficult for him. The other choice was to sell it. The players still actively playing as spirits were not short on money, and selling it would net him a substantial profit. After some thought, he decided to list it in the shop at an exorbitant price. Meanwhile, all players of the Misty Forest factions received a notification. Triggered raiding mission, the Empress Resolve. Basic mission condition, kill more than 10 Imperial soldiers. Perfect mission condition, kill 1 Imperial general. Basic mission reward, Wei Taya's favor 1. Perfect mission reward, demon weapon, Wei Taya's axe. Wei Taya's axe. Wulong checked the reward preview, revealing a rather unremarkable iron gray battle axe, with 2 skills, Wei Taya's speed and Wei Taya's aura. Isn't this the weapon of Fengchu? How unfortunate that she was dropped by Wei Taya. Wulong knew that Wei Taya harbored a particular grudge against spirit players and would kill them at respawn points. After a moment of silence for Fengchu, Wulong made up his mind that he must acquire this weapon. Your item has been sold. So fast. Who is such a big spender? Wulong glanced at the buyer's ID, Fengchu. Mission, the Empress Resolve, accepted. Class changed to Spirit Hunter. Feeling the recovery of his body, Fengchu let out a breath of relief. Now he should be able to return to the Misty Forest, and that damn Necromancer better not cross my path. And that Wulong, charging such a high price to swindle her. 3 days later, Wei Taya floated high above the Misty Forest. It's almost time. Not quite. Ignoring Scar's retort, the ground of the Misty Forest shook violently. Before long, the entire forest, guided by Wei Taya, lifted off the ground. The unique mist enveloped them as the height of the forest gradually increased. From the ground, it looked like a large block of white clouds. Wei Taya, are you serious? Wei Taya glanced at Scar, who was being held up by her. Do you want to become a spirit, Scar? Scar's combat power was second only to hers. This time, Wei Taya planned to take Scar for a surprise attack. I refuse. Scar hugged his beloved tooth sword, looking like a chaste maiden. Wei Taya rolled her eyes, suppressing the urge to throw him down. Heading towards Vivitia, the large white cloud floated away. Vivitia, do you really know the direction to Vivitia City? I do not know, but someone does. Vivitia smirked. Look, the one who knows has just arrived. At Vivitia's request, the rock eagle brought Leon flying over. Caught off guard, Leon never expected this creature would pull a relocation move. The force that influenced the entire land. Just how powerful is this creature? Is it really just a high-level lord? Vivitia is just ahead, Your Majesty. Well, then I suppose you'll have to endure the breeze for a while. A black crown appeared above her head. Vivitia pulled Scar in front of her, her tall figure shielding him completely. What are you going to do? You'll find out soon enough. The crown emitted a black glow. The speed of the white cloud suddenly increased dramatically. Scar was unexpectedly bombarded with wind. Ugh. X. Blah blah triple X. He mumbled something incoherently. From his tone it seemed he was inquiring whether Vivitia had eaten. The capital of the Alliance, Bologna City. The red dragon banner fluttered in the air. The entire territory of Bologna had fallen, with only scattered resistance forces negotiating with the Empire. Most of the Empire's troops were focused on suppressing the rebels. Ironically, the guards in the inland capital were the weakest. After all, no one would believe that an army could break through layers of defenses to attack the capital in a short time. Soldiers patrolled the city walls in 2s and 3s, some still wearing the Alliance Army's armor. Why has it gotten so dark? The clouds are blocking the sun. Wait, why is it foggy around here? The mist gradually enveloped the entire Bologna city. This is strange. Quickly inform His Highness the Third Prince. What is that? In the mist a tall figure descended rapidly. It seemed she was carrying an even taller figure. The patrolling soldiers wanted to get closer to observe. A flash of red sword light passed by, taking with it a round head. Vivitia landed in a princess carry pose, cradling Scar, who had had his fill of northwestern wind. Is it still possible to retreat now? Vivitia rolled her eyes and promptly tossed him out. Stop wasting time, get to work. Scar executed a backflip and landed steadily. He silently cursed Vivitia once more in his heart. Well, it's time to put the trained soldiers to use. Countless pairs of demonic eyes lit up in the mist. Wielding a toothed sword, Scar's figure vanished into the fog. Vivitia snapped her fingers. Not far from Bologna City, the white cloud extended several vines. Players scrambled down the vines one after another. Well, then it's time for me to act. Vivitia dispersed into mist, perfectly blending into the fog. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The unusually thick fog prompted soldiers with some sense to react immediately. The air was filled with the roars of monsters. Many soldiers had already lost their fighting spirit. Calm down. Reform the formation. The dark golden armor with blood-red patterns depicted a fearsome red dragon on the chest. The man possessed a pair of silver eyes identical to Vivitia's. Your Highness the Third Prince. You have finally arrived. The Third Prince snorted coldly, commanding the soldiers to form groups of 3 back-to-back. With the cover of the mist, the monsters' attacks were relentless. Such tactics significantly reduced soldier casualties. A surprising voice emerged from the fog. Warriors of Bologna. It's our turn to counterattack. Dis and Haka flanked Leon as they emerged from the mist. Prince Leon. The Alliance soldiers wavered. The king was dead, and the prince was missing, forcing them to surrender to the Empire. Now that the prince had returned, everything was different. Someone shouted, "Long live Bologna! Long live Bologna!" The Alliance soldiers began to counterattack the Empire. Damn it. The situation became increasingly unfavorable. Oh, at this rate, they would be picked off one by one. The Third Prince commanded the remaining soldiers to gather around him. A knight in black armor appeared beside the Third Prince. Your Highness, the request for reinforcements has been sent out. How long until they arrive? The fastest reinforcements will take a day. The Third Prince's expression darkened. It seems we are going to fall here today. Your Highness, I can protect you while we fight our way out. It's useless. If Bologna City falls, even if I escape, my father and brothers will not spare me. At this point, we can only fight to the death. With a deep breath, the Third Prince drew his longsword and shouted, "Soldiers, fight with me until the last moment." Under the Third Prince's encouragement, the Empire soldiers' fighting spirit surged to unprecedented heights. With their backs against the wall, defeat meant death. Applause sounded in the mist. Not bad, not bad. The mist parted slightly, revealing several terrifying-looking monsters. Vivitia walked in slowly, and the surrounding monsters bowed their heads respectfully and retreated. The mastermind behind the scenes appeared as she was. Elder sister. The eldest princess. The eldest princess. The Empire soldiers were not unfamiliar with Vivitia's face. The eldest princess had fought her way up from the lowest-ranking soldiers to the position of paladin through merit. Lay down your weapons and leave Bologna City. Vivitia's voice carried a seductive tone. I swear in the name of the eldest princess that you can leave alive. The soldiers exchanged glances. No one wishes to die, and if there's a way out, no one wants to fight to the death. Could it be trusted? Could it not? Without a doubt, the title of eldest princess still held significant weight among the Empire soldiers. Upholding the virtues of a knight, the kind and just eldest princess would not deceive them. The first soldier laid down his weapon, followed by the second, third, fourth. All soldiers gradually laid down their weapons. The mist parted to reveal a path straight to the city gate. You may leave. Under the watchful eyes of the monsters, the Empire soldiers hurriedly retreated. They continued until Bologna City, enveloped in mist, was no longer visible. The feeling of survival made them unaware that a large, strange white cloud had been following them from above. The ground of Bologna City trembled slightly, as if something heavy had fallen in the distance. The black-armored knight stood in front of the Third Prince. Why aren't you two running? The Third Prince forced a bitter smile. It seems the eldest sister really has forgotten. Even if I run, it's a dead end. Oh, do you think staying here means you won't die? Vivitia instantaneously appeared behind the Third Prince, the red blade already pressed against his neck. Your Highness. The black-armored knight was both angry and anxious. He never expected this creature to be so fast. Princess Hugo Dola fell in the Olija Great Maze's expedition, leaving no remains. The low-ranking soldiers were unaware of this, but it was no secret to the Third Prince. I wasn't wrong, was I, elder sister? Vivitia raised an eyebrow. Not wrong. Perhaps. Let me tell you it's all a lie. Your true cause of death was not this. Vivitia displayed a contemplative expression. So do you want to know how you died? I know it was by advanced mathematics. With a swift slice of her longsword, Vivitia mercilessly beheaded the slightly bewildered figure. Your Highness. The black-armored knight rushed towards Vivitia in a frenzy. TSK. Vivitia easily dodged the black-armored knight's attack and swiftly kicked him unconscious. Meanwhile, Scar also finished his task appearing in the mist. Take care of him. I'm going to choose my spoils. Scar shrugged, drawing his toothed sword and walking slowly toward the black-armored knight. The violent rumble awakened Yidong. Blinking in confusion, Yidong instinctively searched for Vivitia. The empty hall revealed no sign of the familiar figure on the throne. Oh no. Yidong instantly regained her senses. The phantom butler Aaron appeared nearby. Is the young master hungry? Hungry. I am a bit. Wait, where's my mom? The phantom butler clearly didn't understand what Yidong was saying and turned to prepare some food for her. This body is too troublesome. Yidong deeply felt the inconvenience of being in an infant's body. With this body, it was simply impossible to stop her mother from becoming a demon king. Grasping the necklace around her neck, Yidong thought of a solution. If there was enough magical power infused into the time gem, it should allow this body to grow temporarily. The problem was, where could she get magical power? Vivitia, are you there? Natasha walked slowly into the hall. After scanning the room, she found no sign of Vivitia. Only that strange child remained in the hall. Not here. Shaking her head, Natasha prepared to leave. She had also been awakened by the tremors and wanted to ask Vivitia what had happened. Natasha had been in the observation tower for the past few days and had no idea about Vivitia's plans. Yidong hugged Natasha. In the misty forest, the only one with enough magical power was Aunt Natasha. What's wrong, little one? Yidong pointed at her necklace. Natasha understood her meaning. The activation of the time gem required magical power. This child wanted her help to activate the time gem. No more pretending, huh? Natasha's originally smiling expression instantly changed. Yidong didn't expect Aunt Natasha would also play the face-changing game like Uncle Scarl. Natasha drew a strange magical pattern. Yidong recognized this as the universal language. The magical pattern flowed through Yidong. Speak, who are you and how did you arrive at this time? It seems Aunt Natasha knows. Natasha frowned. Aunt, do I look as old as Scarl? No, I won't admit that. Cough, just call me sister. Natasha, sister. After some back and forth, Yidong explained the situation to Natasha. If it weren't for the time gem, Natasha wouldn't have believed Yidong's words at all. It sounded absurd yet somehow reasonable. After pondering for a moment, Natasha ultimately agreed to Yidong's request. With a wave of her hand, magical power gathered around Natasha. The time gem quickly devoured the magic like a bottomless pit. Yidong clutched her necklace, and at that moment her body was visibly growing. Hoo-hoo. Natasha gasped for breath. The feeling of having her magical power drained was unpleasant. My magic isn't enough to completely activate the time gem. You can only maintain this state for a while. Yidong nodded. That was enough. She had already transformed into the appearance of a young girl. With light green pupils and pale gray hair, she was a little beauty, though only dressed in a diaper. Yidong skillfully drew the magical pattern, her movements resembling Natasha's by about 70%. In the next second, her figure vanished from the hall. Finally, the moment arrived. Leon severed the Imperial Red Dragon flag. Now the Alliance's White Lion flag was once again waving over Vivitia City. Mission accomplished. Vivitia traversed through the mist. There was no time to deal with the system now. She was going door to door, putting people in bags. Vivitia knew that the Empire's main forces were now rushing towards Vivitia City, and she wouldn't choose to defend the city. Her subordinates could handle some petty theft, but a heating confrontation would be like striking a rock with an egg. The correct approach was to quickly grab what she could and run. The tavern's inns and infrastructure have been mostly taken. Should we check out those strange facilities? Without further ado, Vivitia appeared in front of a tent, which was far from the main urban area, and looked desolate. An old man wearing a tall hat sat inside with a crystal ball before him. Welcome, would you like to hear about your fate? Vivitia raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This old man seemed to have known she was coming. What fate do I have? The old man pretended to operate the crystal ball. 3 gold coins. Vivitia casually tossed a heavy pouch of money. The old man's eyes widened, happily accepting the pouch. Now tell me, what is my fate? After pretending to operate the crystal ball again, the old man's expression gradually turned serious. You will be killed by a hero. Are you sure? The old man himself seemed uncertain, pondering for a moment. At least you will be injured today because of a hero. Just an old scammer, too lazy to catch him. Vivitia rolled her eyes and vanished into mist. She quickly explored Vivitia City and nodded in satisfaction. It was a worthwhile trip. She called Scarl to carry the people. It was time to check the system. Vivitia City Palace. Vivitia sat on the throne in the center. Tisk, look at the grandeur of this hall and the imposing throne. Vivitia felt a pang of jealousy. In the vast palace, she was the only one, and she crossed her legs to check the system. An electronic panel popped up. Mission heroic presence completed. Rewards obtained: current race class specialization. Current faction prestige increased, Empire faction goodwill decreased. A strange power enveloped Vivitia, distinctly different from the feeling of advancement. The power did not last long and quickly dissipated. Basic attributes: enhanced specialized hero skill, acquired eternity. Character name: Wei Wei Taya, eternal undead death hero, phantom spirit, queen, level 24 health, 2156, 3 mana, 140 strength, 1253 skill, 1359 magic, 0 speed, 1568, defense 99, magic defense 65, constitution 7, titles: small monster slayer, skeleton slayer, old one, familiar face, ender of the tree of life, mistress of the misty forest, human slayer. Passive skills: swordsmanship LV 10, weapon proficiency LV 6, a will of the dead, heart of a hero, weakness detection, phantom mark, veteran, universal language, guardian of the dark god, ambush hunter skills, hunting instinct, trap techniques, collecting habit, hunters, intuition, hunters, resilience, queen's aura. Active skills: levitation, night vision, hunters eye, materialization, counterattack, pocket dimension, double strike, charge prey, sense, elemental condensation, elemental eruption, elemental perception, decapitation, pursuit, serpent's eye, queen's majesty, illusion. Boss skills: Wei Wei Taya's majesty, commander king, abnormal status, immunity, Wei Wei Taya's swiftness. Hero skill: eternity. Talent: physical attack, nullification, phantom, dark, attribute, attack, nullification, magic vision, wide vision, dark element, affinity. Exhaling a breath of foul air, Wei Wei Taya stretched lazily. Just then the system had a new prompt. Triggering time-limited mission, notorious presence. Mission conditions: slaughter a large city with a population of over 50,000 within 7 days. Mission rewards: special job advancement, Demon King. Failure conditions: exceeding 7 days, or Wei Wei Taya's death. Failure penalty: Demon King. Vivitia habitually tapped on the armrest only to hear a cracking sound before she had even struck a few times. The quality: is it made of tofu? The electronic panel popped up with the profession of Demon King, which was undeniably tempting. All attribute values doubled, along with a plethora of outlandish skills. The issue lies in the task conditions, and besides, there's a hero at home right now. Vivitia switched to another armrest to strike, but soon heard another cracking sound. The temptation of power, Vivitia admitted she could hardly resist. Should I give it a try? Unbeknownst to her, she had already destroyed the armrest. Her gaze was fixed on the electronic panel. This task was like a handsome man without clothes tempting her. Vivitia caught a whiff of magical energy. Spirits are sensitive to magical power, and even she could easily sense the fluctuations around. Something is coming. A magic pattern flashed past, and out crawled a girl wearing only a diaper. What the hell? Vivitia's pupils trembled. How should she put it? This appearance was still too early for humans, and even she as a spirit had never faced such a challenge. In shock, Vivitia forgot to dodge. The girl landed squarely on her, and her health bar dropped drastically. Idong groggily opened her eyes. Still unfamiliar with her body, the magic pattern had some issues. Where did Mom go? Did the teleportation magic fail? The black mist coalesced back into Vivitia's form. Damn it, that fall nearly cost me my life, Idong said with a strange expression. Having followed Vivitia for so long in her past life, she knew the meaning of that phrase even if others did not. Vivitia gazed at the girl who seemed to be the pervert. Skill: hunters eye activated. LV. Idong, eternal human hero, human time hero. Idong. In a daze, Vivitia recalled what that old con man had said earlier. No wonder that diaper looked somewhat familiar. That stiff method was what she had tied onto Idong in the morning. Wait, how did Idong grow up so much? Did I cross over again? The two stared at each other, neither speaking. The situation was somewhat awkward. Vivitia sighed and tossed her robe to Idong. What are you doing here? And how did you grow up so much? Idong mumbled as she put on the robe. Isn't it to stop you, Mom? Vivitia couldn't quite catch what she said. Seeing Idong's absent-minded expression, Vivitia sternly tugged at her ear. That motion was as familiar as if she had done it 1,000 times. I'm asking you a question. What are you mumbling about? Vivitia was half a head taller than Idong and looked quite imposing as an elder. It had been so long since she had tugged her ear, that feeling was truly nostalgic. Idong's eyes reddened. She choked up and tightly hugged Vivitia. With such a hug, Vivitia's body went stiff. She wasn't even exerting any force, so why was this child crying? The spirit's body had no warmth, yet Idong felt incredibly warm. Vivitia was not good at comforting others, and could only gently pat Idong's back. As she patted, she was unexpectedly hoisted up by Idong. Sorry, Mom, I can't let you repeat the past. What is going on? And who are you calling Mom? The dazed Vivitia was carried out of the palace hall by Idong. Where did that black heart thing go again? In the mist, Scar was searching for Vivitia's figure. The entire city of Bolunia had been nearly swept clean by them. Now they were just waiting for Vivitia's retreat order. The mist would not affect their vision. Scar jumped onto a rooftop and quickly spotted that familiar shadow in a black robe. Who did that black heart thing capture this time? Looks somewhat familiar. With a few leaps, Scar quickly closed in on Vivitia. Vivitia, shouldn't we be retreating? No, wait, when did that black heart thing become so short? Scar measured Vivitia's height with his hands, and it was at least half a head shorter than before. The person being carried by Vivitia glanced up at him. Vivitia dissipated into mist, breaking free from her restraints. Retreat, and bring that old man from the tent in the south. Be quick about it. Scar scratched his head, his expression somewhat unnatural. Vivitia's humanoid form had always been wrapped in that black robe. Now that it was gone, it felt a bit strange. Who would have thought that black heart thing had such a good figure? Vivitia kicked him. What are you staring at? Hurry up. Scar rolled his eyes, but unfortunately she had a mouth. As they left, Scar glanced back at the figure cloaked in black robes, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Vivitia rubbed her forehead and turned to Yidong. Can you explain to me what is going on? Yidong pondered for a moment before finally making up her mind. Actually, I beep. Beep. And then you beep. Beep beep. 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 That's how it is. Do you understand now, Mom? I understand. I understand nothing. The important content was blocked by the system, leaving Vivitia feeling lonely. Grabbing Yidong, they floated toward the misty forest. Vivitia planned to consider their next steps. The sweeping was nearly done, now it was time to escape. The mist followed Vivitia's figure as they drifted. Scar carried the old man who was still counting coins, quickly following behind. The players also retreated back to the misty forest. Your Highness, the mist in the city is dissipating. It seems the monsters have fled. What did you say? Leon hurriedly climbed to the highest level of the observation tower. At the very top of the misty forest appeared a woman wearing a black crown. Guided by Vivitia, the misty forest began to float once again. Vivitia did not intend to return to her original place. Having just raided the Empire, she needed to avoid the limelight. The height of the misty forest gradually increased, eventually transforming back into a white cloud. Let's wander around for a bit, perfect for scouting suitable large cities. The large, white cloud lazily floated, unlike the hurried arrival. The 3rd Legion of the Empire received a distress signal from Bologna. At this moment, they were on their way to provide support. Teacher Owen, how did the enemy silently bypass us to ambush Bologna? The old man with a white beard shook his head without answering. The long journey had taken a toll on this old mage. The prince on horseback did not care much. Bologna has the 3rd brother guarding, so they should hold on until we arrive. Owen remained silent, harboring a vague sense of foreboding. What a large cloud. Cloud. Owen looked up at the sky. A gigantic, terrifying white cloud was slowly drifting. There's something wrong. Owen coughed twice, directed at the cloud, and his staff drew a magic pattern of a blue eye, an advanced reconnaissance spell. What kind of white cloud is this? It's clearly a floating island. The more Owen looked, the more alarmed he became. He could now confirm how the enemy attacked Bologna. But who is controlling this floating island? Owen's gaze shifted to the woman at the very top. The woman wore a black crown and was looking around, seemingly searching for something. Just then her gaze suddenly fell on Owen. That face, is it the Long Princess? The Long Princess conjured a short bow in her hand and aimed an arrow at Owen. The familiar sensation of being watched. Vivitia aimed her short bow at Owen. The arrow was released with a swift sound. Owen was startled, hastily moving his staff to sketch a layer of earthen magic patterns. The arrow struck the outer layer, resulting in a violent explosion. Owen dispelled the smoke caused by the blast and spotted the shadow of white cloud in the sky. Vivitia discarded the scarl she had grabbed for cover. To her surprise, the Imperial reinforcements arrived so quickly. Fortunately, she hadn't been greedy and chose to flee after gathering some loot. That person seemed to recognize her. Touching her face, she thought there was nothing to be done. After all, she looked just like that so-called Princess Chong. Skill activation request received. Do you consent? Vivitia was filled with questions. What does this mean? Meanwhile, at the boundary of the mist forest, Yidong was trying to familiarize herself with her body. Most of her skills from her past life were gone, with the only one remaining being an entertaining skill, Vivietia's art. Skill Vivietia's art activated. A phantom of Vivitia appeared behind Yidong, holding a spinning wheel inscribed with questions of various sizes. The pointer spun rapidly, finally stopping at a smaller question mark. Vivietia's art, Will of the Dead, activated. What the hell? Yidong's life value dropped to 1 point. Half of her magical power was consumed, making her appear more youthful. Indeed, one mustn't be greedy. I wonder if my mother has learned that skill by now, otherwise should I take another gamble? Skill Will of the Dead is now in cooldown. Vivitia twitched her mouth. She decided to consent just to see what would happen. How did this skill get inexplicably consumed? Could it be that simply consenting would swallow the cooldown of Will of the Dead? Gained 47 experience points. What the hell? 47 experience points. That's nearly half of what is needed to level up. Isn't it too much? Since transitioning to the Phantom Empress, Vivietia's experience had been stagnant, and she occasionally had to use quests for some. Her 1 point of experience could be exchanged for 1,000 points of a player's experience, but the resources were scarce. If it weren't for the support from the faction's experience, Vivitia could have even performed a reverse level up. This is good, more of this. After floating around aimlessly for 3 days, Vivitia finally found a suitable city. Current human population in the city 56789, high-ranking individuals 2, affiliated faction Alahade Empire. The mist quietly extended toward the large city like tendrils, and Vivitia was poised to strike. However, at that moment, a massive magical force surged around, indicating a teleportation spell. With such a display, either an entire army was arriving or a powerful magical creature. Regardless of the reason, it clearly signified an ill intent, likely orchestrated by the Empire. Vivitia had no time to wait for this being to finish its teleportation. Hastily retracting the mist, the crown emitted a black glow, and white cloud vanished from the city skyline in the blink of an eye. The obscured sunlight illuminated the city once more. Many people marveled. Wow, the sky cleared up so quickly. The spatial teleportation portal completed its formation. A shadow blocking the sun appeared above the city. Why has the sky darkened again? What is that? Compared to the common white cloud in the sky, this figure was evidently more noticeable. With its pitch-black scales, strong physique, and a vicious head adorned with 4 dragon horns, the 3 pairs of dragon wings on its back further emphasized its special identity. A true dragon, Vafin. Vafin was drawn here by the aura of its kind. The energy was faint, likely from dragon eggs, and there seemed to be at least 10. What a bold thing, stealing so many. Vafin initially thought there was a misunderstanding. The dragon race had a low reproductive capability. 10 dragon eggs could affect their survival as a species. He merely wanted to confirm the authenticity of the dragon eggs. Before he could descend, that person had already fled. This was no misunderstanding, but it was clear they had something to hide. With a flap of its 6 dragon wings, Vafin chased after the lingering scent. 3 more days passed. During this time, every time Vivitia found a good city, Vafin would always appear on cue. The dragon seemed to cling to her like a sticky plaster. Finally, on the last day, Vivitia could no longer hold back. The feeling of having to put her pants back on every time she took them off was quite unpleasant for the phantom. White cloud hovered above the largest city of the empire. Vivitia floated above it, silently counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The towering shadow came as expected. The giant dragon exhaled a large cloud of hot air. Among dragons, it was considered relatively reasonable. Vafin did not attack immediately. Hand it over. Hand over what? Vivitia tilted her head, scrutinizing Vafin. It was a dragon. The imperial flag also depicted a dragon, a red dragon, which did not seem as majestic as this one. He still had the leisure to ask questions which should have nothing to do with the empire. But why was he chasing after her relentlessly? Vafin pointed towards the mist forest. Vivitia's expression darkened immediately. She had thought that since this dragon did not attack immediately, there might be room for negotiation. Now it seemed he was here to seize territory. If she gave it to him, what would she use to level up? Was she supposed to wait to be exploded for gear? Do you really want it, eh? The giant dragon nodded slowly. Those dragon eggs were crucial for the continuation of his race. Why shouldn't he want them back? Impossible. Vivitia drew her long sword, her figure teleporting in front of Vafin. Without hesitation, she slashed through his outer layer of scales. Vafin's patience had run out. He roared furiously, his claw imbued with magical energy, swiping towards Vivitia. As the youngest legendary dragon, Vafin was confident in his strength. This tiny phantom would undoubtedly perish beneath his claws once again. In a mere moment, Vivitia dodged this strike in an incredible manner. After so many years, this was the first time in his dragon life that an attack had missed. Vafin's other claw came down akin to swatting a fly. The 2 dragon claws struck together fiercely. Missed. Vivitia seized the opportunity to unleash a cross-shaped sword aura successfully, making Vafin see stars once more. The massive dragon body surged with endless magical power. Vafin opened his gaping maw. Here it comes, the signature attack of the dragon race, Dragon Breath. A straight black beam erupted from Vafin's mouth, disintegrating anything it touched in an instant. Vivitia was taken aback, fearing this brat might recklessly destroy her mist forest. Fortunately, Vafin deliberately avoided that large area of white cloud. He didn't want those precious dragon eggs to turn to ash. The human city below was not so lucky. Being swept by dragon breath was no joke. Vivitia agilely dodged in the air. Since Vafin intentionally avoided her, she would never guide the dragon breath towards the mist forest. Thus, the human city below was thoroughly tilled by dragon breath. Cunning little thing. At that moment, the giant dragon's proud body became a burden. Of Vafin's movements were far less nimble than Vivitia's. The widespread, indiscriminate magic would also harm the dragon eggs. Watching Vivitia bouncing around, Vafin suddenly realized. Right, if this phantom could transform into human form, why couldn't he? A dragon's roar momentarily pushed back Vivitia, and the 6 dragon wings folded together. Vafin successfully transformed into a black-haired youth with dragon horns and wings. After a brief adaptation to his new form, he charged at Vivitia with a face full of rage. He unleashed a left kick, a right whip kick, and a left jab. Missed. Missed. Again missed. The ghostly creature dodged all of his attacks. Vafin, in a fit of rage, crushed a bead. Vivitia immediately felt the space around her solidify. This time, let's see how you dodge. Vafin punched towards Vivitia. His fist, wrapped in magical power, pierced through her. This furious strike reduced Vivitia's health to just 1 point. At the same time, Vafin sensed a dangerous aura. Skill absolute counterattack activated. A red sword light flashed, and Vafin instinctively dodged the fatal blow. The sword swept through, easily severing his right dragon wing, as if slicing through thin paper. Had he not dodged sideways, he would have been cut in half by now. Skill Empress Divine might activated. Vivitia broke free from her spatial restraints, looking at Vafin with an unfriendly expression. Skill Guardian of the Dark God enters cooldown. Originally, she wanted to intimidate this dragon, but now she was truly enraged. Just a moment ago, Vivitia felt the threat of death. She was so close to dying again. With Will of the Undead in cooldown, she had no chance for rebirth now. Alright, it seems she needed to remove her makeup. Vivitia let out a unique, ethereal shriek. The crown became broken and twisted, her black hair turned white. Her mouth, nose, ears, and even her skin Features of humanity vanished. The remaining silver eyes turned crimson blood, tears flowing from her gaze. Wei Wei Tai's upper body maintained a human form, while her lower body was in a vaporous state. Her hands twisted into a pair of sharp claws, their sharpness rivaling that of her long sword. Now she truly resembled an undead. Or rather, this was Wei Wei Tai's true form. Heroic skill, eternity activated. Another shriek rang out as the ethereal being charged towards Wei Fan with her claws. Come on. Wei Fan was puzzled about how to restrain her again, not expecting this ethereal being to abandon her agility. It seemed that this ethereal being had entered a berserk state. While berserk could temporarily enhance combat power, the cost was the loss of reason. In this battle, he had won. Enormous magical power gathered in his mouth, and the humanoid Wei Fan unleashed a black beam of light. Right on target. The ethereal being bathed in dragon's breath increased in speed rather than slowing down, with just 1 point of life remaining. With one claw down, she ripped off one of Wei Fan's dragon wings. Hiss, hiss. The ethereal being let out a sharp hiss, gleefully tearing apart the dragon wing in her grasp. With a wild cry, she vanished from Wei Fan's sight. To the right, a claw wind swept in, and Wei Fan sidestepped to avoid it. But the ethereal being's attacks were relentless. Another claw easily severed his dragon horn. Wei Fan, in pain, kicked the ethereal being away and clutched his severed horn with a grim expression. Hiss, hiss. The ethereal being looked at him provocatively, seemingly contemplating what to rip off next. That contemptuous gaze completely infuriated him. The proud form of the dragon once again cast a shadow over the sky, black flames enveloping his body, and Wei Fan re-engaged in battle with the ethereal being. No matter how Wei Fan attacked, the ethereal being's health remained at 1 point. However, the damage she inflicted on him was also minimal. All the places she severed would instantly coagulate, as if frozen at this moment in time. Yet Wei Fan believed the ethereal being wouldn't maintain this state for long. Their battle continued for a day. Even the arrival of reinforcements from the Empire went unnoticed by them. The Crown Prince swallowed hard. Professor Owen. What are those two? A legendary dragon, Wei Fan. The other should be the Long Princess. Touching his white beard, Owen watched the battle in the sky with gleaming eyes. Fortune for misfortune, what he thought would be punishment turned out to be a reward. Opportunities to observe a battle of this caliber up close were quite rare. Wei Fan truly lived up to the title of legendary dragon. His exquisite magic benefited him enormously. Owen had a premonition that he might become the first epic sorcerer of the Empire. They were not the only ones captivated by the battle. Players, bounty hunters, adventurers. Everyone who could reach this place had gathered. Both in the open and in the shadows, all eyes were focused on the fight between the two in the sky. These gazes were filled with either greed or admiration. Some players even began a live broadcast. It feels like watching a movie. Can someone tell me who that little black dot fighting with the dragon is? Has anyone never done a dungeon before? Doesn't the Long Princess remember? So that thing that looks like a female ghost is the Long Princess. Heartbroken, heartbroken. Did you forget that the Long Princess is an undead? She was originally a female ghost. Who do you think will win? It must be the dragon. The Long Princess' health is already empty. Have you just arrived? The Long Princess' health was empty long ago, yet she has fought until now. Even with skills, there's no sign of the Long Princess losing consciousness. Oh no, did the Long Princess activate a health lock? I said I should have joined the Misty Forest from the start with a big brother leading the way. Wouldn't it be more stable? The battle between the two gradually spiraled out of control. Wei Fan let out a furious roar. The sky darkened and dozens of meteors streaked across the sky towards this location. The onlookers suddenly changed their expressions. Many players began cursing. The Long Princess had a health lock, but they did not. At a critical moment, the system announced a notification. Dear players, due to a work oversight, some bugs have occurred during reincarnation. We will fix them as soon as possible and will also release a new version. Please refer to the official website for detailed information. Thank you for your understanding and support. As the words fell, all players were forcibly kicked offline. A mysterious force descended as if a pause button had been pressed, freezing everyone in place. Light descended and the figures of the ethereal being and the giant dragon vanished from sight. When the dragon opened its eyes again, it saw a face without features. And the ethereal being, shedding blood tears, was also looking at him. What happened? Oh right, it was the power of the gods. Had this ethereal being awakened? Did she not ambush him? Wei Fan felt somewhat impressed by this ethereal being. Wei Wei Taya locked eyes with the massive dragon, her claws growing restless. Damn, programmers actually set up an air wall for her. At this moment, she and Wei Fan were in a different space, surrounded by endless void. Wei Fan extended his dragon body, puzzled about how his wounds had healed. The injuries inflicted by the ethereal being shouldn't have been so easily repaired. After surveying the surroundings, he spread his dragon wings, attempting to fly away. An inexplicable force pressed him down. Hiss, hiss. This ethereal being was laughing at him. With a darkened expression, Wei Fan immediately wanted to battle her for another 300 rounds. The dragon claw struck towards the ethereal being. Bang! The massive recoil sent him flying back. An invisible wall separated him from the ethereal being. No wonder this ethereal being didn't ambush him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Wei Wei Taya watched the dragon with a mocking smile, but soon her smile faded. Current task time has expired. Task failed. Exceeding the specified time, mission failed. Penalty for mission execution, maximum life limit reduced by 10, or randomly lose 2 skills. Life limit lost 2,157, skills lost Heart of the Brave, skills lost Decapitation. Hiss hiss. The virtual spirit emitted an angry hiss. It was all because of that foolish dragon ruining her plans. With blood tears in her eyes, she glared at him fiercely, and Vafin did not understand why the virtual spirit went mad. So he defiantly glared back. Just then a strange voice echoed in his mind. Conditions met, now beginning special job advancement. The giant dragon's body emitted a dazzling bright light, which Vivitia was all too familiar with. The foolish dragon changed jobs. Here. Vivitia sharpened her claws. If it weren't for the air wall, she would have gone over to stab this foolish dragon. The light quickly dissipated, and Vivitia sensed a change in the dragon's aura. Its aura now resembled that of a monster. How strange that a dragon would have the aura of a monster after changing jobs. Could it have evolved as well? But that didn't make sense. Changing from a giant dragon to a monster would be considered a regression, right? Job change successful. Basic ability values doubled. Acquired active skill Commander of Monsters. Acquired active skill Monster State Visualization. Acquired passive skill Demon King Aura. Acquired passive skill Monster Encyclopedia. The light faded and Vafin pinched the dragon's claw. Could this be the power of the gods? So powerful. The giant dragon lowered its proud head, showing respect for the god. Triggered mission birth of a Demon King. Demon King, a symbol of power. As a ruler, you need a spokesperson. Mission requirements: successfully subdue 4 powerful rare monsters within the specified time. Since it's a god's mission, he would definitely complete it. The giant dragon remained motionless on the ground. Hiss, 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 hiss. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Is that foolish dragon just lying there dead? Dying like that is a blessing. The virtual spirit's voice pulled the giant dragon back to reality. The giant dragon could now understand what the virtual spirit was saying. Although there were some words he didn't understand based on the tone, they must have been curses. Vafin glanced at the virtual spirit. Rare monster king detected. Virtual spirit queen. Naturally, anything that could engage him in a back and forth would not be an ordinary monster. Virtual spirit queen Vivitia, eternal. Life S, strength S, magic F, skills S, speed S, defense E, magic defense F, overall combat ability S, current relationship hostile. Current favorability 27, current loyalty 31, success rate of subduing 0. The king of the virtual spirit race, excelling in speed and skills, adept at ambush and solo combat. Rumored to have been an imperial princess in life. Hiss hiss. What are you looking at? Vafin sighed softly, retracting his dragon wings. The black-haired youth appeared before Vivitia. Aren't you supposed to speak? Why do you keep hissing? Hiss hiss. Do you think I wanna? It's not like I can change back now. The dragon egg, did you steal it? Hiss 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 hiss. What egg? I don't know anything. Aren't those 2 eggs growing there? You big fool. Favorability with Vivitia 1. Automatically filtered the virtual spirit's curses. Vafin rubbed his temples. The virtual spirit was not lying. Vivitia genuinely had no idea about any dragon egg. She just wanted to say damn it. The black-haired youth pondered for a moment. He reached out and forcefully pulled out a still-beating heart. Hiss. Damn, what a tough person. Even I, a female ghost, feel pain. The beating heart was not obstructed by the air wall. Vafin held it out to Vivitia. Detected magic weapon Heart of the Giant Dragon. Equipment effect, all attributes increased by 20. Weapon skill Dragon Transformation, rapid health recovery. Hiss hiss. Is this for me, eh? Vafin nodded. Vivitia hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted it. The allure of this fiery heart was too strong for her. The virtual spirit dissipated into mist and swallowed the dragon heart. Hiss hiss hiss. Thanks for the generous gift, great handsome dragon. Favorability with Vivitia 30. Vafin twitched his mouth. Was his heart worth only this much? He thought it would at least be 50 favorability. Favorability with the king of monsters. Met acquired skill friendship of the virtual spirit. All virtual spirits, favorability 1. The virtual spirit, having gained a great treasure, also became shy and stopped making noise. She floated quietly in the air, occasionally glancing at the youth. This person looks quite handsome now. Vafin sat cross-legged, familiarizing himself with his new powers. A strange electronic panel popped up, and he could clearly see his status. It was too novel. In the bottom right corner of the electronic panel was a virtual spirit's avatar. Character name Vivitia, mood 81, status eternal, relationship friendly. Hiss hiss hiss. What are you looking at? Nothing. Wait, how did you float over? Inspired by Vafin. Vivitia discovered that as long as she bore no hostility, the air wall would not obstruct her. The black mist extended a face without features, staring intently at Vafin's electronic panel. The youth wanted to retract the electronic panel, but thought that this was the power of God, so the virtual spirit should not be able to see it. Thus he ignored the virtual spirit and continued to ponder the uses of the electronic panel. As for that electronic panel, Vivitia could see it, and could see it clearly. In the quiet void, a young man with black hair fiddled with an electronic panel where a mass of black mist drifted silently. Time passed, but it was unclear whether it was a month or a year. The void changed and clusters of buildings appeared around. Black rocks intertwined in the air, forming a giant dragon's nest. Various subdragon creatures continuously emerged around the nest. The transformed Vivitia sat atop the dragon's head, admiring the masterpiece of the divine. Having been trapped here for a long time, Vafin found the fluctuations of the spirit's affection to be very strange. The spirit would deduct affection points without Vafen knowing what was happening. Sometimes simple actions would increase the spirit's affection, like letting her ride on his head. Vivithia's affection 1. Vivithia's affection reached the standard to learn the skill Vivithia's art. Vivithia's art consumes half of the magical power randomly activates any one of Vivithia's skills. Vafen immediately thought of the skill called Eternity. With the monster encyclopedia at his disposal, he knew this skill was incredibly powerful. After activation, all statuses life and magic would be locked, including damage dealt by the activator. The spirit relied on this to remain invincible. Should he try it now? Skill Vivithia's art activated. The spirit above him paused for a moment. Vivithia's art Will of the Fallen activated. The dragon's health instantly dropped to 1 point. Meanwhile, the spirit's aura surged as she leveled up 5 times in succession. Vafen, why did your aura suddenly weaken? He wasn't an undead creature. With his life reduced to 1 point, it was only natural that his aura weakened. The entire space trembled as the dragon's nest was completed and inexplicable power vanished. Vivithia, Vivithia. Vivithia turned to look around. Someone was calling her. The voice sounded both strange and familiar. Triggered series task Mystery of Origins. Current task stage 2, find the source of the voice. Task reward experience 10. Failure conditions, die in battle or Vivithia die. The divine in Vafen's mind also stirred. Triggered choice task bitter choice. Choice 1, kill the spirit queen Vivithia. Choice 2, kill. Choice 3, abandon this task. Choice 1 results, affection 99 skill as hostility. Choice 2 results Vivithia's affection 99, skill Vivithia's hostility. Choice 3 results all attributes reduced by 20. Are divine tasks always so harsh? The dragon looked at the spirit above. Killing her seemed unlikely. The spirit's skill called Eternity was something Vafen still couldn't break. As for choice 2, the glaring reward made Vafen's head ache. Skill Vivithia's hostility. Vivithia's affection will never increase, and when affection is deducted the value will double. As for choice 3, it would likely deduct his power. After contemplating for a moment, Vafen ultimately decided to find out who that was. He opened the electronic panel and checked the spirit's status. Mood 72, affection 10, loyalty 0, capture success rate 1. After pondering for a while, the dragon tried to speak. Vivithia, what is it? Do you want me to join you? Yes, how did the spirit guess? The spirit rested her chin on her hand, looking at the electronic panel released by the dragon, then revealed her standard smile. No problem. From now on you'll be the boss, and if anything unexpected happens you have to protect me. Successfully captured the rare king monster spirit queen, remaining capture count 3. The loyalty of the spirit in the panel changed from 0 to 1. Vafen didn't expect the spirit to be so easy to talk to. It seemed his affection wasn't wasted. As for the unexpected mentioned by Vivithia, what kind of unexpected could this spirit have? In terms of combat, he wasn't entirely confident in defeating the spirit either. In the northern part of the empire, Count Joringer's manor. After the descent of divine power, the people in the manor were trapped here, but fortunately the young count was well prepared. After 3 months, the divine power finally ended. Joseph pushed open the manor's large door. It's foggy, brother. The manor was shrouded in thick fog. It's foggy. Dressed in a coat, Joringer quickly stepped out. At this time the empire was in winter, and the northern region was significantly colder than other places. The thick fog reduced visibility to less than 5 meters. There was an aura of undead creatures around. This was no ordinary fog. A woman's voice echoed through the mist. Long time no see, Joringer Joseph. In the real world. Thank you for waiting, dear players. The reincarnation update has been completed, and this update will launch the concluding dungeon of the Misty Phantom. Due to previous player feedback regarding poor gaming experience in the dungeon, this update will release some boss skills. For detailed information, please check the official website. In a tidy 4-person dormitory, one bed was empty. Under the bed by the window lay a pink computer. A short-haired girl sat in front of the computer. Finally, a new dungeon. The girl instinctively looked at the opposite bed, but there was no familiar mischievous smile, only an empty bed. For a moment, she felt a sense of loneliness. She sighed and clicked on the reincarnation official website's expansion pack. The manor shrouded in mist, countless skeleton soldiers wandered around. Suddenly, a golden light shone. Dark golden armor with a red dragon engraved on the chest. The silhouette of a knight riding a blood-red warhorse appeared in the mist, sweeping the lance in hand, repelling waves of skeleton soldiers. The warhorse leaped high, and its fiery hooves crushed the remaining skeleton soldiers. The knight removed the helmet, revealing flowing long hair. With 7 parts heroism and 3 parts allure, a cold gaze swept across everything. The expansion pack ended here. This boss looks a bit like. Looking again at the empty bed, the short-haired girl shook her head, probably just a coincidence. In the misty forest. Yeah. You ask about Vivithia? Don't worry, even if we all die, that wicked thing won't be harmed. Scal carefully fed Idong with a bottle, still muttering about Vivithia's various crimes. A gust of cold wind blew by, making Scal shrink his neck. However, sensing the aura of that wicked thing, Scal pretended to be oblivious. Changing his tone, he immediately began to boast about Vivithia's great achievements. The aura of the dragon egg is right here. The young man's gaze locked onto little Idong, more specifically her necklace. See, I told you there was no dragon egg here. Vivithia shrugged, took Idong, and promptly stepped on Skull's foot. Skull's expression remained unchanged. He warily watched the young man with black hair, the sword behind him ready to be drawn at any moment. Rebirth update complete. The latest dungeon, the Lost Manor, is now open. The final boss this time is Harbinger Knight Ugudala. Death has caused the princess to lose faith in her country. Now she acts solely on her own will. The appearance of this knight usually signifies the arrival of her sister. Boss skill Knight's Spirit Ugudala upholds the virtues of a knight, remaining unyielding even in death. Passive effect Mounted Stance. Ugudala takes 50 less damage. Walking Stance. Ugudala takes 80 less damage and is unable to deal critical or fatal damage. Defensive Stance. Ugudala takes 99 less damage and cannot attack. Boss skill Unwavering Faith. As a paladin in life, Ugudala possesses a unique understanding of the holy light. Passive effect Light magic attacks are nullified, holy attacks are nullified, judgment attacks are nullified. Boss skill Call of the Sister. Beware of Ugudala's sister, she is even more dangerous than Ugudala. Active effect Ugudala will continuously attempt to call her sister. The lower her health, the higher the success rate of the call. Boss skill Sisterly Unity. Ugudala shares a deep bond with her sister. Aura effect. When her sister appears within 50 meters of Ugudala, her base stats double and additional skills are unlocked. Ugudala can share vision status and some skills with her sister. Boss skill Guardian. Well, as long as Ugudala is present, no one can harm her sister. Passive effect. When Ugudala is present, all damage directed at her sister is absorbed by Ugudala. Active effect can be unlocked when Ugudala's health drops below 50. Active effect Instantly teleport to her sister, forcibly repelling all surrounding enemy units, restoring 20 of both her sister's and her own maximum health while entering defensive stance. The release of the boss information sparked considerable discussion. It is evident that the design of this boss's skills revolves around her sister. Having seen the details, many players who cleared the Eternal Mansion remarked, "Isn't this the Long Princess?" No, the Long Princess is named Vivitia, isn't she? When did she change her name? Clearly the person above didn't carefully check the Long Princess profile. Her name in life was Ugudala. Is there a possibility that this Long Princess and that Long Princess are not the same boss? And this Long Princess summoned sister is another Long Princess? The person above is insane. If a boss summons another BOSS, what can we even do? That sister is likely a summoned derivative of the Long Princess. If not, I'll eat 3 pounds of X live on stream. Are you sure? Screenshot for proof. Screenshot for proof. 1. Vivitia holding Idong sampled some milk. Perhaps due to her lack of body heat, it felt a bit hot. Just as she was about to feed it to Idong, she suddenly felt a tickle in her nose. Vivitia sneezed. Who insulted me? Wiping away the milk from Idong's face, Vivitia guided the mist forest to float once more. The call was intermittent, but never ceased. After listening for a long time, Vivitia understood why this voice sounded both unfamiliar and familiar. Because it was exactly like her own voice. Now Vivitia grew increasingly curious about the source of this voice. After swallowing the dragon heart, her abilities had significantly improved. Now Vivitia could simply sit comfortably on the throne to draw the entire mist forest. The white clouds sped northward. Meanwhile, a large number of players had already arrived at the dungeon location. The Lost Manor. Thick fog enveloped this place where countless skeletal monsters roamed the outer circle. Having dealt with the monsters blocking their path, players from the Mist Forest faction led the way. Joining the Mist Forest would automatically grant the ability to see through the fog. These players did not expect that aside from the Mist Forest there would be such thick fog in other places. But it made sense. This boss seemed to be their faction's leader, so the presence of fog was no surprise. It was just uncertain whether this counted as a rebellion, which might lead to repercussions from their leader later. Unlike team dungeons, there were fewer boss guards in the instance, and thus the number of players allowed to enter was halved. With players who could ignore the fog leading the way, the main force moved quickly. They encountered the first mini-boss, a skeleton mage, while passing through a graveyard. This mini-boss was a bit odd. It threw a couple of fireballs symbolically and then fled. Yes, the mini-boss ran away. At that speed, it could have used 2 more skeletal legs. Why did this mini-boss run away? In the skies above the Lost Manor, the shadow of a colossal dragon descended upon the land. Quest conditions updated. Choice 2. Eliminate Harbinger Knight Ugudala. With a flap of its wings, the black-haired youth landed steadily on the ground. Harbinger Knight Ugudala. Y-Fan looked around. The fog-covered manor limited his visibility. The aura is very mixed. Y-Fan ultimately chose the place with the strongest aura and stepped into the mist. Monsters wandering in the fog automatically made way, and Y-Fan quickly reached the graveyard of the manor. He also spotted something intriguing. The brave hunter Vivitia lies in eternal rest here. Is this the place where Vivitia spent her life? Is her body buried beneath? Gently touching the tombstone, Y-Fan shook his head, discarding the strange thoughts. Continuing deeper into the mist. Before long, he caught up with the main player force. Y-Fan understood a bit about these outlanders. Even the undead were in awe of their infinite resurrection ability. He chose not to alert them, concealing his aura and blending in as a player who had fallen behind. His intuition told him that this group of outlanders would lead him to the Harbinger Knight. Before long, the players stepped into the second area of the manor where the guarding boss was a giant hunting dog. The hunting dog stood majestically, its crimson eyes glaring at the players, its keen nose sniffing carefully. Then it ran away in terror. Why did this boss run away again? The player ID, my dad, as Li Gang looked at the black-haired youth beside him. This guy had concealed his ID, likely a big shot. Dude, do you know why this boss ran away? The black-haired youth shook his head, remaining silent. The more he did, so the more mysterious he appeared. My dad is Li Gang performed a tactical fallback, immediately raising his opinion of the black-haired youth. For some reason, the monsters no longer obstructed the player party. With a clear path ahead, the players soon reached the deepest part of the Lost Manor. A blood-red warhorse, dark golden armor. The long princess coldly surveyed the area with her silver eyes. Rare monster detected, Harbinger Knight. Omen Knight Yugo Dolo Eternal. Life S, Strength A, Magic A, Skill B, Speed C, Defense A, Magic Defense A. Overall combat ability S. Current relationship neutral. Current favorability 0, current loyalty 0, capture success rate 0. The second rare monster Weifan rubbed his dragon-like eyes. This monster looked exactly like Vivitia. Goodness, if it weren't for the reaction from the god, he would have thought the person in front of him was Vivitia. Weifan could not believe that the monster before him had anything to do with Vivitia. Forget it, let's just choose option 3, whether he extends his neck or withdraws it's still a knife. Weifan silently took a step back. He didn't want to conflict with this monster. But Weifan's reluctance didn't mean Yugo Dola shared it. His aura could not be hidden from this excellent knight. Yugo Dola favorability 1. Current relationship has entered hostile status. The blood-colored warhorse exhaled heavily. The princess is coming. Iron hooves shattered the ground as Yugo Dola raised her spear and charged at Weifan. Dodge, buddy. My dad Li Gang dragged the black-haired youth and rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding Yugo Dola's charge. Why are you just standing there like an NPC? He cast a complaining glance at the black-haired youth, but the latter completely ignored him. The princess plunged into the crowd, knocking unsuspecting players back to the resurrection point. The knight's warhorse returned once again, aiming at Weifan. It seemed to have locked onto him. It looked like the only option was to temporarily incapacitate this monster. The black-haired youth firmly planted his feet on the ground. He did not flinch or evade, relying solely on strength to take the charge of the princess. Damn it. Whose subordinate is this? Such a great opportunity for damage output, the players naturally wouldn't let it go. A flurry of magic and skills rained down on the princess. With the black-haired youth's distraction, the princess took the hits, but her health bar barely decreased. The black-haired youth let out a dragon-like roar, using brute strength to lift the princess and execute a solid body slam. The princess lost a fifth of her health. This action left the other players dumbfounded. It seemed this big shot could solo the boss. What were they supposed to do? Just shout 666. 666. Not understanding the big shot's moves, they figured that hitting 6 was definitely right. Weifan looked oddly at the players. Oh, were these odd ones cheering him on? The princess, thrown off her horse, expressionless, stood up, and her spear radiated dazzling light. The prince's health bar rapidly regenerated. What the heck? How dare you heal, boss? Another wave of skills interrupted the prince's healing ability. The players began their coordinated actions, drawing aggro, healing, and dealing damage in an orderly manner. The recently shining black-haired youth was naturally viewed as the core damage dealer. Several healers followed behind specifically to keep his health up. Weifan saw that the monster was being held back, planning to just walk away, but the god informed him. You have been targeted by the Omen Knight and cannot escape combat. While Weifan was in a daze, the princess was slaughtering everyone. The sharp spear easily pierced the tank player, and the princess whistled, re-entering mounted status. The princess on horseback had her destructive power increased significantly. The repeated charges had completely disrupted the player's formation. Big shot. If you don't act now, we'll be wiped out. The warhorse raised its front hooves high, and Yugo Dola charged at Weifan once more. Weifan attempted the same trick again, wanting to throw her down. The ground trembled, and Yugo Dola's speed suddenly surged. A powerful blow sent Weifan flying. How did this monster's speed and strength increase? Weifan might not see it, but from the player's perspective. At this moment, the princess was stacked with a multitude of colorful buffs, looking like a rainbow person. All abilities enhanced, abnormal states nullified, hunter's skills, hunter's resilience, hunter's intuition, Wei Tai swiftness. The black-haired youth crawled up from the rubble, shaking his hair. With his hands transformed into dragon claws, Weifan engaged in a fierce battle with the princess. The remaining players surrounded them, creating distractions. No one noticed the changes in the mist around them. A flash of red sword light passed by, and the healers at the back were the first to fall. The sword-wielding figure moved with incredible speed, concealed by the mist, going unnoticed. Finally, as the number of players dwindled, someone noticed the anomaly. Where are the teammates? Where are the teammates? Help. What are you shouting for? All the healers have fallen. Sisters. We forgot that the princess can summon other sisters. The princess swung her spear and briefly pushed Weifan back. She sensed something and looked at the mist behind Weifan. At this moment, Weifan was completely focused on her. Suddenly feeling someone appear behind him, Weifan instinctively countered, only to have the opponent easily dodge. Yo, getting anxious. Vivitia favorability 1, triggering sisterly bond effect. Yugo Dola favorability 1. Vivitia's figure appeared behind. Her mischievous grin made Weifan's teeth itch. Quick, take care of your sister. Yugo Dola frowned at Weifan. Yugo Dola favorability 1, triggering sisterly bond effect. Vivitia favorability 1. The few remaining players were stunned. Another princess has arrived. Oh no, could it be that the older brother really guessed it right? The two princesses exchanged a knowing glance and then disappeared into the mist together. Guide to the Lost Manor Dungeon, Second Princess Edition. The second princess and the first princess are twin sisters looking exactly alike, so do not use the experience of fighting the first princess against the second princess. As for how to distinguish them, the smiling and chatty one is the first princess, while the one with a stern face and silence is the second princess. At the start of the battle, the second princess is in mounted status, which grants her high movement speed and powerful charge ability. Control skills or high damage coverage are needed to force the second princess into walking status. In walking status, the second princess has high damage reduction but low output capability. Even a level 1 character can withstand a shot. The second princess has a shameless healing skill indicated by the spear glowing. It must be interrupted immediately when seen. During the battle, keep an eye on the second princess' health. Do not recklessly lower her health. When the second princess' health is high, she will re-enter mounted status. When the second princess' health is low, she will summon the first princess. Be mindful of the battle duration. If prolonged, the first princess will also appear on the battlefield and her appearance will be through her most adept ambush. When the second princess enters mounted status, it must be immediately interrupted. When the first princess appears, the off-tank must immediately provoke and draw aggro. The off-tank for the first princess must have the ability to withstand pressure both physically and mentally. The first princess does not use magical attacks, but she does employ psychological attacks. This includes, but is not limited to, sarcasm, passive-aggressive remarks, age anxiety, weight crises, and street brawls. During her peak, the first princess made 3 female off-tanks cry and scared off 5 male off-tanks in a single day. Maintain distance between the first princess and the second princess. They should not be within 50 meters of each other. When they are within 50 meters, the second princess will instantly transform into Rainbow Man, taking down players with a single shot. Healers must pay attention to the off-tank's health, and the off-tank must continuously maintain damage reduction skills, otherwise they are likely to be taken down by the first prince's sword. And one crucial point. Healers and DPS should not get riled up by the first prince's provocations. The first prince's aggro mechanism is different from other bosses. Non-tank players who enter the first princess aggro range will be instantaneously killed. Lastly, good news, this first princess is a weakened version and will not use active skills. Many players expressed hoping to weaken the first princess mouth. Having dealt with the players, Igadora dismounted and bowed respectfully before Vivitia. Your Majesty. Gazing upon a face identical to her own, Vivitia felt an uneasy discomfort. So how shall I address you, sister? Igadora lifted her head sharply, her eyes burning with intensity as she fixed them upon Vivitia. Your Majesty, I am the elder sister. Igadora, the true crown princess and Vivitia's twin elder sister. Vivitia rubbed her temples. Upon seeing Igadora, fragmented memories surged into her mind, disjointed flickering shards. Yet they were too chaotic, she needed time to piece them together. Quest completed. Gained 10 experience points. Series quest triggered the mystery of lineage. Current stage, protect Igadora within the allotted time and defeat all challengers. Quest reward 10 experience points. Failure condition, Igadora falls in battle. Vainfan glanced first at Igadora, then at Vivitia. His head began to spin. He could no longer tell them apart. Stepping forward to shield the dazed Vivitia, Igadora fixed Vainfan with a wary gaze. My lord, why have you not yet departed? Do you wish to fight again? Detection confirmed the Phantom Empress has been successfully subjugated. Conditions met. Rare and unique monster acquired, Omen Knight. Remaining acquisition quota 2 of 3. When the Phantom Empress's loyalty value is 1A, this monster's loyalty value is permanently locked at 100. When it falls below 1, a loyalty is locked at 0. And this monster does not count toward the rare monster quota. Vainfan touched his nose thoughtfully. 1 battle, 1 rare monster secured. Hardly a loss. Spreading his dragon wings without another word, Vainfan vanished cleanly from Igadora's sight. Only then did Vivitia stir back to awareness. The assembled memory fragments left her dizzy. What was happening? She needed more pieces. Igadora stood silently beside her, her gaze upon Vivitia tender and full of affection. Where's the off-tank? Quick, pull the crown princess away. The off-tank rage quit after being mocked by the crown princess's graveyard dancing taunt. What the A? A lance pierced the ranting main tank without mercy. Instantly the shaft blazed with radiant light. Rainbow Man's remaining 3 health surged back in rapid restoration. Most damage dealers and healers fell instantly to the crown princess's close-range assault. The remaining players could not interrupt the second princess's healing. We're doomed. Hands lifting from their keyboards, the players respawned at their nearest revival point. Let's find another off-tank. Remember, stress-resistant, stress-resistant. This was already the umpteenth off-tank whose composure had shattered under the crown princess's relentless pressure. Just one more step. The raid leader and main tank silently vowed not to lose his temper, unless he absolutely had to. That damn crown princess, and that damn designer. That damn game designer. Excessive use of prohibited language detected. Penalty protocol initiated. You have been muted for 7 days. For 3 months, the dungeon challenge unfolded in heart-pounding, near hysterical intensity, until ultimately total annihilation. Over 80% of failures stemmed from the crown princess pulling aggro, and subsequently triggering the second princess's Rainbow Man transformation, wiping the entire party. Quest completed. Gained 10 experience points. Leaning gently against Igadora's shoulder, Vivitia felt her memories gradually returning. Still deeper truths required Igadora's recollection. It's perfectly natural not to remember. It's the same for me. If you truly wish to know, I'll tell you. Igadora cleared her throat. The Olya Empire harbors an ancient prophecy that the empire shall ultimately fall to the twin demons. Under its shadow, every set of twins born within the empire was ruthlessly executed, royal or common-born alike. We were no exception. At our birth, the emperor had already ordered our deaths. She stole a cautious glance at Vivitia. By my mother's desperate pleas, I was spared. Igadora continued. That wretched emperor never foresaw that our souls could anchor themselves to one another. Gently stroking Vivitia's cheek, Igadora sighed deeply. Our souls are incomplete. You carry a fragment of your spirit somewhere beyond reach. Vivitia fell into quiet contemplation. Because our souls are bound, my abilities far surpass those of my peers, alerting the emperor to something unnatural. Igadora offered a wry, self-deprecating smile, her lifelong pursuit of paternal approval laid bare. A simple dungeon-clearing mission in the Olya Labyrinth, personally overseen by the emperor. That was our first grave. When our shared vessel perished, your scattered soul was drawn back. She tapped Vivitia lightly on the forehead. Now you understand, little rascal. Some of these truths came from mother, others from her own deductions. From childhood, Igadora often heard whispers echoing inside her mind. I'm so hungry. That toy looks appealing. How might I land a solid blow on that hulking brute? Uncomprehending, she assumed they were her own dark impulses and greedy desires, so she held fast to the virtues of knighthood. Only upon reaching adulthood did the whispers grow clearer, more frequent. What shall I eat tomorrow? Advanced calculus is so difficult. What an idiotic teammate. In secret, she consulted a senior high priest and learned she bore another soul within her. Finally, her mother recounted the forgotten past, and the soul dwelling within her was none other than her younger sisters. When Idong saw the second Vivitia, his mind crashed. In his past life, there was no second mother. Vivitia stood side by side with Ugwadwa, their auras similar, yet fundamentally different. This feeling was not unfamiliar to Idong. In his past life, the Void Spirit twins among the four kings possessed this unique aura. Wait, the Void Spirit twins. Idong's small eyes darted between Vivitia and Ugwaduo. Could it be that due to the butterfly effect of his reincarnation, his mother did not become a demon king this time, but instead became one of the four kings? In his past life, the Void Spirit twins were not strong in individual combat. Only when the two were together did they unleash formidable fighting power. But now, looking at their identical faces, there was no doubt that the Void Spirit twins this time would be 100 times stronger. So who would the Demon King be this time? The four kings have appeared, and the Demon King should have been born as well. The gears of fate are turning mercilessly, crushing everyone in its path. Imperial capital, Lunmia, has everything been investigated? Yes, Your Majesty. The disappearance of the third prince in Barunya City and the destruction of a large city are shrouded in mystery. Combined with the mysteriously vanished mist forest in the south, the culprit is undoubtedly the Grand Princess. The Emperor listened calmly to his subordinates report, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy, as if these matters had nothing to do with him. Your Majesty, we cannot leave the Grand Princess unchecked. Let the Church handle it. Purifying vengeful spirits is their specialty. Understood. Imperial Cathedral. The Pope, purify the Grand Princess. The Emperor really posed a difficult problem for me. The battle between the Void Spirit and the Dragon is not a secret. The Grand Prince's power has already surpassed their imagination. The attendant priest, Your Holiness, we can have the Blade Sister intervene. The Pope pondered for a moment. The Blade Sister. Then send the strongest White Sister Captain. By the way, how has the White Sister Captain been lately? Is there a way to control her? The attendant priest, same as before, her waking hours are decreasing. Unless something unexpected happens, this will be the White Sister Captain's last battle. Then let her out, but keep it clean. Don't let the Grand Princess notice. A month passed, and the mist forest still lingered in the air. Vivitia sat on the throne, fiddling with the electronic panel. The faction name has been changed to Sky City. She rubbed her brow, unable to resist cursing Vafen again. The entrance to that stupid dragon's lair was designed to be beneath the mist forest, or rather under Sky City. When Vivitia found out, her face fell longer than a donkey's. In response, Vafen shrugged. He didn't intend for it to be this way. Don't ask, it's all the power of the gods. Slumping in a lethargic pose, Vivitia felt that she had lost a lot of hair recently. Scal and Ugwaduo were responsible for training the monster army, while Xiao Lei managed the prop shop. The two little ones went out to train with Xiaoya and Natasha. That homebody was up to who knows what. As for Idong, Yayi, Vivitia's gaze turned to her. How did you suddenly grow up back then? Do you want to perform again and help me handle all this hair loss mess? After a period of development and various personnel additions, a medium-sized city had already been built around the Eternal Mansion. This had its pros and cons. The benefit was that Vivitia's experience could grow faster, but the downside was that her free time to slack off was completely gone. One day without losing a large handful of hair was simply not enough to deal with so many trivial matters. Yet some of these matters were trivial and petty, and Vivitia was contemplating whether to recruit a few more management talents. Just as she was deep in thought, a short sword suddenly shot out from the shadows. The short sword pointed directly at Vivitia's throat. A hit. The attacking female figure quickly distanced herself. Vivitia. This strike was quick and Vivitia, somewhat dazed, pulled the short sword from her neck. Why stab her neck like a dead person? Even if her head was cut off, it would have no effect on Vivitia. The female figure was also taken aback, making the situation somewhat awkward. Vivitia looked at the woman. Was she a nun? Or a prisoner? The woman's figure was identical to Vivitia's. She wore a black nun's robe, and her eyes were locked by a platinum-colored metal eye mask. 2 iron chains extended from the eye mask, similarly binding her hands. The person in front of Vivitia seemed very familiar. The void spirit felt strange, but that did not hinder her counterattack. Who are you? What is your surname? What do you want? Half-jokingly, Vivitia drew her longsword, and her figure vanished from her location. The nun's speed was equally swift, and the two instantly became entangled in battle. Pretty impressive. This nun fought without any strategy, relying solely on her combat instincts to last this long against her. But I am undead. Humans possess stamina. They cannot maintain such high-speed combat for long. Vivitia seized the opportunity to kick the nun away. The crimson longsword swiftly slashed toward the nun. Eee! At a critical moment, Idong blocked in front. The longsword hovered before her, as Vivitia frowned and gently kicked Idong away. Vivitia, go play elsewhere. After a brief pause, the nun had already crawled up and regained her posture. Vivitia felt that the nun had changed, it seemed. She had suddenly become smarter. The nun spoke her first sentence very good, still as merciless as always. The nun's voice was 90 similar to Vivitia's. The next second, as if she had transformed into another person, the nun's sleeve flicked out a short sword, and the chains on her arms rattled. She quickly tidied up her disheveled hair before vanishing from her spot. Vivitia dispersed into mist to evade the incoming sword strike, and the two once again became entangled in battle. This time the fight became increasingly alarming. Vivitia's moves seemed to be seen through, and she was easily evaded each time. The nun too slow. The sleeve sword imbued with light elements tore through Vivitia's long robe. This nun was deliberate. This strike could have easily severed Vivitia's left hand. The nun, do you think you're invincible now? The nun's speed reached its peak, leaving numerous afterimages in the air. The chains on her arms wrapped around Vivitia, and the nun used her weight advantage to pin Vivitia beneath her. With the chains wrapped around her, the out-of-breath nun quickly blocked Vivitia's mouth. The nun, don't waste your energy. These chains are specially made to seal your innate skills and talents. The nun, I know you're cursing me. Yet at this moment Vivitia quieted down her heartbeat, growing increasingly distinct. A heartbeat? How could the void spirit have a heartbeat? Her eyes transformed into dragon-like slits, her skin quickly turning scaly, and a long tail sprouted behind her. Weapon skill, dragon transformation. Vivitia broke free from her restraints, a black crown appearing above her head. The nun looked at the dragon-formed Vivitia in astonishment. Dragon heart. Did that stupid dragon give you its heart? Vivitia roar. With a dragon's roar, mist instantly enveloped the hall. The roar of the dragon echoed throughout Sky City, and the training monsters all looked up in response. Uguiduo summoned a warhorse and charged out. Countless pairs of monster eyes lit up in the undeveloped forest. Task triggered the Empress summon. Task objective reached the hall of the Eternal Mansion. Task reward Vivitia's favor 1. The nun sidestepped to avoid the sweeping attack from Vivitia. She gasped for breath. The human body ultimately has its limits. In the mist, the nun slowly looked towards Idong. She didn't have much time left. Undead creatures are always sensitive to death, and Vivitia could smell the scent of impending demise from the nun. The speed that surpassed limits hastened the countdown to this bogus death. Vivitia said, it seems you are going to die. The nun smirked sarcastically and simply slumped to the ground, giving up. The nun asked, it's not the first time, do you want to talk? Vivitia replied, I'm not interested. Anticipating her refusal, the nun tossed over a bracelet. Vivitia easily caught it. Detected magical weapon. Vivitia's sleeve sword equip. Vivitia's sleeve sword. When did she get an extra sleeve sword? The nun asked, are you interested now? Instinct told Wei that this was significant. The mist quickly closed in, and Vivitia grabbed the nun and vanished from the hall. Nearly simultaneously, Uguidola rushed into the hall first. Inside the hall were only the empty throne and a perplexed Idong. Tisk, where did that melon-headed sister go? Did she just fire a signal and disappear? The players shouted. Princess Chong. We came to save you. Uguidola instinctively turned around. A group of reckless players immediately surrounded her. Look at the name. This is the second princess. Vivitia brought the nun into the dragon's lair of Wi-Fan. The stupid dragon hasn't been around lately. This is currently the safest and most hidden place. The passing dragon monsters all avoided Vivitia, and she reached the deepest part of the dragon's lair without expending much effort. Vivitia stated, you can speak now. The nun remained silent. Vivitia asked, hey. Vivitia looked at the nun in confusion. Are you out of breath? Cursing her bad luck, Vivitia set down the nun's body. Crack. After a slight cracking sound, the platinum eye mask on the nun's face shattered in two. Upon seeing the nun's face, Vivitia displayed a strange expression. Fast in speed, fond of giving up, and holding a piece of equipment named Vivitia. The nun's appearance was astonishingly identical to hers. No wonder fighting her felt like looking in a mirror. What was going on? Looking at the body before her, the phantom could only let out a helpless sigh. All she could do now was to close the nun's eyes gently. Vivitia declared, "I hope you can never ascend to heaven." Suddenly the nun opened her eyes wide and sat up straight. The nun asked, "What? I'm not dead yet." Vivitia replied. The nun skillfully rolled her eyes and pinned the phantom down. The nun said, "Continuing from where we left off, shall we begin?" Mysterious power began to gather. The nun's tone and actions mirrored her perfectly. Vivitia took a deep breath. "Can I back out?" The nun replied, "No." A vortex swallowed the Sky City from top to bottom, pulling everyone into it. Triggering phase task: Mystery of Origins. Current task: Final phase: Clear the hidden dungeon, Vivitia's dream. Task rewards: Failure penalty. Triggering phase task: The Weak Phantom's Request. Current task: Final phase: Clear the hidden dungeon, Vivitia's dream. Exclusive task rewards: Sky City character goodwill 10 E Sky City exclusive currency 100 experience 500 limited title week as a feather. All players in the server rewards. Safe Zone Sky City open reincarnation of the Phantom race opened initial class of the Phantom race upgraded. Triggering faction task extras. Task objective: Clear the hidden dungeon, Vivitia's dream. Task rewards experience 100. A flippant female voice narrated opening the curtain of the story. Once upon a time, a powerful and evil demon lord appeared. The demon lord led her army of monsters to trample human lands without restraint. Brave humans never gave up resisting, and with the help of the gods, 7 heroes emerged among humans. They were the Serpent Bow hero, the Ice Sword hero, the Winged Spear hero, the Black Axe hero, the Logic hero, the Dark hero, and the Light hero. The wise chose to take down the demon lord's subordinates one by one, thereby weakening her forces. A great battle took place on the desolate land. A young empress held her knight who had just died in battle. He was the supreme of the 4 heavenly kings. Scar asked, "So I died at the beginning?" "Directly here to play a corpse." Scar sneaked a glance at the empress, and unsurprisingly, it was Vivitia. Suddenly a voice echoed in his mind, "Mind your identity, temp worker. Corpses do not open their eyes." Our empress' expression was very calm. Dazed, Vivitia exclaimed, "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Did her powerful knight who accompanied her for so long just die like this? In such a ridiculous manner?" The empress coldly gazed at the other party. Vivitia instinctively looked up at the opposite side, her gaze colliding with Yidong's. Yidong asked, "What happened? Where's my bottle?" Day defense, night defense, but the home thief is hard to guard against. The culprit turned out to be her adopted daughter. The empress narrowed her beautiful silver eyes and spoke in a gentle tone. Yidong Eternal. This name struck like a wake-up call, and Yidong instantly became alert. But she couldn't move and couldn't speak. The empress slowly drew her long sword. Vivitia's hand uncontrollably drew the long sword. Brave people did not know the full extent of the demon lord's power. Only now did they understand the gap in strength between the two sides. The empress slashed with her sword. Vivitia swung the long sword. The sky and the earth were severed in the blink of an eye. The young empress ultimately softened her heart. This strike did not kill her adopted daughter. Yidong clutched her severed arm. Fortunately, it wasn't as painful as she imagined. This must be some sort of illusion. Our heroes do not fight alone. With a surge of spatial fluctuation, a familiar figure from a past life appeared beside Yidong. It was the Light Hero. Yidong's anger flared up instantly. The Light Hero had a player's ID hovering above his head. This player was quite pleased to have received a character that seemed to be a protagonist. The Light Hero charged at the Demon Lord without hesitation. Who was he charging at? The Crown Princess. He wasn't a tank. The player controlling the Light Hero remained motionless. The narration repeated: the Light Hero charged at the Demon Lord without hesitation. The player stood there like a pole. The Light Hero charged at the Demon Lord without hesitation. The player still remained deaf to this. Suddenly, a huge hand of light appeared. Like swatting a fly, the hand squashed the Light Hero flat. Task failed. The large hand once again shaped a Hero of Light. The Hero of Light charged towards the Demon King without hesitation. Player number 2, portraying the Hero of Light, was quite perceptive. Following the narrator's instructions, he drew his weapon and rushed towards Vivitia. Courage does not equate to strength, especially when facing a furious Demon King. Vivitia swung her sword. One strike to kill our hero is simply no match for the Demon King. The Hero of Light from another world did not perish because of this. He believes that even the mightiest Demon King must have weaknesses. The Empress vanished with the night from the hero's sight, and everyone understood that this was the calm before the storm. A familiar yet strange castle, Vivitia returned to the hall holding Scar, while the shadowy servants greeted her. "Your Majesty." Feeling that she had regained control of her body, Vivitia casually tossed Scar onto the ground. She knew he wasn't dead. He had just stolen a glance at her. Vivitia rubbed her temples and kicked Scar. "Stop pretending." Scar remained motionless as if he had truly died. Vivitia rolled her eyes and ignored him. It seemed that this scenario was a story and the characters within it would act according to the narration. Everyone in the Sky City is an actor, with NPCs forced to act under the narrator's control, while players seemingly had the freedom to act on their own. Although the consequences of autonomous action may not be favorable. While pondering this, beams of teleportation light flashed across the hall. "Vivitia?" It was Natasha's voice. Vivitia looked up to see Natasha appeared more mature, with a continuous flow of magical energy surrounding her. Her robe bore Vivitia's likeness, and familiar faces followed behind her. young versions of Luo and Xia, as well as the humanoid Xiao'er. What is happening now? The others exchanged glances and shook their heads, only Natasha's expression seemed somewhat unnatural. Vivitia sat on the throne, habitually tapping the armrest. Something fell off. The armrest had sunken slightly at some point, just enough to fit her fingers. Vivitia, this place is exactly like what Yidong described. Beep, 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 beep. It's simply identical. The others showed contemplative expressions upon hearing this. Only Vivitia widened her eyes at Natasha, who thought she hadn't heard clearly, and explained again. Beep, 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 beep. Vivitia leaned back in a tactical manner. Before she could ask, a flash of bright light appeared. The scene shifted and Vivitia was stepping on a human corpse. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and the human army was engaged in fierce battle with monsters. What is the Demon King's weakness? The answer lies in excessive emotions. The Demon King appearing this time was the most powerful and also the most human. Seemingly flawless yet full of flaws. Boom. The violent explosion caused Vivitia to momentarily lose focus. This aura, was it Luo? Had she detonated herself? Being distracted on the battlefield was extremely fatal. Magical energy surged wildly towards the fingers of the hero of reason. Farewell, Demon King. The unremarkable beam of light from her fingers carried an unparalleled aura of destruction. By the time Vivitia noticed, it was already too late. At a critical moment, a figure selflessly blocked her path. The beam struck Natasha, who vanished into thin air without uttering a single last word. Damn it. The hero of reason collapsed, exhausted of magical energy. Vivitia caught Natasha's robe. This was an illusion. Natasha was not dead. Everyone was alive, Vivitia reassured herself. Yet the players could all see her anger meter rising steadily. Rage clouded the Empress' mind as she abandoned her speed advantage, exchanging injury for injury, life for life. In the Empress' frenzied counterattack, several heroes fell, and the great battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, only the hero of light, the hero of darkness, and the unconscious hero of reason remained on the battlefield. The prolonged battle had drained the hero's stamina, but it was insignificant to the Spirit Empress. The Empress' longsword pointed directly at the hero of light. However, our hero had seen through the Demon King's schemes. As the adopted daughter of the Demon King, how could the hero of darkness easily side with humans? It's simple, because they had long conspired together. The hero of light held the hero of darkness hostage. Your Majesty, you wouldn't want Yidong to get hurt, would you? The Empress' brief hesitation became a fatal flaw. Using the hero of darkness hand, the sword imbued with blinding holy light pierced through the Empress' body. However, the enraged Empress still had other means, and that was the forbidden technique that tears the soul apart. 1 for 1, fair and square, regardless of the opponent's wishes. At the cost of her own soul's shattering, the Empress shattered the hero of light's soul. The same pain reflected back onto her, causing the Empress' consciousness to blur. In her dying moments, she vaguely heard the cries of her adopted daughter. Mom. I'm sorry. Please don't. Die. No. It was unclear how long it had been the legendary Empress of the past. Her soul fragments were collected by someone. By chance, this person was pulled into the flow of time with the fragments. In a crucial timeline, the incomplete body called out to the soul. Like a lighthouse in the darkness. The nun closed the exquisite holy book in her hands. The iron chains clattered, and the platinum eye mask reappeared on her face, unbeknownst to her. Nun, how do you feel, Empress? The dark mist coalesced into the form of a tall woman. Vivitia surveyed her surroundings. Not good. The spirit drew out the sleeve, sword still embedded in her waist. One illusion ended, and another began. In the boundless darkness, the nun smiled at her. Now make a choice. Triggering the choice task, the fork in fate. Choice 1, reject the future and kill the nun. Choice 2, acknowledge the future and accept the nun. Choice 1, to lose all emotions to gain an item, pure obsession. Choice 2. Vivia's gaze met the smiling nun. She was a fragment of her own soul, and her body was also her original body. To kill herself. It felt like she had triggered some kind of restriction, and the spirit's eyes turned crimson. No, no one can kill me. The spirit's resolve instantly solidified, and she reached out a fair hand towards the nun. Spirit, it's time to return, Vivitia. The nun smiled. Then please take care of me, Vivitia. The first thing Vivitia did upon leaving the illusion was to return and spank Yidong. Eek, will you dare to do it again next time? Eek, eek, eek. After teaching Yidong a lesson, Vivitia felt significantly better. Crying Yidong was carried away by Scar, who acted as a corpse and had no idea what had happened. However, the usually Blackheart character was unusually enraged and dared not to touch the bad luck. It is worth mentioning that after this illusion, everyone had a significant improvement. Scar broke through to become a high-level forest elf, while Natasha similarly broke through to become a high-level magic scholar. Xiao'er evolved into a little girl, and Luo and Xia gained a deeper understanding of magic. Yuguadola quietly stood beside Vivitia, unsure of what had happened as long as her sister was fine. Tapping the smooth armrest, Vivitia contemplated the nun's words. Even as a Demon King, do not underestimate the players. Merging with a certain timeline, Vivitia learned the events that had transpired. To this, she merely shook her head. The Demon King of this era is not her. At most, she was just a minion, and everything depended on whether that foolish dragon had the ability. However, she must also prepare for the worst in case the foolish dragon couldn't hold on. She needed to leave herself an escape route. Dark mist enveloped Vivitia, and soon the nun's figure emerged from the mist. Vivitia Loyalty 1. Ugwadola Loyalty 100. Warning: the rare king monster spirit empress is about to break free from control. How long has it been since I felt the sensation of having a physical body? After a brief adjustment, Vivitia attempted to swing her longsword. Unfortunately, the iron chains on her arms restricted most of her movements, making the hidden sword much more practical. Conversion complete. Temporarily lost some skills. Vivitia fully familiarized herself with this body, snapped her fingers, and was enveloped in black mist. The platinum eye mask cracked, the nun's form became ethereal, and the spirit reappeared in the hall. Conversion complete. Skills reacquired. After relaying some information to Ugwadola, Vivitia dispersed into mist and vanished from the hall. As soon as Vivitia left, Fan followed closely behind. Where is Vivitia? Ugwadola glanced at him and shook his head decisively. Vivitia had already exited the Sky City, and in her spirit form flew swiftly to the nearest city. Upon landing, she transformed back into the nun's appearance. In the medium-sized city in the northern part of the empire, there were quite a few adventurers due to a nearby small labyrinth. Stop! What are you doing? The city gate guard blocked Viviatia's path. The observation tower within the city detected the Sky City not far away, and the entire city was under martial law. Vivitia made the standard gesture of prayer and refrained from speaking much. The two guards exchanged glances and took out their magical tools for racial detection. The younger guard explained, "It's routine. Ooh, please understand." The nun nodded. The magical tools swept over her body. LV-34 Vivitia, human high-level non-ascetic heretic inquisitor, ability value too high. Ooh, identification failed. The older guard wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, realizing that the heretic inquisitor was a member of the church. The two guards respectfully opened the city gate. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Inquisitor." Vivitia nodded in understanding. She didn't think much of these two young guards. As the nun left, the older guard summoned a small flying bird. He quickly jotted down the information he had just received on paper, and the bird flew into the city carrying the message. Vivitia strolled through the city. Due to the martial law, there were only 2 or 3 pedestrians on the streets. However, it was evident that the city was developing well, with shops lining the streets. The only lively place in the entire city was the tavern where adventurers gathered. This tavern was essentially the Adventurers Guild. Most tasks would be posted on the tavern's bulletin board. Vivitia followed the scent of alcohol to find the tavern. Standing in front of the tavern, she felt a bit excited, as if it were the card-drawing event from her past life. With her hands clasped together, she hoped for good fortune. Amen. The girl was making a wish. Vivitia pushed open the tavern door, and the noisy sounds instantly ceased, with curious gazes directed at her. A nun. By her attire, she looked like an ascetic. What was she doing in a tavern? Several detection pulses scanned her, but Vivitia paid no mind and walked straight to the bar. 2 bowls of warm wine and a plate of fennel beans. The bartender cast her a strange look. While he could understand the wine, what were fennel beans? Vivitia attempted to pull out 8 gold coins, but felt a bit embarrassed as she realized she hadn't brought any money. The wine was already served, and after tasting it, she nearly choked. Good heavens, the taste was similar to horse urine. A one sip almost sent her back to the underworld. The onlookers burst into laughter, having expected her to be a fierce character, but she turned out to be just a naive girl. The crowd no longer paid attention to the nun except for one person's gaze, which remained fixed on her. That will be 3 silver coins in total. Vivitia pretended to rummage through her pockets while calculating how to leave gracefully. A man wearing half-leather armor strode over and placed a gold coin on the counter. No need for change. The bartender immediately took the gold coin, his old face breaking into a broad smile. Vivitia turned her head to look at the man. It was a familiar face, Hawk. Hawk lowered his voice and asked, "Miss Nun, would you like to earn some money?" Vivitia nodded in agreement. Such straightforwardness indicated she hadn't experienced the harshness of society. Hawk smiled and said, "There are plenty of valuable materials in the deepest part of the nearby labyrinth. Are you interested?" Of course Vivitia was interested. She was specifically looking for an excuse to come out and slack off. "That sounds great, follow me." Hawk led Vivitia to the 3rd floor of the tavern. Old Harrison, we've found a healer. Harrison sized up the nun brought by Hawk. This was awkward. He couldn't see through her, and her ability value was at least significantly higher than his. Harrison cleared his throat a couple of times, clutching the skull necklace around his neck for a sense of security. "What are we waiting for? Let's get your team registration done." Vivitia was pushed to the counter on the 3rd floor, where she was greeted by a young woman. "How can I help you?" "I want to join this small team. This nun is joining my squad." "All right, please present your adventurer's badge." "I don't have one," Vivitia replied, not even knowing what that was. The woman displayed a professional smile, saying, "No worries, we can help you get one now." If this world had a rating system, Vivitia would undoubtedly give her a 5-star review. The woman took out a stone-shaped magical tool. "Please maintain a smile." Vivitia looked at her in confusion. After a sound similar to a camera shutter, the magical tool spat out a small piece of paper with Vivietia's face on it. The nun's expression on the paper was peculiar, almost a meme waiting for a question mark. The woman wrapped the paper with magic, merging it into a copper card. "All done, congratulations, you are now a low-level adventurer." The total fee for this service is 2 gold coins. Ew, thank you. Wei Taya received the copper card, her expression mirroring that of the card. So it turns out payment was required. It seems her 5-star review would also have to be paid in installments. In the end, it was Scar who paid the gold coins. Wei Taya casually pinned the copper card to her chest, just like a brooch from her past life. Seeing the high-level nun he had hired for 4 gold coins, Hawk couldn't help but think, what a great deal. Thus, this hastily assembled 3-person adventuring team set off towards the nearest small labyrinth. After 2 days of travel, the 3 finally arrived at the entrance of the labyrinth. Hawk did not expect the nun's appetite to be so large, as if she hadn't eaten anything before. The nun could eat enough for all 3. If the team had roles, this nun would undoubtedly be the one devouring the food. Well, if it meant she was a low-cost, high-level nun, eating a bit more wasn't a big deal. Noticing Hawk's gaze, Wei Taya touched her eye mask. She was aware that she had eaten a bit too much, but there was no way to maintain her body in optimal condition otherwise. The human body is not like a spirit. High-speed bursts require a lot of stamina. Finally arrived. Rubbing his aching lower back, Harrison summoned his 2 skeletal guardians, 2 massive skeleton sentinels. The small labyrinth is an underground cave. 2 elite skeleton guards pave the way, and the 3 pass through without obstruction. Are the monsters in the labyrinth this weak? Wei Taya began to doubt whether there were truly treasures here. Watch out for the nun above. The falcon shot through the bat demon. As the most fragile member of a team is often the healer in the back. The adventurers in the small labyrinth are not just their team. After walking about a third of the way, a group of battered adventurers emerged from the shadows. It's a nun. Great, finally a healer has arrived. Several adventurers immediately surrounded Wei Taya. Among the adventurers there were players who, upon seeing the nun's ID, took 2 steps back. There was no helping it. The name of the Grand Princess was well known. The first rule in beginner guides was to avoid this ID. Healers are only for clergy. The church does not allow ordinary people to master this life-related secret art. From the forbidden resurrection spell to a simple healing potion, everything is under the church's control. Miss Nun, please help us. The female mage dragged a one-armed warrior to Wei Taya's side. The warrior had lost too much blood and had already fainted. Use healing on him, Miss Nun. Looking at her own 0 mana, Wei Taya wore an expression that was hard to describe. Seeing this, the female mage gritted her teeth and pulled out a large bag of gold coins. I beg you. The falcon, wanting to see the nun's skills, joined in the commotion. Wei Taya furrowed her brows. She rummaged through her pockets and found only a holy book and a small cross. The nun, dressed like an ascetic, stood upright, her hands bound by iron chains, reverently holding the holy book. What is all this writing about? The symbols looked like demonic scribbles, and Wei Taya couldn't recognize any of them. She began to mutter incoherently in a fit of desperation and circled the warrior while clutching the cross, her movements resembling a ritual dance. May the Lord bless you, amen. Her crisp voice echoed in the silent labyrinth. Did the Grand Princess just recite the Tao Te Ching? Yes, and also the 3-character classic and the 300 Tang poems. Wei Taya could deceive the players, but managed to fool the local creatures. Seeing the nun's solemn expression, the crowd's previously anxious hearts were calmed. Look at what professionalism is. The falcon stared wide-eyed at Wei Taya, realizing how enlightening this was. Is the healing technique of high-level nuns this complicated? After the nun's operation, the warrior's severed arm indeed stopped the bleeding, and the blood around the wound coagulated, as if time itself had frozen. The nun leaned weakly against the wall as if this healing had exhausted all her mana. The female mage said emotionally, "You all should hurry back with us. There has been a disturbance in the labyrinth, and there are foul creatures lurking." The falcon refused. After sending the adventurers away, the 3 continued forward. On the way, Harrison expressed his astonishment to Wei Taya. In his 70 years of life, he had never seen such a healing technique. The most peculiar aspect was that there were no fluctuations of mana. It was a spell cast without a trace. This was a huge temptation for any spellcaster. "Girl, can you perform that healing spell again?" Wei Taya looked at that face filled with curiosity. "Wait until you get hurt to talk about it." Harrison's murky eyes scanned around, but he didn't respond further. The 3 continued on as the labyrinth gradually became engulfed by darkness. The falcon ignited the torch he carried. It's a bit strange. Even if this small labyrinth has undergone changes, there shouldn't be any formidable monsters. What happened to that group just now? They probably all fell together. That's impossible, the falcon replied decisively. He had been closest to the scene and had seen the most clearly. That warrior's severed arm had clearly been bitten off by some creature. Harrison suddenly stopped. A putrid odor wafted through the air. Having dealt with corpses for years, he was very sensitive to this. Fire. Warm fire. A humanoid monster sprang from the darkness, its pale body and crimson single-eye muttering incessantly about fire. Discovered bounty monster flesh eater Gulba. Gulba had a clear target, charging straight at the falcon who held the torch. The spear and claws sparked as Harrison commanded his 2 lackeys to assist the falcon. "Girl, hide behind me." "Girl." "Oh, whoa." Wei Taya kicked the head off of Gulba. The fierce kick even accidentally injured Harrison's lackeys. Without a head, Gulba stumbled to the ground, but within 3 seconds a bloody head grew back. Gulba let out heavy gasps, clearly enraged by the nun's kick. Squeak. Wei Taya dodged the mouse monster's sneak attack from behind. "I didn't even go looking for you. Why did you come looking for me?" The nun left a remnant image behind. Before the falcon could see what happened, he was sprayed with blood, the nun had stomped the mouse monster to death. Flesh quickly gathered, and the disfigured mouse monster climbed onto Gulba's shoulder. You, I recognize you. You are. The nun quickly approached, and her illuminated sleeve sword sliced through Gulba, not yet fully formed head in an instant. The falcon wiped his face covered in blood while watching the nun disassemble Gulba like a pervert. He discreetly maintained a safe distance from the nun. The falcon's reason for hiring this nun was simple: she was cheap and not proper. Because no normal clergy would drink and devout followers are all a bunch of repressed lunatics. He especially despised those rigid clergy. But at this point it seemed that this nun was far too improper. Please pay attention to your image. After all, you are a nun. Which nun would act like a pervert and disassemble monsters? Actually, Wei Taya did care about her image. After waiting a long time and seeing Gulba and the mouse no longer revived, she took out the cross and circled around. May the Lord bless you, amen. Successfully killed bounty monster flesh eater, learned active skill body enhancement. Skill body enhancement, a physical specific technique that consumes stamina to rapidly expand muscles for a short time. Wei Taya suddenly thought of Neza from the animation Big Fish Begonia. This skill, it won't make her turn into something like that, will it? Is it over? The falcon asked. He was eager to complete the task and part ways with this nun. She was simply too terrifying. The chains on her arm rattled as the nun displayed a strange smile. I suggest you throw away the torch and run quickly. By the way, you just got splashed with blood, right? The falcon shot her a glare. Thanks to you. Wei Taya shrugged, and at that moment a series of roars echoed behind her. Fire! In an unnamed labyrinth, a tall man was sprinting wildly. He carried an elderly man on his back and had a nun draped over his shoulder with several pale monsters pursuing closely behind. Run faster. The man suddenly thought about abandoning the noisy nun, but she clung to him like an octopus. The nun exhibited an astonishing burst of speed for a short time, but her stamina was too poor. She could only maintain her speed for 3 seconds before she could no longer keep up. Vivitia was currently gazing at her electronic panel. LV34 Vivitia, human high-level nun apostate, judge status blind bound exhausted. Life 2312, 25786, Magic 3000, 210 Strength 124, 1130, Skills 178, 1456, Magic Power 00, Speed 213 1986, Defense 117, 103 Magic Defense, 157 77, Constitution 77, Passive Skills Mastery of Sleeve Blades LV10, Mastery of Body Techniques LV10, Steadfast Faith Evil Thought Perception. Active Skills Sleeve Blade 3 Strikes Skull Crushing Kick Double Jump Beyond Limits Pain Champ Body Enhancement. Unknown Skill Manifestation of Obsession. Talent Human Wisdom. Equipment Nun's Robe Black Judge's Eye Mask Holy Book. Vivitia's Sleeve Blade Kingslayer. Hurry up, we're being chased. Can you be quiet, nun? The man thought her mouth should be sealed, not her eyes. Vivitia casually whistled. The man's forehead bulged with veins as he deliberately slowed down. The pale monsters ahead accelerated, and one lunged at the nun, biting her backside. Damn it, the nun exclaimed as she kicked the monster away with a swift motion. The man felt much better and gulped down a bottle of blue potion, causing the 3 of them to circle around the labyrinth to shake off the group of pale monsters. The nun covering her backside shot an odd glance at the leading man. He had done that on purpose. The man's complexion turned pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Oh, it's time. Harrison observed the man's condition, and his face looked a bit grim. Healing spell, nun. I can't cast it. The nun's unapologetic tone left Harrison stunned. You can't. A nun who can't cast a healing spell. Harrison's tone was unfriendly. It was clear that this nun was not good for much. Do you have any healing potions? Vivitia shook her head. Her pockets were cleaner than her face. A nun who can't cast a healing spell and has no healing potions on her. Harrison expressed disbelief. He summoned the 2 henchmen and impatiently urged, hurry and bring it out, nun. We are all in the same boat here. I told you I don't have any, and even if I did it wouldn't help. The nun stood up and looked directly at Harrison. It was evident that this nun was not one to be easily intimidated. Harrison hid behind the 2 henchmen. He had just witnessed the nun's speed, and confronting her directly was akin to seeking death. At that moment, a young blonde male stepped out from the shadows. She really can't cast healing spells, the man said, dressed in priest attire, looking somewhat disheveled. The priest quickly approached the man. The man had already fainted, his complexion pale, mumbling in his sleep. The priest's right hand emitted a soft glow, holy light. To his surprise, everyone present took 2 steps back in disgust. It was understandable for the necromancer and the 2 skeletal guards to retreat, but was it serious for a nun to back away half a step? The gentle glow awakened the man. Cough, cough. Priest Joel, we meet again. Joel nodded with a smile. After the light faded, the man's complexion became much rosier. Mr. Swan, the curse of the flesh eater is quite formidable. I can only temporarily delay it. To fully treat it, we need to go to the Grand Cathedral. Before the man could respond, Joel hurriedly dashed over to Vivitia's side. That eye mask. He wasn't mistaken, it was the Blade Nun. To pursue justice, one must first engage in necessary evil. The Blade Nun was both a codename and a title. This organization, founded by the church, carried out various dark missions. Every member of the organization wore an eye mask. It was said that this helped maintain their unwavering faith. They distinguished their ranks by the color of the masks: white for judges, responsible for executing the church's judgments, black for reconnaissance and logistical support. They were the sharp blades of the church, the executioners of heretics. "Greetings, dear judge." "Oh," Vivitia responded perfunctorily, turning to glance at the two skeletal guards. The platinum eye mask cracked, revealing a beautiful silver eye. Skill Vivitia's majesty activated. Harrison, now facing away from Vivitia, felt no fear with the two henchmen present. An overwhelming sense of oppression washed over him. Beads of sweat broke out on Harrison's forehead, feeling as if a remarkably powerful monster had its gaze fixed upon him. The skull necklace around his neck shattered, and the two henchmen instantly turned to dust. Vivitia nonchalantly donned her eye mask. Harrison gasped for air like a fish out of water. He thought he was going to die, but fortunately that monster merely passed by. Joel swallowed hard. He was the closest and felt the most direct impact. Indeed, the judge exuded a powerful aura. Gathering his thoughts, Joel recalled his mission. "Dear judge, let us return to the Grand Cathedral now." Weiwei glanced at Yao Er and shook her head vigorously. Asking her a spirit to return to the Grand Cathedral. That would be no different from going directly to the underworld. Yao Er ignored Weiwei's refusal and took out a small teleportation stone, grabbing the nun. "Get ready, we are setting off immediately." "The family of the adjudicator. She wants to go home with me." The teleportation stone shattered, and a flash of white light engulfed them as they vanished from the spot. The Grand Cathedral of the Holy See is located in the imperial capital. Once the teleportation ended, the figures of several people appeared in front of the Grand Cathedral. Yao Er hurriedly led the Falcon and Harrison inside, leaving the nun alone in the wind. Looking at the solemn door before her, the nun immediately decided she needed to act quickly. "Weiwei, where are you going?" A woman in a white nun's outfit wearing a black eye patch called out to her. The woman's aura was extremely weak. Without careful sensing, one would completely fail to notice her presence. Weiwei recognized her. She was the leader of the Black Nuns and responsible for issuing tasks. The woman's name was Ka, and she held a high reputation within the Blade Nun faction. Seeing the dazed expression of the nun in front of her, Ka sighed. It seemed that Weiwei's old habits had flared up again. She took a few steps forward and grabbed the nun. Captain Weiwei of the White Nuns was renowned for her exceptional assassination skills, but few would expect her to be a fool. Weiwei had very little time of clarity, and most of the time she appeared dazed. Ka had not expected Weiwei to return alive. If she recalled correctly, her last task was to assassinate a spirit. Among peers, spirits were the most difficult to deal with, especially since that was a lord-level spirit. Could she have succeeded? "How do you feel, Weiwei?" A wave of detection swept over, and Ka's expression turned somewhat peculiar. "Are you injured?" It would be unusual to fight with such a spirit without getting hurt, but why did the injury have to be on her rear? Weiwei looked up at the sky, wearing an expression of "I know nothing." Ka had not expected her to respond. She pulled Weiwei into the Grand Cathedral. Weiwei felt that this place resembled a labyrinth more than anything else. After navigating a winding path, the two stopped in front of a room. "Ka, I have some good stuff in my room." Weiwei. After some time of treatment, Weiwei emerged while rubbing her rear. Ka's skills were quite decent, at least she was qualified for a nun, unlike some who couldn't even perform healing spells. What troubled Weiwei was her task. Task triggered: primary job. Task condition: judge 5 heretics within the specified time or capture a high-ranking heretic. Failure condition: exceeding the specified time or failing to meet the conditions. Reward: cash trust. Can establish connections with the Grand Cathedral. Failure penalty: unknown. Heretics. Where was she supposed to find those foolish heretics? Painful masks. JPG. Teleportation spell. The young man with black hair glanced around, surprised that this small labyrinth was beginning to merge. He had a premonition that one day all mazes would merge into a super maze where all fierce magical creatures would gather for an exciting hunt. And he would be the king of all magical creatures. Cough. Perhaps he was thinking too much. He should first find that disobedient spirit. Fan had asked God why this spirit was so troublesome. The answer he received was that rare king-level magical creatures were all like this. Each rare king-level magical creature could augment his power, not to mention that the powerful skills they possessed were priceless treasures. For instance, that spirit, although her skills were somewhat lacking, as long as he expended more magical power, the range of the roulette would narrow down to those few designated skills. Weiwei's technique. Hunt initiated. The young man drew a simple teleportation magic pattern. The scene shifted, revealing the nun wearing a white eye patch standing amidst ruins. There was one day left until her task ended. Don't ask why she wasn't in the capital. Oh, let's just say that this group of foolish peers was truly competitive. It was getting late, and the north wind mixed with snowflakes slapped against the nun's face. This ruin was the information provided by Ka. She even specifically reminded her to come at night. Weiwei strolled through the ruins, seeing nothing at all. She casually found a broken chair to sit on, waiting for the heretic that Ka mentioned to appear. As darkness descended, a tall figure suddenly appeared before her. The figure had a pair of wings, clearly not a good thing. Without thinking, Weiwei kicked out. The figure reacted quickly, grabbing Weiwei's foot and lifting her up. Weiwei. That voice sounded somewhat familiar. Wait, it's the stupid dragon. Shishi Wu Zhui Junjia. Weiwei immediately forced a smile. What brings you here? Fan looked at her deeply. Guess what? Before Weiwei, could answer. The ruins around them began to change. Illusory buildings emerged from the ruins, and around them appeared a few pedestrians. A group of soldiers surrounded them. Where did you come from? Wei Fan released Vivitia, and a violent aura spread around. Hey, wait. Let's talk it out properly. Vivitia blocked him. Talk it out properly. When did this spirit become so easy to talk to? Wait. Spirit. If Wei Fan was not mistaken, this group of soldiers was also spirits. Even the onlookers were spirits. This was a city of spirits, and the spirit under his command held the title of Spirit Queen. The platinum eye patch shattered and black mist enveloped the nun. Soon her original form was revealed. Spirit Queen, Vivitia, Eternal. Seeing the spirit wearing a black crown, the soldiers frantically dropped their weapons. Your Majesty. The onlookers also knelt, paying homage to their esteemed queen. If this queen were to think of her brief life, now they might well regret it. The Phantom Sentinel guided the two through the city, revealing that it was once a human settlement before being attacked by fallen creatures. Yes, it is the fallen creatures from the Imperial Army. Fallen creatures are regarded as taboo, and their appearance usually results in immediate extermination. One wonders where this foolish emperor acquired such beings. The current overseer of the city is the former lord, who was a high-level mage during his lifetime. At this moment, he respectfully bowed to Vivitia. Your Majesty. Vivitia nodded coldly, putting on an act. The lord naturally noticed the formidable presence of Wei Fan nearby. The instinct of the magical creature told him that this was the Demon King, the leader of all magical beings. However, with the rightful empress present as a phantom, he would not bow to the Demon King. The lord led the group to the plaza, where a colossal statue of the dark god stood in the center. Vivitia gazed up at the enormous statue, exclaiming in awe. Just look at how majestic their statue is, and then think about their own. Thinking carefully, the dark god had indeed assisted her quite a bit. It seems necessary to return and renovate it. Vivishia's belief value 1, current belief value 1. Knowing of the Empress' arrival, the plaza was already filled with phantoms. The reason was simple. She was the Empress, the hero who changed their phantom race. Most phantoms lacked eyes, yet Vivitia could feel the burning gazes upon her. Were they expecting her to say a few words? Vivitia could curse but a speech. Cough. The only thing she could think of was a single line. Comrades, greetings, thank you for your hard work. That was what she thought, and that was what she said. The phantoms did not grasp the meaning of comrades as mentioned by the Empress, but that did not hinder their cheer for her. The feeling of being cheered was truly exhilarating. Wei Fan now understood why rare magical creatures were so difficult to deal with. After all, they were the kings of their race. From a certain perspective, his status as a demon king was on par with hers, even higher within their own races, as evidenced by these phantoms. Wei Fan did not hide his demon king aura, yet throughout the phantoms paid him no mind. Undoubtedly, in this place, Vivitia the Empress had far more influence than he, the demon king. Cough. Now let us have our demon king say a few words. The phantoms could ignore Wei Fan, but Vivitia could not. After all, this foolish dragon was in name her superior. With their Empress backing him up, the phantoms could not let Wei Fan lose face, and cheers erupted. Wei Fan, who had been relegated to background status, finally had his moment to shine. He threw Vivitia a look that said, my feelings were not wasted on you. Vivitia instinctively retreated to the back, rolling her eyes vigorously in a corner where no one noticed her. Wei Fan cleared his throat a couple of times before unleashing a proud dragon roar. Unlike Vivitia, he was very concerned about this opportunity. These were phantoms, beings known to humans as the most troublesome creatures of their level. With their tireless undead traits, innate magical affinity, and the ability to ignore physical attacks, the magical forces were in trouble. Vivitia had no interest in Wei Fan's lengthy speech. She quietly slipped away. Whether it was a feeling or not, since she had thought of renovating the statue, the gaze of that statue seemed to remain fixed on her. Vivitia felt a bit afraid that the statue might suddenly point at her. Once she got far enough away, that strange feeling vanished. Another world. The capsule-shaped hatch opened, revealing a blue-haired girl. Woo! The girl excitedly rolled around on the bed. Today was a lucky day for her. This was because an important hero unit in her divine kingdom finally gained belief value. With this, she no longer had to worry about tomorrow's exam. Her name was Kawaina, and in this world, she was a high school student about to graduate. However, in her divine kingdom, she was the goddess of light, the goddess of harvest, the goddess of love, the goddess of hunting, and also the dark god. This world had two types of people, ordinary people and gods. Kawaina was fortunate to be a second-generation god. All roads lead to Rome. Some people are born in Rome. From the very beginning, her divine kingdom was ahead of others, with complete terrains and races, along with a group of beings from other worlds. The main race in her divine kingdom was the inherently superior human race. Although there were other ill-intentioned beings from other worlds, overall this was an excellent start. What worried her most was that one of the hero units in her divine kingdom had yet to gain any belief. Now that this issue was resolved, her mood lifted significantly. On the last day of the mission, Vivitia ended up dragging Wei Fan back. What? You ask if this foolish dragon counts as a heretic. Vivitia stated that if he did not, then no one did. Wei Fan was in a good mood that day. He agreed to Vivitia's request, not thinking much of the hypocritical humans in the Grand Cathedral. While he could also conveniently boost the pitiful loyalty of the phantoms. Vivitia's loyalty 1. Ugutala's loyalty 100. Thus, amidst Cass' shocked expression, Vivitia handed the person over to her. Mission accomplished. Reward cash trust. At the same time, the system prompted all players. The blue and white flag outlined across. New faction Grand Cathedral activated. Players are always fickle. As soon as the new faction opened, many were willing to leave their original factions to join. That night, they received a lesson from Vivitia. Vivitia was completely unaware of these matters. After completing her mission, she excused herself to slip away directly. The person was captured, but whether they could keep him was no longer her concern. In a small restaurant in the imperial capital, the nun's ungraceful eating habits made onlookers frown. Look at how hungry the child is. How long has it been since she last ate? However, even so, no one dared to approach her. This was the capital. In other places, she might be seen as a mere ascetic, but here no one did not recognize the nun's eye mask. The nun wolfed down her meal before suddenly collapsing straight to the ground. Being young was wonderful, as she could just fall asleep. The restaurant owner was a young man who had never witnessed such a situation. Why did this nun, who hadn't touched a drop of alcohol, suddenly faint? Though he suspected she was trying to eat a free meal, he did not dare to wake her. Heresy, Inquisitor Kid. He feared that if he woke the nun today, a group of temple knights would come to interrogate him tomorrow. Vivitia looked around in confusion. Oh, wasn't she just eating? How did she suddenly end up here? While she was pondering, the dark god suddenly appeared before her. Unlike before, there was no sense of oppression. For a moment, Vivitia felt as if the dark god resembled a high school student. His clear eyes held a hint of foolishness. I need you, Vivitia. Huh? What happened? She hadn't even recovered from her eating state when a blade-bound tentacle swiftly struck out. Vivitia was instantly cut in half. Oh, is that all you've got? A comical male voice echoed from the air, revealing his dissatisfaction with the outcome. Ordinary beings would undoubtedly die from such an attack, but Vivitia was a phantom. Black mist quickly gathered, and the tall woman reappeared. Vivitia looked at the opponent. What the heck? What an ugly octopus. The one who ambushed her was an octopus person with 6 eyes. Skill Hunter's Eye activated. LV-44. Unknown species. Unable to detect. A strange-looking creature appeared above the octopus person. 3 heads, 12 legs, 6 arms, and a head resembling a giant light bulb. Obali, the opponent, is still alive. We need more artistic means to send the distinguished guest on their way. The octopus person spat foam and emitted a strange tone. I shall obey the will of the god. Such art was premature for phantoms. Vivitia dissipated into mist, evading the incoming flying daggers. Being passively beaten was not her style. She closed the distance with incredible speed, leaving behind several afterimages. Thud. The successful strike made it overconfident. This bizarre creature from another world was not easy to deal with. Drawing her sword, she swiftly slashed. The octopus' massive head was severed and sent flying into the air, and in mere seconds Vivitia had stabbed it hundreds of times. It is said that every tentacle of an octopus has a brain, and Vivitia believed this. Thus the remaining tentacles were chopped into a paste. From start to finish it took less than 30 seconds. When the lightbulb man came to his senses, the battle was already over. His follower had transformed from an octopus bro into octopus paste. Vivitia shifted her gaze to the lightbulb man just as she was about to slash him with her sword. She has awakened. Your honor, you are always awake. The restaurant owner did not know what sins he had committed in his past life. This small restaurant had unexpectedly welcomed such a great Buddha. The heresy inquisitor, the leader of the white nun, had spent the night unconscious. Vivitia slowly rose. The computer reacted slowly when it was just turned on, and the ethereal spirit was the same. Lord Judge, the Grand Cathedral needs support. The leading knight of the temple spoke succinctly, not waiting for Vivitia's response, as he carried her straight to the Grand Cathedral. The Grand Cathedral. Oh right, I forgot that foolish dragon is over there. I wonder how he's causing trouble. With the knight leading the way, Vivitia quickly returned to the Grand Cathedral. At this moment, Vivitia maintained his human form, yet his destructive power remained formidable. The newly joined players and the temple knights dared only to linger around. A corner of the Grand Cathedral had collapsed, and the unfamiliar pope looked rather unwell. That expression was as if he had just eaten 3 pounds of dung. My lord, the person has been brought. The knight commander stepped back after setting down the nun. Is it you who captured that heretic? The pope focused his gaze, and lo and behold, wasn't this the blade nun he had previously ordered to assassinate the crown princess? She's still alive. Abba Abba. The nun appeared dazed, and the pope assumed she was just having one of her episodes. While she may be a bit foolish, but her strength is indeed formidable. Leave it to her to handle. The knights opened a path, exposing the nun directly to Vivian's line of sight. Vivian, why is this ethereal spirit still here? Vivitia. In preaching, putting on a full show, Vivitia knew she had to take action. Drink. The nun struck a pose complete with background music. Any evil will ultimately face justice. Vivian's mind buzzed. Is it too late to kick this ethereal spirit out? After all, even a demon lord has his pride. The black-haired youth fled, scared off by the nun, his face flushed red with anger. In theory, he should have fought Vivitia and pretended to be defeated before retreating. But Vivian felt he couldn't hold back. He feared he would accidentally kill the ethereal spirit. The farce ended, and those present were stunned by the nun's performance. So simple. Just striking a pose, and it was done. In the following days, the temple knights practiced this exorcism pose daily. Abba Abba. Vivitia feigned ignorance to dissuade the enthusiastic temple knights. That exorcism pose. She certainly couldn't do that. Plans changed, her stunning performance became the focus of the entire church. The Pope, that old geezer, practically wanted to glue his eyes to her. For 3 months, now, every time she went out a crowd of people would be staring at her. Fortunately, her current persona was that of a foolish nun. Pretending to be dazed in troublesome situations was the right move. However, leaving the capital is no longer an option. And then there's that strange dream. Did the group of ethereal spirits in the ruins disappear? Are you sure? I'm very sure, my lord. The ethereal spirit city has completely vanished. Ka displayed a contemplative expression. That ruin was once a large city of the empire destroyed by some irresistible force. What no one expected was that a large number of ethereal spirits had appeared there. The existence of such beings doesn't usually last long, so the church did not intervene. By the time they noticed again, it had already transformed into an ethereal spirit city. And now the city had suddenly disappeared with no one knowing when. The right eyelid twitched, and Ka had a bad premonition. My lord, the white nun captain has fainted. That fool fainted. Indeed, recently only that fool had been to the ruins, as she should know something. Ka looked up at the nun who brought the news. Let's go take a look. Although not at the same time, it was the same restaurant. The nun lay face down on the ground. A large pool of blood stained the clothes on her back. Ka immediately spotted the nun on the ground. Seeing that the church members had arrived, the young owner did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly pushed aside the onlookers and invited the nuns over. My lord, this really has nothing to do with me. Ka's expression was serious as she crouched down and carefully ripped open the nun's back clothing. A bright red cross imprint came into view. Someone exclaimed, "It's the stigmata, an extension of divine will, the stigmata." In an unknown space, Vivitia and Kamina were staring at each other in disbelief. I beg you, Vivitia, help me one more time. Vivitia looked up at the enormous floating mothership and then performed a tactical lean back. Do you think I'm a Treasure X dream? You want me to fight that ghostly thing? The green-haired bug is tearing apart the empty seat. What are the odds? This dark god is too unreliable. I can feel the dwindling faith of the ethereal spirits. A middle-aged man appeared next to Kamina. What's going on? Your followers' faith value is way too low. Kamina shook her head. I don't know either. This is the strongest hero unit in the divine realm. Yet its faith value is the lowest, and each summoning costs thousands of divine power. The two babbled on for a long while, but due to a language barrier, Vivitia couldn't understand a word. The middle-aged man shifted his gaze to Vivitia. This peculiar hero unit piqued his interest. Vivitia rolled her eyes and turned into mist. It seemed the two had reached an agreement. The middle-aged man clapped his hands, summoning a large-headed gray-skinned person. The gray-skinned person was covered in electronic devices, exuding a strong sense of technology. Kamina leaned in and mysteriously asked Vivitia, "Are you confident you can take that down?" Vivitia shook her head. How could she know the opponent's strength without having fought yet? Kamina didn't press her. It's fine, just give it your all. You won't truly die here. Vivitia caught the keyword, you won't truly die here. Yes. On the other side, the gray-skinned person assembled an exoskeleton armor. Are you ready? Since she wouldn't truly die, Vivitia no longer had excessive worries. The black mist coalesced into a tall figure as Vivitia floated in the air with her arms crossed. The crown shimmered with a dark glow, large swathes of mist enveloped the area, and illusory structures shot up from the ground. Ethereal spirits began to gradually gather behind Vivitia. It was indeed the previously vanished ethereal spirit city. The middle-aged man displayed a look of surprise, and Kamina beside him was equally astonished. This ethereal spirit can actively sway people. It's not over yet. The man sensed another unusual spatial fluctuation. Suddenly, a figure riding a warhorse burst forth from the mist, another hero unit. This time Kamina was even more shocked. How did she appear? I never called for this hero unit. Uteralima stopped at the forefront. Before her stood a metal demon she had never seen before, but Uteral only cared about her melon sister. A team of gray-skinned individuals entered the illusory city. When the ethereal spirit summoned another hero spirit, the man knew there was no need to fight. Upholding the principle of relative fairness, he also summoned another hero unit and several high-ranking gray-skinned individuals. This team consisted of 13 gray-skinned members, 2 hero units, and the rest were high-tier units. The 2 hero units possessed exoskeletal armor, appearing significantly larger than the other gray-skinned individuals. Gaoli was a general, and he was also one of the most fervently devoted gray-skinned individuals. Through faith and personal effort, he became one of the rare hero units. His mission this time was to exterminate otherworldly creatures, a group of unknown energy entities. This city was entirely composed of energy entities, and the unknown technology greatly intrigued the gray-skinned individuals. General, should we collect some materials? Gaoli understood his deputy's intention. He too was interested in technology different from his own world. But no, not until they dealt with the enemy. Let's deal with the enemy first. This is their territory. Just as he finished speaking, a spectral figure riding a warhorse suddenly charged out from the building on the far right. The thunderous sound of hooves was imposing. However, this was an elite team, and the gray-skinned individuals immediately organized their formation to withstand the charge of the ethereal spirit. With a flick of her lance, Ugudwa La, riding side saddle, leapt high, her hooves striking fiercely at the most conspicuous gray-skinned individual. The clashing of metal sounded like some sort of signal. The illusory buildings unleashed a barrage of colorful magical attacks. The deputy gray-skinned individual commanded the other high-ranking gray-skinned members to form a transparent shield, which effortlessly blocked the first wave of magical bombardment. With a sweep of her lance, Yugudwala did not intend to linger. She dispersed into mist and retreated into the building. The city returned to calm. This attack came swiftly and departed just as quickly. But Gowley knew this was merely a test. Some gray-skinned individuals attempted to attack the illusory buildings, but without exception they all missed. One gray-skinned individual tried to touch the building, but these structures had no physical form and he grasped nothing. The unknown is always terrifying. The gray-skinned individual changed his expression slightly and immediately tried to distance himself. Too late, curiosity killed the cat. A pale arm extended from the building and accurately grasped his large nose. The arm possessed immense strength, yanking his nose off. The gray-skinned individual howled in pain, frantically unleashing firepower toward the building to vent his frustration. Of course, this was utterly meaningless besides wasting ammunition. Gowley frowned and ordered the gray-skinned individual back. Stay away from these buildings. That's not possible, General. It seems we are surrounded by these buildings. Gowley looked around. The original path had vanished, and they were indeed surrounded by these structures. This is not good. There's no choice now. We must push through. These buildings have no physical form. It was evidently unwise to fight in someone else's territory. He had underestimated these low-end creatures from another world. With ammunition loaded, Gowley activated the mech's scanning mode. Something was approaching. The mech executed a 180 turn, and after a furious barrage, it was clear. The unidentified object in the air transformed into shredded meat. It was the unfortunate gray-skinned individual's nose. The mech detected an unknown airflow. The crimson sword light aimed at that enormous gray head. Got you, low-end creature. The two mechanical arms folded firmly, grasping the ambusher. The mech turned its head and shot out a red capture net. Was it empty? Hit. It struck a teammate. The deputy's mech was ensnared by the capture net and unable to move. What are you doing, General? The terrified voice of the deputy brought Gowley back to reality. What the mechanical arm had seized was not an ambusher, but rather two high-ranking gray-skinned individuals, one of whom was about to be crushed. The remaining gray-skinned individuals looked at him warily. Was that an illusion? At that moment, two short arrows suddenly flew out from the shadows, precise and lethal. The two high-ranking gray-skinned individuals in the mech's grip were the first to meet their end. This time it was no illusion. A sharp lance pierced through the immobile deputy. This hero unit met a regretful demise. For the Queen, the ethereal beings emerged from the buildings and began unleashing magical barrages. In the center of them was a woman wearing a crown. The Queen. Does that mean she is the leader of these low-end beings? Dropping the corpse in his hands, the mech opened fire with full force. Gowley charged recklessly toward the Queen. Capture the thief by capturing the king. If he could kill this queen, it was uncertain who would prevail. The same principle applied for the ethereal beings. Seeing the unstoppable mech, Vivitia revealed a cold smile. Someone in a mech is getting anxious, I won't say who. The magical barrage ceased, and including Vivitia, the ethereal beings instantly dispersed into mist enveloping the towering mech. Everything happened quickly, and a jarring metallic sound echoed from within the black mist. In just 3 seconds, the black mist dissipated, leaving only a ground strewn with shredded flesh and metal fragments. The remaining high-ranking gray-skinned individuals could not raise any significant waves. The game was over. Kawena felt a bit dizzy. Had she actually won against her father in the simulation battle? Well, even if her father had gone easy on her, she still won, right? The middle-aged man clearly could not believe he lost to a child from a divine kingdom that had not developed for long, especially his own daughter. Is this your kingdom's main follower? Kawena grinned foolishly and shook her head. Upon hearing this, the man's face became as colorful as a palette. The illusory buildings vanished. Vivitia sat behind the warhorse, hugging Yugudwala like a schoolgirl. Better to embarrass oneself than to be thrown off. The duo rode up to Kawena. Yugudwala respectfully dismounted and saluted. She initially wanted to pull her sister along. However, Vivitia clung to her back like an octopus. The twin sisters shared a mutual understanding. Yugudwala knew her sister did not wish to salute. What could she do? Naturally, she indulged her. Kawena naturally recognized this hero unit in her divine kingdom. How should she put it? Neither sister was a pushover. One had faith nearly equal to 0 while the other worshipped the god of light. Life is like a play relying entirely on acting skills. Kawena would not state it outright. She smiled and praised the sisters before sending them back. A bet is a bet, Dad. Truly, the younger generation is to be feared. Vivitia felt a chill on her back as she woke up. A crowd surrounded her, as if watching monkeys in a zoo. Yugudwala's voice echoed in her mind. The grand sanctuary. How do we end up here? The two sisters could inhabit each other's bodies. Vivitia sighed, deeply displaying an expression of existential despair. You've finally woken up, holy maiden. Remaining maiden. Who are you calling a remaining maiden? Vivitia stood up, wanting to retort. But inadvertently she stepped on her skirt and fell. Who changed her clothes? A luxurious backless white gown. No wonder her back felt chilly. A holy maiden emerged from the grand chapel, a maiden marked by a holy stigma. Her appearance resonated throughout the continent, solidifying the grand chapel's claim to legitimacy. Religious factions from various nations unwilling to fall behind also selected their own local holy maidens. However, the holy stigma is akin to a quality assurance label. Without it, one is unacknowledged by the divine. Consequently, more ill-intentioned gazes began to shift, whether consciously or unconsciously, towards the grand chapel. With an eye mask in place, the maid did not see Wei Taya rolling her eyes. Why? Wearing a skirt in the dead of winter. Beautiful, yet freezing, and hers was a heavy outfit, not to mention the backless design. The maid was taken aback by her question. It was said that the holy maiden was once a nun. Oh, how could she ask such a foolish question? It seemed the rumors were true. The holy maiden was indeed not very bright. Because covering the holy stigma is a form of desecration. Wei Taya stood before a full-length mirror, her tall figure reflected within. Dressed in a flowing white gown, her ink-black hair rested upon her shoulders, and the platinum eye mask added an air of mystery. What a stunning beauty, provided she remained silent. Then if the holy stigma appears on the buttocks, can one even wear a skirt? Exactly, the maid replied decisively. Wei Taya, what else could she say? Thankful that this thing didn't actually appear on her buttocks. She clasped her hands together and silently recited a prayer. Thank you, great deity. Thank you, ancestors of 18 generations. After inexplicably becoming a holy maiden, Wei Taya had been confined here. In short, she was nothing more than a mascot. A mascot must possess the awareness of a mascot, which Wei Taya naturally lacked. At that moment, she was contemplating how to sneak away. Wei Taya was not in a hurry, as there was still a way out. While her human self might not escape, her ethereal self could flee without anyone stopping her. The current challenge was to slip out without revealing her identity. Certain matters were easier for her human form. Today, however, presented a good opportunity, as the church required her mascot presence for a righteous speech. Wei Taya had reviewed the script, which could be summarized in 2 words: holy war, to fight for the God of light, and for faith. In recent years, the empire had engaged in numerous battles, and the grievances of the lower-class citizens were so pronounced that even the church could not suppress them. Thus, her role as a mascot was needed. The neighboring alliance currently had only one capital left resisting, and Prince Lion was quite capable. After consolidating the remnants, a group of players joined, managing to defend an empty city for so long. However, it was in vain. The defeat was already determined, and the alliance was essentially defunct, unable to stir much of a wave. The empire was now actively preparing for the next war. Time's up, holy maiden. The maid's urging voice interrupted Wei Taya's contemplation. All right. Wei Taya stood at the highest level of the grand chapel, surrounded by countless lost lambs ready to listen to the divine will. Beside her stood a handsome elven knight armed with dual swords, the commander of the Holy Knights of the Church Justice. The empire's 2 most prominent epic figures, the esteemed commander of the Holy Knights, was serving as her bodyguard, which left Wei Taya feeling flattered. Sensing the holy maiden's scrutiny, Justice followed her gaze. As a competent bodyguard, he had reviewed the basic information about the holy maiden. The new holy maiden, Wei Taya, formerly the captain of the White Nun Squad, possessed exceptional assassination skills and notable reconnaissance abilities. However, her intellect was lacking. She was only lucid for a short time each day. When dazed, her intelligence was equivalent to that of a 3-year-old child. Justice's task was to ensure the new holy maiden was not easily abducted. Wei Taya crumpled the prepared script, thinking that the Church's desire for her to launch a holy war could be postponed to the next life. The holy maiden cleared her throat. At that moment, the voice of Yugduola timely arrived. Do you need me? Wei Taya revealed a familiar, mischievous smile. Not for now. The late winter sunlight cast a thin layer of glow over the woman, while the blood-red cross behind her was exceptionally prominent. The slight smile at the corner of the holy maiden's mouth dispelled the chill in people's hearts. The atmosphere had been sufficiently set. Wei Taya immediately delivered a righteous speech. No matter what difficulties we encounter, we must not be afraid to face them with a smile. The best way to eliminate fear is to confront it. Oi, perseverance is victory. Go for it, Ollie, give. As a bowl of inspirational soup was consumed, the lost lambs suddenly felt that this harsh winter was not so terrible after all. Although some words were unfamiliar to them, the general meaning could still be inferred from the holy maiden's impassioned oration. Go for it, Ollie, give. The power of faith is formidable, and countless believers responded to Wei Taya's rallying cry. From behind came the maid's reminder, holy maiden, don't forget about the holy war. Abie. Wei Taya immediately played dumb. The maid, anxious, wanted to stride forward to wake Wei Taya. A pair of long swords intercepted her. Justice's eyes flashed with a warning glare. He spoke bluntly, get lost. The maid's expression darkened. I will report this to the Pope. Being the personal maid of the holy maiden, she naturally had some connections. Did Justice fear the Pope? If he did, he would never have come to the Grand Chapel to serve as the commander of the Holy Knights. What was the Pope anyway? Just a dog of the great deity. As an extension of the deities, the holy maiden's status was certainly higher than that of that dog. He coldly repeated, get lost. Realizing she couldn't win, the maid could only leave with a harsh retort. Wei Taya heard every word of their exchange, as she had thought she would have to tussle with the maid, but unexpectedly this knight stood by her side. After the speech concluded, the lost lambs shouted Ollie, give, and gradually departed. Wei Taya noticed some ill-intentioned gazes. How convenient, she could use these people to sneak away. Justice followed leisurely behind the holy maiden. He maintained a perfect distance, ensuring that it wouldn't feel awkward while being ready to react at a moment's notice. Justice followed Wei Taya leisurely. As the commander of the Temple Knights, he too sensed the malicious gazes around. The importance of the Saintess was self-evident. Justice would never allow any vile schemes to succeed. Wei Taya walked ahead, purposely trying to shake off Justice. No joke, how could she slip away reasonably without shaking off the Temple Knight commander? After circling a few times, Wei Taya found it unfeasible, so she simply walked toward a secluded corner. Saintess. Justice blocked her path, saying, "This is not the way back to your room. Look at how diligent this bodyguard is." However, what Wei Taya needed now was a bodyguard who would slack off. With a smile tugging at her lips, Wei Taya remained silent. She stepped forward slowly, trying to close the distance with Justice. Awkwardly, with every step she took, Justice stepped back. There was always a short distance between them. Wei Taya raised an eyebrow, surprised that this knight was actually wary of her attempting to ambush him. Justice was indeed on guard. He hadn't forgotten that the Saintess was also an excellent assassin. Allowing a high-level assassin to get close was very unwise. Moreover, this assassin was not very bright. Who could guess if she would suddenly lash out to harm him? Justice did not want to gamble, nor did he dare. Wei Taya took small steps and accidentally stepped on her long skirt, falling down. "Saintess, are you okay?" Justice asked with concern, but his feet remained unmoved. Just as Wei Taya was about to get up, she heard strange noises around her. It seemed that group could not wait any longer, so she simply struck a pose of "don't stop" and went passive. Justice also heard the strange noises. He drew his twin swords and looked around warily. "This mountain is mine, this tree is mine. To pass through here, the Saintess must stay." Several shadows jumped out from around. From their dialogue, Wei Taya could guess they were a group of unfortunate players. Justice looked around. They were surrounded by 15 strange beings, all high-level. It had to be admitted that these strange beings were growing quickly. A player dressed as a mage was the first to attack. She opened a barrier that isolated the outside sound. Justice frowned at this moment. He could not afford to think too much. He picked up the still-leaning Saintess and quickly retreated. "Stop pretending, Saintess. There are many high-level enemies, and we need you to act together." Wei Taya. Justice sighed. It seemed this Saintess could not be relied upon. With a flip of his swords, dazzling light radiated from the Elven Knight. "I, Justice the Temple Knight, hereby declare you guilty. In the name of the God of Light, prepare for judgment." Justice's combat power was decent. Even with a burden, he could still fight evenly with this group of players. Unfortunately, there was a traitor among them. No one noticed the shadow of Wei Taya changing. Yu Wadola, like a drowned ghost, quietly pulled Justice's lower half into the shadow. Justice was trapped. Though he didn't know what had happened, the players did not intend to let this opportunity slip by. Justice attempted to break free at the first moment, but something was holding him down. So with the teammates' assistance, Justice helplessly watched as the group of strange beings abducted the Saintess. The players moved quickly. It was evident they were well-trained and prepared. The mage-dressed player drew a large teleportation magic pattern, manipulating the outer barrier to retract. In the blink of an eye, the party disappeared from the spot. The magic pattern teleported them to the border of the Empire. The mage player's magic power could only reach this point. Looking at the dazed Saintess, the priest player in the party asked, "Was this operation too smooth?" They exchanged glances, each seeing uncertainty in the other's eyes. That knight was a boss, but with the Saintess dragging him down, he dared not use his finishing move. The key issue was that something was trapping him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so easygoing. "Don't worry about so much. Quickly take this Saintess back to the Alliance to complete this challenging task." Right? They couldn't care less of whether it was fortune or misfortune. They couldn't avoid it. The group quickly carried the Saintess and rushed out of the Empire's border. The warrior player carrying the Saintess walked at the back. No one noticed the Saintess' body gradually starting to vaporize, until that warrior player sensed something was off. "Where's the Saintess? I had such a big Saintess." His words stunned the other players. "Wasn't it you who was carrying the Saintess? What did she turn into, a butterfly and fly away?" Haha. This was not funny at all. They had worked hard for this ultimate goal to resolve the Alliance's predicament. Now a cooked duck had flown away. Who could they reason with? The leading player had a gloomy face. It must have been some special skill. The data said that the Saintess had some abilities. Search around as she can't have gone far. Did Wei Taya run far? Yes. If she wanted to escape, others wouldn't see even the tail lights. So itchy. Maintaining her ethereal state, Wei Taya felt an unbearable itch on her back. It was that damned sacred mark. Even when turning back into an ethereal state, the mark did not disappear. The undead had a natural aversion to this thing. She was unlucky, directly tattooed with such a large piece on her back. After flying a considerable distance, Wei Taya could no longer stand the itch and transformed back into her human form. Conditions met. Unlocking new evolutionary race, Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit undead bearing the sacred mark, a purified and forgiven spiritual body, often appearing as a familiar of high-level priests proficient in various light magic. Can obtain life, 5,000 strength, 500 magic, 500 skill, 300 speed, 800 defense, 500 magic defense, 800. TD. Wei Taya used her sleeve sword to cut off the overly long hem of her skirt. Now it's convenient to move. She didn't throw away the cut-off part. After a simple modification, it became a cloak. Wei Taya clasped her hands together and once again greeted the great god. Triggered limited time quest gift from God. Quest conditions successfully kill world boss the Red Dragon Emperor. Failure condition Wei Wei Taya dies in battle. Quest reward complete fusion of the Sacred Mark. Another new world boss. Wei Wei Taya had a strange expression as she still vividly remembered the Tree of Life from last time and couldn't believe there was more than one monster of that level. After resting for a while, Wei Wei Taya endured the itch on her back and transformed back into an ethereal form, flying toward the Sky City. In the hall of the Eternal Mansion, a disheveled woman lay slumped on the throne. Damn it, this XX thing is driving me insane. Yu Wadola chuckled, covering her face. This is a treasure that ordinary people envy, what not satisfied. Wei Wei Taya glanced at her cheap sister, and without saying a word transformed back into her ethereal form. At this distance, the two sisters could share their status. Surprisingly, Yu Wadola appeared unfazed, not affected in the slightest. Her gaze seemed to say, "Hey little trash, you still want to compete with your sister." Wei Wei Taya felt defeated. She was somewhat anxious. In this state, let alone killing that world boss, it would be good if she didn't succumb to the itch. Yu Wadola fondly patted her head. Calm down, don't think about it. The knight's skill Steadfastness is activated. The itch on her back quickly faded. Wei Wei Taya exhaled deeply, resting her head on Yu Wadola's legs, losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Yidong peeked out, sensing her mother's presence. After a period of growth, she could now walk independently. As soon as she peeked out, she sensed Yu Wadola's sharp gaze. What are you doing here? Yu Wadola did not like this child. She had a premonition that Taya would eventually die at this child's hands. Looking at Wei Wei Taya's sleeping face, Yu Wadola had a bold idea. The lance solidified in her hand. How about striking first and reporting later? Once again in that peculiar space, Wei Wei Taya saw Ka Wei Na. A weathered face was pulled longer than a donkey's. Ka Wei Na forced an awkward yet polite smile. Well, it seems her image was shattered in the mind of this spirit. Ahem. Ka Wei Na concentrated her divine power, attempting to redeem herself. Wei Wei Taya sat quietly beside her, watching her performance. Once Ka Wei Na had gathered herself, Wei Wei Taya casually asked, "Can you explain that so-called holy mark?" With a sound of puff, Ka Wei Na deflated like a balloon pricked by a needle. Embarrassed, Ka Wei Na rubbed her nose, not expecting this topic. The belief value of the spirit was quite low. Each time it called upon her, it consumed tens of thousands of divine power. Therefore, to save some power, Ka Wei Na had bestowed upon her the holy mark. When she first established her divine realm, she had no idea that the holy mark would have side effects on the Undying clan. Children don't understand and carve things for fun. Regarding Ka Wei Na's explanation, Wei Wei Taya was not really concerned. What she cared about was how to remove this thing. You can't remove it. Wei Wei Taya's tone suddenly rose, and her heart was filled with thousands of divine beasts roaring past. There was a saying about grass mud horse that she wasn't sure whether to say. Ka Wei Na chuckled awkwardly, saying, "They'll be more careful next time." Next time, Wei Wei Taya silently distanced herself. Ka Wei Na's figure flickered and appeared behind her. "I'm here to discuss serious matters, Wei Wei Taya." With a wave of her hands, a digital screen popped up in the void. The screen displayed the scene of another world. Smoke filled the air, ruins and debris were everywhere. Mechs made of unknown metal were wildly firing at each other. Ka Wei Na pointed at the screen. "I need you to lead the troops and invade this world." Wei Wei Taya, invade a world that clearly had developed for a long time. Are primitive people wielding laser swords? Wei Wei Taya shook her head in refusal. Her belief was not enough for her to recklessly fight for the divine. Besides, there were no benefits at all. This person not only freeloaded, but also caused trouble behind her back. Wei Wei Taya retorted bluntly, "Are you capturing slaves?" Ka Wei Na didn't know what a slave was, but she could tell from the tone that it wasn't a compliment. There was no choice. This result determined whether she could comfortably get into a key university. This exam was equivalent to their Gaokao divided into two parts: defense and attack. Defense involved protecting the core of the world, successfully repelling 5 invasions from other races. Attack meant all students would invade the target divine realm, seizing resources or eliminating opposing targets within a set time. Ka Wei Na was a second-generation deity. Her divine realm had a complete terrain and races unlike ordinary grassroots who only had a single race and terrain. What was even luckier was that her divine realm, which had not been developed for long, quickly produced 3 hero units. Special hero units were like the left and right arms of a god. In their original world, these units could increase their combat power by at least 50%. Even when crossing into another world, their power would not be diminished. They were both a spear and a shield. However, every advantage came with disadvantages. Having a complete race brought about irreconcilable conflicts. The vast and resource-rich divine realm attracted countless beings from other worlds. Ka Wei Na was now in a state of utter chaos. "The people in my army are all beloved friends, brothers and sisters." Wei Wei Taya shifted her tone, speaking in a barely audible voice. "You need to pay more." Suddenly, Wei Wei Taya woke up from her throne, frowning at Yu Guola and Yidong. "What are you doing?" Yu Guola casually tossed away a lance, saying, "Nothing, just practicing and messing around." Yidong hurriedly rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Wei Wei Taya's calf. She said she was just joking, but she really wasn't. "Come deceive. Come sneak attack. I, a 3-year-old little comrade, is this good or not?" Heaven knows if it weren't for her exceptional luck hitting the eternity of her mother, she would have been doomed today. Wei Wei Taya suspiciously glanced at the two, then carefully examined Yidong. The unfortunate child had no visible injuries, not even a scratch. It must have been just playing around, right? Wei Taya didn't have time to dwell on it. A black crown appeared above her head as she picked up Yidong and pulled her little sister along. The young empress exited the hall. At the same time, all players from the Sky City faction received a notification. Quest triggered the empress summon. Looking at the throngs of players below, Wei Taya nodded in satisfaction. Her faction had the most players, after all, she was the most famous. The flag was waving, depicting a scissors sign. Behind Wei Taya stood the elite forces of Sky City, Sika Air, Natasha, the little girl Xiao Air, as well as Luo and Xia. Natasha had specially dressed up today. It had been a long time since she had seen her handsome spirit, making her a bit excited. Xiao Air and Luo and Xia looked at the tall figure ahead with admiration. Only Sika Air had a slightly different vibe. Wei Taya frowned and knocked off Sika Air's somewhat comical chef's hat. His appearance resembled the demon chef from a popular game with 1800 attack power, and he dealt 2 cards to the opponent when he hit them. The monster army had been trained well. Sika Air finally had time to redeem his title of forest chef. Thinking of that handsome Temple Knight commander from before, Wei Taya couldn't help but sigh. Comparing goods means discarding. Comparing people leads to death. This saying applies to elves as well. Sika Air thought he would be scolded by the heartless players. Yet Wei Taya said nothing. But what was with that thick look of disappointment? Were there other elves outside? As a master of expression management, Sika Air maintained his calm, but many questions arose in his heart. After the brief interlude, Wei Taya coughed lightly and looked at the players. There were about 5,000 players on her side. Excluding the newcomers, around 4,000 were usable. Among them, 30 had achieved high rank, 50 were mid-rank, and the remaining were low rank. Warriors, the young empress spoke. A fierce battle is about to commence, and I will lead you to achieve ultimate victory. The enemy will remember our name, Devil King Army. Bad things were all done by that foolish dragon, but it had nothing to do with Wei Taya. Below, the player system received a notification. High difficulty quest triggered. Devil King Army. Quest conditions: plunder 1,000 tons of specified resources or eliminate an otherworldly hero within the stipulated time. Failure condition: Wei Taya dies in battle. Quest reward: 1,000 experience, 10,000 gold. Title: Otherworldly Traveler. The players gasped in astonishment and then erupted into cheers. This reward was too generous. Generous. After all, it's Miss Ka Wei Na who is footing the bill. Wei Taya shrugged. She planned to bring the players to battle this time, not caring if they died. As for the others, Wei Taya's gaze swept over a few people. This was a selection. Her little sister was a must-bring, who otherwise that holy mark would drive her mad. Natasha was also needed. The mage's wide-range AoE was very useful for clearing small monsters. Her gaze turned to Sika Air. This beta chef was annoying to look at, so he would stay at home. As for the other smaller ones, forget it, no child labor for this time. Wei Taya raised her right hand high at an angle, presenting a military salute, a flash strike. Prepare to depart. The main force gathered before the statue in the Eternal Mansion. Wei Taya still remembered the boast she had made. The first thing she did upon returning was to renovate the statue. Although it was merely a thin layer of a mineral resembling gold applied by Shianoa, a massive spatial rift opened before the statue, and Wei Taya led the charge, jumping in first. After a dizzying whirl, everyone found themselves in a desolate wilderness. This place was another world. The sky was shattered and the ground was scorched with ruins and debris strewn about. In the distance, the sounds of gunfire could still be heard. Kawina had mentioned that the deities of this other world had fallen, and the remaining native creatures without divine guidance were trapped in endless civil wars. Thus, no matter how reckless Wei Taya was, she would at least not face punishment from the local deities. However, she still needed to be cautious, as the invaders here were not just her team, and there were still 17 native hero units present. Small shuttle-shaped flying devices occasionally zipped through the air, one of which hovered above them. After circling once, it seemed to find a specific target and immediately flew towards the leading Wei Taya. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Wei Taya waved her hand dismissively, as if swatting a fly. After quickly scanning, the flying device darted towards Yugduola. After a round of scanning, the flying device accelerated and vanished into the horizon. Wei Waisha, we might have been detected. Natasha's worried voice rang out, to which Wei Taya shrugged. It was to be expected. Their technology tree is so advanced that they wouldn't fail to notice a group of primitives exposed in the wilderness, she said, her eyes scanning the surroundings. The players whispered among themselves in the back. Yugduola remained vigilant of their surroundings, while Natasha, after a brief moment of worry, took out her notebook to write and sketch. Skill Predator's aura activated. The prey in this area is as follows: LV-34, LV-37, LV-42, LV-45, LV-52. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Listening to the nearby sounds of gunfire, Wei Taya planned to assess the combat power levels of this world. Skill Pursuit activated. Within the Uship building of the other world, several human officers looked solemnly at the ethereal images transmitted back by the drones. The ruling beings of this other world were also human. Overall, these invaders are not much to fear, a bespectacled woman spoke first. The troublesome part is that there are 2 hero units mixed in. The authoritative middle-aged man pondered for a moment, Send someone to deal with it or permit the use of annihilation weapons. Understood. With thousands gathered, the target was rather large. Vivitia chose to disperse her forces to gather target materials. Naturally, the players agreed with Wish's proposal. They each had their own circles and preferred not to be with strangers. Then there was Natasha, who was fascinated by everything in this other world, who she applied to leave the team for further exploration. Vivitia granted them 3 days of free activity. The spatial rift would reopen in 3 days, and she wouldn't be responsible if any unfortunate souls were trapped here. Vivitia peeked around sneakily. Is this the world of the strong? Tall humanoid mechas unleashed firepower upon one another, and the sound of violent explosions rang in her ears incessantly. One of the humanoid mechas suddenly disintegrated, its pilot ejected. Then the pilot was shattered by a passing warplane. Vivitia exclaimed in delight. If no one disturbed her, Vivitia believed she could witness the night. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Yugduola beside her sensed something. Cradling her younger sister in her arms, Yugduola produced a black shield. The shield was raised before them. Entering defensive stance, damage received reduced by 99. Then a missile struck the two. Boom. Hit the monster from the other world. Well done. Be careful, it's not that simple. That is a hero unit from another world. As the smoke cleared, the figures of the two sisters were nowhere to be seen. Behind you. Vivitia appeared with a smile behind the soldier firing the cannon. She even politely greeted him. Hello. The soldier here could not understand what she was saying. The ethereal voice in their ears merely turned into a roar. Vivitia gently twisted the soldier's head, and he immediately enjoyed an infant-like sleep, the kind from which one does not awaken. There's another one. With a lance, she tossed a tall soldier into the air. Yugduola whistled. The blood-red warhorse responded instantly. Vivitia snapped another soldier's neck. These people seemed a bit weak, feeling no different from ordinary humans. No, they were bait. A terrifying energy gathered in the air, and now Vivitia understood why the sky here was shattered. It was the power of the gods. Did not the deities of this world fall? Meanwhile, the researchers within the Uship building were operating frantically. Report target locked. Adjust the range to the minimum. Do not affect our people. Understood. A terrifying energy locked onto the two. Vivitia calmly prepared to unleash her ultimate ability. Hero skill Eternity is currently cooling down, remaining time 19 days. This is bad. Just as Wish's words fell, the terrifying energy poured down, resembling divine punishment. The blinding light on the electronic screen left the audience momentarily blinded. The examiners shook their heads and sighed. 2 hero units gone in an instant. What a loss, what a loss. More so, the candidates present felt relieved. In this invasion exam, Kawina's forces were undoubtedly the most formidable. No need to say more, just the 2 hero units were enough to crush them. Kawina looked worriedly at the electronic screen, holding her breath as she sensed a faint trace of faith. The ethereal beings were still alive. The dazzling light dissipated and the sky cracked open with a new rift. Inside the Uship building, a man in a white coat shouted, "Report target confirmed, eliminated." Good job. Meanwhile, a massive explosion sounded, drawing everyone's attention. The remaining humanoid mecha's right arm was violently torn off. What is that thing? The ethereal figure perched on the shoulder of the mecha. A broken crown adorned its head and blood tears flowed from its crimson eyes with no other facial features. Hiss, hiss, hiss. No translation needed. Anyone could feel the ethereal being's rage. That monster from the other world isn't dead, eh? In a flash, the ethereal being vanished from sight. Next, the left arm. With a sickening metallic sound, the mecha's left arm was also torn away by the ethereal being. The ethereal being was venting its anger. As long as it did not cross Wish's bottom line, its temper was generally quite good. And Wish's bottom line had 2 rules: 1. Her life. 2. The lives of those she cared about. Unfortunately, all these individuals had crossed that line. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Mist enveloped the battlefield as illusory structures rose from the ground. Skill Empress Wrath activated. Feeling the fury of the Empress, the ethereal beings let out their most primal roars. Warplanes were shot down, and the battlefield was illuminated by the magic of the other world. The first battle of the ethereal beings in the other world officially commenced. Inside the Uship building, several officers looked grimly at the situation on the front lines. Did the meteor cannon fail to kill the otherworldly monster? No, it should have killed one. The authoritative middle-aged man had a sullen expression. How long until we can gather energy again? Report at least 7 days. The man closed his eyes in contemplation. Retreat. Our stance has been made clear. There is no need to engage with this otherworldly monster. Understood. Soon a roar of engines erupted from beneath the Uship building. In the next moment, the entire building vanished into the distance. As he tore off the last soldier's head, Vivitia's crimson eyes still flickered with rage. This damned Carmina. The enemy possesses divine power and does not even give a warning. The illusory building quickly disappeared, and the mist returned to the shattered crown. Vivitia gently caressed her chest. Sensing the aura of Yugo Dola, Vivitia let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. At this moment, Yugo Dola was resting on her body. All the energy that had just been poured out was completely intercepted by this reliable sister. Remembering her unhesitating silhouette, more blood tears flowed from Vivitia's vacant eyes. What a fool. Knowing she had a resurrection skill, she still insisted on bearing it herself. Now even if she regained a life, who knows how long she would sleep. More blood tears made her faceless visage even more terrifying. Taya slapped herself. Taya never considered that the other party would set a trap. Simply put, she had never regarded them as a threat from the very beginning. She spoke of primitive people wielding laser swords, yet in her heart she thought, even if they truly wielded a laser sword, they couldn't do anything to her. Reality dealt her a heavy blow. A rogue assassin had to confront them hidden. Taya slapped herself again. Hidden mission triggered sisters. Mission conditions: wake the Harbinger Knight within the specified time. Failure conditions: time exceeds 2 days, or the Spirit Queen dies in battle. Mission rewards: none. Failure penalty: the Harbinger Knight perishes. Mission hint: World Core. The World Core, the foundation of a divine kingdom, contains immense power. Each divine kingdom's world core is unique. It may be any object within that kingdom. However, Taya was certain that the recent attack was closely related to the world core. With 2.5 days left until the rift opens, her time was running out. Skill hunt activated. The spirit scattered into mist, disappearing into the ground. On the other side, the Uship building completed its docking with a massive warship. General, is that otherworldly monster really no issue? You must understand, soldier, our primary enemy is not the otherworldly monster, but other predatory peers. Understood, General. Taya maintained a state of high-speed flight, feeling a stronger itch on her back. But she didn't care at the moment. Taya felt strangely calm inside, like a precursor to a volcanic eruption. A strangely shaped warship appeared at the forefront, connected to the Uship building on the other side. It was the final target of the hunt. Taya only wanted to do one thing now: rush in and bite off the heads of that group of beta people. Black mist concealed all presence, silently seeping into the ventilation ducts of the Uship building. Meanwhile, alarms blared. Discovered. Impossible. Taya did not believe the technology here could detect her mist. To be safe, the spirit quietly lay in wait like a venomous snake waiting for prey. Skill ambush triggered. The presence of the spirit diminished. Rapid footsteps approach from below. The intruder is nearby. Fully armed soldiers scan the area with a strange device. Nothing. That shouldn't be the case. Could they be hiding in the ventilation duct? No way, the ventilation duct is too small to hide an adult. As if realizing something, several soldiers' expressions turned grim. The duct indeed couldn't conceal anyone unless the intruder wasn't human. For words surfaced in their minds in unison. Otherworldly monster. They'll go take a look. The youngest soldier volunteered, quickly climbing to the ventilation duct. The slightly older soldiers couldn't stop him and could only prepare to cover his retreat from behind. The dusty ventilation duct was opened and the young soldier peered in stealthily, scanning with the device left and right. Everything seemed normal. Could it really be an accident? The voice of a teammate came from below. How is it? Any situation? Oh, nothing, everything is normal. The young soldier sighed in relief. Suddenly, a pair of blood tears streaming eyes pressed against his face. Skill Serpent's Eye activated. With a swift slash of the concealed sword, it was precise and deadly. Why is it taking so long? What happened? The young soldier moved down with heavy steps. It's nothing, just a mouse startled by me. A taller soldier patted him. What kind of man are you, still afraid of mice? They all burst into laughter. After laughing, they collectively sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was just a mouse, not an otherworldly monster. Shao Yoji, why is your head a bit tilted? Shao Yoji was this soldier's nickname. Didn't sleep well last night. Oh, I have a stiff neck. All right, you brat, this time I'll give you second-class merit and a day off. Go back and get some sleep. Oh, okay. They Shao Yoji walked with an internal 8-step gait, and his comical steps made everyone laugh again. Look how scared this kid is. He probably wet himself. As night fell, the shattered sky exhibited a strange beauty. Yet no one cared for the scenic view. After inquiring several times, Shao Yoji returned to his room, a standard 2-person room. The person sharing with Shao Yoji hadn't returned yet. Thud. Shao Luzi's head rolled on the ground, and the spirit's form solidified. Trouble, this layer of sheepskin felt like a cumbersome doll, greatly limiting her speed. Black mist enveloped Taya, and not long after, a woman wearing an eye mask appeared in the room. She broke the iron chains binding her arms, and the platinum eye mask shattered. The woman quickly stripped the clothes off the headless corpse. Discarding the ridiculous saintess attire, Taya changed into military uniform. This Shao Yoji was not very old, and he and Taya were of similar build. Hair too long to be tied up. Without hesitation, Taya tore off her black hair. With military masks and helmets once equipped, no one could tell she was a spirit. Hiding the sheepskin under her roommate's bed, Taya casually exited the room. After walking a few steps, she heard a sharp alarm. Enemy attack. Immediately support the mothership. Mixing in with the crowd of soldiers, Taya quickly ran towards the mothership.